Welcome back for another day of playoffs here in the European region of CCT. We had 4 round of 16 games yesterday, 4 teams through to the quarterfinals, and we got 4 more today to round out those quarterfinals. We had some fun yesterday, lads. Got some fun teams up today. Reflecting, I guess, on yesterday, Fnatic, they've got some work to do, haven't they?
I think for damn sure, right? That was a woeful underperformance by them. I think there's no two ways about it. This is a side who we were even talking about, the potential and what should have been a deep run in their side of the bracket, right? They should have been making probably at least you'd want to say like the semi-finals with the kind of the teams on their side. Partizan, you expect them to win alongside them like Nexus and Fire Flux, again expected to win whoever they were to play of those two. But no, not to be. Got absolutely decimated by Partizan. 13-2, 13-9. I mean, all credit has to be given to Partizan. They looked unbelievable, but Fnatic, a lot has to be done to kind of fix those woes.
I mean, there's a certain joy, I think, in showing up to the office and then just doing zero work and still getting paid for it. So, clap for Fnatic for doing that. Like, that's really cool. But at the same time, there were a lot of viewers, right? So a lot of us did notice, unfortunately, is kind of the downside. But yeah, it was a miserable game for them. There's no question.
I like your philosophy, Anders. It is positive.
Yeah, you got it.
On the world. Our games today, we'll be covering the Nemiga Sashi opening game here up soon, and then it'll be Nexus Fire Flux with the remaining 2 games a little bit later on today with a different set on air. I guess let's just jump straight into it. Nemiga Sashi, interesting kind of matchup. Nemiga, a team, I think they're actually a team that is serially underrated. They're a team that often gets overlooked as one, at least at this level of competition, that could do some serious damage, but we've got to give them credit, Neo. They continually find good results these sort of tournaments. I know they can be inconsistent, but there is no doubt that their ceiling is quite high. Yeah,
and the thing with Amiga that makes it, for me at least, even more impressive is they're doing this whilst losing Flammus, right? Flammus was such a strong part of what made Amiga good in 2024. They made that open qualifier through the closed qualifier into IM Chengdu. And even then, a lot of people, obviously, who hadn't followed the tier 2 kind of like we had, were saying, who are these guys? But for us who had sort of been following their path, we knew they were kind of stalwart at the top end. And they've kept up that level. They keep making deep runs, or deep enough runs that keep their ranking high enough. And I think for Nemiga, I think a lot of people do still overlook just how good their level actually is. You've got kind of Xanta, who for me, I would say Xanta's the truth. Like, he's such a good player, so solid. They replaced Flammus with Zwei, this youngster who, again, insanely talented. And then Khan as well as an AWPer who is super talented. So for me, this is a side with a lot to offer up. I really like what they are. And, for Zwei in particular, a bold prediction nomination, you got 2 of them as well heading in towards this year. I mean, it's not a bad place to kind of be in, right? I think he got the bold prediction from, I'm right in saying, I think it was Donk and Monacy. So he's definitely been heralded quite high. And I think he's got obviously a lot to prove, having to live up to those 2 names, but I think generally he's been super solid. He gets a lot of resources, and for me, this Nemiga side, always super exciting.
On the reverse, we've got Sashi, the Danish contingent, which surely will get you excited, Anders, to see them playing today. We need some hope. We need some life in the Danish scene. Even if it's not this whole team, Anders, we'd love a couple of these players to really blossom, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly there's the resources in the Danish market, right? Like there's a lot of people out there to coach and kind of to look up to and bring them up. So yeah, I mean, that would be really, really sick if some of these guys are going to be the future. And every once in a while, I think you see some individual performances out of some of these players where I'm like, damn, this actually looks super sick and like it looks really solid. But consistency again is always the thing that we're going to be bringing up. Just taking a look in the last 2 months, I think Nemiga have played 22 maps. I think Sashi have played 44 maps. So they played an enormous amount of Counter-Strike over the last 2 months span here for Sashi. Whether that's a good or a bad thing, I'm not really sure. Like, I mean, one of the things that worries me about this Nemiga team going into it is I feel like their map pool is kind of shallow. So I wonder if that's going to be a problem in a best of 3. But for Sashi here, I mean, like, I've seen some really cool games out of Sashi where I was like, I walked away thinking, this looks really promising, and I'm excited about it. And I've seen some games out of Sashi where I was like, where was that team, and why are they not focused up on the game, So I don't know what to make of it. I think it's going to be a bit of a coin flip for what we get out of them.
Let's talk about Zyphon, Neo, obviously the newest addition to this team. Very experienced, at least for this level of competition, playing through Flames and various other lineups. He can bring something to this squad, can't he, that maybe the other players aren't in the same place in their career.
I think so. I think, you touched on the experience, but I think, honestly, the biggest thing for me that Sashi have needed is just firepower. Cabby has been this sort of hero rifler for the side, but I always sort of thought he wasn't the right person to be a hero rifler. He has his moments, but I think he is just generally a bit more of a supporting element, at least by kind of my books. And I think the way I look at it now, I think for Zyphon, he can add a little bit more security, firepower in towards this lineup and this rifling core. And, when you look at it, him, Cabby, and Oltek is a pretty talented little Danish rifling core here that could actually be quite spicy. And then, you get these moments out from Lucky. Iceberg's been held as a good IGL, at least domestically as well. So this is a lineup that has a lot to offer up. And we saw it towards last year, right? 2 qualifications through open quals to 2 lands with EWC in the European spot beating out some pretty big teams there. It was like Cloud9, I think Fnatic was another one as well. And then also making it through to the Yana Compass LAN too. So this is a Sashi side who've had LAN moments. Granted, they're not always been too successful, but at least they're proving that they can actually slog it out through these calls and have good consistency online, which, I mean, that's the age-old thing. It's just so difficult getting consistency in online games. They're so random at times, the results, but at least Sashi keep for at least the most part, a bit of a base level.
It's part and parcel of this level of competition is that you're just going to play, I don't know, 90% of your Counter-Strike online and then a little bit offline. And if you do make that jump up, it just flips. Then you're playing 75% offline. And for these teams, that can be quite a big jump. Let's have a quick think about where these maps are heading. An interesting quirk with Sashi is that they can play all 7. So, I don't know, guys. Should they use that to their advantage? Should they just ban out whatever Nemiga likes best?
I mean, they probably should. I think just the weird thing about from Sashi, what I'm seeing in the last 2 months, is that yeah, they can play all 7, but not that well. So it's like it's a bit of a weird situation. Whereas Sashi have 3 maps that they're pretty good on, right? Like Dust 2, Ancient, and Mirage. So yeah, I don't know. I'm really curious how this Veto is going to be playing out. Like I could see it being even when we know the maps, like Dust 2 is going to be the first one, right? So sure, Nemiga are going to be quite happy about that, but I just don't know. Even with Inferno being in there, if I'm looking at Sashi's like win rate on Inferno, it's like 29% in the last 2 months, right? So sure, like they're probably going to be better than Nemiga on it. That's fair to say, but I doubt if it's coming in here as like an ultra confident, like here we go, like we got like a ultra, like we're not talking about like the 85% win rate or anything like that. They're not necessarily world beaters on the map. So I just think it's very curious kind of matchup just on the Veto alone.
Anubis ban, it seems quite likely that Sashi now have just made that a permaban when they can play it. I'm kind of curious about that decision because this is actually a Veto where that would have been a legendary float here because I don't think Nemiga ever would have picked it. I think they could have banned something else.
I think you're probably right. I think part of probably why they're maybe trying to make Anubis a strong part of their kind of the banning process for them is to do with how strong it is for other teams, right? So many teams in the online kind of tier 2 space been playing so much Anubis. We look at teams like Zero Tenacity, where at one point they're like 105 Anubis games in the span of like 3 months, essentially. You see teams like that, and I think for Sashi, they're like, if we're trying to have this big map pool that we can kind of play all of these, we've got to pick one that we've maybe not been that strong on, and I think that's probably one for them where they're like, let's just not risk this anymore. I do agree here though. For Nemiga, they have really looked quite rough on it. They're like, what, 1 from 6 on Anubis? Yep. So it's a map in which you at least could have been a little bit punishing with, or floated it to maybe, have something else coming into the fray. And I think with Nemiga's slight lack of depth, that actually could have worked. They don't like Train, they're not great on Nuke, they're not great on Anubis, and even not great on Inferno, right? That's like 4 maps which they could have been worked where you could have floated that Anubis.
Right, sounds like game is underway, guys. Tell me, as we get into this, who's winning this series?
Oh, it's a tough one, but yeah, I guess I'll go with the Danish bias of Sashi on this one. I don't know. What about you, Neo? What do you think?
Honestly, it's really tough to make a prediction, I think, is just because you never know what Sashi you're going to get. I think sometimes they can be world beaters, and other times they really can fall a little flat. But I might go the other way just for the conversation and just say Nemiga, because why not? And then we can see how it pans out. Oltek starts well. This back box is so difficult to clear, and Oltek is showing just exactly why. Without a Molotov, it's brutal.
What an absolute rat position to play, and in the fashion that he did it. That's so sickening. Like, that's clearly something that he's been working on, like that insanely quick, like, ducking down back as soon as he finds a shot. That looked absolutely beautiful. Well done. It's not through yet. They're not really over, even though it's a bit scary here for the Nemiga side. They can still bring it back. It's easy to screw up around like this one. Iceberg, I think, is pushing up through the top mid position. Now, this is really cool because he's going to be able to potentially sort of spot them, maybe hear them if they make a little bit of noise, but he can also get caught and killed, and then it's right back into a 3v3. You see a little bit of pressure. Lucky's starting to get there as well. They're taking the fight, and Lucky, if you lose this one, you're in a little bit of trouble. How's he not dead? Why? He was right behind him, shooting him in the back. I feel like, well, that was a bit too lucky. It's, you know, built into the name and everything, I guess. Risky Bob on his own. 1 versus 2. Cabby just waiting here, and yeah, he can't clear everything, or maybe he could, but it's going to be awkward, so ends up going down, and it will be Sashi winning the pistol round here in a decent fashion, but I must say I'm surprised that Lucky lived through that top mid engagement.
Yeah, it looked like he was just destined to fall there, so in the end, not to be, I mean, also had super well Voltex, even just getting a 2-for-1 there is not bad by any means, but like you mentioned, when you're pushing up long like that, there's 20 different angles that you've got to be careful of, and just this one close card this late in the round, it was just not a thought for Risky Bob. So well done by Cabby. An unorthodox angle, that works out well. No bomb plot for Amiga, no buy, of course, so it should be a simple second put on the board by Sashi, you'd assume. We've got rifles across the deck, apart from Iceberg. He's just got a pistol, but it should be fine. Ultex gets a kill, and he goes straight back to that box. He knows how strong it can be. He can single-handedly win the round from basically there.
Yeah, like you already said, without a Molotov, but even sometimes with a Molotov, right? Like it's kind of hard to throw that Molotov without exposing yourself to a lot of risk as well. Speaking of risks, Iceberg is playing this position with just the USPs, and you know what? I'm not going to buy anything. I'll do it next round. He does get a bullet to the face, and that'll make him reconsider. That's too much. It's too much of a hassle, isn't it? Siphon's out there looking for a fight. He'll get one. That's an insane deagle shot coming out. Twy able to pick it up, and he'll take down Ultex as well. They've got to find a way to control this kid, and it's finally Cappy to bring the situation to a bit of a more reasonable position. So now, just 2 people left here on the Namiga side, but my god, it's suddenly very expensive here. Can he go for the bomb plant? He really wants to. I like the idea of trying to get the bomb into this round, but ultimately he's going to get run down here, and that should be the end of the round.
Yeah, alright. It will be. Leah seeing off, getting caught on that late flank. He had an idea of trying to make something work, but not to be. So, 2-0, as expected. I think for Namiga, there wasn't really any expectations towards that round. Anything we could get would be nice, a bomb plot, any sort of kill. Is what it is. This is the one that matters. AK's out on deck. There is a Galil in play for Khan, but this is the round when Amiga have got to start to sort of settle the nerves early. On DOS 2, their map pick as well. We have to get a strong T side out the gate, and just to put that pressure early on towards Sashi. We don't want these situations where you're having to claw back a deficit in towards that second half, and we have to build this narrative of saying they need a pistol, they need these first couple of gun rounds to make it work.
Yeah, we've seen how that can spiral out of control in some of these online games, so
just make it competitive early. We've had too many slightly lopsided first halves. Let's have an early thing where both sides seem awake and ready to play Counter-Strike.
It's a better way to go about it. I do like all the protocols here from Namiga. Again, it's kind of what we expect to see most of the time on Dust 2. They're clearing out middle, they're clearing out that catwalk position. And so again, I keep trying to say the challenge here for the CTs is that they have no information about much of anything else. So as a result, they end up gambling. Is it going to be A or is it going to be a B split? And very often that's kind of hard to read. So we'll see what they do on the Sashi side. They've smoked off long. And again, that means they have this like 3-man setup on the A side. I do like the fact that Siphon's getting a little bit into middle just to try and be closer to the action. And he can rotate over a little bit quicker. But oh, yeah. So, okay, they are reading this as a potential catwalk attack. You see Siphon's moving in now to be more and more and more ready for that. But again, this can change into a B-split in seconds. So, we'll see what happens. Yeah, here we go. They are the catwalk grenades, but they are going out middle. So, unfortunately for Sashi, they're not quite reading it right. And we'll see if they can manage anyway. Sometimes you get a couple of kills with the smoke, and it makes all the difference here. Siphon's actually hiding inside of it. And now Ultex is saying, oh my god, I'm alone in the bomb site. They were all showing up. Khan's going to get that one, and Lear is just holding CT spawn, and they're going to be saving instantly. It's not even a conversation.
I think it's just now as well, in the save call, can we get any exits to make Namiga at least reel a little bit, but now smoke down, Lear has a little gap to work with as well, so it's going to actually be kind of beneficial for him. Only issue is that he can't really get out, because that smoke, Lucky can also use it himself. I mean, Lear feels like he's basically dead. Any push in, Down he goes. At the same time, though, he can't really X out the other way because of how low he is. So as long as he can just stay alive, tucked in towards his corner, they know he's still there. At range! Oh, Swy! What a reaction. What a shot. On towards Iceberg. How does he get away with that? They're all going to tuck their heads in towards CT. If Lucky had stayed posted there, he probably would have got one at least crossing. But priority is safe in that AWP. Nemiga start well. First gun round. And we see them win it with only the one casualty. That is not bad at all. They're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, no question about it. And like, very much a page out of, like, if you go back and you watch a bunch of Spirit rounds on Dust 2, you'll see so many rounds like this. I think the only real difference here is that I don't think they actually smoked off CT spawn the way that you normally would. They just had the smokes for Catwalk, and I guess they were just ready to fight if someone was going to be there. For Siphon, unluckily for him, he was standing inside of one of those Catwalk smokes, just kind of waiting, so a bit awkward, perhaps. Oh, we've got someone disconnected, so Leah is going to have to come back into the game, hopefully sooner rather than later. Yeah, I mean, I think there was a heroic game that I caught one of these days. Who were they playing on Dust 2? I can't even remember, but they were very, very, very active in trying to attack, you know, on the CT side. I actually think it was
Sure.
like I went back and reviewed the demo for that game, because I actually think a lot of the ideas that Heroic brought into it were really sick. Now, unfortunately, they were playing up against James and the crew, so yeah, they got slaughtered, unfortunately, on Dust 2. So, but I still think that the ideas that they brought through for how to be aggressive on the CT side were really cool. It's just the problem was Kickett and James were like, I don't know how, but they were so well prepared for what was coming.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of teams end up defaulting into this kind of much more let's say, like, information poor environment on the CT side, where you don't know anything, and you're just waiting around and you don't know what's happening, and sometimes you're right and sometimes you're wrong. I just don't think that's a very compelling way to play Counter-Strike. So
yeah, I agree. I mean, that's the thing with Dust 2, since this kind of reintroduction back into the pool. It feels like, unfortunately, where we're at, we need to see CT's play arguably equally as aggressive as the T side. Or, you know, even more so, and just try and match them. Get a lot of that control. You can't really just allow the T side to roam around freely, and that's something that you would touch on, that Power Vision just did super well. Down towards short, Molotov behind it as well, but no commitment here by Lear. He's just testing the waters. Towards the A side, Xanta spots one, drops one as well. Zyphon gets killed. Left eye peek for the day into always a little bit more of an awkward one.
great timing on the smoke. Because they're already in position, they can execute on that kill instantly. So, yeah, again, like, I would almost have made the argument here that you should leave Altex alone with that MP9 and just let him die. Because it's so brutal, but the truth is, all you're probably going to be doing is potentially throwing away the M4 and the AWP. There's just nothing you can do, right? The cool thing about this B-split, just to contrast it with the other one, right, is that this one has a much shorter fuse, right? As soon as they get the kill on Siphon in the middle, they instantly are able to smoke CT spawn, and then they're ready to go. So, like, there is no time for Sashi to say, oh, it's a B attack, let's rotate P. Like, that conversation is not a part of the, you know, it's like, either the Siphon gets a kill and lives, or gets a double kill and dies, and then maybe Altex can get a kill, and then, like, it has to be some combination of all those factors, right? Very, very hard. It's a very big dilemma right now.
Yeah. Amiga looking really solid, though, right? It's one casualty across 2 rounds since they've had the investment back in, and I think for Sashi, we've got to see a bit of a change up. In the same vein that we were kind of saying, you know, Nemiga, let's hope they wake up when the guns come out and make this competitive. On the flip side, if Sashi are uncompetitive since the investments come through, that's going to worry us. Lucky has kept this AWP alive the last 2 rounds, which is good. But
yeah, I mean, I agree, right? Like, that is... It actually is a victory for Sashi, and they, in a way, they should be reminding themselves that. It's just say, you know what, like, this is how it is sometimes, and,
yeah,
you know, we're going to hopefully find our couple of rounds that we need and then turn it around. But, I mean, the problem is, obviously, Nemiga are making quite a lot of money right now, so...
They're chilling, and I think the issue on the kind of the flip side now for Sashi is that this AWP then goes down now. In this round, we've got very limited amount of support around it. You probably don't buy back into it, unfortunately, so it makes life all the more difficult. Mid control is very good by Nemiga right now. Moving forward, getting this cat control early, and they don't even need to commit to it. They are just trying to sort of play around, and
Oh.
A little go with the timing. This can be brutal. It could be. It will be. They're going to scoop up the orb, but it gets dropped again. Ultex with a third person to pick it up past the parcel. Will he also get caught by Zwei, who is unbelievably crisp right now as well. The shots he's hitting, that one earlier on Iceberg was ridiculous. Those two as well just isn't seeming to miss.
Yeah, I mean, again, I kind of like the idea of pushing up with you know, a couple of USPs and the AWP, just hoping that you could find a way to trade it through. It just doesn't work out that way. Oh, nearly gets caught. All text. That's a really crazy shot. Looked like he was still backpedaling there. Cabby's trying to join the ranks of the T's by jumping into the smoke and actually following them up. In a way, this could be an insane round for Cabby. He's got the M4A1. We'll see what he could do. It's just going to be the first kill there, so I don't mind. It reveals his position. Would have been fun if he could have been a little bit quicker with it here. Looking for the headshot. He's running out of bullets as well. 5 of them left. He's going to get one more headshot. So that's not bad at all. And now the question is, could Oltex find this kill with a USP? I think he knows that Lear is a bit low up there, so he's going to swing for it. It's dangerous, though. Remember, he has no armor, and he goes down instantly. No helmet either, of course, so even the Galil is going to take him down. It's a very close round, and I don't mind that they try to go for this on the CT side. I think it's totally fair to do. They almost got it.
Yeah, that was a lot closer than it should have been as well. We had, what, an AWP, an M4, and 3 USPs. It sort of had no right to be as close as it was, so again, sort of credit there for making something out of nothing, but attack pause will be called by Sashi nonetheless. They understand the ever so slight predicament that is sort of opening up here of where this game could get incredibly awkward. And quite a quick sort of rate as well. You need to shut down this T-side any way you can. I mean, if Namiga get 7 or more, I think they're pretty happy. And the way they're sort of playing, we know Namiga have been very good on this map as well. 7 doesn't even feel like a big ask for a side like them. And Sashi, they've definitely had their inconsistencies in terms of certain maps. And so far, it's a bitter enough performance. We come back in towards the buy. No AWP, as mentioned, due to being dropped in that previous round. So that'll definitely hurt Lucky a little bit.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Siphon on 0, Iceberg on 1. Again, it's kind of early on, but some of those players we need to, you know, just, you know, obviously a kill around is a really high metric. It's really hard to do that, but, you know, just try to get a couple of kills in there can really change the outcome here for the Sashi squad. Okay, responding with a smoke in the middle, just try and buy a little bit of time. I think Namiga read that as saying, if you're in CT spawn, probably there's only going to be one person at the B bomb site. And they're not wrong about that. Now, Siphon's actually getting here rather quickly. It's one hell of a grenade that lands on top. It's not bad, but Schwei's still the one to open up here. Siphon, he needs to get even another one for this to work out, and he will. What a triple. Couple of bullets left. Khan will finally take him down, but the truth is, without that triple kill, they can't even consider the round probably. So now they can. They still might lose it because Santa is in the middle in a very neat position. And the bomb is fairly swiftly planted here, but this could backfire. We'll see if Santa can actually pick this one up. Lucky swings right into him and goes down immediately. Khan's going to be taken on Cabby, and just like that, from a 2-on-3 into a 1 versus 2 for Iceberg, who has to run in here and just try and get the job done before the backup shows up. It's not going to happen, and they will lose it even with a man advantage in the afterplant.
Khan can hit some nice shots, and even that last one right at the end there, he's under a lot of pressure. Iceberg running him down, a quick swing and a fine, but you feel like Xiphon should have done enough there. That 3 kills alone to shut down the B presence should have been okay, but Xanta gets overlooked. Cabby then gets caught supporting that kind of play in via mid from Xanta, and just like that, you know, we put ourselves in towards a spot where it's Amiga 2 rounds ahead, money broken over towards Sashi, where the best we can really get is like, if they want to force in towards this, it's 1 rifle basically, a few MP9s, armor, and Yuto. I don't think that's a worthwhile investment. I'm assuming this is going to be a pretty simple thing of a low buy. Maybe somebody goes into a hero rifle. That's become very popular in CS2, but all in all, I'm not here to really take too many risks, honestly. Fortunately, we lost Cabby, so we have at least a little bit of time to discuss what we'd like to do in this tech pause.
Yeah, it's a good question. Like, what are the plans here? I feel like unfortunately for Sashi, it's down to sort of the same thing. Like whether they have rifles or you know, or if it's sort of like a half buy with some 5.7s or whatever. Like, I would like to see them throw in a couple of different interesting tricks. Like, some of it is also going to be a little bit rolling the dice because you just can't know for sure. But I mean, you can find some fun timings. if you push a couple of CTs down catwalk and flash them into a fight there, and you also have the mid presence, like you have one CT player flashing in from middle, or, you know, two people swinging from catwalk. You can try to catch the Ts as they're sort of, you know, loading up their default. The problem is if the Ts are very slow, if they're really far back when you're doing that, they're just not going to care about it. They're just going to say, okay, all that cost us was like 25 seconds, and now we know that you were there. We're just going to throw grenades and essentially push you back, and then it was all for nothing. But sometimes if you do it at the right time, you catch them right on that corner of middle, and you can get a couple of kills there, and then suddenly,
true,
you know, not only you have the man advantage, but also like whatever their plan was for the default, now they have to reconsider everything. Like, it puts a lot more pressure on them. So I'd love to see Sashi try a couple of those things.
For now, we've lost Cabby. We hope to get him back, but you never know. It's can be a little waiting game. They are on boot camp though. You can see that Iceberg, of course, speaking to the guys. Their headphones are off. That's a good thing, right? I kind of like this, you know, boot camping, especially for the year that basically that Sashi wants. I think they want to try and a lot of the other kind of tier 2 tournaments around, where kind of Yala, for example, ESL Challenger League, which is obviously now a Pro League spot as well, just one Pro League spot there, but of course it's what a lot of teams are looking for, i.e. another LAN qualifier. So I think I like this. Sashi on boot camp, really committed to making this sort of team work.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's super important, right? Like, I bet it is probably quite hard. Like I said, they've played 44 maps of Counter-Strike in the last 2 months, Sashi, right? And that is a lot, right? But at the same time, I think it actually is well. Hopefully they have the right sort of mentality and the right focus and the right, you know, stuff around them to make this not just like a grind, but also like a, you know, potentially a motivating experience, right? You're saying to yourself, like, we are going to hard work our way through this. And that will involve, like, inconsistency and, you know, screw-ups and people, you know, underperforming. Like, that's all fine. But I think, actually, there are a lot of teams that have proven that if you keep doing it, like, over time, you're going to come out as, like, a rock-solid team. Like, my favorite example is obviously 3D Max from last year, right? Like, just keep doing it. And eventually, you are going to be... You might end up being harder than some of the other teams that have, you know, the luxury of not having to go for that same grind, but at the same time, they might just not be ready for you know, the kind of Counter-Strike that you're going to be bringing. So yeah, hopefully Sashi can just keep it up.
Yeah, hopefully they can. Cabby, what's going on, mate? They're all in the same room. How can he have, you know, such bad tech issues, but then the rest of the team aren't? It seems like this one might be a little bit of an extended one, though. So, fortunately for now, we can throw ourselves a little break rather than us waffling onwards. We'll hopefully see you very, very soon.
All right, we're back. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready with the game once again. It's Sashi versus Nemiga. We're on Dust 2, and Sashi are having a little bit of trouble. While they won the pistol and another round, that's about it. Nemiga, I think, are displaying a really good and confident understanding of how to play this T side. And oh my god, at least it's a round where they don't have a lot. Okay, like it's just pistols. That's fine. But yeah, like Sashi right now are falling into all of the same problems that we normally see on the CT side, which is that they have very little control, very little information, and Nemiga are kind of dictating when and where the battle is going to be happening every time.
My god, the shots he's hitting. Yes, like you said, just against pistols, but he's crisp, man. He's so good. It's one of those things why I wasn't too worried about when they lost Flammus. I mean, obviously, the Zwei pickup, I hadn't heard about him prior to being picked up, and I did a little look into his demos on FPL, and first of all, like, seriously crisp, as we've seen. But, yeah, Khan's always been hitting some nice shots to this team, and one will go down. This round shouldn't be too scary. They might even just save the AK if there's life in it. Lucky, doesn't really matter what he finds. And honestly, there's a gun there on Cat. He might just take that and save. I don't think that's even the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
Give this a go. 2 AK saved across. I think you're pretty happy. There was nothing brought in towards this round, so that's at least something to work with. And then maybe we could see potentially an AWP. I mean, he's got 3.2k. Drops over a rifle. Yeah, he could have an AWP out next round. You're pretty happy with this. I don't think you're too upset for Sashi. Yes, an Amiga up to 5, though, is maybe something to start getting a little worried about.
I would agree. I mean, like, it's not even just that they are at 5 rounds. It's the fact that so far there are. I'm trying to think about, like, what are the set of circumstances here in which Sashi, you know, actually can win the round by just, you know, by what they're showing us. And there's not a lot for me to look at right now, to be honest. So that's probably the thing that worries me the most at the moment. Double AWP. No way. Okay. I mean, the upside in theory would be that you could sort of be more ready, potentially. Like, you could maybe leave, like, you know, one up somewhere and then have, like, a stronger presence elsewhere on the map. But I don't know if that even works anymore. Like, I'm not even sure that that's going to be working out. But, I mean, they're going to give it a shot anyway. And again, like, credit for trying to do something different, because you can't just keep defaulting the same thing over and over again on the CT side and kind of see what happens. And look at this. They're actually going aggressive on the catwalk. So it's another thing that I really wanted them to do. And I like seeing this. We'll see if it actually works out. But at least they have Cabby there. He's probably going to get Molotov away from this position eventually. But just try to see if you can make the T's feel a little bit more uncomfortable. Exactly.
I'm at 20. Moving back in towards this mid control that's been so good for an Amiga. Smoke down towards doors. And a double lower play. A push out from short here. Zanta looking above that smoke. Nothing on offer just yet. Molotov will force back Cabby as well. Zanta can keep scaling forward. And this one is the same thing. This is great.
Look at it. Yeah, they're going to flash their way through. Oh, it's such a sick idea. Cabby, unfortunately, he does get the kill after a bit of a struggle, but that is, again, that's a really good idea. This is the sort of stuff that Heroic also are trying to do. All techs, weird time to unscope, but he got the kill anyway on the Schwei, so I guess it's all good at the end. And this is, promise, they can still lose this round, but at least they've got the man advantage. It's a higher percentage chance here. Iceberg, he goes down, and Lucky, yeah, runs back with you. So he should get this kill every single time, and he will. So 2 versus 3. Now they're taking with 2 AWPs, and we all know how that feels. But and again, this is one of the best rounds yet for Sashi, so let's see if they can actually pull it off.
Risky Bob. One high. Arrow spotted. Oh, I baits him in for a moment. Thankfully, he doesn't punish him. Now, oh my god, Risky Bob. He took a real risk there. Was that necessary? Khan in a tough 1v2. Gets the first. Pistol pulled out for the second. Oh, Khan. That is beautiful. And it shouldn't have been required. Risky Bob. Was that risk really necessary? Most definitely not. Thankfully, Khan has just been so crisp. 11-3 for him.
I don't know if it was necessary, but it was fucking cool. Like, what's he doing?
Yeah, it was funny. I'll give him that.
That's so wild. Okay. Again, I've got to give Sashi credit here. Like, how they tried to build this round, even if it didn't work perfectly, obviously, in a better world, Cabby just gets the flash in, gets the kill, and escapes. It's still like an effort. It's an attempt to try and offset the current balance of this. Obviously, it's going to be a much quicker round to the B-bomb side here. The FAMAS going to get a bit of a test, and actually Lucky up in the window. Great work coming out, and they're going to be catching Khan in the middle, so Very nicely done. Was that a... They can't get a no-scope headshot on Sashi, or on Cabby? I guess he did, yeah. That's interesting. But regardless, it is going to be Schwei alone, and that's really well done. And that's also, like, that is the downside of doing those fast attacks, right? You don't know how many people are going to be there.
Right, well, lucky. Sees off Schwei at the end there. Big ask for him, in all honesty, in that 1 versus 4. Good round from Sashi, and the first time in a while we've been able to say that. Obviously been rotting in terms of form. I mean, it was 5 rounds. For 6 rounds in a row, may I say, for Nemiga. But, all in all, that response will really help, at the very least, for Sashi. Let's see if we can recover this CT a little bit. Get anywhere in the region of, like, 5 rounds on the CT. I think we're fine. I'll... few rounds to try and figure it out. They both spot out each other. Lucky misses that shot and now needs to cross, and oh my god. Khan's already hit one of those door shots, so testing him there is it's a bold move.
Yeah, he seems fired up right now, Khan. It's actually pretty fun to watch. 12 and 4 for him. The problem is this Molotov is so powerful to push people off that catwalk ledge. We can see Siphon is he's just immediately jumping off, right? He doesn't have a choice, so catwalk control back in favor of Nemiga, and I think logically they're defaulting back to the same thing that they've been doing before. Get catwalk, mid control, and then make up your mind. Now, the fact that the bomb is this far back towards T-spawn is an interesting indication. Like, it could mean that we are actually finally going to see the catwalk and long split instead. But the same problem exists for Sashi, which is I'm sure that Nemiga are going to smoke CT spawn anyway. They already have, and they might re-smoke it, and then can you read it from there? All right, the bomb's being brought down middle, so maybe they're just going to go back to the same thing again. Sashi, they have no control of middle. They're inside of the B bomb side. If this is a mid split, then these B players will have to get multi-kills, and a lot of them.
Yeah. Goose angle by Zyphon's pretty strong, though. That setup they've got, and they've got a long player who can sort of rotate over. If he gets overlooked, it could be awkward. Oh, that flash shot going to help. How does Leah get away with that? He shouldn't have. Zwei could have the chance at 2 here. Swing on towards Lucky. Will lose him his life, but the site is taken, and bomb will go down.
So fortunate on the timing there. You're right, Leah should have been dead probably, but risky Bob. Nice almost running headshot to drop Iceberg, and unfortunately for Lucky, with the AWP, it's not a feasible retake here. They had kind of the people in position. Nemiga turning it into a catwalk attack instead. I don't know. I think if that flashbang hit like a 10th of a second earlier, then Leah can't even see that there's anyone in the corner, and he probably gets killed instead. So that's really, really close to being the perfect timing. What a way to lose a round. But again, great job for Nemiga. Back to the same thing. Like I'm gonna keep repeating it over and over again. The power of controlling that catwalk. That's where like 80% of the game is right now on Dust 2.
That is it. So that buffer zone that's built up by Nemiga. 4 rounds, it really does feel like a lot. So, bit concerned, I think, is probably the understatement I have for Sashi. And, of course, the risk and the predicament they're sort of in now as well, where in a similar event, you lose round number 11, you probably lose the 12th as well, just off the back of finances. It wouldn't be an open play, even with that loss bonus. It does sort of feel like now or never to recover the CT half a little bit. Iceberg gonna get caught in the spam. Xanta's timing is excellent. Oh, the instincts there were tingling, the spidey senses, and he gets an opener. I like the move by Iceberg, but it's just unfortunate it doesn't work out.
I think, if I'm being honest as well, I think he was waiting to get flashed in by Cabby. So I think he was waiting with this, like, it'd be interesting to rewatch that round. So, man, that is really unfortunate. Lucky up here, boosted, and it is very interesting to see Schwei make that peek at all without the flashbang from a teammate in the middle. Don't really normally see that. They'll get the kill in lower dark, but after all of that, it's a 3 versus 3. Smoke for the cross right now, so just try and sell the idea that it might be coming, but Sashi should know that, at least in a couple of seconds, I know nobody's out long. It's going to be catwalk again. Nice timing on the... It's actually CT smoke in the middle that helps them to not be spotted, so that's a bit awkward.
He's moving forward in towards mid. He needs to double back in towards CT, and he's still here. All of this is sort of looming on the AWP. They don't actually even need to peek it, in all honesty. Flashbang will bound round. They are going to peek it, though. That's a bit of a risk. Let's get this bomb down first, and then we can make those decisions. 3 versus 3, and it's a bit of a move. Double CT push here. This swing is everything. 1 for 1. And a trade out from Xantus huge. They know where the last guy is. They do not need to peek him.
Yeah, they don't. You can see he's trying to see if he can bait something out here, but God, he's going to hit him. Even if it looked like Lucky was kind of halfway around the corner already. He's 14-4 right now. And playing just excellent Counter-Strike. And Nemiga, really great work so far. Up to 8. Looking to take 9 if they can at the end of the half here. I mean, again, this was like one of the more winnable rounds. And with these little pushes here coming in from Vortex, this is... I actually think that's what you need to do. Unfortunately, they're just losing these 3v3s and 2v2s, right?
Yeah, it is true. It's just those things where it's the XVX rounds where they're so kind of level in a sense. Unfortunately for Sashi, they just never go in their way. Every bit of momentum that could be going in favor of Amiga is. It's as simple as that. Cabby makes a move in towards mid. This is so risky. The AWP was just training around that corner, but let's get out. It's a good thing that he does get out as well, because they're already down to 4. We still haven't even taken a point of damage over towards Amiga.
And it's back into your classic long push. When you get the spawn for it, sometimes you just might as well do it. And there's so little to lose here. Sure, they're kind of losing the rest of the map, Nemiga, but just nobody cares about that anymore. So even worse for Sashi, right? Like, one of the ways to defeat these kind of long pushes is if you have enough utility to, you know, flash and blow open the smoke. So they have no utility. They've got 1 HE on all tech. So maybe if he can get all the way over here, he's in lower dark at the moment, but if he could get here and maybe blow open one of those cross smokes, then it could be fun. But also Nemiga, like, look at him. They're just, you know, they're smoking long, then they're waiting. Then now they're re-smoking it because they're, you know, they're baiting out any utility that might be left every time they do it. They're gonna know now there isn't really any utility left. Flashbang is absolutely great here. Cabby still gets the 1 kill.
Oh,
look at the follow-up. It's so good.
still very doable. Swai. Xanta's first 2 are really crisp, and Swai, another brilliant run for him. What a half from the Amiga. One-sided as it goes. No real competition here. Yes, some of these rounds have felt a little bit close, but in terms of the round deficit, the Sashi now have to recover in this second half. I don't know if it's actually genuinely possible. Nemiga on their map pick Dust 2 just sort of look unstoppable. They've been rolling through these rounds, not pulling any punches, and I've put Sashi in a really awkward spot. We know this map number 2 is a little bit of a punish pick for Nemiga, but still, they are just looking so crisp mechanically that Sashi just can't compete. And this is something that we touched on in the pre-show with the addition of Xiphon in towards this team. It does feel like a bit of an injection of firepower, which is required, and you can see why this firepower feels like it's a little lackluster towards Sashi.
Yeah.
The protocols in the rounds aren't bad. They just cannot win the head-to-heads.
I think there's a non-zero chance here that Sashi could do the same on their own T side, but, you know, if they don't win the pistol, they might not even get the weapons for it. Oh, what's this push-up in the upper dark? Look at this from Nemiga's side. They've actually got a man trailing Sashi at the moment. Is he going to be ready, though? Did he fire a gun? Yeah, so they know that he's here. He fired 2 bullets and didn't get the kill. So at least there's a little bit of panic maybe on Sashi. Nice swing from Khan. My God, he's sharp right now. Iceberg trying to see if he can take anyone down here at the long position. And they're going to run and gun with the Glocks out. It's not a bad idea. The bomb should at least be planted here. And that's kind of half the battle already won from Sashi. Nice shot from Cypher. Can he do it again? And he can! Takes down Risky Bob. Leah and Khan left in a 2 versus 4 that they should have no business retaking this side. They do have the kit, so I will say, if they do sneak up there, there is a chance to put on a little bit of pressure. But Sashi, they should make themselves hard to find. Dig themselves deep back into the bomb site here and just never really peek until you hear that defuse being tapped. Flash comes out. Okay, it's a wide swing, and it's going to work anyway. All right, fair play.
Good work. Good work there as well. I mean, that late flank was looming anyway, so I don't think there was going to be really a chance, but I think in the end, I like that from Sashi. I think you're right? There is that sort of non-zero chance that Sashi could do the exact same thing and really roll in towards the T side does too. And that's been the thing, right? I think a lot of teams have been struggling on CT side to build up at least consistency and consecutive rounds that Sashi do have a chance to sort of pug their way back into this a little bit, play a bit of scrappy Counter-Strike and sort of put that pressure back on towards Nemiga. It's a 5-stack over towards B is where Nemiga are going to head. with just the USPs. No investment. You don't have your one flash that you normally ask for, Anders, so they're just going to be taking these fights raw. Ultex could get a lot of kills there. Not really a lot of money because the Galil, but stats which he'll take every day of the week. And they start rolling through. Only 2 in all fairness. And they might even just keep hold of the Galil.
Yeah, in some sense, why not? Pretty nice weapon. I like it from the Amiga. Again, I'm if you guys have noticed, I'm for anything that'll sort of shake up some of the normal rounds.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, stack a bomb site, see what happens.
Lucky holding for any late flank towards Long, and he's brewing, at least just a little bit. Well, this looks more like for exit plays, which I don't think are going to be all too problematic. Dakalil just stays alive for Khan. They don't need it, as they will have a buy-in towards the next round, but it's a nice thing to have just in terms of, all right, we've got one less thing to reinvest into, right? And the Galil, I don't know, I think it's super strong these days, especially with 35 bullets in the mag. I think it's really strong. You have a look at the USB. Oh, yeah. Don't give the money to the Mac 10. He can't help it. He does. But another kill gets found. So at least another reinvestment. 2 kills in a nothing invested round. That's not terrible for Amiga. They don't mind.
No, I don't think so. I think, again, with the kind of lead that they have right now, they're gonna be able to take a deep breath and just kind of look into the future. But again, I'm gonna challenge them with the same question as I do every team that plays the CT side right now: is do they have some kind of interesting plan here for how to, stop Sashi from just doing their defaults, right? Because that is the number one question right now. Some nice grenades out long. Cabby is still going to try and take the fight. There's actually 3 people out on long at the start here for Amiga, so they wanted to be ready in case the Sashi team got the spawn for it, but the Danes are in middle right now, and we'll see how far they go if they want to go straight for it. They don't have catwalk control at the moment, Sashi, which is typically what you want to try and do. All right, there's the Molotov to kind of at least pretend, but they're not actually going to go and throw the second Molotov for the real catwalk position. They're just going to be fast out middle, which in itself could kind of catch an Amiga off guard. Like, they're skipping one step in the catwalk control to be here a little bit faster. Khan is really walking into it. He is dangerous, and he will go down. And with him, I mean, again, unless Leaf gets like triple kill, this round is over.
Bam, through the smoke, trying to find. Push through from mid, but yeah, this round is done. It's towards B, no one's here. I think we just full safe for the Amiga. Don't even give this a look in. Even just one more kill as well for Sashi can actually be really uncomfortable. And they're going to leave Zypher on the lurk here as well. So this could be potentially quite problematic. Lear is low. So him in particular does need to be a little careful. We're not giving this a go, but we're still fighting. And Zwei will go down. Thankfully, Risky Bob will trade. Don't lose anymore. If 3 stay alive, we can rebuy. If it goes out to 2, though, that's where things get a little funky.
Yeah, I agree. Like, that is definitely a challenge if they end up dropping any more. Fortunately, the round was just over very quickly. But I do I actually think Sashi throwing only the one Molotov of the catwalk is sort of a subtle invitation for Amiga to go and investigate more, because they must have been noticing too. They only throw. Oh no, Santa wanted the AWP and he dies instead. That's brutal. So they do lose a 3rd player.
Yeah, that's awkward. And now when we look at this, if you have 3 alive, you can rebuy 2. It's a debate about the reinvestment. Somebody's got to take a hit, or they just have lesser utility. It looks like they're going to go option 2. It's okay for the most part. It's just Zwei and Lear only on 2 pieces themselves. But for the most part, we've at least salvaged a little bit for Amiga. But Sashi are very rapidly getting back in towards this game. And that's MR12 in a nutshell. Even with a 9-3 half, you had a few rounds early in the half, and it's seriously close. It puts a lot of pressure on these gun rounds now for Amiga, which, if we're being completely frank, Anders, they're not actually doing anything that's given us a lot of hope. So,
not yet.
They've been pretty lackluster, and in the same vein that Sashi's were as well. So, I think this game might have an interesting ending.
This is going to be different, right? Like, that now they are, just as we criticize it. They smoke it off. They got 3 people on the catwalk. Again, they're going to try and presumably flash and grenade their way through. They might even blow open the smoke themselves just to try and find somebody here. So I really like this. This is again, creative thinking. Okay, it's going to be the boost instead to look over the smoke. I applaud all of this. We'll see if it works out for them. They're going to be waiting around. We'll see Okay, just a straight peek with no utility, and it's enough to take down Iceberg. They've got Siphon as well, and the push continues. Dangerous now. You're already in the 5 versus 3. I don't know why they're doing it. You pretty much won the round. Nemiga, no.
Oh, I think it's those sort of moments where you look at it and say, that's where you're a bit of a young team and you're prone to the mistakes. Oltek's trying to get out, and he will just drop a smoke. He might even stick up around it for now, but this round's done. It should have been a 1 round for Nemiga, and you let it slip because you just want to fight. And we know they're mechanically skilled, but we touched this a little bit earlier. While Sashi may lack comparatively in terms of the head-to-heads and the mechanics, their game plan is always so strong, and that's a guarantee. If Iceberg as a caller, Hunden as a coach, the setups you're going to have are going to be incredibly solid, and your defaults are going to be very, very effective. And I think Nemiga have just found out why. There's no need to fight there, and it's thrown away what should have been a 10th round for them, and allowed Sashi oh so close, and this could get really dicey at the end. I mean, this is probably a guaranteed kill for Oltex here, and it will.
I feel like such an asshole myself, because, you know, like, I'm asking them to do these things, and then as soon as they do it a little bit too much, I'm like, no, that's also bad, you know? It's like, you know,
yeah.
But this is the truth. Like, this is the hard line to find in the game. It's like, do you take the risk at the start to peek catwalk and get even 1 kill, but 2 is amazing. Yes, that's really sick, but the next risk that you're taking, which is pushing forward again, suddenly the risk-reward just makes no sense whatsoever. Like, the reward is, maybe you take a round that's like 85% won, and you turn it into a 90%, so you get like 5% more in terms of you winning the round. But the downside is, you lose the round instead entirely, because you walk into a corner that you weren't controlling. So, yeah, it's just, after the first couple of kills, I would have taken even one of them. But still, I'm going to write this, like, again, in my mind. I'm keeping a little book in somewhere in there where I'm trying to, like, look for all the CT type executes that you can do to offset the T side. And I think this was a good one. This is one of those ones where, you know, you like to see it. They had a couple of different ideas. Yeah. Got to do it more.
Agreed. 2-round game. This is really looking spicy now. Molotov going to come down to stop a push out, and a flashbang behind it. Nade to bank round. Cabby will get tagged up by it, but he gets a kill before he falls. That's important. But just an AK and a FAMAS as the premium guns in towards this one, left alive. Spam gets very, very close, and they're going to break open that smoke. This 5-7 even could be the difference maker. 5-7 to the right hands. Look what we're getting. Lear and Risky Bob have given themselves a chance here. Iceberg will get in towards the site, but it's still weird. He falls down and gets that kill falling.
And the bomb is out here. It's on the wrong side of the wall.
Yeah.
So technically, Nemiga are in control of the bomb right now. That's super awkward. We'll see if there's a way for them to make their way back. They've got a couple of flashbangs, but, like, the truth is, this could be a lost round for Sashi, in spite of being up against very limited weapons. But you're right, like, blowing open the smoke at the right time, and obviously the 5-7s just... We love to sing their praises. I don't think we're telling people anything new, though. Like, everybody kind of knows the 5-7 is really, really good. But still, it's a joy to watch it. Oltek's going to go down, no question about it. He was not ready for that angle. Now that swinging looks a bit desperate. I'm not even sure about the timing there. I just feel like that could have been coordinated better. And the setup here is just, it's unbeatable. I don't know how they bring this one home. Molotov. Oh, is it going to spread? It will.
Oh,
Cabby.
no.
That's how you beat it. Now in a 1 versus 1. Famas on the other side, and all he has to do is wait, apparently. A lot of damage. Picks up another rake here and takes him down with a wallbang. Cabby with a quad kill in the 1 versus 3 clutch. That is a sickening way to win that round.
There's 2 ways to look at that round. Realistically, in a 5 versus 4 in favor of Sashi with only 2 guns, one of which being a FAMAS, that round never should have had something behind it. But then it's the flip side. It's a 1v3 that you let slip because you just allow him to isolate. There was no playing off each other. There was no crossfires here. The bomb is dropped. That is a mistake. No 2 ways about it. And I think that, you know, looking back on it too, we have to really critique a lot there over towards Nemiga. And I think it comes back to a similar round earlier in that 5 versus 3. That's twice now in very, very winnable situations. You know, 90% chances you should be winning those rounds, and you let them slip because you're fighting on your own. It's twice as happened to them. You can tell. It feels like they just need a little bit more of an experienced voice to rein them in. It feels like the calling is so loose that they're not being told to slow down or to stop. It's always hold W, always fight, which obviously sometimes can really work and be super effective, but now they are being punished consistently for it. And this is probably where Sashi on the flip side are actually saying, right, guys, this is what they're doing. We actually, and, you know, Iceberg being an experienced caller, at least domestically, are saying, right, guys, slow it down. We can actually punish them because they're not playing together.
Out middle again. Another B split here. One good kill should be enough, but there is a guy in CT spawn looking to try and see if he can make his way through. Unfortunately, he's going to get punished as well. I like the idea from Shry. He was essentially hiding inside of the smoke, but it doesn't work out. By the way, the first kill of the round here that goes to Iceberg is set up by Cabby peeking long and realizing there's two players out there. So when Cabby sees two players at long, Iceberg takes control of Catwalk, and he knows that those long players are going to fall back, and they weren't ready for him. So good communication between Cabby and Iceberg. That's really sick to see. Just like small details to set up the start of the round there. And then obviously the B split afterwards is just fine.
Well, Xanta, it's about this slight recovery of keeping the AWP alive, which it looks like he's going to be allowed to do so. He's so far away. But even still, all tied square. 6 in a row from Sashi on this T side. And we thought Nemiga were putting up a bit of a showing. And they're the ones setting the tempo of these rounds. But Sashi have one-upped them here big time. I'm so surprised that we haven't seen Nemiga at some point just call for a pause here. At least in these last 4 rounds. Tack pause, slow it down, converse a little bit. Yeah. This doesn't seem to be, for some reason, something they do a lot, right? And this is actually pretty consistent. Fox, the coach, over towards Nemiga, he very often just lets these rounds play out, win or lose, and just lets the kind of momentum do its thing, which obviously we can see now is very much negatively working against them.
Yeah,
wow. I'm spotted here.
Oh, it's a rare showing of the CCT-related. I hate this gun so much. I hate when I'm up against it. I hate using it. I don't ever use it. But some people can. Nicely done. And again, an aggressive move. Look at... I don't even feel like what I'm saying is particularly insightful. I'm just saying that sometimes you have to be a little bit more aggressive on the CT side. And every time they try and do it, like, they don't always win the rounds, but they get into much more likely chances to win them than when they're just doing their default. So 4 versus 3. Schweip up here in the window, going to be powering through. He actually will get the kill, and yeah, even with the bomb plant, they're going to be able to get that defuse, no problem. Wow, Nemiga coming away with a very unlikely round and even stealing an AWP.
Yeah. I mean, for Nemiga, is that going to be enough to probably reignite this CT side? I still feel doubtful. It's just a spot at the moment where, at least until we get a little bit of like slow consistency showing that the ideas are formulated well. I mean, yes, a round out of nowhere is great, and it really can flip momentum on its head, but it doesn't put that much pressure on the Sashi just yet. Still a 1-round game, still money for that buy-in. I think they'll have this sort of understanding, and this will be something they're talking about now, which is, all right, that was a slip-up from us. We go again. We have been the better side this half. We can close it out in regulation the way we've been playing. Forget about it, move on. We can clean up those errors on a later day and see why it went wrong. But now, though, just go back to what we've been doing. This default has been working. In the gun rounds, there's only been one team in this game.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if Sashi are going to try and even do their defaults even slower. I say that they are kind of already here. And here's the normal kind of Molotovs. Again, we saw Nemiga for the first half throw the exact same grenade. So very much a bit of a protocol. Nemiga are actually cheating a player over towards the B bomb site. Oh, if they get Cabby here, that's disastrous. Well played from Xanta, though. Again, these little excursions, like a little, you know, here and there, it doesn't have to be much. It can go such a long way. We'll see if this is enough for Nemiga to win the round, but they've put themselves in a very nice position already. Smoke to CT spawn. Again, nobody knows what that means anymore. It used to be synonymous with, like, oh, we're doing a B split, and, you know, that's just not the case anymore. It could be for literally anything. So, instead, it looks like it's going to be A through long, so I don't know. Still, Sashi can win this round, no question about it. 30 seconds left on the clock, though. They've got to be quick.
Yeah, time is ticking. We've got to move. They feel very indecisive here, Sashi. This bomb is going to be heading towards the A site because they have to. There's no time to rotate over towards B. There's 2 players here to meet them.
Guys, they've lost the round. It's
Yeah.
over.
There's no way. 10 seconds. We've got to go.
It's not gonna
They are
happen.
exposed here, but as long as the ramp player stays
matter.
alive. Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah. The bomb can't
Even
make
with
it.
I think even
What are we
Nitro-
doing? What are we doing?
Well, I think there was a Molotov thrown out there at some point, or maybe it was a smoke. I'm not really sure, but like, there definitely was a nade tossed into the longhouse. But that's rough, man. That's a rough, because you're not wrong. Like, they had the ability to win the round. Like, they had an isolated 2 versus 4 at the A bomb site. That's sick. Like, you probably, even if you trade fairly, you still end up in a 2v2 with the bomb down, right? So, like, the math is mathing super hard on that one, but
Yeah.
but unfortunately, they forgot to look at the clock. It happens.
I've been heralding the calling over towards Iceberg, but I think in any way as the IGR, you have to put a little blame on his shoulders there. He should be the one clock watching more than anybody else. That's tough. Yeah. They had 11 seconds when they get out a door. Yeah, even knife out, I don't think you can make that.
Yeah, it's been a while since I started running around on maps. I feel like I used to have a strong sense of every single sort of like A to B point, running with knife, but yeah, I doubt it as well. Okay, that's a way to get started. Lucky's taking on Santa. Nade on Iceberg. That nade sometimes now at a like tier 1 level, we see actually people peek behind the nade. So instead of a flash or anything else to set it up, they just peek through the debris of the HE, and it can be very hard to deal with. So Iceberg's fine though. Just hanging around here. Bit risky. Oh, the timing is absurd. But quick reactions. He'll put out the incendiary. Hoping to catch Schwai if he peeks on through. He does, and Iceberg will react in time. That's super sick. Now it's down to Risky Bob. Alone, but essentially against everybody out here. But he's done a fine job to begin with. Leah's going to take down a kill. Now the grenades are going to be raining through. It's a 3v3. And as we love to say, retaking the B-bombs, that's not that easy.
This B site as well, statistically the harder site to retake, and we're going to see it now. That's not going to help. Leah goes down. Orb of Lucky wanting more. Missed shot, but given chance to fall back. Oh my god, it's a bit of a cat and mouse game in towards tunnels, but I just don't think it's even worthwhile here for Calm. Or Risky Bob. Just keep hold of what we've got. You've got to give up this 10 to Sashi. Time too far gone. And off the back of it, bad round previously due to, just a human error, I guess. This one, much better. They are hunted at the end, though, so it's expensive nonetheless. But Lucky can stay alive in the site. No sponge seething at the site, but unfortunately that is just how things are. Oh, hang on. They're going to hunt. Oh my god, swing it. No, they don't commit to the fight. They do. Oh, Lucky gets caught at the end. What is this game, man? Carnage.
Nice.
All the way right down to the final second. But a round won by Sashi. Everyone dies, but all they care about is the round one. However, because everyone dies, no AWP, I'm pretty sure. I think the most they had was like 4.6. So, I didn't realize how good that shot was. Wow.
Yeah, I didn't realize either, but that is sickening. Khan has been... He's been the real player here on Namiga. Without him, I mean, they might have lost this map already. He's 22 and 10. That's completely absurd. Well played.
They do have an AWP, but Cabby has to go in towards a Galil. Same with Iceberg. A double AK, double Galil, AWP by. This is the time. If Namiga find this round, they win the map. If Sashi find it, though, they put a lot of pressure on where they could actually get up to Moore's map point. This is a huge swing round. Because economy on both sides is so limited. This is the round that basically is a 2-for-1 special.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. That's a good way to summarize it. Okay. Look at how slow they're playing it, Sashi. This makes so much sense to me because Namiga have already proven they like being aggressive in the beginning, and the answer to it, fortunately, from a viewership point of view, is to slow it down. That way, Namiga, when they use their pop flashes to the middle or the catwalk or anything else, you're not anywhere near. So, yeah, I think in the previous round, Iceberg had already taken control of catwalk by like a minute and 25 or something. And you could see 10 seconds later, all right, he's out the middle, but it might partly be because of the push out long where they do get the kill. So even if Sashi played it slow, and the whole point of playing it slow was to be ready, they still get caught off guard, and that's got to be really frustrating. I think actually Sashi's read of the situation here is really good. They understand that this is how Nemiga want to try and win the map by simply throwing in a bit of aggression at the right time, like a little bit earlier in the rounds, and then get a man advantage. But still, they end up falling just a bit short here. Molotov into the corner. There's 3 people towards this B or mid position, and they see the gun barrel showing. Schwei, he's just putting him on notice, saying, Iceberg, you're called out here. He still finds the headshot.
Wow.
I don't know how. The flank is coming in. Now the battle is everywhere. 2 versus 3. Bit of a spray for the middle here. Oltex, he's taking the control of the site, but the bomb is not there yet, so he's going to have to hold it, and they're both practically dead already now.
Yeah.
This is a wild round.
Look at the HP. 13 HP between 2 players. This has got to be done. Risky Bob. Swing and a find. Oh, that's it. That's got to be the round, surely. 10 seconds. 1v2. 11 points of HP. He has to stick it. He's going to try and tap, but he will go down. Oh, for an Amiga. That is such a big round to take. Absolutely huge. Because of the no bomb plant as well. Look at the cash towards Sashi. They can't even get in towards a Galil with armor. The best they can do is pistols and half armor. That is as bad as it gets for the Danes here in what is most likely the final round of this map. They did so well to come back in towards this T side, but they've fallen flat financially when it matters absolutely most. And we've got 4 Deagles, 1 Tech 9, and 1 head armor to work with, a half armor along the rest. This should be impossible to win.
Yeah, it really should be. And man, Sashi, Enemy, they've actually in their own ways, they both played like a really interesting Dust 2. Like they've shown some real promise here, but you know, Nemiga probably could have won this even earlier if they hadn't given up some of the easier rounds where they actually did get the advantage. Sashi, I think they could have done even better too. Like, this is actually a really, really cool map of Dust 2 in general. But it will be Nemiga to walk away with a victory. Khan with 24 and 10. That's really, really awesome. I thought that was a really good game. Like, there were some mistakes, there were some screw-ups, but in general, in terms of just raw philosophy, I think they had a really good understanding, both teams, of how to play the map. So that's really sick, actually.
Yeah, super fun game to watch, in all fairness. Both sides struggling a little bit on that CT side, showing actually some stellar moments on the T side. That 6-round streak from Sashi was great, but it was that one round with the CZ getting the opening kill and AK scooped up and it all falls flat, which it gave Nemiga a lifeline. And they capitalized upon it. Credit to them, 13-10 on their map pick. They needed that for this series. And for Sashi, they'll be reeling because they'll just look back and say, man, if we were just a little bit better in our first half, we genuinely could have taken that. But for now, we're going to throw this one over towards Alan to break down what a wild map we've just seen.
Certainly was an absolute corker towards the end. I thought Nemiga, all in all, did play a fabulous map despite a few hurdles. Let's reflect on the first half. That was 9-3 for Nemiga. That's the half where they lost pistol. They lost second round, and they still managed to get 9 of that half. Only the 1 gun round lost from that point forward. So just from that perspective, obviously they're doing a lot of things right. I think they came into this map with a fairly defined plan to hit B and exploit B. Ultex and Zyphon were the B players, and they were having a really rough time at the start of that first half. There were a few rounds where they caught out of position. There was a round where Sashi were leaning 4A, and Nemiga made a good call to split B, and you only got 1 player up against you unless they get a lot of frags out of CT as you try and wrap the site. It's going to be impossible for that sole B player. So some nice calls from that perspective. They had a nice B pop as well that went well for them. I thought all in all, Nemiga ran a lot of good executes. They've clearly got some clean rounds, clearly got some nice set plays. But perhaps Sashi, throughout a lot of that first half, gave them the opportunities to run the rounds they wanted. Nemiga were very rarely frags during their defaults. They're very rarely put into a 4-on-5 or a 3-on-5 situation, or even disrupted in the way they wanted to play. The number of rounds where they just get mid and short and then have their way to call what they wanted was a little bit too much for my liking. Sashi's CT side to me was quite boring, for lack of a better word. I think it's fairly obvious that this maybe is one of their less well-versed maps as a team, because on other maps, we know they have more options. We know they can go for more aggressions. We know they can run different setups. But if they have them, in this map, they didn't feel confident to run them. And for whatever reason, they played very passive. They did go double AWP at one point, but it didn't make a massive difference because Khan was just winning them so many afterplants for Nemiga that even in the situations where Sashi were getting in a good position, Khan was just an absolute monster. Had a couple massive rounds, a couple massive afterplants, and add those things together, and that's how you end up with a 9-3 half. Now, obviously going to the second, pretty different story. Sashi won the first 6 rounds of their second half, but I think it was quite different from the way the first half played out. It wasn't just a total role reversal. I think Nemiga were proactive. I think they were trying to get aggressive. I think they were trying to make moves. They had one round, very similar to Sashi, where they called 4A and got it wrong. But outside of that, they ran their aggressions. Sometimes it did work, sometimes it didn't work. But I do like the philosophy they brought to that CT side. I think they had 2 rounds, which really fell away from them. They had a 5-on-3, where they were like crunching mid from catwalk. And then they just got a little bit overzealous. I think 8 out of 10 times it probably would have still worked. They would have still won the round. But this was the freak scenario where the remaining Sashi players were able to punish the aggression. And then obviously they had a little bit later, they had kind of a half-buy round that somehow ended up in a 3-on-1 against Cabby. And Cabby saved Sashi and pushed that game a little bit deeper. But I think towards the very end of the half, it kind of regressed to the norm. Nemiga did win more of their rounds. There were fewer mistakes. Some bigger individual plays to get them over the line. So I think, as Anders said, it was a close map. It looked a little bit shaky towards the end. But outside of a few small scenarios, I think Nemiga looked brilliant. And the other thing about this team is they are so damn dangerous on the low buys, on the force buys, on the half buys, that no round is really a guarantee against them. So they make it incredibly difficult. It's so hard to get money against them and build up any consistency. So, yeah, Nemiga played a brilliant first map. Definitely well-deserved. Next up will be Inferno. That's a map where Nemiga is yet to win it this year so far. They played it 6 times. So we're not going to hold out the highest of hopes. We definitely still feel like this will be a 3-map series. And if you're Sashi, you shouldn't be too despondent. That first half just gave us way too much to do in the first. So second map, it's an okay map for you. You certainly know it was a huge punish pick onto Nemiga. So play your standard Counter-Strike there. Punish the mistakes maybe you've seen in the Nemiga games. And definitely we can still head to a third map. Either way, Dust 2 wrapped up. Quick break for us, and we're back. We'll get into Inferno. We'll see you then. Welcome back. Map 2 underway. And we got the tunes going.
Yeah, we do. What's up, guys? How's everyone doing? You know, occupied with the piano. How's everybody?
What a time to be alive. Surprising as ever, Anders. You're catching us off guard in new ways, even after all these years. Right.
Yeah, you know, you got to learn some new skills, you know, throughout life, you know, so even if it's, you know, if you get a bit older, you know, it's still fun to learn some new shit. So,
old dog, new tricks. We know the
yeah, exactly.
We know the mantra.
Exactly.
Second map is Inferno. Sashi have won some games on this map. Nemiga have not won any games on this map.
Yeah.
Guys, we're still going 3 maps, right?
I mean, it should do, right? Especially because, like, some of the losses that we've been picking up as well, they're not great, if we're being completely honest. Like, losses to, like, Metasport. And granted, I think Metasport look better than they had all of last year, but even still, that's a little rough. Veto as well, I don't rate that side that highly. Pyrovision, I could give them a little bit of a let off there as well. And then before that, earlier in Bounty against Furia, fair play. But, you know, there's some decent teams that are dotted in there. We're looking at Mouse, Cloud9, Furia, Pyrovision, but it's losses to Veto and Metasport that do worry me more so than anything, really. And I think, in particular, I was casting that, you know, what I at least saw that kind of Nemiga Metasport game. It was not pretty from Nemiga. I think as much as Metasport played badly, Nemiga just played worse. So yeah, I think for me, from what I've seen of them recently, this should be going 3 maps sort of every day of the week.
We're nervous. We're nervous for Nemiga, but it's got to be said, Anders. They had some punchy moments on map 1. They have nothing to lose here. Jules, they can certainly make Sashi uncomfortable, even though it's not a map that, you know, Nemiga's as well versed on.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that is probably how if they do win this tour, it's going to be down to the individuals. Like, and you're right, some of them look really scary. So I mean, I wouldn't rule it out, but if I had to take a guess, I would say it's probably going to be a third map. Again, I think Sashi's understanding of that first map was actually really good. They lost a couple of critical rounds, and that was it.
Yeah, I think it was also, I'm pretty sure during Sashi's big runs last year, Inferno was like a linchpin during the making big events or whatever, having a good spree towards kind of April, May of last year. So we certainly come into this thinking, you know, they're in a good position. Is there any players on Sashi Neo that maybe you didn't see a lot of on map 1 that you feel like have more to give?
I mean, I think probably arguably everybody, they only had one player go positive towards Sashi, which was lucky. Everybody else went negative in terms of their KD. And, in particular, I think Zyphon's probably the main name that we've got to kind of put to the forefront here. 10 and 16, he went 0.61 rating. I mean, it's a really bad performance from a guy that we built up in quite a big way of saying how important he's going to be for Sashi's success in towards 2025. This move for them feels like an injection of firepower that they sort of desperately have needed for a while. And unfortunately, we got anything but firepower from him. He really struggled to get going. They need him on Inferno.
Certainly do. Sounds like game is underway soon, lads. Let's hope for a third map and for some Danish domination, Anders. That's what we want.
We're going to find out. Thank you, Alan. Let's get into this one. Sashi versus Nemiga here on CCT. We've got a whole day of matches for you guys. You won't be bored at all. We're going to be going through some Counter-Strike and learning some new tricks, perhaps, along the way. We're on Inferno now. It's Nemiga starting on the T side. It's Sashi on the CT side. And already I'm seeing no kit, but there is a grenade and a flash. They've already been thrown. Oh, my God. They absolutely murdered Khan. The evidence is right there.
Poor guy. He just wanted to go and see what was going on in towards Bernarda, and instead, now finds himself 6 feet under immediately. He was really impressive, map number 1, so super excited to see if he can keep up this form. The good thing about Nemiga, where we talk about this being, a 6-map losing streak, the loss streak's got to stop at some point, right? You'd hope, at least. And Inferno feels like a decent map where maybe you can do that. It's quite puggy, it's quite simple, in the same vein as Mirage. All it takes is 1 or 2 players to pop off, and we could have Sashi feeling a bit of pressure.
I don't even know. Did they hit him with a shot, or did they double nade him? Like, did I just miss one of the HEs? Did they throw it before I even looked at it? I'm so confused about how he died so quickly. But regardless, good rotation coming in from the Danish side. They know what's coming, and an even better kill here. Cabby goes down, but again, there are 2 more players near the bomb side because they rotate so fast. And Siphon with the lineup. He's executed not but 1 or 2 but 3 at the end. Takes down Lear. That is very, very sick. Here we go. Yeah, what? I'm still only seeing 1 kill on the replay, like 1 HE on the replay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they tagged him as well as the nades hitting him as well. But yeah, I think, for Zyphon, we've just brought him up. A pretty bad map number 1 without a doubt, lowest rate of play in the server. And, we really do need him online for Sashi, and he immediately makes his presence known. That is what we want to see. Showcase your level, your ability, and showcase that you can put a lot of pressure on towards this Nemiga side, especially on this CT, which both sides had their issues on, that is for sure. I think this map number 2 for me feels like, what is the recovery going to look like for this CT side? Are we going to be able to get a little bit of a cleaner first half out from Sashi? Obviously had the real woes, only getting 3 rounds.
This one should be a bit easier. Okay, on Dust 2, it was Iceberg, I think, with the USP. Now it's Cabby, but he's getting kills, so it's it goes a long time back for people to just buy nothing in the second round like this, and especially because with no bomb plant, you knew that Nemiga weren't going to have much of anything here. Wow.
All right. So
They might have almost preferred to die to the USP as opposed to, they might have thought if there was, an MP9 out there. So, okay. Oh, they do have the double nade. Okay, nice work production. That's sick. Okay, so that's how they did it. I just was so blind I couldn't see one of them, but that's really awesome. Thank you for finding that. That's just really cool to see. That's really nice. But yeah, anyway, the idea of only buying, of buying 4 rifles and 1 USB, it goes a long way back, but it's kind of fun to see it being tried again a bit more. Everyone has to test the economy sometimes and figure out if there's something that's, that you can get away with. So I like it.
Let's see. Lots of does get extinguished and Xanta in front of it. I was going to say, if he's half a second quicker there, he probably catches the cross back. He's got a very advanced spot here, and he doesn't need to move, is the main thing, but he's going to. Smoke will probably stop him in his tracks. At least for now, hey, Sashi side, that if they can win this bonus round, we sort of reinstill the ideas of this map not being too good for Nemiga. They're going to pull off from B. They're just going to leave Xanta there lurking behind those smokes, and the best thing he can do is just keep drawing attention, which he's doing, spamming through and keeping 2 players drawn over. Lucky. This is a shot you expect him to hit. Unless he gets smoked, that is... Oh my god, 1 crosses before that flash comes over. They do get out.
Got to be careful here. You can see Cabby's playing that anti-flash position, but we'll see if that's going to be quick enough. If Lucky misses the shot, then Cabby could just be dead. Oh, he won't miss it, though. That's super important. And now another flash around the corner here. They don't know about Cabby being up close. He should be able to get the kill, and he will. Risky Bob, you could see just a moment of panic there. And by the way, that's the bomb lost on that arch corner here for Nemiga. So maybe not the most ideal position to be in. You can maybe get it back by smoking, and that's what they're doing. But at the same time, 20 seconds left here now. This should be a done deal. And Sashi, they're going to really enjoy this.
Swipe, doubling back. Now with Xanta, I feel like they're just going to call this though. 5 seconds, of course, no time. And, I don't know, a really, really weird spot that Nemiga are in now. You have 2 players with AKs, but buying around it is really difficult as well. One thing we didn't see a lot of, basically at all, was Nemiga attack pauses when things were going bad. And you feel like in towards your next gun round, you wouldn't mind out from Nemiga. It's not been the opportune start, that's for sure, in sort of what we've seen thus far. And I think for where Sashi are at too, they're just rolling through it really comfortably. There's not a lot that we want or need to change here. So, tough times. For the C-side, and I don't know. I mean, we're already at a really weird spot. We've kind of got a little bit of an investment around this. It's not a good start. The Xanta's going to get caught. That's one of the guns down.
Yeah, it's going to give them so much confidence to work with at the beginning here. I mean, the truth is, right, there's only 2 kills in total on the Nemiga side here going into round number 4, and all else being equal, hard to talk about what Nemiga can or can't do when that's the case, you know. Sometimes you're going to need, like, you know, an opening kill. You're going to need something for the rest of your strategy to unfold behind, so... Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens if they can find a bit more of a breakthrough. This can actually be a very scary round. If Lucky somehow goes down here... Alright, he's so quick. That's a very nice flick, honestly. Risky Bob gonna try, and he will find the headshot. So, bomb planted. Sways all the way around the other side here. Don't think they've heard him, even if he made a bit of a drop there. They're gonna check anyway. Maybe they did. No, I don't think Siphon was checking, so... Cabby just doing a good job at actually making sure. Otherwise, they might have both been dead. And now it's a 2v1 with the bomb planted, and Risky Bob is just over here waiting. They're gonna try and group up, but, like, the time is running low already. They have kits, but... You've got to be careful here. They're really far away. By the time they get here, you could already hear that bomb is ticking faster and faster. Risky Bob, what could he do? No smoke to put up either. He's going to go for a peek, and now he's been revealed, but he gets a straight headshot, and Siphon in a lot of trouble here. Does get the kill to take down Risky Bob. Spins for the defuse, but he doesn't have time for it. Oh, that's an unforgivable loss here for the side of Sashi. They should have never been close to losing this round.
No. Not at all. You can see Nemiga are feeling so uncomfortable. Risky Bob does so well. Swings at the end towards Xiphon. He wasn't sure whether he got off that bomb. He didn't hear that step because he taps and immediately kind of gets the other kill at the same time. So in the carnage, Risky Bob does go for that peek, but no time for Xiphon. So Nemiga do get gifted a first there. We've seen a few of these rounds. Actually, primarily it's been the other way, where Nemiga have been gifting them over towards Sashi. This time, it's them who do get punished for it. But... in all, Nemiga will take anything. Still does have a bit of a dampener because of how expensive it was with Mac 10 and a couple of Galils that have to be brought to the table. So firepower-wise, Sashi are not by any means struggling. They're still thriving here. Same vein, this is a big swing round. If Nemiga are able to go 2 for 2, they should get a second behind it as well and tie this game 3 rounds apiece. If Sashi find it, we can get all the way up to a 5-1 scoreline, which is very difficult to recover from in this half specifically.
Yeah, definitely true. Siphon, though, I mean, we were criticizing him a bit on Dust 2, right? He was lacking. He's 8-0 right now, so that's at least something to think about. If he's going to be having a better game at the start, it could be that that's exactly what they need. Early grenades. Lucky just playing the corner here, hoping that they're going to peek it with no utility or anything like that. Could be. You can see the shoulder coming out. He could have had that kill, but not quite connecting. And honestly, if I hear that open the sight, I might be even more motivated to try and hunt it down. Like, enough flashbangs and Molotovs to go. Yeah, they're not going to slow down. I totally understand this from their point of view. They're thinking, one more missed shot, and we've got him. Shui's going to be going down, so Lucky gets that one, a jump around the corner, and it's really well played. And Nemiga, great killer instinct to make sure that they just put enough pressure on the AWP. I like it, but that's Iceberg getting away with a lot here.
It is a doable retake with how low Khan and Leah are here. All picked up by Risky Bob. Molotov down in towards Nubox. He'll get a kill before he goes. He's trying to get a second before he dies. And he still hasn't died just yet. Now finally goes down. Last man of Khan trying to buy time. But there's still about a third of the bomb here. It's just not enough. Zypher on the swing and he bails them out. There was a moment that could have gone in Amiga's favor. Especially the fact that there's 2 kills that get found with the AWP by Risky Bob. But just a numbers game alone. If Xanta doesn't die from the Iceberg spam, I'm 99% sure Amiga win that round. But not to be. That kill genuinely makes such a big difference. Because it leaves, you know, he was a player who had HP to work with and was just trying to move back over towards Nubox. Watching not to be. I think great work from him. 2 very important kills at tail end. Sashi will get a pretty commanding 3-round lead. And of course, as you mentioned, because that being a swing round, Amiga, even with a bomb plant, investments are tough to really sort of think of here. Khan's going to keep some money on deck so he can potentially have a T-side open towards this next round, but it will just be mainly pistols. Actually, I tell a lie. He's gone down below 2k, so maybe he's not keeping money on deck for it. He had about 3.8 or something, but it's a half bite that comes through, but a relatively solid investment, all things considered, with how much util Nemiga have brought.
Yeah, you're right. They do have a pretty large amount. I like that, though. When you got the Tech 9s, like, Inferno is just such a map for, you know, you get one good Tech 9 kill at top banana or top mid, and suddenly you've got a bomb plant, and, you know, if with enough grenades, you can make it happen. Siphon 10-0 right now, obviously clutching that last round for his team. I still think Nemiga had the right idea in putting pressure on Lucky and just trying to bully him at the back of the site there. Flashed on through, and it's an instant death for Iceberg. And Xanta was already pushed out by the barrels there, so gonna end up going down early on. That actually puts a lot of pressure on Sashi here, right? Like, what's the plan now? Do you go for the 3-1? Yeah, they will, and that's totally fine. But because there's so much time left, it's on Siphon to hold onto these grenades for a while so he doesn't use all of them too quickly. He's going to use both almost immediately to do the sort of the combo smoke Molotov there. He's going to go back and pick up a couple more, and that's okay. But again, if he runs low on grenades here, they have to rotate somebody closer to him. Otherwise, he's just alone against potentially 5 people. So, yeah, big challenge in this round to Sashi's defense.
Let's go quiet, though. Eerily. With a FAMAS to work with. This mid-peak is so risky. I don't think it was a worthwhile risk as well. 1-for-1 trades there still keep things beneficial for Nemiga.
Down to 30 seconds here. Putting a lot of speed behind this one. All techs being pressured quite a bit, and there's a guy in the apartments as well. They're trying to hunt it down. Giving up on the Pharmacia, using the Tech 9 instead. Xanta gets a kill. 20 seconds, and they'll find Lucky inside of the site. So this has just worked out absolutely brilliantly for Nemiga. They take some damage. It's a bit, it's a bit of a labored fight inside of the bomb site, but at the end of the day, they get the job done. And Sashi kind of, there are some rounds to look back on here, even early in the half, where you say, man, this could have been, maybe should have been a 6-0 lead for Sashi. Instead, it's a 4-2.
And probably now, not only just kind of a 4-2, probably a third behind it as well. Just judging by the fact that it's actually in a bit of a reeling spot. That's just how these early parts of the game work, especially when they're traded back and forth. Like this, it does make the finances a real point of contention. And something that Sashi now have to deal with. They've already used one timeout. I don't think this is probably the position you would call a second, at least for me. This next round, you can sort of just chalk it up. I'm looking at it now. Iceberg's actually in double eco. And same for Cabby. So Sashi might actually have to force buy here. Which, that itself is awkward. Yeah, so they're going to go for it. I don't actually think they have, they don't even get to really discuss it. They have to go for it. They're in double eco with 1.4 for Iceberg and Cabby. So it's one rifle to work with, double MP9 behind it, double 5.7. That's an unfortunate situation for Sashi. They would have loved to have just had like $200 more across the rest of the team. And it means that we could just buy nothing around this M4. and just wait and go back in towards the next with a full investment. However, this is now a force buying where if you lose this, Nemiga should tie the game up.
Yeah, there's so much on the line here. Straight HE to disrespect Lucky to say, you know what, we kind of know you're there. Interesting decision here for Sashi to go 1-5-7 at the top of mid on the A side, and then everybody else in the B bomb side. We'll see how this one plays out. I mean, there is a chance this could work brilliantly. Lucky gonna say, okay, they're throwing the smoke. Like, it's a good sign, guys. Molotovs are gonna be coming in next, and with this little boost in the back, I think Furia do this sometimes. It's not bad at all. Nice little spray down on the Santa. They're gonna know that there are people back here. Oh, the AWP still gets it, Khan. If he misses that shot, they're probably all dead. And they still might be here. Shuai getting a couple of important kills. And now they're hunting, and they'll find Iceberg. Straight through the smoke. Great work. But they can still lose it against the 5-7. There's one. Should be a quick double. Oh, it's taken too long. How does he live through the round? Shuai had no business coming out on top.
I can't believe that round doesn't get converted by Sashi. Everything was looking great for, a brief moment. He was so low as well. Zypher and Cabby do so well to give themselves a chance on that side. And that 2 versus 2, it's just so dicey. But Zwei, what a round from him in the end. I mean, he gets tagged twice before he finally gets that kill onto Ultex. It is, bated breath type stuff, but in the end, Amiga win a mammoth round there against that force bite. And it will mean that there's no reinvestment for Sashi. That tied game is looming. A Mach 10 goes swinging, bit of damage. I mean, a lot in all fairness to Xanta, but it should be an easy round to dismantle, and it's looking like it is. Right, good start for him, and these past few rounds have been great. He's trying to make sure he doesn't get USP'd, and he will. Ultex gets his revenge in the next round.
That's unfortunate. Awkward fight to be in. No backup nearby. But at the end of the day, bomb is being planted over at the B side. So, in spite of losing that fight, they're going to be absolutely fine with it. And as you prophesize now, it's going to be a 4-4 scoreline after losing that previous one. So, just, I must say, for Nemiga, again, we talked about, what it would take for them to win this in a 2-0, deny the third map here for Sashi. This is kind of how you do it, and honestly, some part of this, unfortunately, is also Sashi's own doing. I hate to say it, but it's kind of true.
I do think you're right. I think for Sashi, we could talk about just the decision-making in some of these rounds that have obviously ultimately been costly. Even that 1v1, just unfortunate, I think. It's a real coin flip with that Zwei versus Ultex in the 5-7, where we've seen so many of them go the other way. But, all in all that matters is what we've got right in front of us. A completely tied game at 4 rounds apiece. Now we go back into the bye, but the issue with it for Sashi is because they've lost a little bit of control in this game, a little bit of momentum. Nemiga obviously ramping up quite quickly on their T side, as they did as well in towards Dust 2. Is the problem being if Sashi come in towards this next round here and lose it, especially if nobody saves, they're back into a rut of form where it's full buy-in, failure to find success, eco, rinse, and repeat. And that's when Amiga can at least put up somewhere in the region of 7 rounds, maybe even 8 if things really go badly for Sashi and they completely lose control. This is the same thing that happened as well towards Dust 2, where the second the guns came into play for Amiga, they were so good at snowballing. And we are getting a real large kind of viewing of that once again here. Zwei, Risky Bob, both looking really solid and quite reliable. Fortunately for Zwei, that previous round, he just got USP'd, but for the most part, against other rifles, very confident, wants to fight. Now Khan's got the AWP as well. He's got the benefit of range. Nobody to challenge him with the AWP to the side. Obviously, primarily that would have been Lucky.
I mean, the way that Khan was swapping on Dust 2, I would give him the benefit of the doubt to say that he could probably work some magic on this map as well. It was really sick, but I mean, it is a different experience AWPing on Inferno, so can be kind of hard to get put into some good positions. This is obviously such a critical round here. If Sashi can't find a way to win this one, it's going to be a very weird first half for them. I mean, it kind of already is. I feel like some of the momentum they had early on, Symphony was 10-0, now he's 12-2, and that's great. But I mean, the truth is, if they keep losing rounds, who cares how many, like how good the KD is for Siphon, right? It's not really what it's about at the end of the day here. Now Iceberg's alone. Okay, if they straight push that smoke, I think they just win the round instantly. This is so risky right now. It's 4 people at the A bomb side, which is not that uncommon, but the rotation might be a little bit too late here. You can see Siphon's trying to get there. Gonna be a Molotov in as they cross. Oh, but the flash is not quite well enough timed. And Siphon actually did see the outline of somebody there. They're gonna get Iceberg instead. So it's still all worth it here. Bomb's gonna go down with 23 seconds on the clock, and they can't really go for the retake yet. They can't even really go for the boost. It's too obvious by now. This should be quite a hard round here for Sashi to win, but at the same time, they might feel like they have to try it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I feel like it's a gamble that's worth taking. They've already pulled off a retake like this before, so why not? And they come. Bomb halfway tick. They've got to go. First will fall of Leah. A bit of a slow game for him, struggling a little bit, but this setup is falling apart. Khan trying to reset, and he will. Oh, Khan, he might have just bailed them out. Time too far gone, I think. Tap on towards the bomb, but it's not going to be enough. Swing and a miss from Oltex. Khan, genuinely, I feel like he has single-handedly won that round for them. The setup's good, but those 2 shots are unbelievably important.
Yeah, huge plays coming out. Just, you know, in that corner. So hard to dig out of there. It's different if they have an incendiary that they can find a way to throw back there, but without it, it is pretty tough. Yeah, even with Siphon getting that first one, which you could even argue is, you know, it's a bit fortunate perhaps that could have gone the other way and they could have had, you know, nothing by the time that the bomb is planted, but yeah, Khan, great work. Sees the shadow, instantly takes him down, the second player there. And that is a 5-4 advantage now for Nemiga, and again, even worse, it's going to cost the economy here for Sashi. Now they can buy it, but they're going to be lacking utility.
Well, let's see. It's a tech pause. I'm trying to figure out who it is. Everyone's bought towards Sashi, so potentially Leah? No, his camera's there. He seems all right. Knife moving around, so maybe not Leah. We're waiting regardless. Of course, we had a cabbie drop out earlier. Even though they're on boot camp, his PC just decided to go kaput, which is so unfortunate. It's just luck of the draw. Everyone gets the boot camp, picks their PCs, and his is the one that just dies. It really do hate to see it.
Yeah, it happens. Hopefully this one is, you know, less serious. They're all on the server. That's a good start. We like that. We appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it's rough when you're in this kind of position, right? Iceberg in the previous round trying to play that B-bomb side alone and hoping to get the rotation down in time for somebody to come in, but Nemiga are pretty aggressive when they decide. Like, they're not, I'd say they're not reckless in how they're taking the B-bomb side right now, but they definitely have a strong sense of how the defense is going to be, and when they sense that slight weakness, you know, they just go for it. Like, they did it in the round where the AWP was there, and you would think the AWP isn't a weakness, but again, when you've got Mac 10s and you've got a lot of mobility, all it takes is like 1 or 2 missed shots, maybe even just 1, and that's it. Like, you're going to get wiped out. So they had a sense of it there, and this time they saw, all right, Iceberg is playing that corner. We feel like we can just, if we push him, he's going to have to fall back, and then we're ready to go.
That's it. Still on this pause. It's unfortunately a bit of a waiting game. See what it even is, but regardless, I'm hearing a bit of typing. Typing is generally a good sign, and yeah, there we go. Nice. Typing always seems to be a good sign.
Yeah.
Continues. But even still, Amiga. Oh, I cursed it. I'm so sorry. We're back.
Been cursed. Okay, well, yeah, I'm trying to think about, like, so they tried in the beginning, Sashi, a little bit more to push down towards Banana. I think eventually they got punished a bit more for it. It is something that I feel like a lot of teams right now are just not even doing at all. So it's cool to see, and obviously that there are some giant advantages to having that deep banana position on the CT side. Not least of which is that you can actually rotate through and help out top mid if you're really feeling brave. But yeah, if you fail that initial push, it punishes you a lot. So see if Sashi return to it in the next couple of rounds here. There's not that much left of the half, but if they do, maybe they could try and gain a bit of momentum there. But yeah, they pretty much need to make this a 7-5, I think.
I think you're right. We're back, though. We're live, finally. That course concluded. For now, it's a opportunity for Sashi to respond off the back of a little bit of a run of form for an Amiga. We spoke about this in, the earlier part where we were talking about an Amiga at about 2 rounds, saying, an Amiga get the guns out and they start spiraling and snowballing, they're very difficult to stop. And Sashi felt this in towards map number 1, and it does feel like the same thing is sort of brewing here. Bob set up for the spam. Wrong angle of it, unfortunately for him. Checking that close right. He was to check the close left, which is very rare, in all fairness. It would be a kill there for him.
A fairly slow beginning here, but same protocols really for Amiga, right? Take some control of the banana position, see if there's any kind of response for Sashi, right? Which could have been in the apps here. I mean, I think even though these two positions on the map are quite far disconnected, the banana position and the A apps, that's what Shui's looking for. He's hoping that someone's going to be walking around, rotating around based on the banana push. But now they're all back here. And honestly, Risky Bot being in this position is crazy. Whenever you see a T-side get this far without going noticed, it tells me something about the CTs really being in trouble, right? Because this is 1 kill away from losing the round. With the Molotov, there's the kill. Ultex, he's never going to be able to defeat this alone. Gets a couple of kills to begin with. He's still got 9 bullets left, and it's shocking that he even got that much damage off. Not bad at all. And I mean, maybe he's made it possible for a retake here, but still, the point remains. Having the T's that close without anybody knowing about it is just disastrous here.
Yeah.
Shui's pushing into the apartments. If he catches Iceberg here, yeah, that should be almost the end of the round here. Siphon crouching around outside, and what a shot! Takes him down. It's Cabby left to run with the M4, and it's Nemiga winning a 6th round.
Yeah, Nemiga looking really good now. This T side is rocking and rolling. We are seriously looking solid now, and they're going to make sure there's nothing gained for Sashi, nothing saved as Cabby gets caught. This is beautiful. Sashi are in a rut of form, and we've seen them struggle to get out of these. And here's where we're seeing it once again now. Tough predicament without a shadow of a doubt. And the worry is now for Sashi that it's that once again those CT side woes that plagued them on Dust 2. And if Nemiga are able to clean up a couple of their CT sides, this actually could be that 2-0 that we thought was unbelievably unlikely. Sashi still have the opportunity to make this a tied half. While it does feel unlikely, if they are able to get 5, like we said, a 7-5 in favor of Nemiga, at least that 5th round for Sashi takes a bit of weight off those shoulders.
Yeah, no question. I mean, you're building the story for how to make a comeback right now, so scrape together as much as you possibly can. Max 7 in play, that's not every day we get to see those. Some shots are coming through. I think Siphon's already been dropped fairly low. He was kind of the backup here for it. Oh. Actually, more than the backup. He's going to get the early kill. A grenade will get rid of him, and do they sense that Iceberg was up here is kind of the question. I don't know if they necessarily spotted him yet. I don't think he peeked that far around the corner, but they are going to be a lot more careful. Okay, now they know, for sure. Sounding off on that Max 7. Pushing them into Lucky, who again at a close range here with a pistol. We know how good it could be. Ultex on the other side is a bit of a crossfire, and there are no grenades thrown to break open the crossfire. So super risky. They will get the kill on Lucky, but still a 3 versus 3 here for Sashi. It's maybe not that bad. If they can get one more kill here, it might work out. Ultex dropping low, down to 4 bullets here. Hasn't got the reload in yet. It's so sick. He actually gets the headshot anyway. It's very well played, but it still might not be enough here. Surely Iceberg going to be dead, and he will be. So the first half going 7-5 in favor of Nemiga. That is just really overpowering.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that 5th...
Maybe not quite 7-5.
I'm going to say, yeah.
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was like, oh, they're losing.
You might be the prophet here. You might be able to predict it into existence, but generally, they would love that. You know, they would really love that if Sashi can get that 5th. Like we said, it just takes a lot of the weight off the shoulders, but so far, not super convincing from Sashi that makes you believe. Regardless of what weaponry they've had to play with, it's just not been the day out for them. Iceberg 1 and 9, Lucky 5 and 7. Lucky in particular is one that you want to see a little bit more out from. Sure, the rifle's looking good. Zypher's looking way better, but still, it's tough. Ultex up close. Down he goes, Risky Bob. He's so low, but he will take it all day. A kill and a Molotov towards Long. He stays alive.
That's crazy timing for Risky Bob to hit there. Oh, and they're going to get Siphon as well. I mean, obviously, they're going to go for the retake here, even though I was trying to sell you guys on the idea that the last round was the last one. It is this one. And, yeah, maybe not much of a profit after all. I said 7-5, but for Lucky and Cabby to retake the sites, I don't even know what would have to happen. They have so many grenades on the T side still. They would have to basically go and fight them. They would have to swing to fight for no real reason. If they just stay put back here, they should win it every single time. Deep flashbangs coming in there just to try and slow them down. It's another Molotov, which they can't even really do much about. If they smoke it, they're not going to be in any better position either. Lucky the last one left, and it's Khan to take him down. And Cabby as well for an 8-4 finish. So, really impressive first half here for Nemiga. And honestly, Sashi, I'm a bit surprised to see them, you know, not doing a better job. They had it lined up. Again, they could have had a 6-0 lead to this half, no problem. But they gave up a couple of rounds, and then Nemiga said, oh, cool. We're just going to bounce right back. And that was it. That was the last we saw of Sashi.
Yep, 7 rounds in a row as well, right at the end there. And it was 8 rounds out of the last 9. There was only just that 1 round in between. So basically, when you look at it, Sashi won, you know, the pistol, the force pipe behind it, the first gun round, and then they got another defuse earlier on, and that is it. And then it was all one way. If Nemiga win this pistol, this has got to be a 2-0 surely for me. That's just how good it's been.
Yeah.
What a display. What a display from Nemiga. At the same time, though, Sashi were lackluster on their CT side and much better on their T side. And it might be more of the same. Leah, did we need to peek there? In hindsight, no. And now it leaves one man, Xanta, all alone on this site.
Smoke's going up as well. Yeah, we need him to go nuclear in the back, and it's not even going to happen. Cabby puts his foot down. Instant shots. Going to be a little bit interesting here, Schwade. Almost with an attempt. Wonder if he could have made it if he kept on going there, but he did doubt himself for just a second, and as a result, he's dead instead. Khan and Risky Bob, 2 versus 4 for the retake here. It seems impossible, but good headshot to begin with. They're going to get all text as well. Oh, I just managed to say the word impossible, and here we are. They're on the defuse already, not with the kit, so it's a long time still, but they're holding it in. And Iceberg, he's not quite sure. Are they still defusing? And now they've definitely come off, and that is enough to win the round, unfortunately. So, yeah, very, very nice attempt here coming out from the CT side, but at the end of the day, it'll be Sashi to pick up the round, and they absolutely needed that.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. And as well, Iceberg gets a tag on the guy defusing, and he gets off, and the other guy's still not body blocking well enough. You hate to see it. You really do hate to see it. But it was a really good attempt to get back in towards the site. That retake was actually fantastically done. It was just this last bit here. A kit, they win the round, and maybe a little bit better in terms of the body blocking, and they might have actually been the same. But still, it's actually an all-important T-side round and a 5th for them. And as they did in towards the start of this map, they can kickstart the halves very strong. They got a pistol, a conversion, and the first gun round in that first half. And they can do the same here. We've got a tied game. Or just about. One off a tied game.
Yeah, but I mean, a big step in the right direction. There's no question. It's definitely a way to get back into this game here for Sashi. I agree. Especially now that they are walking into an undefended bomb site. So it's going to be the easiest round of their lives. Just get in there, get something done. Enjoy the scenery. Siphon at 16 kills. We've got on the other team Risky Bob with 14. But both Lear and Iceberg are at 3 kills each. So there's quite a wide distribution of kills here in the server, which, you know, maybe the second half will make up for some of that, but just kind of fun to see. I think at in the first half here, Risky Bob had that one peek at top mid where he peeked into his own, like he blew open the smoke with a grenade. Yeah. And then he kind of stood without really peeking until right as the smoke was about to be reestablished, and then he peeked into it. That's the kind of timing that I imagine, you know, there could be like a lot of competitive advantage in trying to optimize for that. And I mean, like, I'm curious to see if we're gonna get some super nerds, you know, in the future who will try and be even better at that. Yeah. That was really sick.
Couple of kills at the end there, though, isn't bad. I'll take that. Also, a little picked up. So, silver linings, maybe. Well, let's see. First gun round that comes through now for Nemiga. And against the buy here for Sashi, which is still a bonus buy, but with a couple of reinvestments. It'd be important to reignite that spark for Nemiga that we saw with the 7 consecutive rounds at the end there. This CT side really took a long time to get going on Dust 2, and that's the one thing that's looming in the back of my mind. I'm worried it's going to take an age for them to come alive again, or maybe even might not even happen. We saw Sashi fall flat again. It could be a similar story to Nemiga. We know as well, we have to come back to the statistics that we brought up in the pre-show, that this is a map they are 0 for 6 on. No wins.
Yeah, that's an interesting statistic alone, right? So for Sashi, if they end up losing this one, you know, maybe gonna ask even more questions about that. Double HE behind the Molotov to really secure that that top banana position. Incendiary thrown out in return. Don't know if I agree with that. I just don't think that's ever going to do anything. It's so early in the round. I think for Nemiga, that actually might be a sign from here. I'm like, why even throw that grenade? Why not just, you know, save it until you actually know the push is coming? Going to be a nice setup here. We've seen this a couple of times now where it's just so awkward when you're peeking that from the T side. They're going to lose Ultex at the beginning, but Iceberg, hearing the footsteps, he knows. What he might not know is that there's already 3 people on the bomb site and a 4th here by Archway. Rolling back, yeah, to the beat. This is a much better choice for Sashi. They're going to be low on time, but they are making the correct decision. Really sick mid-rounding coming out from Iceberg. He's read this round perfectly. They need to get 1 kill, and they've won the round here. But let's see what Santa could do. He's waiting on the other side of the smoke here. They're about to come through. Lucky with the bomb there. He gets one. He gets both. And oh my god. In spite of the great tactical display here for Iceberg, it's not enough to win the round. Santa's absolutely ripped them apart. He gets the last one too, just to really drive the point home. That is sickening.
Xanta is the truth. I'll say it. I'll say it again. What a round from him as well. Yeah, he had sort of no right getting more than one there as well. Pushing through the smoke, 2 different players, 2 different angles, and makes both of them work. I can't believe it. And it just ended up being perfect. And then this play behind it, swing on towards Cabby, deleted, and another to finish it off. What a round from him. Nemiga needed a hero. My god, did he step up there for Xanta. Now the 3-round buffer zone once again found, and Sashi left reeling. AK, Galil, Mac 10 and a couple of pistols. That is brutal.
That's got to be one of those rounds if you're an in-game leader where it's so hard to keep your cool, because he not only got the information that there was a rotation into the A-bomb side, he still checked Archway to get that kill. He couldn't have given them that round more than he did Iceberg. He's like, I've done everything. We just have to get that 1 kill at the B-bomb side, and that's it. It's an automatic win. That's frustrating. Again, I gotta say, like, very cool mid-rounding from Iceberg. Unfortunately, it just didn't matter in the end. But that's how it is sometimes. 9-6 in favor of Nemiga. Huge round that goes their way.
Sashi, this round alone could be sort of like a make or break territory, because they've got so little to work with left over. Going force flat, which it's sort of likely to. I don't know if I believe. Swing and a miss by Khan, and the rifle behind it. Getting up in towards apartments. Well, at least there's something. No, we're not. Cabby's made noise as he's fallen, so that's unlucky. Would have made less noise if he just did it himself.
True. I feel like we see that sometimes. Like, I don't know why. Yeah. Like, I guess boosting in now is not as bad as it was. Like, it was at one point where, like, you couldn't even try to stand on top of each other in CS2, so I feel like it's got a bit better, but maybe there are still some things to be worked out. 1 minute and 5, and what did they do here, Sashi? I mean, trying to just look into the bottom of Banana while they are actually quite ready to fight at top mid if anyone was going to show up. They're going to be throwing the smoke towards Arch and the smoke towards the library, or Little Pit over on the other side. Khan, though, very quick to adjust, and I think that was part of what they wanted, was to speed that process up. Iceberg not even checking it. I feel like he was just stood there looking towards the A-bomb side instead, and that's going to get you killed every single time. Now, weirdly, everyone's rotated out of the B-bomb site, so they're going to get the bomb planted here, or they should, unless Leah can spray them down for the smoke. So it could be a bit of an awkward round still. Siphon looking to catch them as they rotate in. He's going to delay it, if nothing else. 20 seconds. The bomb is planted, and great work for Siphon. Oh, man. Nemiga could end up losing this in spite of the fact that it was a 5-on-3.
Yeah, and the fact that Sashi had barely anything to bring to the table in terms of the investment. And look where it is now. Tech 9 swinging a find. Oh, my God. The Tech 9 is so good. Can't delete it. It's still not over, but it still feels dicey. Tech 9 could be going for all of them. Oh, and it will. Lucky sees it off. How have we recovered that round? Sashi, in the same vein that we've seen rounds that had no right to be won for Nemiga, Sashi just pulled one out of the bag there. 2 quick doubles, 2 by Ultex, 2 by Lucky, in 2 different positions. That were brilliant.
That is... Well, we talked about some of the painful rounds that Sashi lost in the beginning, and this is one of them for Nemiga here. I don't even hate the fact that they... It's a bit wild, I guess, to rotate that many people to the A bomb side, but in theory, you could play with nobody on B and just say, hey, listen, in the 5-on-3, like, we're going to retake it anyway, but unfortunately, they seem to be very uncoordinated. Like, the running through and getting caught up by Siphon there, and kind of like there's too much panic happening. That could cost them an enormous amount. Like, the money is low once again. Sashi can really begin to catch up. Ooh, typing.
Yeah. Typing is generally a good sign. When you hear a lot of typing, that means people are readying up. But this one is a little slower, so maybe not so.
Maybe right at the start, it's like,
Yeah.
It's never a good thing. It's only after there's been a bit of silence we appreciate, okay, now they're back. They're ready to go. Hopefully it's not too much of an issue here, but yeah, for Nemiga, this was there was a potential run to the finish line that they could have had if they should have won that last round. If they had, it would have been 10-6, and I think the economy for Sashi would have been quite busted. So like you could have kind of kept rolling it forward. Maybe you don't win the entire map based on that round, but you get a lot closer. And
yeah,
now instead it's a wide open game. Maybe we're starting to see some of the reasons why Nemiga are having a harder time than you would want to try and win the map here.
It's true. And why, you have to look at it and say, we have to keep coming back to that statistic. 0 for 6 Nemiga. They have been unable to put up wins on this map. And is it going to change here? I don't know. I still don't have the belief just yet. Still feels a little dicey. Still feels like we could actually get that run back from Sashi. They've also spiraled in their own ways, and quite effectively too. We'll have to see whenever this tech pause is done. I was going to assume it was over towards Nemiga, but I suppose we're standing up for a moment there. So headphones are going back on over towards Sashi. That's a good sign. A really good sign. We've seen Iceberg and Ultex sit down.
Oh. Good chair cam coming out for Leo.
Yeah, that's not a good sign, though.
What is Schwai doing?
Do you remember when I said I've got like my 3 levels, right? It's just the normal tech pause where they're just like kind of sitting there, headphones on, chilling. A level 2 is where headphones are off. And then level 3 is when they're out of their chairs. And with Lear out of his chair, that isn't a good sign. But yeah, Zwai's, he's JDM in big time right now.
Yeah, never a good thing. We'll see if they can find a way to get everybody back in here. Shouldn't be. I feel like the tech pauses today have been fairly minimal, so we appreciate your patience, guys. I'm sure we'll get back into it in a couple of seconds to see if Sashi can continue their comeback and make it back into the map. By the way, if you are just joining here, so map number 2. Map number 3 would be Ancient, so kind of an interesting affair if we can get there too. I would appreciate seeing how these teams play on Ancient. I think we've seen Sashi a couple of times there before. And obviously the way that Khan has been AWPing so far, like having him with the AWP on Ancient could be super interesting. So, yeah, it could be a fun deciding map there.
Yeah. It seems like the tech pause, though, might take a little longer. So rather than us rambling on a little bit, we're going to throw to a little bit of a break and hopefully see you soon.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're ready. I think we've got the issues sorted out. The Shui's setting up once again, and Leah is back in his chair, so everyone's happy now. It's going to be a 9-7 scoreline with Sashi winning kind of a bizarre round, and now we've got Nemiga running out of funds here. It's brutal.
Nice. Well, we've got pistols running down mid. This feels unlikely, but B2 will get one. That's not bad. You take that. Anything more feels very unlikely in this case, and the Mac 10 might get a bit of cash. It will. Last man a risky bob. Just got to try and find him.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. You're right. Losing a player, who cares? And there we go. He's found rather quickly. We appreciate that. Get the round out of the way. We want to see some more action here. Nemiga, they have some money back on their side now. But man, if they lose this next couple of rounds here, I think again their confidence in Inferno is probably at an all-time low anyway. So if they end up giving it a couple of rounds, it could just break it wide open for Sashi to get back into the game and maybe push us onto a third map. We'll see. Tactical timeout used now by Nemiga just to have a bit of a conversation. Very curious to see how they're going to use this AWP on Khan. How wild do they want to be with it? Is it just going to be for top banana? I mean, I don't mind it, but it'd be fun to see if they wanted to try and push down. Like some AWPers will, push into middle, AWP into second mid from that corner while there's a smoke going on there. A lot of different ways to use it.
Yeah, and the big thing is we have to get this AWP in play. It's been something that's been pretty crucial to Nemiga's success. It has been around getting Khan playing at that sort of level, right? We know he's been kind of a talented player. He's not been terrible in towards Inferno, but we just need like an extra 10% out of him, and that could be enough to put Sasha under that much pressure. And with them not having an AWP out on that C side, he has that benefit at range. Molotov will bank off. It didn't actually go exactly where Zwei wanted, hence why he gets caught. There's Khan, though. Big shot. He'll drop a Molotov just to slow them down, and that's a good choice because he is able to get out.
Okay, lucky. Good catch. Taking down Leah, who taking a bit of a risk pushing up. I kind of like that idea from Leah, but obviously when they're watching like that, it's going to be a bit of an issue here. 2 people on A, 1 back at the B bomb site. Santa, is he going to be the hero once again? He gets 1 spray. There's the second player there with the AWP, and my god, it works! Close range for that sniper. And without Santa, this round is probably going to be dead right then and there. There's a really big chance that both Santa and Khan would have been caught off guard and both would have been dead. And Santa's actually sticking around. This is so unlikely. I completely understand why Cabby is not expecting it. They knew that Santa was low on health. 99% of the time, he's going to drop that smoke and walk away. Like, why would he stick around? But he did.
It's such a bold move, isn't it? I think for Sashi maybe taking their foot off the gas as well, especially in this mid-round. Credit to him. I mean, I think for Xanta, he's had a lot of moments where he's really bailed them out. He had that, obviously, that 4K earlier towards B. There's a 3K there in towards apartments. And it keeps that CT side buffer at least being somewhat healthy. Once again, puts that pressure back on towards Sashi. They're running out of chances to be able to pull off this comeback. They're running out of chances to chip away at the deficit. Getting towards the tail end of the series now. Flashbang down. Cabby is relentless. So pushes through all of this.
Is it going to be enough, though? All techs. Okay, ready to come through. Hoping that he catch a weird timing there. Not going to happen exactly. They're on the bomb site, so at least the bomb plant here should be good to go. We'll see if Nemiga have the retake protocols to get back in the round. I mean, they've got the men advantage, but that's not always enough. A nice find from Shui. That's going to be Lucky going down next, and 5 versus 3. He's a little bit low on health, so it's going to have to be up to the rest of the squad to really try and do this. 1 grenade lands. It's pretty good, but honestly, this bomb is planted very quickly here. I still think Sashi have a chance to win this one. See what the next step is. Some shots ringing out. They've got the smoke in the kit as well. Siphon gets a kill, and down in the pit. Oh, there's a nice shot from Khan once again. Iceberg isolated. They should be able to get somebody on this defuse. It'll be the sniper to take care of business, and with the kit in the back pocket, they will have the round. Nemiga stepping up, and a nice retake. I mean, it was a little bit close here, but you love to see it.
Yeah, honestly, genuinely a really nice retake. I gotta say, I loved the tempo change from Sashi in that round. Cabby so aggressive up long, The whole team back him all the way, and they get onto the site and prioritize that bomb going down. It does come at the cost of one life in towards apartments, but I think in that sort of round for Sashi, you actually don't have anything to lose. So I feel like going for those sort of quicker plays and just trying to play as a pack can bring a lot. And we see it there, right? I think for Sashi, a bomb on alone in that was nice. However, being that previous round as a force buy, a bomb on and a round lost, they're going to force buy again. It's a similar level of buy with just the 1 AK, 1 Galil, 1 Mac 10. It's a lot being sort of hinged on not a lot of firepower. Santos rotating away, but he gets called back over. Bomb. He's up there towards top banana. Not committed just yet, but it looks like that's where they're looking to finish. Nice nade.
Yeah, I mean, it'll soften up Siphon a little bit. Plenty enough to equalize the difference between the AK and the M4. I can't hear. Haven't seen him miss many shots in the series so far. He's going to get another one there. 19 and 11 on him. He's an absolute beast in this game. Not maybe the guy that we spent too much of the pregame talking about, but, you know, we're happy to be surprised. Iceberg, looks like he's actually done a great job here once again. I think he's got a good read of it. Yeah, he's presumably going to keep going through the smoke in towards the library. Very well played so far. This is what almost got them around earlier. Khan, is he going to really check this? He will. That's insane. What a peek. No scopes him up against the wall, and suddenly it's a 5-on-3, and now I'd say the chances for Sashi to win this round have just dropped dramatically.
Yeah, this is now really running out of time for the Danes. Khan, backside, gonna go up top of the box as well. He has to be careful. They're swinging out, but he will get one. And there's that support. That crossfire with Zwei is so strong. Down he goes, but now he gets more support coming through. And there's just not a chance, unfortunately, for Siphon. The two initially are good, but the AWP recovered. Nemiga, map and series point. And they've got 4 attempts to close it out as well. This should be a done affair. Sashi, they've just been a little lackluster throughout this map, and they've, well, being punished. I think for Nemiga, we had our real worries with them yet to pick up a win on it, especially in the last 3 or so months. Those streaks have got to be broken at some point, and it feels like now is the time.
Yeah, I mean, just very impressive work, honestly. Obviously carried by a couple of super important rounds. That Santa round alone, when he was at the B bomb site, you know, defending the B split was really sick, obviously, but Khan has been in there too. Shui's been having some really impressive rounds. Like, overall, they're doing remarkable work pushing away the Danes and denying that third map. They just need to win 1 in the next 4, and they're going to be golden. And the first one might be the easiest. Tech 9's here, Mac 10 as well. Let's see if there's any chance for Sashi to get into it. Running through the incendiary, it's going to be risky Bob, even though he was flashed, and it was a really good flashbang. It just doesn't matter in the end. Now he's going to delay everything else. And I do like this idea. Just slow it down. The one thing that Sashi's going to be needing to win this round is speed behind this one. And they are running right into the wood chipper here. It's Lucky and Siphon left in a 2 versus 5. Make that a 1-on-5 as Nemiga absolutely devastated Sashi. They'll take the series fashion. And I'm really...
I am as well. I really am. I still feel like there's probably a narrative to be built there about the Danes falling flat in both maps when it mattered most, but I think, you know, the credit has to be given towards Nemiga for capitalizing upon it. A fantastic 2-0 for them. We got to see those individuals step up in a big way. I think in particular Khan, Zwei as well throughout the series looks fantastic. But I think Khan without a doubt has to be the MVP. I mean, 24 and 10, map number 1 with 1.75 rating, and then was flying, especially at the end there with that AWP on the CT side. And as much as Sashi throughout both maps had really lackluster CT sides, it was way better for Nemiga in towards that Inferno. Dust2, yes, it did have its issues at times, but they were able to fix a lot of those problems heading in towards that second map, and my god did they. So an absolute credit where it's due, a fantastic display. And Nemiga a 2-0 here, continuing throughout the playoffs of Series 17. And I think as well we can maybe even bring Alan back to discuss with us about a very interesting 2-0.
Spicy, wasn't it? Really, really fun map from Nemiga. It's like, it just sort of found a way to win. It was so scrappy. It was so all over the shop. The number of bonkers rounds they're winning in this map to keep it going was pretty nuts. that one towards the end, they're like man down, and they just stacked numbers in apps, and then Khan gets spotted, but somehow Xanta finds all the kills. There's so many rounds like that where I'm not sure Namiga's that comfortable on this map, but individually they just pulled off so many heroics. And unfortunately, Sashi just couldn't deal with that today. I think it's fair to say that Sashi individually are not on the same level as Namiga, and we saw that during this series.
Yeah, unfortunately, like some of the peak firepower, you know, like sometimes it makes a difference if you have a couple of players, like this time it was Khan and Shui to some extent, right? Like if they can peek through in the right couple of rounds, then even if your average could be like, you know, high, it's like, yeah, but not every round is an average round, you know. Sometimes you're going to have some of those moments, and fortunately for Sashi, they just got kind of blown up in a couple of places there. Like that Santa round that we just saw replayed was absurd, right? And that really will tilt the difference here for them. So really cool stuff. Khan, there's no question that he had to be the player of the match. Like that was just going to be obvious from the start. What an insane display that he put on Dust 2 and on Inferno.
The number of afterplants across both maps that Namiga won was absurd, totally disproportionate. Khan, for me, and Risky Bob, they were just winning so many of them, making Sashi unbelievably uncomfortable. And yeah, I mean, Namiga, they don't necessarily play the cleanest or the most rulebook brand of Counter-Strike, but they're so hard to put away. They're so dangerous on lower buys. And of course, when they do have the AWP in their hands, Khan is a big factor. So I think this Namiga team is a lot of fun. They give a lot of teams, you know, they ask questions of a lot of teams. They'll be playing Bait in the following round, which actually is a tougher matchup for them because they are facing some pretty high caliber star players. So I think the playoffs from here is shaping up to be a pretty interesting one. Of course, 3 of those quarterfinalists still to be determined during the rest of the day. Based off what you've seen so far, guys, of all the teams, which actually has impressed you the most? Which are you looking at the most now for the remainder of this playoffs?
I mean, for me, in terms of like impressing me, I think it has to be Partisan in terms of just unexpectedness. But I'm sticking with what I said on day one. I still see Ents as my clear favorites. I think they are just a very, very solid side. I think they got a lot of great pieces. They, for me, should be winning this every day of the week. I think Bait got to get a bit of a mention. They're always just a tough side to put away. But in terms of impress me from what I got versus what I expected, Partisan without a doubt. But yeah, Ents still without a doubt my favorites.
Yeah, I think I probably echo a lot of that. Like Partisan, it was crazy how hard they were hitting, right? Like maybe Fnatic were also, you know, having a weird day of Counter-Strike. I don't know, but like either way, it was sick to see. So that was a lot of fun. Hopefully, I mean, they're on the same side of the bracket there, but that'd be really fun to have one of those two teams in the final for sure.
An Ents Partisan semi would be banging. That would be great fun. That's going to wrap us up then for the first series of the day. Next up will be the Nexus Fire Flux game. So some Romanian lads on the server will enjoy that. About a 30-minute break, and then we're back for the pre-game of that game. So take a break, grab a snack, and join us back for Nexus Fire Flux. We will see you then. Series 2 of the day up next with Nexus versus Fire Flux. We just saw Nemiga have a tremendous performance, knocking out Sashi and claiming their spot in the quarterfinals, and now Nexus and Fire Flux will battle to do the same. Let's bring up that playoff bracket and just see how everything is kind of shaken out at this point. 3 spots remaining into those quarterfinals. Winners of this series will play Partisan, and then very likely will play Ents in the semi-final. So guys, whoever wins this series is not in for an easy road. Let's put it that way.
It's probably the hardest, I always say. Like, if you look at like every single sort of side of the bracket, it's actually brutal. So, I mean, even this matchup is relatively even on paper. And then you've got a Partisan side in such good form. If they can keep it up from Fnatic, then Ents, then to follow that, I mean, my God, the run they have to make to win from this top end of the right-hand side of the bracket is so brutal. So, best of luck to them. I mean, if you ever want to prove what level you're at and how you stand within the tier 2, this is now the time.
Should be exciting. Let's focus in on this matchup, I guess, in particular. Nexus versus Fire Flux, of course. Nexus, kind of stalwarts of the scene. For anybody that's watched tier 2, tier 3 for a long time, you've seen a lot of these players, especially BTM, playing for, what is it now, approaching probably a decade in command of Nexus. Now, who on this team can be firepower, can be leadership? Who on this team comes to mind first when you see the lineup?
It has to be Zello. He's tier 1 standard in a tier 2 team, I think is probably the way to put it. He is unbelievably good at Counter-Strike. It's as simple as that. I mean, he is the kind of life and soul of this team in terms of firepower. I think a guy that's probably worth mentioning as well is that man in the middle there, Sound. The fact that Nexus were able to pick him up from 9, and from my understanding for free as well, is wild. I mean, he's such a good player. He was really, really solid on 9 as well. And I think at 9's have had their ups and downs since his departure. But his firepower, his injection to this rifling core is massive. Because you got, Raga, a little bit of an aged figure, especially within the scene. And Drawn, a little bit of a new figure, especially in the scene. You need a bit of security of somebody who's a kind of a stalwart in the tier 2, in the upper echelons as well, who can bring a real injection. And yeah, those two are a super scary duo.
Contrasting on the other side, we've got Fire Flux. Very different philosophies, Anders, on building teams. You got one, obviously, domestic lineup. With that, you're almost certainly going to have to make sacrifices in terms of skill and individual talent. But maybe you get that back in communication. So, obviously, Fire Flux are leaning the entirely different direction with a complete mix of players. So, obviously, we've seen this over the years now, but that is a tough balance to get right. You can't just go for all the best players. It needs to still make sense on paper.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, they've got some experienced players here, right? Maybe especially in Strunk and Paz that have been around for a while. The player to watch for here is probably going to be Soulfly. Another player from the Turkish scene. That's sort of, somehow producing a lot of talent. So I am interested to see if this project is going to be working out. I'll tell you this, though. The one thing that they maybe have over Nexus is just the amount of games played. Like, just looking at the last 2 months, right? Nexus have played 17 maps, and that's 317 rounds of official games, whereas Fire Flux have played 49 maps and 1,164 maps or rounds played. It's crazy. Like, they've played an ungodly amount of Counter-Strike in the last couple of months here. So, it doesn't always translate directly into who's the better team. Like, it could be different level of opposition and all that. But at the same time, like, I would expect to see them, pretty good shape here for this game. I don't want to see any slow starts. I want to see them, grinding out this one. So, I think it's going to be a sick game. I really hope so.
It must also mean with those stats that a lot of Fire Flux maps go close, because they must be averaging over 20 rounds per game.
Yeah.
So they're here for the long haul. They're paid by the round. But yeah, should be an intriguing matchup. I know on paper, I know on the rankings, it says Fire Flux are somewhat of a clear favorite, but I don't necessarily agree with that. I think maybe just by virtue of, as Anders said, they just played more CS. They've got more ranking points. I see this as pretty even, Neo, where both teams have advantages here.
Yeah, I think the issue is that kind of where we're at for Nexus is that Nexus this year are on the way down the rankings. They currently find themselves 37th in the Valve rankings, but they started the year, it was 25th. They were just on the cusp. Yes. They were one invite off getting a Kato playing invite. So, they're on the way down now, whereas Fire Flux are obviously with a new team rebuilding are very quickly kind of scaling up. Granted, I think they found themselves 60th in the Valve rankings, but that will happen when you are a new team rebuilding, have to start from fresh. So I think the approach that Fire Flux are doing, and this is something that Nexus know all too well about, is playing every single game of Counter-Strike that is feasibly possible. Nexus into last year, they had the second most matches played of any team. I'm right in saying, I think it was Zero Tenacity were first, and Nexus was second, but they were fighting at one point for, it was averaging something ridiculous, like, I think it was like a best of 3 every day and a half, something along those lines. So a ridiculous amount of Counter-Strike. Obviously, when you include the player breaks, that is actually mammoth, the task they're up. And Fire Flux are doing a similar sort of thing now. I mean, they are playing so much Counter-Strike. So Nexus know the grind that they're on. I think this is a similar grind that Nexus are trying to restart themselves into this year. And the issue with me with Nexus is because they've been kind of trailing down the ranks a little bit, we need to see them find this form and make a bit of a deep run just to reclaim some of these points that they've lost in the last sort of month or so.
Yeah, it's worth saying that Nexus as Romania won ISF, and that almost certainly is especially for Valve ranking, because it's so prize money biased, that is a huge reason for their ranking. So as they get further and further from November, they're going to lose that. And if they don't get good results in other tournaments, that starts to peel off. Let's take a look at the maps, lads. See where this series is heading. I did get to cover a train in the end yesterday. I got roped in for the third series of the day.
Nice.
But I don't think we're going to see it here, guys. I don't think we're going to see a train today.
Got it. We definitely should have seen Anubis, though. Fire Flux played it 25 times in the last 3 months, and most of that's basically in the last month and a bit, and there it is. This has been like their map pick, and they've been playing it so damn much. Nexus' pick on the flip side is actually really awkward. They've been struggling veto-wise, and the one map they would have liked to have gone to would have been a nuke, and obviously that's permaban. So they're going to go for an Ancient, but Fire Flux aren't too unhappy about that. 20 times they played in the last 3 months.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a big deal, but again, like, they haven't, in the last 2 months, Nexus haven't won Ancient at all. They played 3 times and lost all 3 times, so doesn't mean it's a bad pick or anything like that, but it just means that, you know, again, you're maybe not picking into one of those maps where you're thinking like, oh, this is rock solid, we're really enjoying it. So hopefully they can prove that, you know, they still have something left over from last year that's going to be a little bit more impressive, but for this year, it's been a bit of a rough start for them on the map, I'd say.
A word I like to use is match fitness. You can play all the scrims in the world, but you're not actually used to running the rounds, running the protocols, running the setups in officials. That doesn't actually count for that much. As soon as you're playing under pressure, it just tests you in a way that's completely different. Something we've kind of touched on a little bit already between both of these teams, actually, I mean, particularly for Nexus last year, is the idea of playing massive amounts of Counter-Strike, obviously with the ranking. It makes sense. You do that at the expense of scrims, but it is more possible than people realize, I think, to play a lot of officials and not scrim. We did it for a while on Endpoint. You just get to the point where the officials are scrims. you just start running stuff for the first time in officials. You just start, you know, reviewing games and going into them. It's not necessarily ideal, but in this landscape where you've got to play a lot of tournaments, I absolutely understand teams. I think unless you're a top team and you just know you're going to get a certain amount of invites, how can you turn events down? I mean, it's a hard decision to turn any event down at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's just that's the nature of where we are right now, and you know, I kind of agree. Like, sometimes you just have to try some new things. If you and you know you're going to be playing more games later in the day, more games the next day. You're not going to have a lot of time necessarily to say, oh, we also got to throw in like a lot of practice, you know, like when is that going to happen if you're stuck in playing officials all day? So yeah, it is what it is. It is a hard grind, but you know, I think hopefully if you have the right structure and the right mentality in the team, it won't feel that way. It'll feel like, you know, we're improving, we're building something cool, like it's going to work out in the end, you know.
It will be fun actually this year, because now I think about it, the teams that do pull off what feels like the impossible at the moment of going from, let's say, I don't know, 50th, 60th ranked and make it up inside the top 20, the amount of CS they're going to have played, the amount of Counter-Strike under their belt, surely by the time they reach the upper echelons, they're going to do some damage.
You'd hope so, right? We've seen it a couple of times with some of these tier 2 teams that do manage to get to tier 1. The only other side is because you play so much Counter-Strike, there's so much tape on how to anti-strike you, which is the other side of things. And we've seen that with teams like when Para went to Pro League, for example. But Alan, we'll leave you there. We'll come back to you after the map. It is map number 1 here, Anubis. Fire Flux's pick. Everything internally for me, Anders, says that Fire Flux should win this without really having to break too much of a sweat. It's not been a great map for Nexus, but it's just been so good for Fire Flux. They have played it so damn much. Probably the most times played of any team in the world at the moment on Anubis.
Well, we're going to find out right now. Already a smoke down for the back of the B bomb site, and a very, very quick conversion. 2-for-1 trade there. bomb is going to be planted. They've already smoked off the passage from the middle, and as a result here, potentially kind of a tough position right now. If they don't get any really easy kills here, how do you even get onto the bomb site in time? Don't know if there's a kit somewhere, but if there is, it's going to be down in that dark position, the connector, and you want to run down there, pick up the kit, run back without losing half the team? I doubt it. Good shot for Banjo to begin with. He's going to get a kill, taking on Adren. Raga, though, just sneaking around there. BTN just playing hard to get, and he's going to be able to get a last couple of kills here, so absolutely no issue whatsoever. So well-constructed round for Nexus, and again, given the potential deficit that they're coming into this particular map with, it's a nice idea if they're able to pick up the pistol here, get off to a bit of a better start. I think if they want to cause an upset, it's going to have to be something like this.
Yeah, I think they had to catch them just a little bit napping, you know, out the gates, get in towards these fights early, and just, you know, say to Fire Flux in a way that, you know, we know that the road that you're on of playing as much CS as possible and climbing these ranks, but, you know, we've been there, we also can start to sort of bite back in any way. So, a 1-0 start is really good. We're going to get a force buyout for Fire Flux, a double MP9, double 5.7, or triple 5.7, I say. And these sort of buys still, for me, feel really scary. You just see these awkward moments where 5.7 at close range, tucked into a corner, can line up a couple of kills because one tap at close range. Oh, let's see.
I mean, we see it all the time, don't we? It's like it's a fairly regular occurrence. I feel like especially in that forward B position, we've seen it a lot. You get a little bit close and suddenly you lose a couple of players. I do like this. Sneaking in through the middle, just, you know, the position to be in. Skrunk's going to be going down. Soulfly was always going to be traded there one way or another. They're pushing into more people at the A-bomb side, but I don't think it really matters that much. I mean, the grenades and the firepower alone here should be enough. I say that just as I'm going to have to take it all back, potentially. Banjo with a couple of kills. Paz showing up with a 5.7. I can't believe it's gone this badly. Paz will land a headshot, and just like that, Fire Flux, they pick up the round. I don't know why, because, again, there were a lot of grenades here on Nexus. I feel like they threw none of them. They even had people outside of the A-bomb site that could have grenaded their way through here, even just to set it up with a flashbang or something. That seems a little bit reckless.
No, I agreed. It could have been a much easier round, and they spent a lot of time in the early part of that round just trying to figure out what Fire Flux was doing, what the setup looked like, make sure they were avoiding a stack, and I feel like they sort of overthought the simple things and then underthought what mattered most. So a tough one for sure. Fire Flux, we always say those 5.7 MP9 buyers, man, they can be so scary. And there it is right there. Nexus have to rebuy in themselves, but of course with not a lot to be brought. Raga will open things up, however. Soulfly gets caught. And that's a gun to work with. He's obviously not going to wield it because he's barely alive.
Yeah, throw that on over. Cello, definitely one of the more fun players to watch this series. We're going to have to assume he's got a way about him. See if he's going to, once he gets the AWP, we can really start to put a smile on our face. But for now, Fire Flux, I do love this. Like, just a bit of a peek into the middle, get some information. They get a kill too for it, but just having a sense of what's coming, and now they can throw Banjo back. There's the flashbang that I think they probably needed in the last round, so I guess it's good that they're throwing it here, and they get a headshot as Raga stuns Sensei. I don't know what's happening here. It's a 2 versus 4. They had really almost nothing going into this round, but somehow they've managed to make something of it. BTN, again, he's a veteran player at this point. He understands not to fight that position. There's absolutely no reason to. 4 versus 2 here. They should win this after plant, even if they don't have, you know, all the utility and all the rifles. Nicely done. Spam at a headshot there to take down Paz, and Skrunk will have to make a bit of an escape. So, back we go. Nexus picking up the next round.
And can he make the escape, actually? BTN, I think he's got the right idea, and the trades there. That is big. That's so important for Nexus. Huge round. Will the gun be scooped up? And it will by Raga. So, that's really nice. I mean, what a response. Just when Fire Flux finds something out of nothing, we do the same thing on the flip side. I feel like this is the game we're going to be getting here, Anders. Chaotic, carnage, a very unpredictable affair. And that might be the narrative of Anubis, maybe even for the series as well. These two sides, we know they've got tricks up their sleeves, and we've seen a few of them in the early part here. So, of course, Fire Flux back into it by themselves. 5-7s, they still scare us regardless of what's on the other side.
Yeah, always a danger. Such a limited investment for a potential giant impact. Scrunk here. Pillar. He's already been spotted. It's a bit awkward, though. Good timing for Soulfly to try and help his teammate out there. They're going to lose Sensei through the smoke, unfortunately, so 3 versus 4 now. There is an AK that's been stolen in the middle of the chaos there at the A bomb site, so I don't mind this for Nexus either. They've got over a minute left. You don't have to keep fighting at that B bomb site. Fall back and see what the CTs do, and
yeah,
that's pretty much what they're doing at the moment. So I think this is a smart call tactically for the T side. Just wait it out. Let them sweat a little bit.
Exactly. And also, I like the idea, at least for now, of sort of sticking together as a bit of a pack. The best way you're going to make something work here is just have fortunate trades, 2-for-1 fights, and Soulfly, this is a big one for him. If he can get a 2-for-1 hit, would be huge. Only the first, with a 5-7 up close. There it is again. AK scooped up. And a weird round, 2 versus 2, but they go back towards B.
BTN looking up forward he is. They might catch them off guard. They kind of were looking for it, but Banjo still goes down. So 1-for-1 trade. As coming in with a nice shot. Let's see if he can find Adron somewhere here out in main. He doesn't have any of the utility you normally want, but if he had a kit, I wonder if he could just defuse it from behind this wall almost. It looks like that's a very weird position for the bomb to be planted in. He is looking for it, but so far not getting any information. And again, like that 10-second defuse, that dream is probably dead already here. Couple of bursts coming through, and it will be Adron to take the kill, but man, he was playing it so passionately. Yeah. I don't know how he knew that. Adron, he had a very, very good sense that was never going to be with a kit and a full 10 or a full defuse there. He was just waiting.
Yeah, I do respect it. It's a lot of confidence in your own setup and in that plant. And even on that second tap as well, when he starts moving over towards E-Box, John, little peek out, sees not on it, doesn't need to fight, doesn't need to search. He knows the clock is actually his best friend in that scenario. And he utilizes it exactly like that. So 3-1 for Nexus. They break this deadlock, this sort of back and forth that we've been having. But I say that, though, Fire Flux reinvest again. So that, for me, feels like a very new call. We don't see that happen a lot. Force buy in with just 5-7s and then go back in for the same buy again, rather than having just one round where you sort of take a step back and then full buy in towards the next.
Yeah, they're certainly being put in a kind of a weird position here. I mean, we know this is a bit of a T-sided map, but all things considered, Fire Flux are leaving themselves in a position right now where they definitely have the minimal to make this work. See if they can. They take down BTN to start with. Can they steal his rifle as well as the question? Going to be pushing into the B bomb site rather swiftly, so Nexus actually pretty quick to react right now. And that should win them the fight. They just have all the utility back here. You could see the Molotov at the back, the smokes in the front, just to make sure that Fire Flux can't put together a united front in that defense. So suddenly Banjo alone, and all he really has is the MP9. And once again, this is actually a brilliant start for Nexus. I mean, it's a bit of a bumpy ride, I'm not going to lie, but they are coming out on top.
I think it's one of those things that, you know, ultimately, we don't get how we get there as long as we get there. And I think you're spot on. I do really have to come back to the call of kind of the back-to-back forces where you're leaving money very feeble. Unite, just trying to fight here. They're giving him the fight. He will take a tag in the end, down to 3, and he realizes it's probably not worth the repeat. So, Nexus at a 4-1 scoreline. I think they're pretty happy with where we're at. That will be that. No, they're just sticking around making sure that in case he was tempted by the idea of going to recover that AK, but I don't know if they even realized how low he was. They know they tagged him and dinked him, but for all they know, it could have been through the wall. So, 4-1. Another buy where we don't expect anything for Fire Flux. We haven't really seen them actually have a conclusive, like, just gun round with rifles. The Nexus, again, come in towards the next round, expected to win it. They could basically, before we see the first true full buy for Fire Flux, be 5-1 up. Like, it's rare you see a situation like this for a CT side where the economic management is so poor.
Sound walk straight in. Scrunk, not really ready for somebody to be that deep into the bomb site already. You could see he wasn't even looking behind him. Yeah, and a round here that's being won partly, I think, by the speed and the coordination between Nexus here, but also just obviously the weaponry, making probably the biggest difference of all. I mean, get a couple of kills here if you can, trying to make a little bit more money. This is a big part of this right now. Is going to be down to the economy. I would say, if they lose this next round, Fire Flux, they're in so much trouble. They're going to be in a position all of a sudden where, again, like the money is going to be busted. They're going to be back to some kind of a weird half-buy or maybe some FAMAS in the mix. Like, this is not what you want to see. We want to see, like, the real CT side where they actually have some weapons.
Yeah.
And just also we can talk about, like, what is even the plan here for Fire Flux? What's the default look like?
Yeah, we really don't know what to expect, in all fairness. Because we haven't really had an indication just yet. Finally, we'll get those guns out, though. Sound's going to go down. Well, really. So much cash in hand for Nexus. We could potentially have an AWP out, in fact, if we want to. But Zello is actually very proficient with an AK. And if he doesn't need to, he doesn't actually pick up the AWP as much as, so I think, a lot of other primary AWPers. I think it's slightly more like the Zywoo model of, we're so good with a rifle that unless we're A, required for a set strat, or it gets gifted over because it's dropped from the other side, we don't need to. Speaking of on the other side, Sensei will pick up the big green, so we just have to work with it. Scrunk, who wields the MP9 as Andrew gets the upgrade of that M4. He gets 2 M4A4s behind him. First true gun round coming through. ETN quickly down through mid in towards water. Good control here, grouping towards outside of A. Only Banjo there to meet them.
The aggressive position from B. Are they boosting to look over there, or are they just doubled up? It's kind of hard to know for sure, but regardless, they did have a sense that there was nobody outside the B bomb site, but they might be a little bit late to the fact that there's already a push into the A side of the map here. See if they have what it takes to slow them down. They must win this round on the CT side, and Soulfly, it's a brilliant start right now. Spray continues, and the advantage of that M4A4 is you've got all the bullets in the world. He's going to get 3 kills with some assisted damage from a teammate in there, and Sound is alone. He was never meant to be the main force of this attack, right? He's meant to catch rotations as the rest of the battle for Nexus is unfolding. And obviously, that never really happened. So instead, we've got Sound on his own. And for Fire Flux, please keep the rifles alive here. Go steal some AKs. Don't hunt down Sound. It's not worth it.
Yeah, it's one of those where, I mean, good news is that first gun round for Fire Flux is incredibly solid. At least for now. Only the one loss, and I think that will be the case. Sound may have been hurt there by Banjo. He's just having a check, and I think it looks like he'll be given the luxury of saving for now. So, an AK kept alive for him. We can buy around it for Nexus. It's fine. If he was to fall, especially if it was half the time, then there would be a different matter. But, all in all, Fire Flux, we were saying, what are we going to get first gun round? Is it going to be enough to convince us? And it is. However, Sound's being flanked right now. Oh, he pulls away. He was being flanked. And then the commit is not to flank. So, either way, Fire Flux, fantastic first gun round. One that you can definitely fall back on and say, all right, that's good for us. That's replicable. We know that in the gun-to-gun rounds, we're 1-0. Exactly what you want to see. Question being, though, for Nexus, what's the response now? Now that we've seen what Fire Flux like to do as their default CT side setup,
yeah. Oh. Really deep smoke being thrown from CT spawn. That lands all the way over on the stairs there by the A side of the map. That's kind of interesting. A lot of different teams that are doing some variation of that at the moment. I'm pretty sure Fire Flux are stealing a bit of a page out of Eternal Fire at the moment for this particular round, which... who wouldn't? They are the best Anubis team in the world at the moment, so why not try and run some of their stuff here? Raga, though, he's actually pushed through the smoke in the middle that was thrown otherwise by Soulfly, and he's going to go check this out. Let's see how ready he's going to be. This is a really advanced position. I don't think Soulfly is expecting for someone to be up this close, but he's going to see the player further back, so that might have actually saved his life there. Otherwise, I think he gets peeked. He's going to get flashed and should have been killed if not for Banjo, who was just in position to spin around and save his teammate. That's huge. And a 4-on-5 to ensue, and I don't know, if they have that kill, it's definitely going to be a bomb plant. I don't see Banjo not just getting that kill, but spinning around to kill the player behind him. So now they've been frozen up a bit here, Nexus.
Yeah, it's true. They've got mid-control, which is good. I like this sort of setup on the pause of, let's see if anybody peeks through the smoke or over towards this connector spot in A. I triple stack B. So Fire Flux have made this sort of committed rotation over, and I wonder why. What's the information behind it? It's going to be a split A and a 4v2 in this fight. A good chance if Nexus can get a couple of clean ones too. Like that, this could be really dicey. Banjo gets one, but it still doesn't alleviate the pressure. It's a 3v3, soon to be post-plan.
Nice cut back into this round, honestly. Missed opportunity, perhaps. Cello, we know how strong he can be with the AWP, and he's not afraid to go and take this fight. He's so quick! My God.
Tunnel vision.
There's no idea. Okay, now he knows. Tries. He waits for him to land. He's such a madman, isn't he? He probably, in theory, should have taken none of those fights. But who can complain? Like, this is entertaining Counter-Strike.
It is. It really is. Ridiculous stuff. And these shots as well by Zello. There's a reason, I highlighted him coming in. I knew, whether Alan asked me or you, we were both going to say the same name. We've sung this guy's praises so many times, haven't we? Sound will fall at the end to Paz. BTN looking to try and catch him. He won't be able to, though. So the AWP is kept alive for Fire Flux. They'll be going in towards their first attack pause. I think this is probably a good time to call it as well. Get back in towards the gun round. It goes well. Second crack at it, though, and it falls onto that mid-round rotation back over towards the B site. They drag a player away from mid to A to then go and bolster up B off the back of, basically little to no information. In hindsight, obviously, doesn't end up working out. And I feel like something they probably want to converse a little bit about. Why did we do that? What was the read behind that? But for Nexus, they're sitting very pretty. I think you got to take their lead here with still a bit of a pinch of salt, because I think Fire Flux kind of gifted it to them with these force buys, these poor force buys that they went for. But all the same, rounds are rounds.
I mean, this is an absolutely brutal start, I must say. Double HE, we'll see if he can find some power with it. There's one, there's the other. There's nobody there to receive. But I like the idea of setting up these kind of plays. Banjo's going to be pushing forward underneath the double HE. So, if someone would have been there, maybe it eases up the fight. Now he's in a very strong position. We'll see if Raga is going to be checking it. He should be somewhat suspicious, and he certainly is. Straight kill. No head armor either for Banjo, so even the Galil is going to take him down very swiftly. I still like the idea for Fire Flux, but they're getting punished so hard at the moment. I'm actually getting a bit nervous for them here. This is supposed to be the somewhat easier map for them to show up and say, this is really our home map. Like, and we got it through the best of 3 vetoes, so yeah, we're ready to play.
I really, really thought this one was going to be so clean for Fire Flux, especially with some of the wins that they've been picking up as well. But yeah, so far, not so good. Paz boosted up and Sound deletes him. What a shot by Sound, but Soulfire will respond towards a drone. This round's far from over.
Yeah, grenade efficiently thrown in there. Incendiary. Okay, and with the smoke fading, Skrunk's going to be able to get that one, so a little bit risky perhaps not to check the entire bomb site. Oh, but they'll get the round anyway. A 2 versus 3, and unfortunately, I don't think the last 2 players there on Fire Flux, they couldn't really help each other out. Yeah. They were kind of isolated from each other, so it's unfortunate. But not for Nexus. They're having a fantastic time here. 7-2 in their favor. This is working out unbelievably well.
Just looking through some of the results as well, and of the last 8 games for Fire Flux, they've won 7 of them. Their only loss was to OG, and that was a 13-11. So results of them have really been very, very solid, especially within the last month or so, right? Or even less than a month, last kind of week and a half or so. And all expectations with this one would be quite smooth, because Nexus have, without a doubt, had their ups and downs on it. They've only played it 4 times, 2 wins, 2 losses. And some of those losses as well, Apogee, I wouldn't say they're a fantastic club. And then domestically, I think it was a domestic Romania land to a side called AIM Club as well. And that AIM Club has players like Lauenex, for example, GXX, Seneri from the BNE side. And they had a few other players. I think the lineup they might have had included Sound, potentially, Modo too. A real domestic mix, essentially. And they lost to them 13-8. So, only time they played it this year was more or less bang on a month ago, and they played Into the Breach. Rest in peace. or pissed, depending on how you feel. And
Yeah.
they beat them 13-11.
Let's not bring it up. Damn. But yeah, that's that is interesting to think about here. Nexus just, I don't know how they've done it, but they've come up with an incredible first half here. Now the truth is, Fire Flux can still turn this around. If they can pick up like even 4 rounds on this first half, it's still somewhat competitive. It's just the vibes aren't that great at the moment here. Basically 3 at the B bomb side to defend with, leaving a pretty common setup. 2A, and one of those 2 players is kind of going to be keeping an eye on the middle. You see this all the time. And we'll see if Nexus can find a way to exploit it. I mean, the real weakness is obviously if you lose the mid fight, it's so quickly over. It's going to be no time flat here. A little bit of a push up. Okay, doing a bit of damage. I like it. 38 seconds now. Trying to see if they can get their way in. There is a player in main, but he's going to get caught. Sound goes down. Banjo here. Good swing. He's going to get the kill. And now they've got lots of rotations coming over. This should be an absolute lock. They've already got everyone they need. 24 seconds. Another smoke going up, but let's see how far they get. The bomb should be planted. Cello's still alive.
Shoot.
So I guess you never really know.
If he had just spammed the smoke, it would have been great.
Yeah. He had the opportunity to, but not going to quite go for it. Oh, they're moving up in a big group right now. That's dangerous. Adron very nearly with the multi-spray down. He's going to be ready for more, and suddenly it's back into a 2 versus 2. And Cello hasn't even had to fire that AWP yet. He will finally miss a shot here. Misses a second. That's a bit uncharacteristic. Can we get him back? Yes, we can. And it's Adron to close it out. What a round for him. A quad kill. The AK singing Cello. Okay, a couple of misses back there. But shocking that they managed to win that 2-on-4.
Yeah, Adron has no right to get more than 1 kill there as well.
Yeah.
You know, when he swings out, he kills the first, tags the second, but there was a third player that should have been the one trading, and he doesn't. Soulfly was the name, who just gets caught, and, you know, all it takes is that 1 kill has so much impact, and Adron gets completely overlooked again. What a round by Nexus. 8-2. This is far from a scoreline I was expecting at all. I really thought this was going to be a really easy notch in the belt for Fire Flux to kickstart this series, and it's been anything but easy. Oh, Paz, you've just spotted him, and he was shooting at you. What are we doing?
I don't know, but he's having a great time, BTN. He's loving life. Like, oh,
tapping away.
Yeah, if you guys want to keep showing up, I guess I'll just keep, you know, tapping away. Yeah, slowly but surely. They're getting crushed right now. What on earth is going on here? Fire Flux not showing up to the match with the proper focus, and again, like we said, probably forcing a lot of rounds in the beginning, leaving their economy in this incredibly weird way. How many have we had? Like 1 real full buy round from them in the first half? I feel like it's like 1 or 2 maybe. What's going on?
Yeah, honestly, their money has just been everywhere, all over the place. 9-2 Nexus. What a showing from them. I mean, a disaster class from Fire Flux, without a shadow of a doubt. I just don't know what we're seeing. It's been so rough. So, final round of this half. 3 is potentially doable. We saw Sashi make a little bit of a return. Of course, it was still too little too late, but at least it looked good. But I don't know, right? I really still feel like 9 should be enough, and might just be 2-for-1 trades though in favor of Fire Flux is a good start.
That's another great protocol. They had the Molotov out there. They know that even if you throw the smoke, they can probably just run and spam that corner. That's a sick play from Fire Flux. Why haven't we seen more out of that? They had the other round. Again, credit to them. They had the double HE. Oh, speaking of HEs, that is a precision-guided bomb that just lands right on top. So 2 versus 4 all of a sudden here. But yeah, they had the aggressive push from Banyo earlier, which fair enough, it did get caught by I think BTN or Raga, but regardless, like they've had some tricks up their sleeves. They've had so few rounds to actually show it. So I don't know, it's kind of depressing because when you see some of the stuff, you think, wow, that's awesome. Like they clearly know how to play the CT side. That's the kind of stuff that a lot of teams don't do enough of on this map. They're gonna get 1 more round towards the end here, but you can't really celebrate this. This is a tough position to be in.
Yeah, and if it is celebrated, it's very muted celebrations, honestly. They know the task up ahead of them. This deficit that they've got to try and pull back in any way in their favor is a mammoth task, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, of course, we've got to look at things like the pistol round start things off, getting a little bit of form in that sense. At least some early gun rounds. You know, we don't want to be getting towards a 5-1 scoreline before we see your first investment. Let's probably try and get the guns on deck as early as. But for Fire Flux, it felt like some strange decisions made, not only in terms of the game plan, but obviously the economic sides of things as well. And Nexus just took it all in their strides. So, yeah, credit to them. Sound. A peek of information. I think he spotted one there. And he heard the step of at least somebody. Maybe he might have realized it was another. He's out, though. Oh, hang on. This is a fight. This is a really, really dicey fight. He's going to get overwhelmed. Yeah, easily.
Yeah, out of the round early here.
Also, I just want to say, I love how Zello is playing with, like, a spotlight on him right now. See that? Like, just...
True, that looks crazy. What's happening?
With the sun, I can't even tell. It's so bright.
Someone's going on in the background there. ETN. Oh, he gives up the corner. He's setting up the kill, though. Actually, he does get one at the very least, but still, they're powering their way through. The flash actually works against Sensei somehow. So 3 versus 3. Man, if Nexus win this round, they're so well on their way to winning the whole map here, and I think that's big news. The truth is also, if Fire Flux win it, like, they can make the 9-3 comeback. Hold on. Okay, they're using the regular Molotov. They're going to try and see if they can burn it out, see if anyone's defusing on the other side. I don't know if it spreads quite that far, but I like the idea of the Molotov anyway. 2v3 now. No kit in play, and I think they're kind of realizing here there's just nothing they could do. So, nicely done from Fire Flux. Yeah, the Molotov, I think it does probably spread far enough there. They probably know that. Very well done.
Oh, well, Fire Flux, they needed that pistol. And by getting it as well, we may start to feel a bit of belief for Fire Flux. Let's see if we can get it going. Of course, for them, they were able to start well, and then this back and forth with the 4 spies in that first half was ultimately ended up being quite crippling to them. We are going to see Nexus go for it. I don't blame them, right? Nexus is probably thinking, we've done it once. Why can't we do it again?
Yeah, I mean, it is risky again. You know, you can get into... I mean, we just saw it from Fire Flux, right? Where you keep trying and suddenly you're like, oh, we've given up a bunch of rounds. You know, from my point of view, they just need to win 4 more rounds. So are you going to do that with MP9s and Scouts and 5.7s? Or isn't it more likely that you're going to do it with, you know, the better weaponry? But let's see how this one plays out. Give them a chance to prove me wrong. I love being wrong in these matters. It's way more entertaining.
Yeah, I'm with you. Off light. Gonna move forward in towards water here. We've got a double stack, 5.7 and an MP9. I'd love for them just not to peek until they're swung upon. Use the close range to your advantage. Looks like that'll be the case. A bit of a 1-2 setup. Raggar's got to turn on a dime quickly, though. Oh, they might not be needed. Oh, he is. They can't do anything.
Ooh, they're so close to pushing out from the A-bomb side. They nearly could have caught them there. Actually delayed it a bit. The scout, though, for Cello, unfortunately, not quite going to be able to do enough damage. Like, 2 of them are very low here. But I think the fact that their positions are known on the Nexus side is enough to make them walk away from it. I don't know. I mean, like, that's maybe closer than it seems. Even if it ends up in a 2v4 here, there is a way that they could have made it work on the Nexus side. So, but now it means it probably will be a bit of a battle here. I wouldn't underestimate Fire Flux in this position. You know, like, might have been a bit of a rough start. CT side was obviously plagued by a complete lack of financial stability, but this second half here could very well be different.
ETN. For him, you might be able to get an upgrade if that Galil was walking in that direction of Carpus. It'll be fine, though. So, I don't know about you, Andrew. I'm feeling a little bit nicer about Fire Flux at the moment. These are some pretty decent rounds being put together. That one could have been dicey. I mean, especially the scout one towards backside. Of how low the Banjo and Sensei were coming through E-Box. So, well, a couple of pop shots could have gone awry, but...
Yeah, I agree. Like, 9-5? I think this is winnable once again, like, for the Fire Flux side. It's not going to be easy, and especially early on here, they have to try to limit the amount of mistakes they make. But if they keep it up, I mean, it should be doable.
Moving forward, soul fight, quick again. Nothing real to be gained in this round for Nexus. It feels very unlikely, any more than like a couple of kills. Doesn't feel like it's going to happen. If they're able to get that, though, that would be kind of wild. And B9, out towards doors. Probably wants to be flashed out, and he will do. There's nobody here. ETN has taken a bit of damage already, but he's going to continue pushing forward. It's a risk. I don't hate the risk because you've really got nothing really to go off in this round, so why not try and gamble a little bit? It just doesn't work out.
Yeah, sometimes you just hit the right timing when nobody's, holding that smoke, and maybe you can cause a bit of chaos. This was not one of those times. 0 people in the A-bomb site. Everyone stacked over towards B for Nexus. Don't hate it. I kind of wish they would push forward a little bit from this position, though. I feel like, now you're just kind of waiting back here to see if anyone shows up, and, we can tell on the minimap that's not going to be the case. It will be an A push here. And all you're going to be saving is, again, like, very, very little. So,
yeah.
Yeah, not the most exciting round in that sense, but, not every round can be. 9-6 in favor of so it's still in favor of Nexus, but, Fire Flux started to pick it up a little bit. Remember, they had so little going for them in the first half of the map, so anything that goes their way here, I'm pretty sure they're just going to be very excited about it. Banjo coming in with some very, very good kills here. He's 17-8 right now. Without him, man, I wonder if they would even be in the map still.
It's true. Tough one. But still, this is a 3-round game getting dicey now for this Nexus side. Why is not going for a pause before our first gun round? Understanding what's sort of up ahead, you really do have to be careful and make sure things don't slip away. We've been seeing just how good Fire Flux can play some of these T-side rounds, but of course it's been against lesser buys, but you can't imagine too much things to change. They've been able to take very good map control, isolate fights, use the numbers in their favor. It's a tough spot for sure. That's what I put in.
Boost on over it. Yeah, unfortunately he fell off, but like, it is a good idea. It's a nice way to try and deal with that. Soulfly. He said at the start he was going to be probably the best rated player on the team, so see if he can live up to that. So far, he's not doing too badly, but, if he can match what Banjo is outputting at the moment, that would be sick. Cello dropped very low in the middle, so once again, a lot of pressure on that defense. Only one player right now actually on the B, or near the B site. He's in the connector, so if he dies, and he almost does here, Paz, gotta be careful. There is a player coming in, but what a headshot, and it should be the round already. Like, there's no reason why the last 2 players are even gonna get close to this.
Man, Nexus are crumbling here. Fire Flux, great rounds being put up. Nexus just can't even fight at the moment. Nothing is working. I think they've probably, for me, got to try and get, in particular, actually, Zello back into the thick of it. He really feels like such a win factor for them.
Yeah.
Just try and put him into the middle of things. Play, with your rifles as his supporting element. John, nice final towards Scrunk. He's super low.
Yeah.
Same for Zella. They should actually both die here. Banjo, right idea. The layup is there, but he just checks stairs. Timing, super unfortunate.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I thought for sure he'd have both of them, but here we are. I think this is one of the issues that a lot of teams are facing. It's actually a bit of an... Oh, they're going to die anyway.
Oh,
no
no
way, Paz. That was probably the hardest way to try and get them by jumping up there, but fair play, he got the job done. Just going to say, like, my criticism of what a lot of teams doing on Dust 2 is echoed a little bit on this map of Anubis.
Sure.
It's one of the reasons why I didn't like the map too much to begin with, although I think some teams have figured out how to do it, but if you can't find ways to throw in a bit of pressure and a bit of aggression on the CT side, then, again, you're just stuck waiting for the executes to come, and you don't really know where to put the defense, and it's just very weird. So I'd love to see Nexus prove that they have a couple of ways to do that. If they don't, then I could see Fire Flux just running this back end into the map anyway.
Yeah, I'm with you. I really could see it just being completely turned its head. Nexus are offering up so little at the moment that, I don't know, it's not instilling confidence in us, I think is probably the way to put it. It's been a really dire display. I'm worried, that's for sure, about what we've seen. still far from over, but unfortunately, as we're discussing this, we are in a tech pause, so it's still a bit of a waiting game. We've had a couple of these. It looks like Sensei is the one who is gone.
Oh, dear.
Either
Bring
way,
him back.
Nexus, it's a really uncomfortable spot they're in. These CT sides are offering up nothing kind of to work with as well heading in towards this next round. So it should be Fire Flux making that one-round game. It puts all the pressure on your next gun round where we say if you lose that, genuinely, you might actually just lose the map because there's been so little on offer. I don't even know where to start to kind of find, lifelines to extend over towards the side. There just isn't anything really at the moment that makes me sort of believe.
Right now, it's unfortunately looking a bit grim for them. I will say this. If they go and, if you look at enough Eternal Fire demos, you're going to see some interesting tricks that are thrown out there. One of the things I was spending some time yesterday looking at is how Woxic and Warcadia, who play the A-bomb side a lot of the time together, they will have this combination where if the T side tries to smoke them off from that A main position,
sure,
they will sort of flash and Molotov their way through that smoke to basically try and kill anyone who's on the other side. And it seems to be a really cool idea. Like, I like it. And the power of doing that anyway is also that if you can stop the T's from having that control, then you can much more easily have people towards mid or the B bomb side. Like, you don't have to rotate as quick because you're a little bit further out into the fight. So there are some pretty basic protocols I think you can just more or less straight up steal from. Again, like, why not do it from Eternal Fire? They know what they're doing on this map.
Yeah, it's true. I will start, though, again. We haven't really got a lot for Nexus here. MP9 for upgraded pistols. 5.7s can still be scary, but in a different vein to what we talked about earlier when we said, when Fire Flux had these 5.7s, like, there might be a chance here. It's just with Nexus's lack of confidence in their own game plan right now, it makes you feel like there really isn't. Jump across, that's a bold call by Sound. He was in a Molotov, you either fall back towards the site or he commits, and he chose the latter option and it'll cost them.
And they were so ready. Just sad, but whatever. Again, they don't have that much to work with, so I'm not expecting really big things here. Has actually very nicely handled. Could have been jumped, could have been killed easily, but able to survive. Cello alone with the Deagle. More of a formality of whether or not he could find a kill or two, or he's going to go down. Has here. I'm surprised that he lived through that round. I'm surprised that he was even running in there to begin with. Like, that seems like a big risk. But regardless, it's all good. Fire Flux, they're right back. Look at it, 9-8 scoreline here. And just running it back. So far, Nexus have won 0 rounds in the second half.
9-8. Oh, Nexus. This has been a crumble. It's been a really ugly game as well. I mean, all the way throughout. But I think in particular, this second half has really been quite scrappy. I mean, it doesn't help that Nexus are offering up basically nothing. But yeah, this really has been kind of grim. I'm trying to go aggressive out towards main here. And he actually got the right idea. Molotov down towards carpet. And he has this push out at the very least, which is good. It's just, you don't want to see him overcommit. He bangs over towards stairs. And now as that smoke fades, he realizes it's not worth sticking around.
I like the idea a lot. It's a bit scary to see him kind of alone there. There's nobody else with him, even, somewhere behind him inside of the A-bomb side or anything. But if nothing else, right, if Fire Flux want to get back to this position, they are going to have to use some utility and to, to check all the corners and everything. So regardless, I think it's a good idea to just put some pressure on that T side. And Scrunk is going to be checking this out. Got BTN and Cello both in the middle. Smoker's up again outside of the A-bomb site, so he's really buying so much time for them right now, Adron. It's honestly a great round for him so far. Down to 45 seconds here, and they are going to be leaning towards that A side of the map. BTN, he's walking forward in the middle. This is a huge play. If he can find the right timing, he might be able to win the round, but Paz is actually just sneakily waiting for him. That is so sick. Nicely done. 30 seconds, and this A-bomb site is going to get overwhelmed. The smokes are going down already. Molotovs towards that cake position. I don't see Nexus being able to defend this. Paz is playing an insane half of Counter-Strike so far. 3 kills to the round here, and they just get demolished.
Wow, that was beautiful. Again, this is a Fire Flux side who are pulling no punches right now. Everything that could be going right in the game plan is It's not the first time we've seen BTN go for that push. The last time was on a low buy. He said it another time before that, but it's obviously not working. He's 0 for 3 on those pushes. That's where you want maybe a little bit more of a defaulted setup. Fire Flux 9-0. At the same time, the default's obviously not working for Nexus. So I think they're trying to do something a little bit audacious, a little bit, you know, off the rip and hope that it works, and it's still not. Even a John pushing out a main there. Just wants to find something. Everything that could go wrong for Nexus right now is.
Yeah, speaking of trying to find stuff, you know, running through the smoke with the MP9, I like the idea. Nice shot from Cello. But it's gonna be this isn't gonna be saved with deagle shots or anything else like that. They need a better solution for what's happening here on the CT side, and so far they're not finding it either. 4 versus 4. Bomb picked up in T-spawn, and they're making their way back. I do like there's a mid idea. You know, 3 people here when the smoke fades. If there was somebody holding it directly in front of the smoke, that could be really scary, but there isn't. Ooh, Sensei has missed the timing by a second. There we go. They're going to be picking up Soulfly. At least Fire Flux no, but man, if they steal this round away, Nexus, that would be huge.
Eagle, up close, bomb will go down. Double flank coming through. They're not going to commit through that smoke. At range, Paz. Nice work for both, and that probably dispels all of the risk. There was a moment, but I think now it should be concluded. Sound is still around here, though. There's a dark player of Sensei with an orb. As a world he gets overwhelmed, Sound should go down, and he does. Paz doing really well, and it's a fantastic quad kill for him. There was a risk there. There was some nerves that needed to be dispelled, and Paz does a good job of securing it. And the smoke drawn towards the site gives security in the bomb plant. Beautiful stuff from Fire Flux. That's all we can ask of them.
He is, he's gone nuclear in the second half.
Yeah.
Paz has got 22 kills. He's overtaken even Banjo over there. Like, this is unbelievable. What a great job for him. Fire Flux now in the lead, putting even more pressure on Nexus here. How did they get this one back? How did they stop the madness?
I don't really know. I mean, for Nexus, everything they're trying isn't working. There's nothing on offer for me that feels sort of remotely comfortable, I think is probably the way to go about it. So I would be so surprised if Fire Flux don't just walk through the rest of these rounds and see it off. I mean, a crazy display that we're getting out from them, but 10-9. And for Nexus themselves, doesn't matter what they're bringing to the table. Zello's gone completely quiet in the second half. Nothing offered up from him. You know, Drawn, who had moments to even Sound at a couple of moments in this first half. There's just been little to nothing. Soulfly moving forward in towards water once again. This is a fight that has been consistently lost. The boost up is interesting, and it will be an opener, but Zello is lucky. He mollies his teammate, but he also gets tagged before his shot rings off, so he's lucky to survive.
Yeah, I agree. And it must suck for Sensei. He knew that was coming, right? He had the angle to try and peek it. Might not have known exactly that it was going to be the boost, but he had the right idea at any rate here. Pushing, even just as the smoke is about to pop, it obviously is designed that way. Soulfly is going to be ready and waiting for Sound to get in there. Oh, but he does pull out the grenade, so Raga gets a free kill. 3 versus 3. Another mad round coming at us here. But it's all important here for Nexus to win it, and with BTN going down, the chances that happen just drop dramatically. Raga and Cello left in a 2 versus 3. Flash towards B main, not really buying it. They are still pushing up here. That is the bomb, by the way. Scrunk, You've got to be careful. Deep HE, he's so lucky to be alive here. Raga tucked in the corner, 30 seconds. He knows someone is there. It's Paz, and finally, they find a way to defeat him, so that might be enough to win the round here. How did they get the bomb out of this high ground position? Nice shot from Cello, and a nice swing from Raga. So, Nexus, what an absolutely bizarre way to win a round, but who cares? They finally win Ron.
I don't think they care how they got it. Ragger's bailed them out big time there. I was just talking, going into this round, saying about how we could talk about Fire Flux just waltzing through the rest of these rounds, no bother, and then they really overcomplicate things for themselves. Crazy that where we're at as well. That one round for Nexus could have a bit of a knock-on effect. If they can spiral again, slowly but surely might be able to see them come alive a little bit. Give us a fight.
Okay. Well, Soulfly's trying to do that, but let's see if Nexus... Oh my god, the running just straight in there with the AWP, catching Raga, who was trying to go for a bit of a flank, or a bit of a swing, rather. It's 3 versus 4. I don't even know. Is it even worth it to go for this? They don't have any money in the bank, really. Yeah, I don't think it is. It sucks to see, because you want to see them have more of a battle here, but this was such a quickly executed round from Fire Flux that Nexus weren't ready. And again, it kind of speaks to the fact that we said it from the start, we knew Fire Flux were going to be good on this map. They just were very slow to start. Did nothing on the CT side, but now you're starting to see.
Yeah. Oh my. I mean, for Nexus, it does not help at all that the second they find a bit of success, it's instantly sort of thrown back on its head. But the good news is with 3 being saved, we can buy back in, and it's not the end of the world. And Orb's kept alive, so the silver linings are still there. Fire Flux, I'm still leaning in that favor. I can't see them really losing right now. 11-10. It's been a really scrappy and uncomfortable map of Counter-Strike. And I think for all parties involved, including us, you kind of want it to end just to save our eyes a bit. But there still feels like there's real life behind this.
Yeah. I don't know. I would have a hard time picking against Fire Flux at the moment. We'll see. Nexus. What other plans do they have? Early incendiary thrown out from the A-bomb site. Doesn't really do anything there. A flash out, and you know what? They trade pass. I was going to say that's kind of one of the best scenarios for them at the moment. BTN again with the aggressive push in the middle, and I feel like these should work. I feel like he's got the right kind of passion for it, but Sensei was super ready for the scope, and see if Cello can be quick enough here. Oh, he's reading it well enough. He sees the elbow, and he has the advantage in that angle, I guess. So Cello's going to be dead. And it's a 2 versus 4. And this might be the end of the run here for Nexus on the second half. Like, they don't have any money for the next round either. If they can't win this 2-on-4, they... Oh, hold on. Maybe they can. 2v2 now. Did they find enough?
Oh, it's a nice idea as well. But now it's Banjo in a 1v2. 50 seconds. And he has to recover that bomb. Thankfully, that's probably the easy part of this mission. It's now about what do we do, and the longer he stays waiting on the stairs, the harder actually this round becomes. So
yeah.
First going to get this bomb and then going to make a decision. He's not got a lot of time to mess around either. This fight in mid is everything. He loses it.
Okay. I don't know. So far, Nexus, the 2 rounds they've won in this half are just feel like the more unlikely ones, where it's about, you know, some wild fights. This time it was the AWPs in the middle. And the pushes up like that for BTN. I don't even blame BTN for trying it. Like, in theory, that is the kind of play that would give you a big advantage on the CT side in a round of Anubis. But yeah, it's backfired a couple of times. So maybe it is time to pause it for a second. We're tied once again. Scoreline 11-11. Money for Fire Flux. I mean, they've got some cash even if they lose this round. So I guess that they're not immediately at the threat of losing the map here, but Nexus, can we have just a normal start where they win a fight 1v1, they're in a 4-on-5, they kind of, they cruise through the round, or does everything have to be down to winning crazy, 2v4 clutches here?
Flashing. Yeah, I know. You really just want a normal round of Counter-Strike out for Nexus, but easier said than done, it feels like, for this side, who make life very difficult for themselves. Fire Flux going to go back for a bit of early presence towards A, and that flash is good. Oh my god, that's 2 kills at one offer. Banjo gets away with 1 and gets out.
That is one hell of a flashbang, yeah. Nearly gets both. One sole player at the B bomb site. It's got to be very careful here. Sound, we said he was going to be pretty good so far. It's been a bit quiet for him. 10 kills, but now is the time to shine, because the entire Fire Flux squad is going to be coming this way. We're down to under 40 seconds. He's got some backup now. BTN showing up in a position that's almost certainly going to get grenaded out. We'll see if they actually have another one left here. Good headshot to begin with, but it doesn't matter. That angle is so narrow that Pass is always going to be able to get that spray down. Bomb is being attempted right in front, but nobody checked it. BTN will get the kill, and now they're a little bit panicked. Nexus, stop fighting. There's no bomb plan yet. I don't know why they're running in that hard at the moment. 14 seconds left. BTN in the corner. He's going to go down. And Cello He should have no business way out. He has to walk away. I think they lost their minds a bit in that 3v3. I don't think they had to be that aggressive.
I felt like they panicked, right? It looked very, very much like they got flustered in the situation and thought the best idea was to fight forward rather than step back. And Fire Flux have punished them for it. And now it's map point for them on their map pick. 12-11. There's still a chance to push it towards overtime. But even then, Nexus have not given us enough in this second half, which makes you believe they have it in the locker. I mean, it's been so uncomfortable from them all the way throughout that it just feels like there's no guarantees with Nexus. And they win some of the weirdest rounds we've seen, right? You know, like 2vx situations and weird clutches that never should have a chance. But then they lose the simple rounds where you just think, if you had just done nothing, hands off the keyboard for like 5 seconds, you probably have a better chance of winning that round. So 12-11, Fire Flux, map point for them in probably one of the ugliest maps of Counter-Strike I've watched in a while.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's been quite a few mistakes, and the big chance here for Nexus just slipping away. What a luxury it would have been for them if they could have picked up this map, you know, especially where they got started. You think that's surely on the menu. For a best of 3 to pick up a map as strong as this one for Fire Flux, and then go into your own map pick next on Ancient, I mean, that is, but potentially could have been a strong way to win it. But now instead, they're 1 round away from losing the map. And again, you end up expending a lot of energy to try and, you know, get this close and then not do it after all. Is never a fun time. Round number 24. Last one here, unless we go overtime. That's what Nexus are fighting for at the moment. Let's see if they have anything left to make this happen. Scott Seller with the AWP that he saved from the previous round. So he's hanging around the middle. And that allows them to put 3 people at the B bomb site and another player on the A extremity. Super common setup right now. We'll see if Fire Flux are going to be able to read it.
Go down by towards E-Box with under a minute left. Gotta start moving, and Scrunk will be the one push his way forward in towards mid. 40 seconds. Fire Flux not giving us a lot of time here, though. That in itself can be a little bit of a concern. We hit the 30-second mark in just a moment, and all it takes is a couple of nice shots by Nexus, and we're going overtime. Look at this, actually. Look at this. Yeah, bye-bye, Paz. No one's there. They now know it's going towards A.
Yeah. He's been playing very well, Paz, but that became a little bit too readable. It might not make a difference, though. Soulfire, Scrunk, and Sensei, and as they're coming through the smoke, Sensei actually misses a bit of an easy shot, and he's getting pressured right now. I don't know how Raga does it. Maybe helped by Sensei missing a couple of bullets, but still, the retake should be near impossible, and indeed, they're going to get absolutely shot down. That was just a quick execute. As soon as they lost Paz, they knew we're going to go, and they absolutely ran through that A-bomb side defense. So well played from Fire Flux. A dreadful first half. 93 against them, but the recovery was fantastic.
Yeah, it was. I think ultimately we've got to chalk it down to being one of the ugliest maps of Counter-Strike I've watched in a while. Both sides had some abysmal moments, without a shadow of a doubt. And you know, there's one man I don't envy in this spot, Anders, and it's Alan, who has to break down what ugliness we've just seen. Take it away.
Whole way through was that series. First half, let's start there because obviously these halves played pretty different, to put it mildly. The key defining factor of that first half was economy. The first few rounds, there was an absolutely brutal force by war. Nexus won pistol, Fire Flux reset them, Nexus won the following force buy, and then Fire Flux, I think they forced 2 or 3 times in a row trying to break Nexus. They came so close, but they didn't do it. And once they'd lost those, consecutive rounds, they were 5-1 down. Big economy for Nexus on the T side, obviously, of a map like Anubis, where as soon as you've got some money behind you, and the CD side doesn't have a lot to themselves, it's all the easier to just haul a massive number of rounds together. So I think the first kind of portion of that first half heavily fell in favor of Nexus because of those force by wars. Towards the end, it wasn't all bad for Fire Flux. It was just the Nexus were playing a decently good T side, well coordinated, good mid round calls from BTN. Had a couple really nice kind of fakes and double pump rounds and made it hard for Fire Flux to adjust. One person though that does deserve some credit on the CD side for Fire Flux is Banjo. Banjo was the A anchor for them. He had a couple enormous rounds. And he was no doubt the biggest factor in terms of actually getting anything out of that first half. Just to get 3 rounds was so heavily off the back of Banjo's play. So that's the first half, 9-3 lead. We go into the second, and we're all thinking the same. It's just a matter of time until Nexus cobbles a few rounds together and makes it look good. But to say that was a nightmare second half for them would be an understatement. They lost 7 in a row to kick it off. They had endless problems. There were a lot of adjustments actually on that CD side. They're trying to get aggressive. They're trying to be proactive, as you have to be on the CD side of a map like Anubis, but nothing was working whatsoever. They struggled so much to find opening kills. A number of rounds where Fire Flux were just somewhat handed a good position because Nexus were caught out of sorts, or Fire Flux apply a bit of pressure and just find an opening. Was unbelievable. And Paz was fantastic in the second half. Soulfly had some really big openers, a few key rounds in mid. We cracked them completely open. So that second half just completely fell apart for Nexus. Whilst on the flip side, Fire Flux looked like a team rejuvenated. As said, I don't think they played terrible at the end of the first half, but certainly coming into the second, T-side suited them marvelously. You can see why they picked this map into other teams, why they play it so much. They're just so comfortable. They can lean on some of their individual firepower. And Nexus, who individually probably aren't the best team in this tournament, struggled in terms of the duels. They struggled to get proactive and find opening kills or have information. And as soon as you've got that trifecta going against you, CT side Anubis, frankly, becomes impossible because you can't just sit back and play default and play passive and find ways to win. Even the rounds Nexus did win in that second half, they won a 2v4 right towards the end, which I think Fire Flux will kick themselves over losing. The other round was a round where there's something like 20 HP remaining between the two Nexus players. So the rounds they did win on that second half were less than convincing, and frankly, Fire Flux could have won it even cleaner without a couple of mistakes. So, you know, a very all-encompassing first map. I think had it not been for losing the economic duel, I don't think it would have been that close in terms of a scoreline in the end. And I do think Fire Flux looked like a much stabler, more well-versed team come the end of that second half for sure. So all in all, I'm not too disappointed in that first map for Fire Flux. Equally, it wasn't Nexus's pick. They gave it a very good stab with their first half hauling, but it wasn't enough for the second. So, you know, both teams, I don't think they should be too despondent. Ancient is up next. Still, though, Nexus, they won't feel brilliant about the way that map ended, so they do need to relax and say to themselves, it's our map pick up next. We like Ancient. We're going to be a lot more comfortable. We're not going to have a whole half where we're just lost for answers and different options and different setups we can go into. We're going to have things we can fall back on. We're going to have maybe footage we've seen of Fire Flux playing that we can use to our advantage. So I think there's still good scope here for a third map. But yeah, Fire Flux, those individuals can be so punchy that maybe they can get it done in 2. There you go then. Anubis wrapped up. Ancient up next. And we'll see if indeed Fire Flux can get this series done nice and quickly. Quick break. And we'll see you then for Ancients. Anubis done and dusted. Ancient up next. Obviously, map 1 went the way of Fire Flux in the end. But I think we should kick off here, guys, by kind of reflect on the discussion we had in that pre-game. And that is that Ancient Neo wasn't actually a slam dunk pick here for Nexus. They didn't have many options. We know not last year they looked good, but in terms of recency bias, it's not been their best map. Are we a little bit fearful that maybe there could be some cracks in the armor going on to the second map?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the way I'm looking at, with how rough that was from Nexus, with how ugly that was from Nexus, I'm actually leaning this as a 2-0 for Fire Flux. I think they scaled up into that game, and I think the form we saw at the tail end of map number 1 is what I expect Ancient to be like throughout. It was a really ugly game of Counter-Strike from Nexus, and not one that they're going to want to look back at anytime soon. Alan, I think we're going to leave you quite briefly here, so we'll see you very, very soon. But it's map number 2 of Ancient coming up next. It's Nexus's pick, but I don't think they were too happy about picking it, put it this way. It's not been a good map statistically. And you run through the recent results, Anders, and, you know, regardless of map, just series as a whole, it's a sea of red.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned for them as well. I'm not gonna lie. We'll find out how this one plays out. Let's see if they can bounce back from also just kind of a mentally hard loss on the first map. Not that they probably went into knowing that it was going to be difficult to defeat Fire Flux, but when you have such a great half to begin with, and then you can't follow it up with a victory in the second half, that just kind of feels bad. So let's see how they do. We're live in the game. So once again, welcome everybody. It's Fire Flux playing on the CT side. Nexus, they're on the T side to begin with, and they don't have a lot to work with in terms of utility. It's mostly armor and a flashbang here on Adron, so we'll see. I mean, sometimes one flash can be enough. It's only one player by the donut here, and I think it's Banjo who's actually getting pushed from all sides. He's super not ready for it. That is shocking that, you know, fine backing away from that position, but, you know, obviously they're going to be coming in from that main A position, so this is kind of rough. I mean, you're going to get some very fast headshots to even make this close to workable. Paz gets one there. Sensei trying to follow it up, but they do some damage onto that last player, the Donut, but I don't think it matters right now. With no kit in play here, this is a very tough round.
Yeah, it should be done. One player is low. Flashbang bounces off actually perfectly off that box, and down goes Scrung. Sensei should follow suit, and he will. Nexus. Needed start for them in towards Ancient. We weren't convinced. I don't think we're ever going to be convinced, really, until they can really showcase something to us. It's been a bad year of Counter-Strike so far. I think I'm right in saying they haven't picked up a win this calendar year, so it's pretty rough to see, and I don't know if things are going to change here. Fire Flux still feel like the better side, but for Nexus, that's a good way to dispel those feelings. A pretty good pistol round all in all, and Ancient now gets started nice and early. Force buyout for Fire Flux. In the same way I didn't blame Nexus for doing it, I don't blame Fire Flux. They've had the back and forth in these scenarios. They know that things can go awry.
Ooh, bit of a potential for a kill there. Banjo up close, and he nearly doubles it. That would have been a sick way to get started. The UMP coming back into play now from the donut position. They've spotted the player out here, and they're going to be able to execute BTM, but that's not really the main deal. The question is, does Soulfly wait for his teammates, or does he try and do something more while the bomb is being planted out front? They will get that job done. So kind of, half a victory here for Nexus already. Again, there's obviously not going to be a kit in play, so even the retake, even if they're a man up here, it might just be very, very difficult. There is that one AK on Adron as well. He's been playing quite well today, at least so far. Raga with the Galil ready. Shot in the back. Oh, he spins a sick 180 as he takes down Skrunk. And now it might be very hard to win this round here for the CTs. Nicely done from Paz, but they know where Raga is as well, and he's going to be able to get one more kill. And again, without the kit, this should be no problem. Even if he dies, it will not make a difference, but he won't. A triple kill for Raga. That is a very hard round there. If he doesn't get that spin around, they might have had a very good chance of retaking the bomb site.
Absolutely chaotic round, I think, is the way to put it. It's nice that Fire Flux make it expensive, right? I think, just in that force buy, but it's not going to make a difference in the grand scheme of things. Nexus 2-0 start should be made 3-0 as well. Let's Fire Flux go for these weird kind of continuous force buys that sort of Alan touched on in the post show with the battle of the economy. It's like, thankfully, going to go back to what is a normal default. We're playing towards mid. Mach 10 is flying towards Red Room here as well. Zella might want to fight this. The flashbang does nothing for Raga, though. It's all for those for the ramp players. BTN does overlook it, but thankfully the 5-7 a little better than that P2K. Down goes Soulfly. And this low buy being put to bed. Spotted out by the pistol. An easy round. Lost man. He's in towards elbow. What can you really do with your sensei? Actually, you've got an AK. Just try and save it is what you can do.
Yeah, that is definitely the best choice, right? So far is a very, very nice start to the match here, or the map for Nexus. Not much else to say about it. I mean, the big almost crime that Fire Flux were committing on the first map was the fact that they helped to make that CT side economy so unsustainable that they just couldn't put up much of a defense. Glad to see them, wait it out here a little bit at the start. Now we've got M4s, we've got the AWP on Sensei. I think this is a more reasonable approach. So let's see what this defense looks like, and maybe we learn a little bit about Nexus and their T side too. I'm curious to see how they're going to be approaching it. Early smoke goes towards that cheetah cave. They've got the double grenades in the middle here as well for Nexus, really trying to deny a lot of the information for Fire Flux, and a little bit of a boost up early on as well. But Sensei, he is here. In spite of the Molotovs that were thrown out, he's ready, and Raga will go down.
I guess being pretty important for Nexus in the early part of this map as well. So, pretty big loss for them in round number 4. Considering it's the first gun round for Fire Flux, Nexus would at the very least want to put pressure on. Make it expensive in any way, but I just want to fight behind it. He wants to fight behind the smoke, may I say it. He's got the right idea. He knows that shelf control is something they've been losing quite consistently. This is a way of at least trying to bolster it a bit. He's been spotted out by the jump peak, though. ETN. Does he back himself mechanically? Molotov will bound round, but doesn't really affect Paz here. He's trying desperately to get this fight, and BTN does super well.
1-for-1 trade. Quite a bit of damage on the BTN. Bomb is still outside of this B bomb site. Strunk in a position that simultaneously it feels like should be easy to clear, and somehow is always very hard to clear. Like, obviously you can throw Molotovs and all the rest of it, but the problem is you're also slowing yourself down a lot of the time when you do that. And speaking of being slowed down, they can't really afford that here. Nexus, we're down to 26 seconds. They're going to be throwing the standard smokes for the A execute here, so nice towards CT spawn. That's going to be landing. Soulfly, though, smartly pushing in front of it. I do love everything about this, and a lot of damage on top. 15 seconds here. What a Molotov, though, to force Sensei out. He's doing an amazing job. 10 seconds left, and Cello should not be allowed to plant the bomb here. Strunk is walking in right behind him, and we'll get the job done. So good rotation. I think Soulfly kind of reading what that smoke meant early and pushing in front of it is really important.
Agreed. Nice work. Really nice work. And I think for Fire Flux as a whole, it's probably just nice to have, right? A round going quite successfully for you, and it means that we can sort of build off this a little bit. It gives us some security going forward. A lot that needs to be done to convince us from both of these two sides, just because of the ups and downs that they've had, right? But Fire Flux first gun round coming earlier, first of all, is good, and successful is going to help. Sensei does find sound and gets out unscathed, which is huge. Same can't be said, though, for Soulfly. Is going to get caught.
Really important early on here. Remember that last round, it was 2v1, right? So Fire Flux lost a lot of rifles already in the last round. They need, not just to win a couple of rounds here, they need to really make sure that they can get that CT side economy up and running before we can have a really good conversation about what's coming next. Paz playing solo on the B bomb site. Such a hard position to play in a lot of different... I appreciate that. Falling a little bit further back, and we'll see if he's going to get some backup from the middle. There's a lot of people still in middle for what this setup is. Yeah, okay, now we're going to see another rotation over to the B bomb side. It makes sense to me. I feel like typically this is probably how you'd want to play it. Deep donut, and then double on the B bomb side. I think this is a fine setup for the moment. We'll see if they can withstand, though, because I think Nexus one kill at this B bomb site, and they probably have the round. Scrunk is going to be that kill, unfortunately, there. The timing just absolutely works against him. And now it's down to Paz alone. AK and...
Round. Keep hold of what we've got. Round. Keep hold of what we've got and just reset. It's a great response, though, from Nexus. Fire Flux final round, you go for a quicker pace one. A change in tempo, and I think just Fire Flux get caught sleeping a bit. Like you mentioned, that big kill is the one towards Scrunk in Cave. With him falling, it's such an undermanned site. It's so basically impossible to hold, but also not even just about holding or denying pressure. You can't even really buy time there. The standard setup is to push those short and long lanes, get that control, then go for secure plant. Because there's just no way a Fire Flux are going to be able to buy enough time for rotates to come over to make that a kind of a possibility. So good work from Nexus. And a much better showing already early here. It's not as kind of flip-floppy. We're seeing consistency out from them. Consecutive rounds being put on the board. And that, at the very least, does start to make you believe that there might still be that map 3 looming. It felt unlikely off the back of map 2, even though it was close. It just didn't feel like that. But
yeah,
where we're at now, I do feel like generally Nexus are showing at least enough in the early part that they've got good ideas here.
I would agree. I think that, you know, the decision making once they've had the first engagement is looking pretty reasonable. Flashes are going everywhere. Nobody can see anything in the middle. It's a classic ancient experience. It will be a 1-for-1 trade as BTN does get a kill. Soulfly in some trouble here. He needs some backup, and well, it's going to be the other team to reinforce that position. Adron coming in from the CT spawn position, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 3. The backup that Soulfly had was a much further back, and they weren't really able to negotiate that well enough. Cello sneaks up the B ramp. It's my favorite thing to hate about this map is when the CTs are not looking, and yeah, this is what happens. Cello understanding that very well. The bomb is going to be freighted in. It's going to take a minute or two here, but there should be a pretty good position for them here. Oh, did they hear the scope? Do they know in front of the smoke? This is a sick play from Sensei. I was wondering if Cello would have heard that. He's still going to go down. Sensei just rocking them in this round. That is unbelievable. 1 versus 2 now, and Adron to try and save what's left of this round here for Fire Flux. If they can get this one, they might be back in the game. Oh, he does miss the chance for a little flick there. Adron pushes in and just takes the fight straight up. Relentless aggression coming out here from the Romanian player. And somehow that works, but oh, that's soul crushing, right? He should have had the round, Sensei.
I mean, credit to him as well for Adron. It's such a ballsy move to make because you find that first kill, you're now a known quantity, and you just continue to sort of swing off the back of it. Fair play, and I think for Nexus, needed a bit of a hero there, and they'll get it. Sensei, you gotta feel unfortunate for him. It feels like you mentioned, he's done enough massive kills to bring them a chance back in towards that round, and Adron crouching under his scope on that short play as well. Tough to see. We'll see attack pulls out for Fire Flux. 5-1 down. Now, they've been in this situation already, but and still. I don't know, for Fire Flux, still, these close moments. Not looking too good just yet.
No. And again, the unfortunate truth is, you have a lot of close rounds like this in the beginning on the CT side, and even if it's win some, lose some, your economy is going to get really wrecked, and so far it's only win 1 and lose all the rest, so logically then just not going to have that much to work with. They are putting a bit of pressure in the middle anyway. I kind of appreciate that. Some nade damage. They don't have much to back it up with, so I think this round was down to whether or not the HE Molly combination in the middle would have caught like 3 people. Maybe hoping the Nexus would have been a bit overzealous and taking that part of the map. Not really the case. They are going to be trading it, but I think ultimately Nexus are going to be probably fine with it. So, yeah, a lot of things right now pointing to the potential for a third map, which would be on Inferno if we get there.
Yeah, all signs point towards it. Inferno, you know, is part of the age-old saying, all good best of threes are decided there.
Yeah,
Eagle
used to be
up close.
Be a truth for every big Counter-Strike game in the past. I don't know if it's necessarily the case anymore. I feel like it's in a way, thank God, like it's a lot more open, right? Like there are a lot of great maps out there for us to take a look at. Okay, hold on.
Hang on.
All right.
Hang on. Numbers advantage. Unrecoverable. 5-7 in Donut. I like that spot here. Oh, don't do it. Oh, the push from Banjo was probably unnecessary, but that also might sort of sit in this position by Sensei.
My God.
Yeah, I was thinking it might get overlooked just because one pushing out, but really good work from Zello. Just making sure.
He kind of has that movement about him, like he's just so not worried about what's going on. You know, he's just having a great time and just kind of running across the map. It's very hard to play against. it's the kind of playstyle you actually don't expect to see in an official game. You know, if it was some sort of FPL type scrim, then sure, like, you know, you'd be seeing more of that. But maybe for that reason as well, it does actually work really well in these games because you're just not really anticipating that someone's going to be that fast and that, in a way, careless, I guess. As long as you can find a way to turn it off in the right moment, it's actually really dangerous. Okay.
At least for him. Up, kept alive in a 4K, which you're not going to say no to. But at the same time, for Nexus, they don't really care that they've just all gone down right at the end. It's a 6-1 start. I mean, this is where we're at. And Tadpole's going to get called by Nexus. They're not too worried, I think, is kind of the main thing, but...
No, I mean, you know, it's a bit of a shame that they lost that many rifles. Well, all the rifles in the previous round. But,
they got money, right? It's fine.
6-1, like, you're not going to be crying about it for too much. Although, I mean, I guess, in fairness, it does kind of shape the potential for a big turnaround, right? If Fire Flux win this next round and the Nexus are out of money... Yeah, we are probably going to revisit the topic of that last round and say, well, hold on. Now, suddenly, there's a bit of an issue here.
I got to see as well, for this Fire Flux side, I mean, the fact that it's kind of 2 maps that have started back-to-back in this way. It's, a bit of a weird spot, but... like you said, this is an important one. If Fire Flux find this... maybe, just maybe, we can start believing a bit. Sensei, right there. Oh, barrel spotted. Shoot. Yes, he does. Zello gets caught.
Sensei doing so much work at the moment here, but Soulfly's going to be going down. Nice trade. Even as Banjo stepped up to take a swing, they're quickly going to get rid of him here. Sensei back at it again. Oh, he peeked right into sound. Looked like he wanted to try and maybe show his gun barrel dead, is to maybe fake out a shot or two, but at the end, he ends up going down to 2 versus 2. The bomb planted here. The potential for a very hard retake. There is a Molotov on BTN. We'll see if that's going to play a role towards the end of the round here. There's no smoke on the CT side, so if he does land the Molotov back there, it could be pretty devastating. We'll see if he's going to be able to find his way back. They know sound, or they feel like sound's in there somewhere. He is indeed, and he's going to get down, but still doesn't change the fact that that Molotov could be a big deal. Here we go. BTN, he knows it as well. Right on top, and there's no chance for that defuse happening any longer. That is a sick way to win the round. He might die, but he's going to be laughing from the grave.
Nexus just can't seem to lose right now, can they? Every single time. Paz, head in hands for him as well, so...
yeah.
Oh, man. Just an awful predicament. An awful predicament for this sort of Fire Flux side, who, again, have done so much for us to start believing. I started really thinking that we could get back into this and we could find form and we could, you know, spiral off the tail end of map number 1 and bring the betterment of Anubis in towards Ancient. They've just fallen so flat. It's a map they play so much as well, similar to Anubis in all fairness, but it looks so scrappy. Sound will bail out his teammate at BTN, but John going to get caught, and they just overlook boxes there, so Raga gets away with a freebie.
I think Fire Flux trying to execute the lane control protocol there, and it is really, really powerful, but it doesn't work out in their favor this time. Sound in position on the ramp, ready to take the fight. He is going to get, well, potentially double swung upon. Might not matter when he gets the kills that quickly. Sensei, I don't know what he's doing here, fiddling around with the knife. Just keep the gun out and try and take this fight. It is the bomb, so funnily enough, if he was to get the kill right here, he could maybe had a chance to get back into the round for himself. It's actually kind of doable. Where's the backup going to be coming for? So far, it's still... all right, there we go. A little bit of more help, and they lose Scrunk at the same time. Sensei... he's still hunting. He can still win this round. Raga, he's got the bomb in T-spawn, and I mean, all right, they're going to be coming for it, but he's actually making this doable. All right, Raga's made a run for it. This is this is crazy. How's Sensei battling them that hard? It's just the bomb that had to escape, but Cello waiting here should be enough to win the round, and it will be. That's a crazy round in about 10 different ways.
Yeah, I can't believe it gets that close, I think is the main thing. Sensei, if he had got that kill on elbow and been able to be 2 steps ahead towards the CT side, he probably catches Raga on the retreat, but... Oh, man. It is a difficult position. We're going to see our second attack pause called by Fire Flux. And, you know, they're going to call it, but then come in towards this round with, I'm assuming, not even a full buy, right? You know, you've got kind of 3 players who are under 4 grand. So again, slightly difficult.
Yeah, they're in such a tough spot right now. I mean, the scoreline kind of says everything you need to know about this. Like, 8-1, first half. They're having a great time, Nexus, and fair play. They did pick the map. It's just that from the stats alone and their recent adventures on this particular map, we just weren't that convinced. But it's good to see that they're proving us wrong here. I like that. Fire Flux, on the other hand, I don't know what they need. They've got a couple of HEs. Not even really going to get a chance to throw many of them in the middle. Somehow still coming up with a couple of kills. I don't know how this ends up a 3 versus 3. That's kind of ridiculous. Paz actually looking to get another one, and he will. The 5-7 again. Coming back to haunt Nexus. As Paz gets the kill on the Sound, and it's a 2 versus 3. They have no business being in a 2-on-3 in this round. It's so weird.
ETN right at the... I thought for a second he might just overlook this angle. Sensei might get a drop off because he hears all his information. He gets him behind. There's the bomb. There's 2 right there. Second chance, though.
He looked...
We'll be okay. Yeah, he did look. My God, for a moment, that could have been a little weird. Bomb picked up by a drone. 1v1. And Banjo, he's a little slow in kind of the rotate over here. So the bomb should go down, no issues. Oh, hang on a minute. He's planted open for CT, and he's not looking here. Nate will come in, and he sneaks in towards Cave. Nate does a lot of damage, and I think the information that goes behind it is enough. But look at the HP for Banjo, barely alive. A gust of wind, and he's out of this round. John moves away, he swings round, and he gets another 1v2 on this exact site for a draw. He did it earlier. It was Mammoth, and this one is another big one from him.
I'm pretty sure the grenade that he threw actually hit the CT walking into it there. So that's so wild. Like, yeah, put him down to 10 health, but I think it actually collided with him. So not a fun position to be in. It's another round for Nexus. Even again, it should have never been that close to begin with. They had nothing to work with coming into the round, but that's not predictive of anything right now. It's mad Counter-Strike that we're watching, but it's also at this time very one-sided. Cello, classic utility use here. He extinguishes the incendiary that's thrown from the B-bomb site with a smoke to take up this position, and Paz was not ready for it. So he's going to go down. The aggression and the confidence all of a sudden here for our Romanian friends is at an all-time high. Skronk's going to get 1 kill, but the bomb plant should be following pretty soon.
Well, we'll see you on map 3, guys. I am of full belief. I already kind of was a while ago, but this retake might have some legs behind it still. As it's not quite given up yet. Zello gets out. Oh, and Zello hits an absolute corker at close range. He takes a lot of damage. The spam should see him off. And a 1v3 for Raga. Molly on the bomb, but he's seen off by Sensei. A second for Fire Flux, finally. But I think even if they get the remainder and get this third, I don't think it's going to make a difference.
I mean, if there's even half a world here where we're looking for a compact, right? It's gotta be the 9-3. It's gotta be the pistol, and it's gotta be essentially probably the first buy round as well for Fire Flux. It's a long string, big requirements for them to even start to have this conversation, unfortunately. Sensei's playing super well. He's got 17 and 9, but there's just too many other players that are lacking. Banjo on 6, Skronk at 3, Soulfly at 4. Like, you can't carry that deficit. So we need more. We need a lot more right now. Final round of the half is coming up. And at least for Nexus don't have that much more, to work with here in terms of the economy. Classic grenade use to take down Raga.
Let's not overfight here, guys, though. Let's not give away too many freebies. Banjo, wait for support. Oh, good reaction. He will get traded, but it's not bad. Hang on, though. Take that up close. Hang on. Nexus have made this a 1 versus 2. Last man of Paz. The bomb's planted right in front of him, but he's going to let it go down. And now a 1v1 on top of the box. He should be okay. And he is. Fire Flux fine 3. But my, oh my. That was awkward. Especially considering what buy Nexus had to work with there. That was way too close.
Yeah. I don't disagree. This was very scary. It kind of shows like a lot of the problems that Fire Flux have had in terms of the protocols and their understanding. I think it's a big decision you can make on this bomb site. Then the question becomes, if you're on the CT side, are you trying to fight to stop the bomb plant, or are you just trying to do a lot of damage and then retake the bomb site? And a lot of teams right now just say, well, we're just going to be spamming through the smoke and throwing grenades, and you know, you might get the bomb plant, but you're probably going to lose a couple of people even trying, and then we'll retake the bomb site. It feels like Nexus... Oh, sorry, Fire Flux didn't have that kind of coordination. They were sort of half fighting, losing a couple of players, and suddenly the T side wins. So, scary proposition, but 9-3 at the end of the first half here for the second map. If you're just joining us, there is a lot of Counter-Strike to come. There's 2 more best of 3s after this for the day for the European side of the tournament here, and we'll see how this one plays out. If Fire Flux can with this pistol, then maybe there's a chance for a comeback. It does seem like it's very unlikely, but it's going to boil down to this round to begin with.
All right, Soulflight. Try and send himself in towards Donut here. I want to put pressure on. They might be doing exactly that. There is a bit of support, and Zello tries to support, and that will lose him his life. This is a great hit towards A, and with a dink as well on the Temple player. This round feels like it should be done, but nice shot from BTN.
Okay, got some couple of good kills in there. Fire Flux pretty much securing the round, and they're going to go hunt for it. Not even any fear whatsoever. Sensei kind of determined to bring them back into this game, whatever the cost may be, so pretty aggressive stuff. Okay, that was the first thing, right? And then we said they needed, if they can win the first buy round as well, that's coming up for Nexus. I mean, you know, not right away, but... And there is a way, there is a chance to do it.
Yeah, the road to recovery is... It's a long one, but at the same time, it's not just because of MR12. You always feel like there's a bit of a chance. So, yeah, you find the first round like that. This round should be simple, but I do kind of like what Nexus is doing here. It's very unorthodox. There's the first. No, I tell a lie. I tell a lie. Mac 10s are actually struggling a little bit. A couple of kills that come through. Last man Azello is barely alive. I don't think things are going to change here. I feel like they know. Got a good idea, and down he goes. Okay, so it's this next gun round. If we can get Fire Flux on the investment that comes through now for Nexus, if they can win on this bonus buy, then we can start to believe.
Yeah, 9-5. You win a strong round, and all of a sudden there is somebody to play with. Let's find out how this one goes. Adron and Cello playing pretty well. The rest of the team not that far behind. It's a pretty well-rounded effort here for Nexus. Early grenade. I love it. Wow. Braga, he sort of practically jumps into that one. Still continuing with his mission to try and do a little bit of damage in the middle, but he's a bit worse for wear.
Braga's actually had, though, some decent moments throughout the series. Not obviously someone who puts up a lot of numbers, and he hasn't really here, but some of the kills he gets are so impactful. One of those guys, he gets one and he's so happy just to fall back, and even as well at times be a little bit of cannon fodder for kind of the greater good. He holds it towards Donut. We needed probably momentarily a lot of Util being utilized to get this red room control. It's sort of now the question of where do we go from here. Oh, well, good reaction.
It's a bit of a start, isn't it? Sound to go down. Sensei. Pretty good follow-up there. Trading their way through. It's what you want to see. BTN. Challenged by Soulfly. But doesn't actually come out on top, Soulfly. So suddenly 3 versus 3 once again here. Fire Flux. All important. And Braga sneaks on through Sensei. He's quick to react. I thought he was going to die right then and there. And that certainly would have been the round going the way of Nexus. But once again, it's pretty open. 30 seconds left. That's obviously the big issue, is the bomb is in the middle here, so they pretty much have to walk back somewhere. Is BTN aware that somebody could have snuck up? If he goes to check now, that Mac 10 is going to jump him, and suddenly it's 18 seconds for the 1 versus 1. Deep Molotov landing on top. Scrunk, he did get the bomb, and he's escaping. I can't believe, again, it's down to the wire. But he will get the bomb plant now, and Raga, he's going to have a nasty surprise. Oh, he has to run across the map. This is not a fun round to try and clutch, even if it's a 1 versus 1. Even if he has a little bit more health here, it's so much map to cover.
Yeah, poor guy. So many angles to try and clear as well. It feels like it should be impossible. He's here quick. Close cave, nothing. Tap on towards that bomb. There's a lot of angles to clear for, and he's just spending a lot of time. Swing, and Scrunk will see it off. He did not plant for himself, and that worries me a lot. There is a real world in which if Raga just sticks that, it could have been very, very dicey. It ends up being okay, but my god, I don't love when you don't plant for yourself like that.
There's also a world in which he just loses the 1v1 right at the end. I think there would have been enough time for the defuse, even without the kid. So I think he made that, probably as hard as it could have been for Scrunk. That's very risky, but hey, you know what? They win the round, and you know, part of it's like a 3-step thing. They had to make it 9-3, win the pistol, win the first buy round. I mean, here we go, right? Slowly but surely, they're making their way back into a better position. 9-6 now. We'll see if Nexus are able to stand up to this, if they can keep the pressure on, or if we're going to end up in this weird situation where they suddenly lose control of the match once again, and Fire Flux just get back into it here. The economy not going to be looking anywhere near 100% for Nexus, so these next couple of rounds could be tricky, although that is... that's an angle. Good night.
Yeah, bye-bye, Sensei. Smoke down towards ramp as well. Just as Fire Flux are picking up real form, he's going to tell me that the round that they let slip will be one like this. Still feels quite unlikely, even in a 4 versus 5. Fire Flux are waiting. They're grouping up towards B. It's BTN's angle that needs to be cleared more than anything. It can get overlooked just because of that close right. And it is a left eye peak, of course, for the T side moving in.
It's nice utility usage here. We'll see if you're right about this. Oh, okay. They spot him out.
Thank God.
BTN to go down. They actually pre-fire the other side of that. I kind of love that. And through the smoke, it is an enormous amount of damage. Adron does kind of get the element of surprise in there, but I don't see Cello and Raga being able to do much of anything from behind this position. Flank is coming in from Raga, but not much of one at all. This is Banjo coming up with some sweet music in this one. 3 kills and a 9-7 scoreline. This is slowly but surely getting more interesting again. I was starting to feel like, oh, this is for sure a third map. Like, who even cares at this point? But maybe a little bit too ahead of myself there, because Fire Flux once again are coming alive. And again, they've been dragged back in here by Paz and Sensei.
Oh, yeah, I mean, honestly, Nexus, if you have 2 maps like this where you let it slip from this fashion, it would be rough. The spam was there for Raga. He nearly got the tap on the jump, which would have been wild. Elbow and mid control now taken by Nexus. Fire Flux, if they want to go via mid, which has been a big part of their T-side plans, they have to do a late round retake of it.
Yeah, this is interesting, right? Because Nexus can stay here for a long time, but eventually they're gonna run out of grenades to stick around. Flashbang's coming over for Soulfly to take the peek. It's a very cool idea. Might have helped him a little bit in setting up the kill there on BTN, but 4 versus 5. And again, you can see now that the grenades are kind of depleted from the CT side. They sort of have to fall back, and they've also lost the B lane control. So while it does slow down the T side, the question is always, you know, is it quite enough? Is it worth the effort? Maybe they would have had that kill on Soulfly outside of the B-bomb side. You would have said, yeah, definitely, but I'm not so sure anymore. They're going to be stacking heavily on the B-bomb side to try and make up for the fact that they're playing in a 4 versus 5, and trust that if they go A, then Cello is going to be able to do something. I will say this, if they go A, Cello is going to get smoked off every single time here, so... Okay, we got B grenades instead.
I'm sticking. Gotta move. 20 seconds.
Oh, I hate this.
I really don't like this. One wrong move, like that, for example, that's not going to help. Oh, Paz! That is so quick. But the bomb is down. This is a round that's still somewhat looming. Guys, we got a plan. Thankfully, Zello is nowhere to be seen. But I I despise rounds like that. They make you feel so uneasy.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, right? All it takes is like one little slip up. If there's 2 more seconds of the clock and the bomb falls into an awkward corner or something, it doesn't even matter if you get all the kills. You could just lose the round to time alone. That peak from Paz, though, was demonic. I don't know how he managed to do that. It's so sick. I'd love to see that on a replay. Still, I mean, it's well played. They push into the stack, and they find a way to break through. So 9-8, Fire Flux walking their way back into this game here. Nexus under pressure, still not winning any of their CT side rounds here.
Oh, well. This is it's a really uncomfortable. That shot from Paz alone genuinely could have been the difference between winning or losing that. When the bomb spills, it worries you, but if there'd been 2 in towards Cave there, that swing that comes in to get the trade could have actually gone south. It could have been a 2-on-2 fight through Cave, which basically just taking way too much time. 9-8. Fire Flux streaking as they did in Anubis. And Nexus falling flat again. I mean, Anubis gets kind of ran riot here. MP9 will get that first. Raga, good work in through elbow. Oh my god, how is he still alive? He isn't, thankfully. He's sitting off in the end.
You almost made it, okay? He was close. He maybe could have escaped. Sell away WP. Did you find anything? Nice little kill for Paz. Going to be finding Adron out in the open. MP9 is pretty close here, but it shouldn't be winning the fight against the AK. Look at Soulfly trying to just slowly walk the corner here and realizes I don't even really have to take this fight. It's not that important right now. Yeah, stay at a distance. Okay, here we go. Nice swing from BTN. They block off the middle so they don't have to worry about anyone in there. And now the AWP is in trouble. Sensei goes down. Fire Flux. This is unforgivable. The bomb is actually down here. I think they just spotted it as well. Sound is holding the corner now with the stolen AWP. And Banjo, he's surely going to be dead behind this one. MP9 will take him down as a 3rd kill for BTN. For Fire Flux, there's no reason any of this had to happen.
Playing so isolated as well, right? Maybe Fire Flux. Oh, nice shot. Don't see him in the AWP too often, but makes it look pretty good there. But honestly, that again just feels like these sort of rounds where just as you start to believe, it's the hope that kills you for Fire Flux. Really rough stuff. And, you know, now we look at this where it's you've given a lifeline back over towards Nexus. Sure, you can buy it back in. Well, I didn't say that. You know, it's obviously going to be a little funky for Scrung. I don't really know where he goes here. It might even just be an upgraded pistol buy. But, all in all, hence why Fire Flux are going in towards their 3rd and final attack pause. It's a difficult dilemma that they're in.
Yeah, no question about it. Oh, it's the beginning of a really nice comeback for them. It's really impressive, but what are the easiest way to lose this kind of a comeback? It's obviously just running out of money before you really get to where you need to go, and that's not quite what's happening yet, but it's close enough that you can feel how uncomfortable it is. 10-8 here. First round being picked up from Nexus on their CT side. I'm sure they're not feeling super confident either, because it has been a bit of a wacky second half for them. But let's see. I'd love to see somebody other than Paz and Sensei doing work on this second half here. Soulfly, is he really just going to walk through? Yes, he is! And he catches BTN. What a peak. Who does that? Why are you doing that?
Alright. That was rude. Sensei gonna find Sound as well. I can't believe Soulfly. That is gonna so carefree and it works out. He's been having a pretty bad game, especially by his standards. He's meant to be the numbers man for this team, and you know it's obviously not been working out, but that's a good sort of way to get a bit of confidence. Something just a little bit rogue and random.
Yeah, like, did he hear, was it like the, grenade pin pull or something? Like, I don't know.
Must have been.
He just found the perfect timing to walk straight through. Cello, going to be taking down Paz, and yeah, obviously they were saving a long time ago on this one. That's a brutal way to have the round ripped out of your hands. At least they're saving a couple of rifles here because Cello can drop, and They can still probably have a bit of a dangerous, you know, potential buy Nexus in the next round. But, I don't know. What a weird scenario.
Yeah, at the same time, though, it's a one-round game once again, and it still feels so dicey to call it. I mean, it's a good indicator. These two sides are actually very evenly matched. You know, we saw it in towards map number 1 of this. Both sides finding form in the same halves. Being at the T side, of course. This is a point that we brought up in our sort of previous best of 3, right? Where we were talking about how at times that CT side was incredibly lackluster.
Okay. Raga making the run. Classic scenario, although curiously he is missing some grenades from inside of the bomb side. Yeah, he's on his own out there. Oof. Normally you'd see the B defense throw some flashes over the wall to try and set him up with that. It's something that if you want to study some demos at home, go watch how Na'Vi do it. They send Bit into that position and he's flashed in from JL and Alexi that are holding the B bomb site, and it is a shockingly effective flashbang that they throw. It's absolutely devastating. I'm actually struggling to find teams that can stop that from happening when they execute it, and yeah, it's pretty wild. So Raga, unfortunately, not with the same level of support. BTN alone, if he dies, the round is probably going to be over.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Well, BTN, good for the first. Gotcha Scrunk. Trade was, unfortunately, a little lackluster there. We're triple stacked. Sensei waiting for this smoke to disperse a little bit, but he's going to get 2. The third should be there for BTN on the trade. He tries to swivel as the orb that sees it off. That is a chaotic round. But that double kill that comes through from BTN is so big, and Sound steps up in a massive way as well.
That was a big position for the M4A1 there. At the edge of the smoke, you could tell most of Fire Flux were focused on BTN, right? Like, to them, he felt like sort of a wounded animal. He's alone at the bomb site. Let's get him, you know? But the smokes they'd thrown towards CT spawn, they weren't covering everything, you know? Smokes aren't walls, as I believe Flom said somewhere back in 2017 or something.
Bars.
Yeah. BTN. Oh, wow. Speaking of nades, throwing down on that one. Soulfly's going to take down Adron, and now they're going to be careful here. Skrunk's trying to push through. Soulfly, he's going to get chewed up as well. They were ready. And this could be the almost sort of, you know, ringing in the end of the map here for Nexus, because there's not a lot of money left on the T side, and in a 2 versus 4, this could easily be like a 13-9 victory.
Yeah, hard fought, but this actually might be the indicator of that map 3 now. The 12 is... it's on the lock and key here. I can't see a world in which this is lost. I'm sure the bomb is on the back of Banjo, but where do you actually go from this spot? You touched on it. There's just no econ. If they had a bomb plant, you might believe a little bit. A resmoke. And that'll keep Banjo locked in place.
I mean, you'd love a crazy peak. You'd love a fight here to try and, you know, even at a minimum, just if you get a bomb plant down in a round like this, you'd be pretty happy. Otherwise, you end up in a position here where it's almost, you know, it's almost preferable to save a Galil or 2. And how sad is that? Like, that's not how you want to get the other team to 12 rounds. You want to try and fight for it a bit more. 20 seconds left. One smoke set up on the B bomb site. Deep Molotov, flashbang to get on over here. And they're going to have another smoke for it. So maybe the bomb plants are going to be more likely. We are down to 10 seconds. So, oh, there we go. Sound taken down. He was trying to stop the bomb from being planted. If he'd get the kill, he would have won the round. But instead, now they're in a 2 versus 3 and very nearly a 2-on-2. With that spray coming through, it's a bit dangerous. Celo's walking up behind. Gotta be careful here. It's being watched by Pass, but it's not gonna make a difference. He's so quick on the trigger, and now Banjo, 1 versus 3. He gets the spray on 1 and instantly traded by Raga. Nexus will find their way to 12. Just fine. I mean, you know, maybe a little bit harder fought in the 2v4, but it doesn't matter.
Like I said, at the very least, getting a bomb plant out for that for Fire Flux, that felt pretty unlikely in itself. So maybe we can talk about sort of silver linings a bit, but the recovery that's required from them with what it's still going to be, even with the extra money from the bomb plant, what is still going to be so difficult. It's a tough predicament.
3 rounds to get into overtime. And to start that run with, they've got 2 MAC-10s, 1 Tech-9, and 2 Galils. It's just not easy to celebrate, is it? Early spray, they just knew what was coming. Ragged is very well played, and Cello going to be taking down Paz, and just like that, 5 versus 3, and you can almost hear Inferno in the distance. 1 more round here, 3 more kills, and Fire Flux just, unfortunately, again, that huge deficit that they were working with coming into the second half, they actually get so close to overcoming it. And they lose that 1 slightly ridiculous round to let Nexus back into a bit of momentum. I don't know. It's unfortunate. If they focus up a little bit more in the first half, they have such a good route to try and win this series in the 2-0 fashion.
Tech-9, MAC-10, Galil. To salvage this round would be, I mean, magnificent, first of all, but the likelihood is so slim. If we've been falling towards Cave, it's triple stack towards B as well, and I mean, Zello's not too far away in terms of rotating over from Red Room. This should be an impossible task. 40 seconds, 2 Molotovs and 1 smoke to work with, and there's the said smoke, but ETN will be out in front of it. Molly out towards long. It bounces, it goes long. It bounces off the wall. That makes life difficult. Sound will still get damage off before he falls. The spam from BTN. He's only good for 1. Bomb trying to go down, and it will. There might still be something here. Soulfight delivers, but it's all down to him now with a slow game and a 1 versus 1. Is Adron died somehow. It doesn't matter. I don't even know how Adron died. It didn't. I don't know if he disconnected or was a Molotov of his own, but it doesn't make a difference. Zello gets that last kill. It's a sigh of relief, but it's Nexus who push it to a map 3.
I'm pretty sure he disconnected. Maybe he was like, "Oh, we already won us." I like it.
Do you think that's what I thought? Do you think he's like, "Oh, congrats, guys"?
Congrats, like, bro, you've got the 1v1. Don't even worry about it. Okay, that's wild. We're gonna go into a 3rd map on Inferno. That's great news. We're gonna get to see a little bit more out of both these teams. I mean, it's entertaining Counter-Strike and nothing else, even if there are some mistakes here and there. But I mean, I like it.
Yeah, I do as well. Again, another very chaotic one, but nonetheless a fun map of Counter-Strike. We're going to throw over towards Alan to break down that, again, quite wild map of CS.
Making it hard for me today with some of these games, to put it mildly. A very kind of similar back and forth affair, I guess, to map 1 of 2 very polar halves. So let's go back to that first half. Nexus T side, Fire Flux CT side, and I think Fire Flux will be kicking themselves a lot when they watch that first half back. I think they left quite a few rounds on the table. Considering how troublesome the half was, Sensei was playing like a monster. He had only 2 deaths at one point, despite them being so far down on rounds. And I recall in the first few gun rounds, I think he got, in 3 of the 4 first gun rounds or something like this, he got the opening kill and put his team in a 5-on-4. And for the life of them, they just couldn't convert. Elsewhere on the map and mid over towards B, they just consistently were losing openers the way of Nexus. And Sensei, despite playing what was a fabulous first half, probably the best CS he's played for a while, his team just were not able to capitalize whatsoever. And I'm quite confident that when Fire Flux watch this demo back, they'll see a lot of situations where, had we communicated a bit better, we would have got these scenarios over the line. Why were we pressing an advantage when we didn't need to? We could have just sat back and played out our man advantage and whatever crossfired the bomb site into an afterplant. It was really troublesome for them. And then on a couple of occasions when they did get rounds close, Adron had a couple colossal clutches. So if you add in those clutches with the rounds that Sensei gave an advantage, there's maybe 5 or 6 rounds in that first half where Nexus could have got more out of it and failed to do so. And even just a couple of those won probably would have been enough to win this map and end this series. Going to second half, Fire Flux, win pistol, they convert it, get off to a good streak of rounds early. And they're actually playing really well at the start of that second half. They were much more decisive and aggressive. Maybe T-side does lean itself in that direction somewhat, but they just looked like a completely different team to the first half and the way they were commanding. Game got super close. I think it was 9-10 for Fire Flux. And then they had a really crazy round over towards B. They had a man advantage, and there was a player nearest to pillar, and Scrunk ended up committing through the smoke on ramp way before his teammates in cave were ready to crunch. And small error like that, a small lapse of communication, or maybe they were surprised by where the CT was playing, whatever it was, a couple seconds of miscoordination, and they couldn't trade that play, and they lost the round. And from there, that was kind of the end of the game. Had they won that round, Nexus would have had no money. They had to eco. It would have been definitely a round advantage for Fire Flux with a lot of money in the bank. So I think all in all, Nexus, of course, deserved to win the map. They played some good Counter-Strike, but Fire Flux, with the positions they were in, with the number of rounds they had advantages, should have done better. We should have been in overtime, I think, at a minimum. And that will be a very, very painful demo review, I think, for them to watch back some of these situations, because they did put themselves in a lot of good positions, but the closing stages of the round were not going the way of Fire Flux. It was Nexus that held their cool a lot more towards the end. Third map of the series then. Ancient out the way. It will be Inferno. Most certainly a middle ground map for these teams. Plenty played for both, so I don't think we can inter much from that. I will say that Inferno as a map is a map of team fundamentals, and we've seen the best and the worst of both these teams already in these series. Certainly off the back of that second map, Fire Flux and the Afterplant and some of his man advantages, they will have to clean that up to play a good Inferno. But equally, if Nexus stop getting opening kills or anything leans out of their direction, there is a lot of firepower here on Fire Flux, and we did see on map 1 that was a problem. So I think those are the key factors to keep an eye on. Can Fire Flux keep it clean? Because if they do, I do think they will win this series, and it will be a 2-1. Either way, map 3 to follow. Winner goes through to the quarterfinals, and it'll be Inferno to decide this series. Don't go anywhere. Inferno then will decide who will be our next quarterfinalist here in CCT. In Europe, it's been, guys, a wild series so far. Good luck if you were trying to predict what was going on here, because even if you watched the games, they didn't make any sense as they were unfolding. The way I felt, honestly, after that second map is the Fire Flux should have won it. Is the Fire Flux in a lot of good positions. I actually think in some ways they have been the better team over this series for quite a lot of it, but they just keep losing so many important moments. Can't keep control of the economy. Neo, you feeling the same way going into Inferno?
I am. I mean, generally, for the lack of a better term, Nexus have just been off their game. They've not been playing well, and the fact that they're even going to a map 3, you have to really question and say, what has gone wrong for Fire Flux? There's so many moments for them where you're watching it, and rounds that I should have no question marks about, they go up in the air, even getting into situations which are super dicey, and then in a lot of cases losing them. And I just feel like for me, for Fire Flux, this is a side that obviously they've been grinding a lot, but there's obviously clear issues in this team still for them. They are the better side, at least from what we've seen so far, but I think the way I'm looking at it, both sides have actually played badly. It's not been an enjoyable game in terms of it's been quite sloppy, I think is probably the way to put it, right? We're not watching clean, precision Counter-Strike. This isn't like a Paravision right now. This is really kind of ugly CS, and it's just about who can be like the slightliest kind of cleaner bit of ugly right now. It's a rough way to put it, but generally it's so scrappy. Neither side can fathom a CT side as well at the moment.
Feeling the same, Anders? Is this just an iteration of Eurovision where it doesn't make any sense?
Yeah, I think unfortunately it might be. We'll see. Maybe the third map is going to make a difference. I think we are headed right into it. So we'll catch you after the game, Alan, and let's get into Inferno. It's going to be the deciding map here in the best of 3. Fire Flux versus Nexus. And Nexus is going to be starting on the T side. Fire Flux on the CT side. See how this one plays out. I mean, I don't disagree. Like, there's been a good handful of mistakes on all sides, and some big question marks, and some players gone missing, and maybe Inferno can be that big at this side. Oh, actually, they're going to be knifing first. Fair enough. All right, so we get to decide. We get to see how that plays out. I like that.
Yeah, that round could be pretty important as well. I think a lot of teams generally do like to want to start on that CT side. It looks like it's going to be Fire Flux, nice and easy. So for them, I don't know. Actually, I've said, a lot of teams like to start on the CT side. Both sides have looked lackluster on the CT side. So maybe in a world, that's actually not the case, right? And maybe where we're kind of at the moment, it's actually the other way where T sides feel a little bit better. It seems like with the restarts coming through, the Fire Flux have decided to start CT. It's been an ugly game. I'm going to stand on business with that one. I really, it's not been the cleanest of Counter-Strike. It's not been the most formulated. It's been some very weird and kind of tough to watch rounds. But Inferno's is a whole different beast. It's a map number 3, and maybe, just maybe, we can find a world to show a little bit of continuity between the halves. That seems to be a big issue for both of these two sides. This one half is really, really good. The other one is super sloppy, and we have to just try and hope that the first is able to really bolster up the struggling latter.
Yeah, we'd love to see some of those things get ironed out again, because we know if they go deeper into this tournament, they're going to be facing more and more teams that will crush them for those kind of things. So we'll see this flash setup for Scrunk. Nice flashbang, but it doesn't matter. They run right into Cello, and that quick P250 of his. Going to be a trade again, as Sensei wanted to see if he could follow it up. They know there's another player inside of the bomb site, so it's kind of an easy read for Nexus to see what's happening next. If they push back, they're running into 2 players. If they push here, it's just 1. So not the hardest choice to make. And they're going to take down Scrunk as well. 2 versus 4 here in the after plant, and it looks like an absolutely unwinnable round. They're trying to get some shots with the smoke here. Dualies are walking up on the banana position, but it's going to be a while before they can really get into anything. And we're not just talking about getting 1 kill here with the Dualies. We're talking about getting, a whole host of them before they can start to get back into it. It's a nice goosh onto Banjo, but he does win the fight. So 2 versus 3. But it already ticked so far. Yeah, I think they're realizing by now it's not really worth it. I'm on a bit of a mission right now to figure out how often do people throw that flashbang from inside of the B bomb site and actually get something out of it more than just the information. Like, sometimes you'll throw it and you just peek and you say, oh, there's nobody there, and that's good. But I feel like people often throw that grenade, and even when they flash people, just like what happened now, they don't get the kill anyway. And a lot of the times there's so many T's out there that, yeah, you flash half of them, but the other half just murder you. So I'm growing in suspicion of that pop flash setup, even though logically it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I remember you touched on this. Was it? I don't know if it was yesterday or might have even been earlier today. I mean, but you are right, because it does feel like that flashbang as a whole has limited amounts of success, at least when we cast it. You know, and more often than not, the flash does nothing, or it doesn't really do enough to kind of warrant a kill. That's a miss Molotov. That's unfortunate, but like, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. That's a good nade, though. That bit of U2 I can get behind.
Yeah, that'll get the job done. No, but I mean, even just not in the games we casted, like, I think, there's no joke, I went through 60 rounds of G2 trying to do this, and I couldn't find one where they actually got a kill behind it. It's so crazy. And I'm not looking at 60 rounds of Inferno, I'm looking at 60 rounds of that, you know, any flashes being thrown to that top position, and it's just, there are times when they do some damage, and again, it's not for nothing, you don't have to get a kill every time, I'm not saying that, but in my mind, I thought it was going to be a lot more kill-heavy behind those flashes, and it just doesn't seem to be the case. So, might just be that the meta at the moment, people are so good at dodging it that, or even if they don't dodge it, they have the crosshair in the position anyway. Why does it matter if they're flashed? They just get the kills. Hold on, hold the phone. What's going on? Fire Flux.
Hang on.
Yes, we're yapping away, getting some kills here. Sound trying to bring it back into line, and he's going to get a double spray down. It turns it into a 1 versus 1. Soulfly versus Raga. 40 seconds here. What is he doing? Knife out? He had no idea? I'm so confused. What a round.
Oh, man. What a weird game that we're getting so far. That very much should have been Fire Flux's round. With the kills they found, I genuinely thought they were locked in place for it. But a really nice little recovery that comes through. I think, you know, again, we spoke about Raga not always having, you know, insane statistic maps or rounds as a whole, but generally he has, when he steps up, his impact is always sort of well known, and there it sort of is again. So 2-0 for Nexus. We come back in with a little bit of an investment for Fire Flux, but not a super conclusive one in a way. Raga was ready for that apartments push too. And what we got? You know, double 5.7, double MP9. One rifle to work with. Pretty big ask, that's for sure. And Nexus, if you can get a 3-0 star here, it basically gets guaranteed that it should be a 4th as well. It's a really good way to kickstart Inferno.
Good smoke to buy a bit of time there. Scrunk walking on the other side. Oh, if they had done that boost 1 second earlier, I'm pretty sure Scrunk is dead. But now instead, receive a grenade for their efforts. Gonna start to fall back a little bit here. An MP9 at the corner, smoked off on the other side right now, Sensei with the M4A4, and he's going to run back from that smoke, so doesn't really want to stick around. 50 seconds. So far from Fire Flux, this is all pretty decent, right? Yeah. Scrunk still has a smoke and a Molotov, so they've got even more ways to slow down Nexus. This is secretly kind of a more scary round than maybe it seems. I'm growing in suspicion. They're running this clock down low. We're in that area again where like even just one mistake could really cost you. Paz, gotta be careful here you don't overpeak it. Oh, when he comes back for it, he's still alive somehow. Grenades out, and the pistol will do the rest. Really nicely done. 20 seconds here. And again, there's more people inside of the bomb site ready and waiting. Banjo up on the box. Maybe not the ideal fight for him, but we're down to 15 seconds. They don't know there's a third player here. They're not checking it, and he mows them down. That is the round for sure. Takes the fight, Sensei. So full of confidence. Triple for him. And I think, again, Nexus kind of maybe causing a bit of problems for them.
Well, we've seen that kind of close cold Zera box angle get overlooked late into a round. It happened to us literally yesterday, and it went around, and it happens once again here. Sensei with 3 in the end, just to see off a drone in that mini pit. Well done. And I also really like that small little thing up from Paz, you know, spots a bit of contact, instant reaction is drop a nade, swing back in with the 5-7. It's a nice little 1-2 punch. Nade softens them up. 5-7 sees them off at close range. Beautiful stuff. Didn't even need a headshot as well because that nade did so much damage. So good work. Fire Flux. That was an important round to be taking because of the knock-on effect. Because that previous round was a swing round. It swung very well now for the CT side to put pressure back onto Nexus. A bomb plant here on this T side would actually go quite a long way. I see now, with Raga on 2.4k, a bomb plant genuinely could allow for the T-side AWP in towards 5, but even then, it's not always the thing you want if you don't have the right support around it. Still, it's been shut down pretty quickly, so I don't think that's really something we need to worry about just yet.
Yeah, suddenly the chances here for a bomb plant have dropped significantly. Alright, that sounded very violent, but he didn't actually take that much damage to begin with, so Sensei, I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing out of him. I feel like consistently throughout this best of 3, he's been the guy to really step it up. 9-2 for him at the moment here. And yeah, Fire Flux getting into the game early here on the CT side. That's good news. That's kind of what you want to see.
Yeah. Giving us something to sort of believe with a little bit, but Nexus back into the buy. And with these rifles out as well, we've got to kickstart things. Dron, BTN, 0 kills apiece for them. Zello only on 1. That's 2 actually very important pieces for Nexus 2. The Dron was massive in map number 2 to get us here, and obviously you all know sort of Zello's impact, how important he has been. BTN down he goes. Raga will trade. They're trying to scale up, but also go up on towards Cold Zero Box, playing the elevated angle here. It gets overlooked again. Bomb spills forward. Support from Long, and Banjo does well. Paz is still up here, and the flash does get him a kill falling. This is dicey. Zello. Oh, one tap to find him backside, and Zello's giving himself a chance. Tap on towards the bomb, trying to bait out a fight, and Scrunk doesn't bite.
It's an absolutely ridiculous display from Cello. How has he done that? Okay, he's going to try and buy some time and make Scrunk feel very uncomfortable. He just wants the fight. Less interested in the bomb plant right now. He's looking for the victory here. That second kill of his was out of this world. We're going to need to see a replay here. 45 seconds, and I think Scrunk is somewhat smartly just waiting. There is a world in which Cello's walked away and is kind of at the B-bomb site, but I think Scrunk might as well just stick with his intuition. Stay here until you hear the bomb somewhere else. There's not a lot to be gained by running across the map. 30 seconds. Let's see if that bomb is going to be planted or attempted again from Cello. He does have a Molotov. I guess if he threw it down onto the corner, that would be kind of sickening, but nope. Okay, going to try and defend himself on the one side, and now just one tap here is going to be enough for Scrunk to get the job done. He snuck in on him, and will deny the attempted clutch there from Cello. Still, is a really nice attempt, I must say, from the Romanian player. Not enough this time.
Yeah, it's an insane sort of patience game there by Scrunk, waiting for the opportunity. I think Paz does so well. Even him just getting away with one more kill makes such a big difference. And it's the fact that it's falling, I think, is all the more sweeter. But that initial kill that he gets, drops the bomb, spills it forward, and makes life hard. Look at this, though. Bye-bye, Soulfly. What a shot from Zello. You allow Nexus to plant, but you win the round. I don't think you're too upset with that one. Fire Flux take the lead and start their CT side in a pretty decent fashion, right? Since the guns are coming into play, we've been feeling okay, at least for now.
What have they got to work with here? 2 AKs on the T side. Fire Flux. Alright. Taking up position in the middle with that AWP. Bit of a bold move there. The double nade down towards the bottom of Banana. Didn't really do anything to begin with, so at least they're not walking straight into the utility damage. Huge smoke landing on the wall. And the classic Molotov on the other side, just to try and sort of retake this position. Another grenade does land right on top of Sound. Some decent protocols right now for Fire Flux. We'll see if they can continue to make this work. They might just do the same combination again with the smoke Molotov.
Yeah, let's see. Mach 10 of Sound gets out in front of the initial molly, and it sort of forces Scrunk into peeking a little bit. He wants information because he hears that tick. It wasn't worthwhile, though, in the end, and I don't think Soulfly wants to fight here. Just playing a little bit of a step back and waiting for rotations is the way to go about this. That flash is perfectly timed to allow them to cross the new box, and now this becomes difficult. He knows the new box player. He's then forced into church as well. As this bomb goes down, actually a pretty difficult retake here for Fire Flux, even though the numbers are level.
Yeah, I agree. Not at all easy. They do have the smoke kit combination, so there is a chance if they get the right kind of entry kill that it's going to work out just fine. They could put a lot of pressure on the T's in the afterplant here. He nades. Flash goes behind Soulfly. You could see that already as it was being lined up. Paz with a couple of great kills. Braga's trying to push out in front. He spins around, gets the headshot, and Sensei is on his own. He's going to get the one, but he cannot continue the spray. Instead, it's Raga with a nice triple. That's such a hard round for Nexus to win, but they did a great job.
Yeah. Starts well here as well. Mach 10 finding the first, and they just scale up in towards the site very, very quickly. Great work, and now, if Nexus can start scaling themselves in terms of the T side of this half, we might be able to talk about putting pressure back on towards Fire Flux and keeping up the sort of historic story that we've seen throughout this series of how T sides have been considerably cleaner or both sides. You want to build up as much as you can in terms of a repertoire in this first half. Great start for Zello as well. As Sensei gets dropped, now we can start moving forward. Second mid and top mid control can be taken pretty early. As they're simultaneously pushing Banana, this could get spicy, but you're pushing towards Banjo with the AWP. He gets one and gets out. BTM might want to fly through this, though. Hang on a second. They're already up towards oranges.
Yeah, one more kill here. Jumping through. They're going to get that every single time. Such a good read. Bomb is at the bottom of stairs. Why is that when you've got the bomb sites? I mean, it might be fine in this round, but in a slightly different scenario, the fact that you've forgot about the bomb back here could be disastrous. So I'm sure they're laughing their way through, but like that's a big risk.
Ragger. Back over towards Ram to hold for the sort of late flank, but it's never going to happen here for Fire Flux. They've already committed before the bomb gone down that they're not giving it a go. We've got 2 saves. I think it's worthwhile in this situation to save as well. And 4 and an AWP, it's just not worth giving it a go. You never want to retake with an AWP at the best of times, never mind when you're in numbers disadvantage. And Nexus take back the lead. And a similar story that we see at times throughout the series of, you know, periods of these maps where it's been very back and forth. Neither side able to get consistency or kind of rounds in quick successions. We're getting a little bit more of that here. Slightly tougher predicament that we're in. Molotov down, looking for those players, but they're not in towards big pit. So, nice idea, but unfortunately, Rager not going to net anything. That lead is pretty important now. And it does give a bit of stability over towards Nexus too. They're no longer in that sort of feeble economic state, something that obviously sort of Fire Flux has to deal with themselves now. And big decision to be made about the buy, and it seems like they're deciding to force here. It's some teams love these, you know, force around because you've got an AWP, you're trying to do anything around it. It's a big risk, right? You lose this round. Not only are you giving up a 5th, you guarantee that Nexus get bare minimum a tied game at the turn of the half. And the way they're playing, expectations are probably more.
Round number 8. Pretty brittle situation here for Fire Flux at the moment. Don't have the money in the bank. Don't have the best hardware out there. Nexus getting away with a couple of good rounds here on the T side of Inferno. And Fire Flux look like they are likely in this round to, you know, go for a bit of a overstack maybe on the B bomb side. It makes sense. Like, what else are you going to do when you don't have all the equipment? See how quick they are to realize that, at least for now, there's some top mid control involved in this round. BTN going to be walking in, setting himself up for a bit of utility. 55 seconds here. All right, he's going to get slowed down behind that one. Actually, it takes a lot of damage for no reason.
Yeah, Ragger's trying to just phase through the smoke here. Does thankfully pull away. Would have been a massive risk to be taking. Banjo silently making his way down. Yeah, he does, all the way. You have to do it kind of quite specifically, but he does it perfectly. So, credit to him. There we go, it might work for them. The first is there for Paz. A quick trade. He had a chance at the second as well. He might go overlook Banjo on the site. And again, Cold Zero Box doesn't get cleared. But it still should be good enough. 2 versus 3. And I don't know if this all wants to give it a go.
Yeah, it's a hard position to clear because you already killed one player that was essentially in that same corner, just a little bit further out. So
yeah,
in your mind, you're thinking, that's it. Like that was the guy that was playing that one. 2 versus 3. Sensei, I kind of agree. Going for this one seems wild. Like, he can stick around and try and open to the site, but at the end of the day, it's not worth risking it. So Nexus, they get another one, and everything is kind of coming together right now. Good double kill for Sound in this one. Soulfly hanging around. Don't know if he wants to go for some late aggression, stop them from running away. It's a great idea, but the bullets, okay, there we go. Just making it more exciting for us.
when he missed the first guy who was the low guy. That did worry me a tad, but he just chases them with the 5-7. It's pretty decent moving. So let's see where we're at. It's a now 5-3 scoreline and a pretty important buffer zone. And sort of as I mentioned, losing that round for Fire Flux gives Nexus a 6th here, more or less. And I know we've got an AWP, but it shouldn't be enough for a 1v5 in terms of the investment. So I can't see a world in which Fire Flux win this. Even if Nexus play this unbelievably simple, and even if it was just something like a B-rush, which is going into the AWP, isolating fights of that should be impossible. Nice shot from Zello. Shotgun AWPing. That is so damn quick.
Absolutely ridiculous plan to bring into the round. This is one of the reasons why Cello is so much fun to watch, but like I said at the same time, if he dies there and gives up the AWP, it's, you know, the risk versus reward. It's scary. It's so fun to watch, but man, you got to be careful. Sound is already a little bit low. Sensei, he's been trying to bring Fire Flux back into the game right now. Feels like some of these halves, it's all on Sensei to really put in the work. Zello's over here, just taking a peek into the bomb site in a couple of seconds. Not going to see anyone immediately, but if they decide to hit that B bomb site, I doubt if even Sensei could slow them down.
You're right. Let's see if he can. And he's got to hit a nice... He's got to hit one fullback, hit another fullback. That sort of style of hoping that we like to see, but flashed off the angle to start things off is the perfect way for Nexus to deal with this. Oh my god! How? How does Zello get away with that? It says he scoped in, but we can see he basically didn't. Phasing through the smoke, get nets nothing for Soulfly. And Sound wants more behind it, he'll get it. No AWP saved. That's the worst case scenario for this round, in all fairness. You don't really mind if you lose the round. It's actually losing that AWP, which is... It's tough. Thankfully, Sensei has money to buy back in, but he would have liked to have the extra sort of cash in the back pocket for a just-in-case factor.
Yeah. Wow, that's... I really don't know how he got away with it. That's unbelievable. Cello, a wacky round in a couple of different ways. And they're up to 6-3 lead here. Everything is kind of... I don't want to say it's gone according to plan, but Nexus is getting away with exactly the right rounds that they need to really put the pressure on Fire Flux at the moment. What do we have? AWP on that CT side, back with some rifles. They've got some utility to work with, but that smoke is so fast in the middle. Sensei, all right. Looking straight over. That seems to be a bit of an error. Oh my god, what a spray.
Oh.
He kept it going as he jumped past the wall and hit the headshot midair. That's absolutely insane. How does he do that? Sound.
Jesus. Both the shots Zello's hit, by the way, this round have been ridiculous. Surely not another. The Molotov does really tag up Scrunk as he falls back to Big Pip, but by him doing that, it also gives them the sight.
Yeah, they know that he's down here somewhere, but actually they didn't realize he'd fallen that far away. They thought he was still by the bicycle back there. And Soulfly should be a free kill, and it will be. Sound preoccupied with something else, and Fire Flux finally winning another round. Took a lot out of them here, and they lose a bunch of players, but... You know, a victory is a victory. That's mental from Sound. I don't know how he does that.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, that's all that matters, but... My god, this is such a wild game that still is sort of playing out where it's so difficult to predict. Because Fire Flux, in their own regards, it's a nice round where they play off each other like that. It makes you believe that they can chain at least a couple more. What's tail end of this half? Make it even and put the pressure right back on towards Nexus. Nexus need a strong CT side, right? You know, it goes without saying.
Oh. A
strong T side, may I say, because the CT side has obviously had issues. And it doesn't help. We've already losing one.
Yeah, devastating way to go. Grenade catches him right at the bottom of Banana. Round number 11 here. We've got Raga with 9, Cello with 8, and then the rest are kind of... Oh, it's not true. Sound as well with 12. But for BTN and Adron, it's a bit slim at the moment. 2 and 3 kills on them respectively. You want more out of that. Bomb has been picked up at the bottom of the T stairs and flashed around the corner. They're not really committed to it yet. I wonder if they spading out a little bit of utility from the CT side. Smoke is very annoying. That might make them sort of second guess. I think they failed the smoke. Yeah, unfortunately, that smoke was meant to be for library, exactly where Sensei's holding, and it lands on top of the roof in the middle of the bomb site. So that's a bit of a failure for Nexus. They're going to have to recommit that in a couple of seconds here, which I'm sure they will. Sensei's moving forward, and he's just trying to find that kill. That's very well done. 30 seconds left. He actually wants to go for it again. It's so risky, but they're not expecting it. They think surely he can't keep pushing. There's nothing stopping him from doing that. 20 seconds, and again, it's Sensei. Absolutely determined to try and win this game on his own for his team, and he's done a fine job. 3 kills in the round. He's 16 right now, and 7. Wow.
He's hitting some real crisp ones. I mean, Sensei's a name that sort of went missing for a while. We just sort of stopped hearing from him. He'd always been around within kind of the FPLs of the world, for example, but yeah, we hadn't seen him in ages. It's good to see that they still got it. Obviously, when we came in towards this matchup, especially recently for Fire Flux, this team, at least to me, felt like it was really built around Soulfly as being this sort of hero star player in a sense, but we've seen some nice moments. I think Paz has looked really solid on a CT anchoring. Obviously, Sensei's looking ridiculous. And Fire Flux have proven to me that there's maybe a little bit more about them, not just like a one-man team. And actually, you know, it probably helps in the proving point because Soulfly has actually been quite quiet this series.
Oh, see if he can make up for it now. You're not wrong. He has been a little bit quiet. Only going to be the 1 kill. Not quite enough again. You'd want more than that. They only have Tech 9s on the other side here, and the 1 kill, or the 1 M4 picked up here on Cello, but that's already getting away with quite a bit. Now, they've taken a lot of damage. Nexus are trying to get onto the bomb site, so the retake should definitely be doable here. Fire Flux. Deep breath. Focus on this. It's really important. Tie up this game. Make it a 6-6. Raga up close with the Tech 9. He's very low on health. He's going to have 1 chance. It'll make an amazing amount of work out of it. That's very well done. Quick trade 1-for-1. Bomb ticking away right now. And Fire Flux slowed down a little bit. Cello trying to find the Deagle headshot. He's got the right idea. He's got the aim for it as well. But they're still being traded out. And with the kit, they're going to be able to go straight on that defuse. So tying the first half 6-6, it's not bad at all.
Yeah. I've got to say, credit where it's due, that's actually a decent recovery from Fire Flux. I really thought, you know, especially when we were at 6-3, I thought it was sort of done and dusted for, you know, coming back in towards this gun round. And it was one of those scenarios where it was now or never for Fire Flux in this half. If they weren't able to get that 4th round at 6-3, that basically felt like it probably should have been it. And thankfully for them, it's a nice little few rounds in quick succession at the end. If they get a pistol to start off here, Nexus start to quite quickly get into a lot of trouble. That's where Fire Flux, at the same time, keep this momentum spiraling in their favor. We shall see. Looks like tech pause though before we get there. We've lost BCN.
Oh. Get him back. Tag him back in again. Yeah, I feel like we've had a surprisingly few of these kind of pauses, so I guess they happen every once in a while. That is kind of the nature of online Counter-Strike. Somebody's internet is bound to have a hiccup every once in a while. So yeah, I mean, I mean, all the games have been kind of weirdly close, even if we've had some one-sided halves. It's always ended up being a little bit closer. You can see there 13-11, 13-9. This one could be the closest of all right now. It's tied up 6-6. Second half here coming into it. It's always interesting to me. I feel like a lot of the pistol rounds that we see out of CT sides on this one involve, you know, 1 in the B bomb site, 4 in A, and then that one guy in B has to try and hold off the entire T side with 1 smoke, and I feel like it never really works. So I'd love to see some variation here coming out from Nexus. It'd be fun to see if they could invent some new stuff.
Yeah, exactly that. Seems like this one might take a little bit of time. Let's get BTN back in. So unfortunately, we're going to go to a little bit of a break. Hopefully only a brief one, but we'll see you soon.
right, we're back once again. A little bit of patience for you guys, appreciate it. And let's get live with the second half, third map here. Nexus versus Fire Flux. Welcome to CCT EU17. After this, we still have 2 more best 3s coming up for you guys, so you don't want to go anywhere. It's a lot of action coming your way.
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking forward to seeing what those other games they've got on offer as well. This playoffs has the potential to have quite a few upsets along the way. We've already seen one, especially that Partisan game. Maybe even actually the Dano Eklot versus Spirit Academy game as well. That to me felt like a real upset. Spirit Academy come off the back of a LAN win. They won, what's called like Landalan, I think was the exact name.
Nice.
But a domestic LAN basically, and pretty good stuff. They beat Norbert and Perfecto in the finals.
Okay. Some names.
But they lost to Dano Eklot 2-0 and badly. So they lost where it matters. That's what I'm saying. So yeah,
it happens, you know.
It does. Pistol round is super important. We didn't see that standard setup that you spoke of as well, that a lot of teams are running. 1B, 4A. This time it was 2 towards A, 3 towards B. They attempted about the splitting through brackets here. And Skronka gets core. This is scrappy though, because they've got CT control and they're fighting them.
Yeah, this is sickening right now. Nexus, can they make up for this? 2 versus 3. Raga, he knows someone could be here, and he's going to absolutely swing that corner. Takes down Paz, and they're right back in the round. 2 versus 2 here. Bomb being planted, but they're already quickly out to hunt here. Dualies coming in. Oh, looking for the shot. Cello, he barely sees anything. Takes down Soulfly, and now the hunt is on. Sensei, can he save his team one more time? This has been a crazy day for him already. He's peeking into it, trying to reload. Raga, he didn't reload. He just picked up the dualies instead and kept on going. And the round will go to the Romanians here as they do pick up the pistol in the second half.
Yeah, and now they go sort of right back to putting the pressure onto Fire Flux. And I think, for me, I look at it as well, and the way that initial fight gets taken into a CT looks fantastic. And I just feel that, unfortunately for Fire Flux, they took a little too long to commit. They take CT to get 3 incredibly quick kills. They should just be going, committing. It doesn't matter where to, either it would B or A. Just commit to a fight and actually prioritize getting that bomb down as early as possible. But they do take a bit of time. And here's where we're at. 7-6 for Nexus. I will realize though on the other side that there still should be a buy for Fire Flux. Galil, double Tech 9. Due to that bomb plant. So they can't come in towards this one a little too lackadaisical, or it could be a tough loss. And we've already seen this happen once, right, where these forced by losses can end up spiraling into a bad start to the half.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Can easily spiral. Had some pretty one-sided halves. We need Skrunk and maybe Banjo a little bit. Those 2 players right now up their level just even a tiny bit. I think Fire Flux have got a pretty good chance of having a great T-side here. It can't just all be on Sensei though, right? He's got 20 and 8. He can only do so much, right? This is this is too crazy. I guess on the other side, just to point it out again, Adron and BTN really are struggling to have an impact. Now, maybe that's going to be different in the second half. You better hope so. Otherwise, this could be a bit of a weird affair, especially if one of them is going to be anchoring this B bomb site, where a lot of the time you are going to be put to the test. You are going to be attacked in a direct way. The Molotov actually not spreading down. I think he landed on the roof instead of on BTN, but he still dies almost immediately. Raga trying to come through, but he's going to get traded out to the back of the bomb site. Is sound, and he can just play for a bit of time here. I do love the timing on that. It's actually pretty sickening. I think Adron had thrown a deep flashbang that somehow hit him, so very well done. And that will be the round to Nexus. They're loving life right now.
Yeah, they are. Back to back. And for Fire Flux, they have to take a step back in towards this next. There's nothing they can really do here. Upgraded pistols the very most. Should be a 9-6 start. It's a very good position for Nexus to be in. And for Fire Flux, who took a while to get in towards this game, recovered well, now let things slip. I mean, if they are to end up losing this map, what we'll look back at is saying that, you know, as the point that Alan brought up on the desk, is that they probably should have won this series 2-0 outright. And they completely sort of fell off the wagon in towards that of Ancient, and look where we're at, and now they're at a pretty deep deficit. This one I'm not expecting loads. A pop shot from Sensei. Does get pretty close in all fairness, but smoke down to meet him and that'll slow them down.
I mean, the success criteria here for Fire Flux in a round like this one, you get a couple of kills, take away a little bit here. Maybe don't give too many kills over to the MP9s. Like, it's very, very slim. Like, a chance for a bomb plant is very minimal. Sensei hoping to pre-fire the angle. Nobody's really holding that one. Although Cello is almost, you know, he's curious about it. He's like, ooh, can I go for a fight? He does. Wins it as well. Incendiary lands on top of them, and they're being repelled pretty hard at the moment. B10's getting a bit bored down here. Flashed into the kill. I think they're sick of waiting. Nexus saying, this kind of slow Counter-Strike, we can't abide by. We need more speed. We need more aggression. And it works out for now.
There it is, though. This is it, right? I mean, honestly, as much as there's still a lot of life left in this half, this first gun run for Fire Flux is incredibly important. You lose this, it puts you right back to square one and getting towards the next round with Nexus basically being on 11 at that point because of your lack of econ. It is all down to this, really, for me. If you lose this one, you're putting yourself at such a big task, a massive mountain to climb. Oh, we'll see. Deep nades that come through. A double nade setup that Fire Flux want nothing to do with. They didn't even want to test it towards Banana. A much slower starting towards this round for them. Of course, at the same time, they've also got no Banana control. So, going to have to play with the retake. And it looks like they're going to go contact in towards Banana. They'll realize no one's there, but another smoke comes down in towards top car. Try and keep them at bay. It's one man, though, anchoring B. This is a big ask.
Yeah, it really is. Sound relocating. He's coming back. Could have been maybe an interesting spray down, but when he dies, the round dies with him. 4 on 5 with nobody even close to a rotation here, so... This is one of the reasons why a lot of people are, to say the least, critical of a map like Inferno, because these are the kind of rounds you sometimes end up with, where you just have to say, oh, that was it. That was the one kill. That was the action in that round. On to the next.
Rag out. And EXs would be nice. There might be a little play to hunt to a degree. I mean, especially with these MP9s. You're kind of thinking, I'm going to buy in towards a rifle, or I could buy in towards a rifle next round if I was to die. So why not just go and have a look? Any upgrades would be good, but a pretty simple round for Fire Flux all in all. And there's the gamble and the risk, I guess, that doesn't get rewarded of you just have one anchoring the B site. I mean, poor sound. So little he could do there. No play, though, to try and push in for further kills of any sort or any sort of upgrades. They're just going to keep these MP9s on deck. Zello's got an AWP, double M4, double MP9. I'd probably like a little bit more of a default setup at the very least for Nexus. Just having one guy alone towards B, especially now that he'd run out of smokes with that second one that was thrown towards top car. It, yeah, made it a near impossible task. 2-round game. Fire Flux. They've had some real ups and downs, and it has really felt like a one-man show. It's Sensei who's got nearly double the kills of second place in his team. It's a worrying spot for them. There's not really a lot. You add up second and third, and you get Sensei's kills.
How could that be? Guys, he needs your help right now. Maybe especially on this T side here. Is anyone able to assist at the moment? That'd be really nice. Nice grenades. Cello is so lucky to be alive, but you know what? Even on low health, that AWP will come out on top. Scrunk. That's gonna be upsetting to think about. You're like, oh man, we nearly had him, but he stuck around just to spite me. Under a minute now, and the question is for Fire Flux here. Do you just go for it? Do you say, okay, well, we kind of lost the banana control. Let's just see if we can speed this one up and actually find a way through. Adron's right here. He's going to be taking a lot of the attention away. They've got the crossfire with BTN on the other side. This should be a lock-in for the round. And I think, yeah, now the chaos is unfolding. You can see 3 CTs peeking at once. And it is suffocating to that T attack. That was nicely coordinated.
I like as well, BTN and Sound playing around those smokes. They're just not scared to fight around them either. A lot of teams in that position would sort of just fall back to default angles. We've seen that cold zero box angle be very, very strong for Fire Flux on that CT side, and you would kind of expect someone to be parking up somewhere around there, but someone playing over towards mini pit. These crossfires that have been so regular, but that time they're just fighting behind them. I like it, and for Fire Flux, it gives them not a lot of options to work with. So a 10-7 scoreline now. And another situation which is actually pretty dicey for Fire Flux. You lose this. Nexus obviously get 11, but basically get gifted the 12-2. Unless you decide to go for a force buy, which in itself inherently is probably even more risky than the spot they're in. Flash around the corner is sumptuous from Raga. Sound gets in, gets out. And he comes back for seconds. Molotov will be extinguished. He'll fall back over towards Sandbag. And a double stack here. Normally, I don't like having a Sandbag play, but with two of them, the second might get overlooked.
That's always the hope, isn't it? A little bit tricky if they bring too much utility. That double position can also be exposed in other ways, but right now they're going to be leaving Sound out there. Okay, BTN just coming back. Bit of a jump. No one's really peeking behind it. He's so ready for it, but again, this kind of a grenade setup kind of, you know... Okay, they're going to throw it out a bit early. Again, another attempt to sell the fact that maybe nobody's here, right? Why would they throw the grenade if someone's already out here? And Soulfly wasn't really looking for it, so it works, at least to a point. Now, can he actually escape is the question. He doesn't need to! Oh my god, they ran right into that spray. Sickening display from Sound. It's someone we highlighted at the start of the series, and there's a good reason why. 17 seconds, and in a 1 versus 4... There's no way that Paz could win this one. There's already a guy at the back of the bomb site that he doesn't really know about. So, wide swing, and either way, he's out of time here. Well done, well defended. Obviously, Sound, beautiful round out of him.
Yeah. Honestly, Sound, he was so close to getting the ace as well. The crosshair was perfectly trained. It was just not meant to be. Fire Flux, that's got to hurt. Without the bomb plan too, especially. 4 rounds behind. Nexus... Seeing this off now should be a guarantee. And you don't want to caster curse them, but generally Fire Flux feel like they've lost all control. I don't know, man. This is a tough predicament. Fire Flux for them, you can't really... I mean, you can force by here, but I don't know if it's actually worth it. A lot of teams don't like to play for overtime, but it actually feels like it might be the smart choice as the best option, but I'll eat my words. They're going to force buy in. Double AK, double Glare on a Tech 9. Now or never. As simple as that.
Round number 19. Yep, it absolutely is now or never. It can't just be Sensei. We've been saying it all along. The man needs some help up top, and who's going to step it up is the big question right now. Sound on the other side is actually matching Sensei with 21 kills as well. And BTN and Adron, I mean, they're still not playing that well, but they've got a little bit more in the last couple of rounds, especially BTN. That's all we need. Like, we're not talking about, you know, jumping suddenly to double your, you know, your amount of kills. Just get a couple of kills in the next couple of rounds, and things will change quite a bit. And the same is true on the other side for Skrunk or for Banjo. Like, find a way to have some sort of an impact on the game. Flash is out there. Like I said, that flashbang still... I don't trust it anymore. I've looked through a lot of the data. I'm not saying anything conclusively yet. Like, but I might make a little video just highlighting that, just because I feel like it's thrown all the time, and I'm kind of wondering if anyone else is even considering how often does it actually work.
Banjo waiting in apartments. The numbers now for Fire Flux on their side. I mean, you might be able to stay alive in this series. Well, like we said, with this force buy, you lose this, and it's basically game set. Here goes Banjo, getting sent out first. Swing. And a find, in all fairness, a pass with a trade. That's big. That alone, yeah, they're calling the save already. I don't even blame them. We had to basically, in both instances of those players, the site player and the pit player, we actually had to go 2 for 1 each for there to maybe be a chance. And even then, it would be tough. Well, in this instance, in 1 for 1 situations, it's simply not good enough. That'll be Fire Flux staying afloat for now with an 8th, and a pretty good 8th as well. Only the 1 casualty is not a bad spot to be in.
Okay, that was, well, you said it was the last chance, really, right? They had to do something here, Fire Flux, and they're able to pick up the round in a nice fashion. We'll see how much they can make a run of it here, because they've still got their backs to the wall at the end of the day. The bomb will go up, but there'll be no more casualties in the round, just waiting it out here. But this is... well, it's going to throw a little bit of a slowdown. They have a lot of money on the CT side, is maybe the best news for Nexus. They can save a couple of rifles, they can buy into this next one, and even then, after that, they still have a pretty decent bank on at least a couple of players. So, they're not super scared at the moment. We'll see what happens if they run out of money, then it could get really awkward.
Alright, let's see. Need just one highlight reel out of Zello here.
True.
I just need to see those moments. Like, actually, you know, fairness, we saw maybe a couple on Ancient, but I think Anubis is really where he had his real prime time. Here's where it could be. Banjo up close. It's not an easy angle to hit. I gets out. Might want more. Ah, there it is. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Zello. We needed that. A lovely double. He never should get away with a second. He should be instantly traded, but the spacing just a little bit off, and he resets. And he actually, not only does he reset, he refights. He is the one who sets the tempo of that duel. You love to see it.
And just the confidence. You know, it's one of those fights where if he does try to walk away from it, like back that, you know, that long hallway, there is also a chance that he's going to die trying to escape that one. You know, if he gets peeked trying to backpedal instead. So, like, the aggression to just say, I'm not scared at all for any of this is hard to deal with. Giving his team a one-man advantage and spending a lot of time walking around here. 40 seconds. Looks like it's just going to be all of them in the apps. This is very, very risky. Like, it's already, there's a potential that it's going to be held. They do have a Molotov for this position, so they might be able to burn out Cello and kill him. But even then, we're down to about 25 seconds. There comes the grenade. Skrunk making a dive down. Now they realize where he is, and the fire at his back is eventually going to go down. 20 seconds. Sensei will find yet one more kill, and somehow we're back into a 2v2. Sound showing up at a very good time, but it doesn't even matter. Sensei, his accuracy is so good. He wasn't pre-aiming that. His crosshair was in the wrong position. But his adjustment is absolutely on point. Straight to the face. And now BTN alone to try and clutch it. He's not been having the best Inferno so far. He can stick around and look for a kill. But truth is, if he doesn't find one pretty quickly here, they won't have the chance to go for this one, I think.
I'm taking BTN. Gotta go. First fight. Important. And get it. Oh, hang on. Swing in towards his back box, will even clear it. He's spamming Coldzera, he's not there. He might just try and stick it in front. And he didn't even bother to get off. He knew it wasn't worth it. Down goes Skrunk. But also down go Nexus. This game opening back up 11-9. 2 rounds the difference. As much as Nexus are 2 rounds away, they're the ones on the back foot now. We're going to have some level of a rebuy back in. Somebody's got to take a hit. I don't know if John has a drop here. Oh, he's going to get a FAMAS, so, you know, I'd arguably rather a pistol. But, or triple M4 and a FAMAS to work with. Limited util as well, none for Zello. And generally speaking, your AWPers are usually one of your best support plays in terms of the util. So, it's going to try and use him as a bit of a turret.
Ooh,
oh my god.
We don't need that.
I think he thought that molly was the top car molly that isn't as deep, and normally you can sort of, or the half-full molly, may I say, which is, you can sort of play a little bit behind, but it was the deeper molly. And he, starts off the round. Him and Dejon, 44 points of HP.
That's so scary because it's such a grenadable position that you start on 44 health. You got to think, okay, if anything goes wrong here, I might be toast. But again, Cello, not a lot of fear in his game. Doesn't really care what's going on. He's going to take those fights, and this time he comes out on top. Are they going to speed up behind it, though? It's only 2 people defending the A-bomb site for the minute, but the rotation for Sound, it could not have been better timed. If Skrunk gets to walk around that corner, I think this A-bomb site is probably going to get crushed under the weight of the split. But now instead, 50 seconds, and they have a pretty good control of it here. 3 versus 5. And let's see if Fire Flux, they can't really go back to the B-bomb side. They just have to go for this one. Banjo and Paz to try and see if they can fight their way through the remainder of the round. There's already a rotation coming in from middle, so they are in a lot of trouble. Nice little flick from Cello. He's so quick, and Banjo tagged up, and he has no idea there's a player here. Why would there be? It's Sound with the kill at the end, and it's a great round for Nexus. They needed it, and they are just a step away now from winning the map.
Oh, man. Zello does so well. Zello, I think, when he plays at this level that we're actually seeing at the late part of this game now as well, these flicks that are connecting, it's got to be one of the most enjoyable styles of AWPing. Obviously, you get these consistent AWPers that, you know, they hold their angles, they hit their shots, but it's this sort of like super in-your-face, exciting style that you just love to see, right? And obviously, it's put a lot of pressure on towards Fire Flux. Look at the buy for them in towards potentially the last round. Double Galil. Triple Tech 9. Best of luck, Zello. He had, what, a couple of pixels maybe? And he makes it work.
What's Bro doing to our game? Why is he like that? Oh my god. Well, it's, you know, you could see why we were all sort of like highlighting it at the beginning. He's just a really, really fun player to watch. It has been for a long time. 20 kills on him right now. Bit of a flick that doesn't really connect here, but we're down to not very much. Like you said, 2 Tech 9s left, 2 Galils here. The utility is a problem. Oh, Adron disconnects.
Again,
please don't say it isn't so.
He believes that the guys are going to close this out without him. He did it on Ancient, and it worked. It's foreshadowing, I think, Anders, that this round is done here. I guarantee you Nexus win this round.
Like, it's all good, you know. You guys take it from here. I've got other things to attend to. That's fine.
It was a 1v2, and he made it a 1v1 earlier. This time it was a 5v4. He's made it a 4v4. He's you know, he's being kind to Fire Flux.
Okay, execute onto the bomb site. I don't hate it.
Look at the time,
this is a Molotov and not an incendiary, so it's going to be a lot harder to just walk through it. It's actually a really big difference here. Yeah, the time, they can't run back. They're committed to this no matter what. Nice setup for Sound. He's in the back, 15 seconds left. They've got to hunt him down right now. If he gets one more kill, it's disastrous, but he doesn't quite have the setup for it. And Paz turns around, BTN, a little bit invisible in that defense, and Raga goes down as well with the smoke being blown open. That's the end of the round. It feels to me like, again, like BTN probably could have a bigger presence in that defense. He's just on the other side of the smoke while Sound is basically trying to do all the work.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. He leaves him in such a rough spot. And, you know, the main thing for me for Nexus, when you look back at this round, and the one thing that they really needed that actually would have really helped is, like, you know, like a 5th player like a John who didn't drop out mid-round. Something like that. It would have really helped if we had enough just dropped out. Poor guy. But Fire Flux get given a lifeline, maybe from God himself, and it potentially could be enough. Now, I wonder if a John is back by any means, or if he actually is full DC'd here. He is back. That's good.
Okay.
It's crazy that it's 2 maps back to back DC'd in incredibly crucial moments.
It's not ideal. We'll stretch it that far and say it's not the best thing that could have happened here, but you know, they still got a bit of a lead, right? So maybe there's a way to recover this in spite of this little hiccup here. 12-10. Their money is in a weird state. I guess that's kind of the other thing. They will save the AWP, obviously, and Cello. He wants to be aggressive. Nobody is surprised. He's going to find the kill on the Banjo. He is such a terror on these maps. Yeah, he's going to go back for it again. He's got Raga with him. See if they can find the player that's outside here. There is a player in second mid still, but I think they've walked past. It's Scrunk who's waiting, so they've walked past him. That could still work out in their favor. This B push, they're not going to be expecting someone to be here already.
No.
So this might be disastrous. Raga walks up. Oh, not spotted yet. Crouching in. Does get the first one, and Cello was there with the AWP. Oh, no, it's fallen apart. It was Paz instead of Scrunk, sorry, but yeah, he was waiting out here, and at the end of it, he is just going to be with the AK alone against 5 people. What a crazy push. Cello won 22 kills, responsible for so many rounds. 23 at the end, and it will be Nexus to come through with a victory at the end of the best of 3. Wow, that's a wild series. It really is.
Yeah, one of the weirdest ones, without a shadow of a doubt. But in the end, that is Nexus who take it 2-1. 13-11 in favor of Fire Flux in map number 1, and a reverse sweep that comes through 13-9, 13-10 back-to-back maps for the Romanians to see it out. Their first win, if I'm right in saying, on HLTV this calendar year. So congratulations to them, taking it into February to start off the year, but they've got there in the end. And I feel like a lot of it was actually done by the heavy lifting of Zello at that tail end. He was just so damn solid. But for Fire Flux, we touched on it, and I think we can kind of bring Alan back on the desk with us and reignite this point. They probably should have 2-0'd this. At one point, it looked like they were going to 2-0 this, and now they've been reverse sweeps.
I mean, it's the one thing you can't say if you're in Fire Flux or a Fire Flux fan is that they had their chances to win this series. It wasn't like they were just shut out or they never had opportunities on the second and the third map. So I think... the better team won. The team that played their situations better won. And Fire Flux, for all the wrong reasons, I think will learn a lot from this series when they watch it back. And yes, they are a reasonably new team, but I think today they just showed they're not quite at the class we know they can be. And that's somewhat the frustrating thing I get about watching this team is that we see how good they could be. We see the rounds that they almost win. We see the openers they get. We see the individuals they have. But it's not quite enough, is it, lads? And it falls by the wayside. Our bracket, then, is moving along nicely, isn't it? Nexus advance through to those quarterfinals. They will face Partizan, so hardly a fun matchup. They have so just there. A couple more games yet to be played. Passion UA Apology and 9 Pandas 500. Assuming the favourites win those guys, these quarterfinals are going to be hella stacked. It's going to be good fun.
Yeah, I think we've got a potential fire series coming up here as well with Passion and Apogee. Two teams that I'm kind of curious to learn more about. Of course, we won't be casting it, Neo and I, but I'm going to be keeping an eye on that just to see how it is. And sneakily, we've been talking a lot about Ents obviously and our Serbian friends. As well, but I've got to say 500 is the other team that I kind of want to highlight as well. So I think they're a really, really fun team, the Bulgarians. But Cello, player of the match. I don't know, like he did play an insane game. It's kind of hard to judge.
We said it from the off. He is somewhat the odd man out, isn't he, on Nexus? He's someone that's obviously had some opportunities in the upper echelons, let's say, of tier 2, dabbled on the edge of kind of top 25, top 20 teams. Didn't quite work out in those scenarios, but never looked like a bad player individually, and certainly dropping back down to Nexus. I mean, he's just fish in water, isn't he? He's loving it, and he's playing his best CS now. So I think, I think it's safe to say that he's always played his best CS, isn't it, Neo, in these teams versus when he's gone international. Yeah,
exactly. International, it never really worked out. I always kind of wonder what the reasons are. I've had a good few times to speak to Zello. Seems like a lovely bloke. Obviously, it's different in teams, right? And who knows what those reasons are. But for me, it seems like talent alone is obviously sort of not enough. There's got to be something else that means it is not working out, because he, for me, is one of the best AWPers we have in tier 2. And I was kind of stand on that hill. He's a guy who I feel like, especially in a period now where there's been a lot of question marks about AWPers at that tier 1 level and specific AWPers, in particular, and you're looking at who's kind of a cheaper alternative, a guy who probably has a minimal to nothing buyout, and can actually play at a pretty good level. You would look to players like him, and obviously in the past it didn't work. So I don't know. I feel like there's probably at least another opportunity. He's still pretty young, but for Zello, he's obviously thriving here. He gets a lot of resources, and maybe that's probably part of it, right? In other teams, it wasn't always just about him, but in Nexus, they realized that we have to make Zello as comfortable as possible because he will win us games, and at times single-handedly takes over maps like he did at the tail end of Inferno.
Any closing thoughts, Anders, on Fire Flux? Just a few too many errors today. Was that how we're going to reflect on this series?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, but honestly, like, there are a lot of really positive signs. Like, you could kind of see how this lineup can work out. Like, some of them hit really hard. And I would say even some of the players that in the past maybe... I don't remember Paz as being like a particularly noteworthy player in that sense. I think he had a lot of really good moments here where I was like, damn, this is really impressive, right? Like anchoring, like on the T side of Anubis, outside of the B bomb side, he had some really cool rounds. So like individually, I think this is looking really interesting. I think the mistakes, they can get rid of them. This could be a powerful team in the future.
Right, that's going to wrap us up for the first 2 series of the day. Very quick break, guys, because we're a little bit behind schedule now. Passion UA Apogee, that'll be up next, and you'll have a whole new set here on the broadcast. We'll be back real soon. Don't go anywhere.
Alright everyone, welcome back to the CCT-17. New set of games, new set of faces on your screen right now. My name is Ted and I'm gonna be hosting / analyzing the next two best of threes for you. Of course, I'm joined by the lovely Zola and Mr. Command 64. I did realize, by the way, that you did name yourself after CMD64, which is absolutely insane. And it's so weird that it's the first time I actually put any thought into it, considering we've worked together before. But how are you gentlemen doing? The last series was an absolute banger. We have 2 more sets of round of 16 games. CMD, excited?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to these. I mean, it's been a little while since been jumping on the playoff action. Already, I mean, looking at the playoffs, I think we've got some pretty surprising games, and I don't think anything's set in stone for these two that we're going to be covering as well. I think there's going to be some action to be had. I'm just looking forward to being here.
Yeah, absolutely. Zola, we have Passion UA taking on Apogee. This is going to be our first one. I think we're going to take a quick look at the bracket for now and see how things have been going. Obviously, the previous 2 games of the day brought to us by another, I guess, set of faces. They were quite interesting. They did deliver. The Fire Flux and Nexus series for sure was a really difficult one to predict, but now you're looking at Passion UA, Apogee, 9 Pandas, 500. It kind of feels like we're getting the more interesting games, doesn't it?
Yeah, actually, I'm happy you brought that up because I think the Fire Flux game, I think Nexus and Fire Flux was the start of it. I think we kind of expected Sashi's run of form. It's not been great. Nemiga, a big name, and I think we knew that should have been a 2-0. But when it comes to this Passion UA Apogee game, obviously we've seen fairly recent roster moves and kind of changes across the player break for nearly every side. And obviously that's something that's happened with Nine Pandas as well. So it always bodes such excitement. And I think for Passion UA, we've spoken about it quite a lot. They've lost a very heavy hitter. So it's all a question of whether they can, mold this new roster without Fear, without S-Chiller. So I'm excited to see how it goes. Right now, I think predictions are always going to be very tough to kind of give. I think the Vetos might give a better idea. But look, you said it's going to be a certified banger. I think that's the only prediction I'm confident with.
Yeah, absolutely. Passion UA taking on Apogee. We have the young Ukrainian squad versus the Poles. And I think we're going to start it off with the lineup of Passion UA because you already kind of started that conversation there about Fear not being around, and same for S-Chilla. We have Fem and Topa coming in. And obviously, Topa being the in-game leader right now is kind of fitting in the shoes of Fear. And it's an interesting one because he is yet another ex-Navi Junior player, actually, same as Fear, that gets brought up to the team around the age of 24, 25, so not necessarily your teenage IGL. And then obviously you have Kvam, who's a really hard shooter and most recently was part of the Drillers, before that obviously part of Akla and a couple other CAS teams. But CMD, looking at this lineup, it's a little bit different when you look at the way that Topa's IGLing, being a little bit more supportive and a little bit more anchory, a little bit more isolated, so to speak, a bit more labor work doing in the server to what Fear was doing. You think this is an exciting new, I guess, approach from the side of Passion UA now that they're relying a lot more on everyone else bar the in-game leader to actually bring in that firepower?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a different look to the team. I think there's still a great balance with it, and I think just all it really is just juggling a couple of the roles around slightly differently, but I think it gives some of the other guys a little bit more time in the spotlight potentially, and gives us a little bit more of what they can do individually. I definitely don't think this team lacks any firepower, which I feel like there's been a couple of teams I've looked at after the play break, and I feel like that's one of the biggest issues. Passion UA, though, sure, they lose a couple of great players, but I feel like the replacements that they've had kind of as good as it gets, really, for a team like this. And you've still got individuals like Kavem coming in, like Jambo, who's already in this roster. Sure. I think there's a lot of pieces to this team that I really like, and I'm just curious to see what are the next couple of months going to look for them. And I think this playoff run here is going to be a really good indication of that.
Absolutely, and another young team that is filled up with a lot of people to actually talk about is going to be the side of Apogee, and I've kind of separated the talk. We have one of you guys speaking about one team, the other one speaking about the other, but Zola, talk to me Apogee. What makes this roster exciting, bar the fact that we have Jakob here and the fact that he's been playing some good Counter-Strike lately?
Look, I think Jakob's always going to be the player that we talk about when it comes to this roster. I feel like a vast majority of the time he overshadows the rest of the guys, but in a game that we watched recently, Jakob was very isolated. He looked completely out of things. It was the fact that players like Hypex, and in fact HFAR, maybe a player who hasn't actually had that much impact, since his joining of this roster, who played incredibly. So I think we've got to say that, okay, yes, a large condition, and especially against these strong sides in the playoffs, will be on the back that we're expecting Jakob to be playing exceptional Counter-Strike. But the fact that HFAR and Hypex are going to be those second players to kind of be there if Jacob isn't performing is excellent. And the amount of times HFAR, I believe it was on, I want to say it was on Ancient in Donut. There was 3 players swinging him, all with AKs. He was getting flash. He still finds all 3. And I think it's moments like that, moments of brilliance that HFAR can provide, and it's now a question of time. He's still 18 years old. I just hope that he's given the chance, because a lot of the time there's a high turnover in CS now. It's results or we got to change, which I hope for a player like HFAR, he can have that time to kind of grow into the player that many can expect him to be.
I think it's interesting because Apogee have taken a pretty decent direction with, I guess, allowing the youngsters to be the main catalysts of the team, if that makes any sense, right? You're not recycling too many known names. Obviously, Prism and Demo have been around for a little bit longer, but Hypex, Heath, and even Jacob, bar the fact that he did get his short stint with 9, and there was an opportunity that introduced him to all of us. I feel like still this Apogee team is relying a lot more on just providing the youngsters with a bit more opportunities and not just going for the same old players that we've been watching in the Polish circuit for the last years, which definitely does make it exciting. We have a lot of firepower in the server. We have a lot of sharp individuals. Now, as the time is pressing us, there is an interesting thing that we got to talk about, and this is the veto. The reason I think this is a really interesting thing, for a lot of people, on paper, Passion UA would be the big favorite going into this series. Apogee is the only team in this tournament that hasn't lost their map pick so far in the CCT. Starting from the close qualifier, through the main Swiss, into the playoffs, every single time they've picked a map, they've been able to win it. The Nuke and Infernos are going to be permabans. Passion UA go for the Mirage, which I guess is a pretty anticipated one. And now you're looking at Apogee. The Nuke has been looking impeccable. The Ancient has been looking impeccable. And then if they get an Anubis as the third and final map, which is the map that Passion UA have actually been picking into in the last couple of games, they're probably going to be really happy, and that's exactly what they will. So, CMD, looking at the Veto, you have a Mirage, you have an Ancient, you have an Anubis. Does that favor any single side out of those two?
Yeah, I mean, in general, it did feel like Apogee always kind of knew probably where this Veto was going to go. Like you mentioned, they've been playing very well on their map selections recently, but I think just the fact that their nuke is so strong, it's a bit upsetting for them that it is Passion UA's permaban. It's not going to be a map that they want to play, but there's a lot of maps that we haven't actually seen Passion UA play a huge amount of in recent times. Haven't seen them play a lot of Train, haven't seen them play a lot of Dust. This is a map that Apogee have played a decent amount of. We maybe could have had an argument. Maybe this is a series you might want to even go for a bit of a punish pick, but we know what the heavy hitters of Passion UA can do. Maybe not completely confident letting it go down to a map like Dust, but it feels like in general Apogee have to be happy with these vetoes. I don't think Passion UA are going to be disappointed particularly with them either. I think this is kind of as balanced as it gets for both teams, considering how good Apogee's nuke is. They are going to be probably feeling like they wish Passion UA didn't ban that map instantly.
Yeah, I've got to jump in here quick. Passion UA, their instabans nuke. Their worst map's Inferno, and it's Apogee's instaban. I feel like the veto's obviously a fair because all 3 maps are strong for either side. But you have to say, it's very fortunate for Passion UA. It couldn't really have gotten better. The fact that, it's kind of fallen into place here for them because their best 3 maps are the 3 maps of the series. Apogee haven't looked perfect on Mirage, and when you look to Anubis, okay, Apogee have plenty of sample size, but Passion UA, they've got a far better win rate, and you have to assume that Passion UA are going to be fighting off against stronger opponents. So I'd actually say that Apogee, yes, they're going to be happy with the vetoes, but I would say they actually favour Passion UA a little better.
Is that where your prediction is going, though? As we are quite close to actually sending it into the server for map 1. I'm going to trouble both of you for predictions, and since you already started it.
Look, I think it'd be silly to ever kind of question Passion UA in this moment. So I'd probably go with them. I guess it's the easy option. The only slight glint I have against Passion UA is they brought in 2 new players, one of which being their now in-game leader. I think that could be a problem for them. I think that definitely could be an issue. And if Apogee can capitalize, then brilliant for them. But I'd still go Passion.
Okay, CMD, you're going for the Passion prediction as well?
Yeah, I mean, I really want to be different here, but it feels very tough to predict anything different when Passion UA are the ones in the server. I mean, my main hope is coming out of this one is we're able to praise Apogee for a competitive game at least. I'd love if they got to 3 maps. I'd love if they can put on a good display because this is a big game for them. This is going to be something that can be really good just to help with that experience, that officials going forward and something to build off of. So I am going to have to say Passion UA, but hopefully it is going to be a close one.
Okay, we've got a triple Passion UA prediction out of the desk, folks. We're ready to jump into map number 1. Gentlemen, take it away.
Look, I think the one really good thing about the triple prediction of Passion UA is Apogee. Let's see if they can prove us wrong. And I think that'll be the storyline throughout the day. And look, predictions, it's always nice to be right, you know, especially on the desk. It kind of makes you feel, okay, you know, maybe there's a reason why I'm doing this job. But I actually quite like being proven wrong, especially by the underdogs. And I think it's safe to say Apogee certainly are the underdogs, especially on here. I think Mirage has been proven as a real battleground for Passion UA. But with this CT start, it can work out quite nicely. Demo with the dual leads towards apartments, a quick find, turning from the flashes, and Demo can double down. He can in fact evacuate if he decides to back away, but Prism now, it's all about whether he can take attention, whether he can keep his teammate alive. Prism in fact will be the first to fall here on their side, but Demo again, a quick trade here with the dualies. Absolutely brilliant here, and now Passion UA, although they found that kill, it's a question of can they deal in the pistol. They bring it down to the 2-on-2. Demo gets a triple in this round. It's still very possible here for Passion. But Jambo on the P250. I thought the brilliance of Demo couldn't be overshadowed in this pistol, but Jambo, a real argument here.
It is absolutely blunderous there. Passion UA completely flipped the script on that round. I mean, I was saying Apogee potentially could pick Dust, but maybe don't want to against some of the individuals of Passion UA. I think they've just proved why you won't want to pick a map like Dust. How on earth has this round flipped? I mean, I'm mind blown. In fact, Demo was able to find 3. He actually made a jump beforehand, so Passion UA should have been able to know that he was there, and yet still comes away with a triple, and it's all for nothing at the end of the day. Jambo with that P250 finds a triple. Jacasmo chimes in as well, and Apogee, their chance of winning the pistol gets ripped away, but unsurprisingly, they want to press the issue. They want to go for this force buy.
You know, you understand why I think Apogee realised that Passion UA, they can't really be given room to kind of run away with things here on the T side. So, nice find from Topper. Early opener onto Prism, although he has been chipped quite heavily away. He's going to use what little life he has left in him to send his teammates in with the flashes. Elevated angle here from Topper. Kvem is just going to be looking to creep out of apps. He's got a teammate alongside him, and I think they might have just lost their timing because Demo, a nice reposition hit. If he can stay disciplined, it can work. And we know what the 5-7 can do in an angle like this. I think he has just spotted Jambo. Well, there we have it. Nice fight. Information on the second as well. Kvem somewhat not justifying his decision to jump out, but Demo can find his second. And the round again, although it seemed positive for Passion, Demo's double, given a real argument for Apogee. We're going to see these rotations come through. 2 MP9 swinging. And there it is. Jacob, a lovely double towards bench. Apogee with an excellent response. The problem is, we saw Passion UA shifting their way through apartments. All the chaos and kind of confusion was towards middle. But the fact they didn't strike, it just allows Demo to reposition. The double's excellent. But again, Apogee, we're seeing a lot of impact here out of Demo. A real rarity from a B Apartments player.
Yeah, I mean, having some real sparks of life early doors from him. I mean, Passion UA probably going to feel a bit disappointed that they couldn't actually take him down. He got double dinked and still lived to find a second there. I mean, great job from him. Allowed those rotations. You can see how hesitant the T's were to actually burst out of apartments, actually jump out the window and try to swarm with the position, just due to what the 5-7 can do at these close range angles. But it felt like that was the lost chance for Passion UA. At that point, Apogee, the reinforcements have arrived. Cavalry's there to bolster up the site defense. And at that point, Passion UA, they're very little to contest with after that.
Charlie, we're 3 rounds in and Passion UA have already called a tactical pause. I like the idea behind it, but it seems like they're opting for an eco here, which, obviously, as we know, it's going to mean there's going to be some Galils, maybe some poor utility around some AKs in the next. Or are we going to see a double eco? I don't really know what Passion UA are going for here, but I think just on the basis that Apogee had 3 survivors, it's the rifles as well that they've retrieved. I don't actually mind this call from Passion.
It feels like the double eco has to be the decision for it. Because it just is a... It just doesn't feel particularly worth it if they go for the buy in the next, because at that point, you're basically giving up this round. You're allowing Apogee to build up a bit of an economy. They've already got these rifles. If they keep everyone alive, they'll not only have the rifles in the neck, but they'll also have even more money to play with. And even if you do go on to win, even if you do go on to win in the next, potentially there's a chance where Apogee can still get a buyout because of it. It feels like it should be the double eco. I'm hoping that's what we're going to see. We rarely do see double ecos anymore nowadays.
Look, I think
quite stable not long ago when the economy was as bad as it used to be.
Look, I think getting Jambo on the AWP as early as possible, certainly a worthy decision for a double eco. But speaking of Jambo, he's got a double in this one. Jacob, though, an important find. Great from Jambo here. He's got minimal ammo, but still confident. Plenty of casualties there. The fact that we saw, what, a P250 invested, and that was about it. Excellent there from Jambo. And with those kills, I think maybe... Yeah, you've got to imagine that if the kills don't come through, maybe Passion go for that double eco, or they risk the force. But the fact the kills do come through and the finance is a little bit weaker for Apogee, I think they have to go for the investment now.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to be able to know the thought process if that is exactly what they were going to do, if they were always going to force. But yeah, the fact that, again, they still have very little money in the reserve, so if they do go on to lose a round, they will be reset. And not only that, the kill reward. Passion UA have some better weapons here now. Got some AKs like on Jambo.
But they've got the AWP of Hypex to find. He's in CT. Jacob's going to offer a quick rotation. We've got a player on top balcony as well. HFAR, nice find. Still trapped towards under, but Jambo an important kill. Topper taking down HFAR, leaving Hypex as the sole defender. The rotations are going to be so slow here for Apogee on the basis we've got a player pushing through apps in demo. We've got a player towards under. Them not going to hear this though. Excellent from demo. It's a 3-on-3. It's certainly a possibility here for Apogee. And they will give this one a go. It looked like they might be opting for a bit of a save, or maybe just holding and hoping for someone to reaggress, but still very disciplined from Apogee.
Yeah, there's no util really remain for Passion UA other than that HE grenade. So I love what we're seeing from Topper taking this space towards jungle. They needed some control, and now this is making this hit onto the bomb side. Both players coming from CT. That nade could be used to blow open the smoke. Topper is just spamming. The nade comes down, and they're going to confirm no one's on it, but Hypex spotted it. He does jump on it late. Jacasmo finds, and Passion UA, the investment in this one pays off.
I think the scariest part of all of this for Apogee is not only have they lost the round that they might have expected an eco against, but it's the fact that the AWP was now on Jambo, and Passion UA dismantled that A defense quite comfortably. Let's be honest. You know, we saw the player swinging from stairs, HFAR towards under. Yes, they lost the one kill, but it seemed very simple there from Passion UA. But now that there's the AWP in play, obviously, for Jambo, I think Apogee have to be very worried. We know what Jambo can provide. I feel like we haven't really spoken that much about him. I think the vast majority of the time, because, you know, he's usually the player that's highlighted here for Passion UA, but he's been absolutely excellent. And I think you can already see it so far. 7-3, and now it's his first time with a big green in hand, and obviously we know the heights that Jambo can hit.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really stress the importance of Topper taking that space in the last round, finding that player towards connector, and what that does to Apogee in that round, and how it allows Passion UA to go on to win that one. Topper could have easily backed away towards Ramp or Palace with the rest of his team, and it just gives Apogee all of the control of the bomb site. I feel so much more confident. I'm just searching for these kills, getting on that bomb. Whereas they just know that it's a bit of a crossfire now. Topper hit. Jacasmo on the other side, and there's so many more angles to be wary about. Jambo boosted up, will find Prism. This is the full investment from Apogee. Slower here from Passion UA. Slowly taking out mid, just giving some presence, searching to see if Apogee are going for any sort of aggression anywhere.
Well, look, we've already seen what Jambo can do. He's found an opener. It's a great way to do it. Taking down any kind of jiggle, any aggression in connector, and they can slowly just creep their way up short. We've got the smoke towards window, one towards con. Topper's going to be sent in to clear out ladder. Dotted around the map, though, are Passion UA, and if you're looking at the space that they can take, can be good here towards connector. The problem is, we're going to be seeing 3 players make their way towards ramp. We've kind of got 2 lurks, which I don't really love the idea of, because obviously if we see a gamble come through from Apogee, things could go a little bit wrong. But HFAR 5-7 in close proximity. We know what this weapon can do. And oh, not clearing the angle's a big risk. Hypex through the smoke will be able to find one, but the AWP of Jambo posted up. And now a 1-on-3 here for Demo. This was the investment from Apogee, so Passion UA, when finding victory here, that is the expectation. They should be able to go on a bit of a streak, extend the lead here on the T side. And obviously, Charlie, what we've seen from Passion UA on Mirage, it has been their T side in which they flourish. So, although Apogee might not feel so comfortable if they lose the half, I think they've got to realise that Passion UA have faltered on their CT side recently.
Yeah, I think it depends on sort of the context of how the rest of this half does go.
I think it's got to be said. You look at the opponents that Passion UA have faced here on, at least on Mirage, but you know, you look at the last 3 months. A vast majority of that would have been at the major, would have been kind of in the RMRs. You look at the teams; these are all sides that are kind of top 30 teams, if not higher, pushing for more. And it's either wins on Mirage or close losses. So I think right now, when you take into account Apogee, they're probably the best team they've ever faced here on Mirage was Fnatic. They lost 13-1. I think Apogee should be quite worried. I think we haven't really kind of said it enough. This could be a real David and Goliath story because Apogee, are they in the same weight class as Passion UA? I think it would be foolish to say yes. Great find from Jambo here. Hypex shut down once again.
Scout has been retrieved, been juggled over to Prism. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Look, I don't think many of us are directly putting Passion UA and Apogee on the exact same level. It's certainly too early to give Apogee that sort of credit just yet, but I mean, I certainly do think they've got the pieces of the team, just need a bit more time, and then we'll be able to reevaluate what this team's all about.
Well, look, if we see them kind of showing consistent pushes for playoffs in you know, the next couple CCTs, I think we can definitely make an argument for, you know, a game like this in the future. But I think we do have to say that this Apogee side certainly isn't for the here and now. It is about the future. The fact, you know, as Ted said, Apogee have opted to bring in this young talent, but kind of not too much weight, but they have said that, look, okay, we're going to be taking a bit of a risk here going for these youngsters. But I think it's always the type of decision that can pay off. We've seen it from the amount of academy rosters that have kind of made their way through to playoffs here in the CCT. Obviously, speaking of one, being the likes of Spirit Academy, a side that have won a previous CCT event. I think it was Series 15, I want to say it was against Ecstatic. They've already been eliminated, Charlie. I think that's something that we haven't really touched upon yet.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're seeing some really crazy things. And what you're sort of saying about this David and Goliath story, I mean, there's been a lot of upsets and moments where these sort of teams that I think a lot of people count out have proved many people wrong. I mean, Prism here has definitely made this round costly, able to save this AK as well. Jacasmo, I hardly doubt he's going to be going for a hunt on this one, but yeah, things certainly get costly here for Passion UA. It's clear to show maybe there's a little bit of a rust towards their Mirage as well, but it is most importantly another round on the board for them.
Well, look, it was the kills in middle that it was kind of the trading that we saw. So many players there on the CC side, so many for Apogee, just sitting around in middle trying to get the trades, trying to find the kills. That's exactly what happened. And then obviously when it went down to the 1 versus 3, brilliant stuff there. You know, the scout shot denied any chance to head towards B. Obviously there was a player in middle to claim space towards A, but yeah, great damage there. And already you can see it with the finances. There's no warp out for Jambo. I'm not too sure. I believe Kavim could have dropped one across, but maybe Passion UA are wanting to play without it. I wouldn't assume so though, just because of the amount of impact that Jambo can bring. But it just goes to show that maybe the finances of Passion UA cannot bring it out. So Apogee, this could be a turning point for them here, but they've got to find victory in this one.
It's just this presence towards mid again from both sides. No one really doing all too much towards that position just yet. Just sort of giving the inkling that you can support if needed. But yeah, you touched on this ramp setup. It is really strong. I do like it. I do sort of prefer it when you've got an AWP actually holding a bit deeper and you've got the rifle nearby. But it's just a jiggle in this one. And with Kavem to Jack up there, and that could force these ramp players to move. It does. HFAR has been left there alone, but still manages to find one and do a ton of damage to Zerifix as well.
Yeah, I think the fact it's a jiggle, it kind of baits in HFAR much more, which is always nice to see. Obviously, advantage still the way of Passion UA, as we did see Jacob fall in connector. Right now, we are seeing a bit of space being taken here from Topa. Spotted one towards CT. Hypex still under balcony. They might not realise this. Again, it's a bit of a jiggle play that's baiting them in, but Kvem, quick trade here. Now Prism with a lot of work to do as this defender towards B, and there isn't enough time to pivot though. Demo might not realise this. He's going to flash himself into the bomb site. Will get found by Kvem. Loads of damage dealt to both Zerifix and Kvem, but still Passion UA. A positive round for them.
I think it's certainly not as clean as we've seen from them in the past, but they still do a good enough job. The trading's the most important thing that I think we're looking at and thinking it's spot on. They've had a great bit of map control in that round to go on and take down Prism from the flank. It did feel like he was always going to be around going their way, but they've got a bit of a tendency to put themselves towards the main brunt of the players, it seems.
I've got to say, Charlie, look, Passion UA, they lost one round, instantly called a tactical pause. I think Apogee, it's got to be in their wheelhouse now. They've got to kind of utilise these tactical pauses, because obviously we say that Passion UA, they have looked good on their T side in comparison to their CT side, but I think Apogee need to realise that, okay, we could be 6-4 down here, and I think, or 6-2 down here, sorry, and that's where things can get very scary. Things can get very much out of control, and I think right now, Apogee, going into their next full buy, if we don't see those 30 seconds to talk things through, I'd be very worried. I really would.
Yeah, full wave bomb site is under the control of the T's, but actively looking for these fights might not be the best bet. They are now disadvantages. There is armor on majority of these CTs, and you know what they can do with the upgraded pistols, but looking to potentially take this fight onto demo towards CT.
Yeah, Kvem, I like the fact he's trying to get up in the face of the MAC-10. So much damage dealt to Hypex, and Jacob will look that remains. Deegan hand. I look to try and save a weapon. Sadly, it'll be the MAC-10. Can he escape, though? That's the question. If he can just take his time here, he'll go down to the bomb. Doesn't need to peek any further. He's done his job.
Yeah, again,
one survivor again.
Round.
Yeah, brilliant. But Apogee need to pounce on this. They need to find the success. Obviously, the streak's far better now for Passion UA, so they have built up a bit of a bank. But look, Apogee, their best chance of a comeback is now. The money is pretty decent for Passion UA. Obviously, Zerifix, Topper, and Kvem are going to be able to buy, but this has got to be Apogee's moment. It's a half buy that they bring down, you know, to a 1-on-0. So this is your moment, Apogee. Please don't squander it. Keep things competitive here on Mirage, because although Ted's pretty confident and said that Apogee are yet to lose their map selection here in the whole of this Series 17, Apogee have got to show some resistance on Mirage. Otherwise, we could see a pretty dominant game here overall.
We're now seeing a much bigger mid-fight here from the CTs. They're all crunching as a unit, and you just see HFAR's that final hit. The final piece of the puzzle is the short place to take the first contact, and he gets two players not even looking at them. But we've seen what Passion UA can do in these 2v4s before.
They've got so much utility to work with as well, the Molotovs. Oh, HFAR falling to it. A great spread on the mollies, forces HFAR. Smoke's going to come down, but Jacob playing in front of it. I like the idea, but as he backs away, the shot has to come through for Hypex. Jack and Smoke might be out in the open in a second, and peeking a bit unnecessarily. They will overlook Jambo here, surely. You'd expect a swing to come through, and there it is. Jambo will get one. Jacob looking to emerge out of market here. It's all going to be about timing. Jambo trying to keep himself alive, doesn't realise, and the timing goes against Jacob. This is such a tough one to watch if you're Jacob. And now Jambo can take his time. He can't mess with the time. He goes for the peak, in fact, backing away. And that's what completely surprises Jacob. But look, Charlie, pointing out Passion UA. Don't overlook them in the 2 versus 4, because they will silence you and make you look a fool. And that's exactly what's happened here.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate there. I mean, I'm pretty sure we saw the kill from Hypex on the orb there in that 2 versus 2. And just due to the sort of swing that we saw, I think it was Jacasmo, due to the swing that we saw from him, it felt a little bit as if someone could have been holding the doors. It was a bit half-hearted, the swing. So we saw the molly towards bench, and players glued towards that angle, thinking there's someone there, just not ready for the close angle, though.
Yeah, of course
And
not.
well played from Jambo, of course. 13-6 currently in this one. Really setting the server on fire. But that was the opportunity. You were sort of pleading to Apogee to be able to finally start a bit of a resurgence here. But that's their chance. They've had chances this game. This hasn't been a 2-7 that they've just been dominated round after round. It's not been like that at all. There have been rounds where they've brought them close. There's been rounds that they've had the advantage. It's just been these slight mistakes and the sort of killer instinct nature of Passion UA that have allowed this to happen.
Look, I think that I have to say that's probably the most painful part of it. You know, if this was just the one-sided Passion UA dominating, no chance for Apogee, and they've just been destroyed, then I guess you could say, well, Apogee, look, we weren't really expecting much from them. But there has been moments of brilliance from Apogee. You just have to look. You go straight back to the pistol round. Apogee could have started this game off much better. They could have had that pistol round. And I think there's just so many moments where Passion UA, they have been disadvantaged, but they're able to get themselves out of there. And I think for Apogee, look, if there's one big thing that they need to take away from this game is, look, you got to play your advantages better. Because, okay, maybe against weaker sides, maybe against players who haven't got that killer instinct, maybe you can still win them when you make a mistake. But here for Passion UA, you give them an inch and they'll take a mile. And we've seen it plenty of times.
Yeah, they are going to take maybe every single one of these weapons away from Apogee. You're already finding numerous players. Prism spotted out towards B. And Topper not completely giving up his life. He's waiting for his team to converge onto this B bomb site, and he will eventually be the one to find Prism. No survivors for the CTs as Passion UA find round number 8.
And look, we said, look, for Apogee, they're not going to be disappointed with the Vetos. They're going to be quite happy. They've got, you know, maps that are pretty positive for them. They've got the Anubis, they've got the Ancient. But I think the problem that we have to say is Mirage isn't a map that you're expecting a team to have a lacking in kind of a lacking in strategy or a lacking in kind of cohesion. It's one of the oldest maps here in CS. You know, it's one of the most played maps here in CS. So I feel like when you're on one of the CS Classics and you're seeing a scoreline like this, it doesn't bode well regarding Apogee's chances on map 2. I've got to say it. And I think for Apogee, I think they realise it themselves, and that's why we have seen this tactical pause. But I think it's a little too late. Where was this, you know, when they were kind of maybe 5-2 down? Maybe 4, maybe even when they just lost that kind of second round, 2-2. I feel like Apogee, when you're playing against an opposition of Passion UA's quality, you have to make sure you do the simplistics right.
Yeah, I mean, especially when there are significantly less rounds now. There's a new sort of round format. You want to make sure you just get as many of your pauses in as possible. But so far, just before this round, we saw 10 complete rounds of play. And it's not exactly like Passion UA have been getting every single opening kill. It was even. It was 5-5 before this round. It's now 6-5 in terms of Passion UA. But even then, it's not exactly like Apogee aren't getting opening kills. They had the same amount as their opponents. It's just one side's able to convert them, while the other one, sadly, a little bit less so.
Yeah, nice from Kvem here as well. Kvem's been really good. Looks very, very positive throughout. Obviously, Charlie, you know, Kvem's a player that we've watched for years and years. You just got to think back about, what, 2-3 years ago, when he was on, I want to say, Run or Die. He was on Iron Branch as well. We've known about this player for quite some time, and it's nice that he's got this opportunity now, because I feel like he's not really had a true time in the, you know, the Tier 1 or Tier 2 breaking into Tier 1, because, let's be honest, that is what this Passion UA side are doing.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen great things from him on a number of different rosters more recently. On that Ikla, on that Kiev roster as well. And it feels like this is a great chance for him to prove himself. And this is what I mean about this Passion UA roster. You lose a couple of players, but it feels like you make as good a signing as you can. And The fact that they've got 2 of them. Top has actually had some really big moments in this one as well. But this is a full buy from Apogee. They look to contest mid again. They've had some successes in it in the past, but in this one they do get mauled. Zerofix takes the time in, takes the space given. And Passion Away, Fred, they're going to take the round, surely. It looks like we're going to be teeing up at that 10-2 half. Of course, this is Passion UA's map pick. But we wanted to see a bit more, didn't we?
Yeah, exactly. Look, this is a playoff game. And I think when you see a scoreline like this, you're not really reflecting much confidence for any fans or the players themselves for Apogee. Obviously, HFAR, it's an attempt at the clutch, but Jambo posted up. We're never going to see that shot go against Jambo. He's too clean with the AWP. And look, I think when you see a young side like this Apogee side, when you see the stars that kind of are these youngsters, you might say, okay, maybe it's the lacking in of experience to make sure that, you identify the issues early on with the pauses, but you've got Demo and Prism, who are going to be the 2 kind of leaders of this team, who have got that experience. So I think we needed to see those pauses earlier. We needed to see a little bit more kind of, I guess, restructure, because there were kind of bright moments there on the CT side. I think we have to say that. That mid-crunch where HFAR's pushing down Con and gets the double, and obviously we see a great bit of cohesion there for Apogee to deal with the mid-takes that have gained Passion UA so much success. But the problem is they've done, 99% of the work to win the round, but it's the final moments that they mess up on. But we need a near flawless half here for Apogee if they want any chance. And look, you're a very optimistic believer in clutches, Charlie, but I think, comeback, sorry, but I think this one's too big of a task, surely.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one that maybe is just a little bit too far gone at this point, but it certainly doesn't mean they can't bring things back in an interesting way. Zerofix pushes through the smoke alone. Wouldn't have minded that maybe if his team were involved there as well, but felt like quite a bit of a suicide mission to undertake by yourself. It is now disadvantaged for Passion UA, so Apogee, they do need a pistol round, and this could be maybe a bit of spark of life that they need to get themselves back into the game. Jambo, great awareness to look for the second, but wasn't able to convert the shot on it, and Demo out of ammo. Both players out of ammo, just backing away, and Demo's playing down the clock. Event, tap of the bomb with no defuse, get steps to being heard, and Apogee will win this one on time.
Yeah, nice pistol round from Apogee. And I think it could be the catalyst for some confidence. I think a moment like that towards Demo, towards Ramp, anyone spectating and Demo himself, it's kind of a smiling faces moment. I think it's quite a funny occurrence. And I think even just a little moment like that can sometimes brighten what seems like such a rainy day here on Mirage for Apogee, because there's been no positives, there's been no smiles. The rounds that they did get was because of the excellent moments from Demo on that 5-7, obviously then facing off against the Eco, but ever since it was Passion UA's game. But I think a round like that, sometimes it can just be quite a funny moment where you forget about the dominance that's been shown, and the fact that Apogee convert that round, now they can go on a bit of a streak. We could see a little bit more kind of confidence and competition from them, which obviously will give them a massive helping hand when we go to Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've been a bit harsh at times to Apogee in the first half, I think, but I think that's mainly due to the fact that we know what this team can do. Look, we saw it in the Swiss stage here. They had some really big results. They had a close loss to Fnatic. They got a map off of them as well. Victory versus 500, victory over Monty, and a victory over GTZ. They had a very good Swiss stage, and this is just, I think, where we are hoping that they're able to sort of get something out of this. Not just that they fall very flat as soon as they make it to the playoffs against maybe arguably some of the harder teams, but that they are able to put a good display on for themselves. But obviously, still their opponent's map, still very early in this series, and just sort of, you have to maybe just bring yourself into Mirage a little bit. Even at the very least, can certainly be good for the players' confidence moving on to map number 2, but a nice clean anti-eco, just losing Demo. Apogee will get past the easier round.
I actually think for Jacob, the back end and this second half is going to be so vital. I think if Jacob could have some big rounds, some big moments, maybe kind of, get a bit more into the server, into the series, it will be such a helping hand for Apogee, because a lot of the pressure, I think it's got to be said, is going to be on the shoulders of a player like Jacob. A vast majority of the time, you look at the successful games that Apogee have had, 9 times out of 10, Jacob's kind of got 40, 50 kills, whether it's in a 2-0 or a 2-1, he's looked excellent. So I think what we have to say is, if Jacob could have a nice finish here on the T side, keep things competitive, put up a good individual performance, I think it'll be so valuable there for them on Ancient.
I think if you look at just the scoreboard of both teams, you probably wouldn't expect this scoreline.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. And I think it's all because the amount of rounds that Apogee have actually brought close.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were saying, isn't it? Apogee, they certainly had their chances. It's a shame that a couple of those big advantage rounds that they lose were lost. Not necessarily for the fact that, oh, they lost that round directly then, more so what it would have done for potentially future rounds, how it could have affected the Passion UA economy, how it could have affected the Apogees. Potentially could have been one of those rounds that's 2 for the price of 1. And just moments like that really can dictate potentially how a half goes. But we're going to get to see this first CT defense with the weapons out for Passion UA. Jacasmo goes 1 for 1. Couple of spams through the jungle smoke. Chip away at Demo. Still this 4-on-4 with 35 seconds on the clock.
Ooh, flashbang comes over from CT, but it doesn't blind. Kvem. Gotta say, he was sold a little bit there. Could have seen maybe a denial of the plant. Great swing from HFAR. Taking down the rifle, and now Jambo on the scout. And I think exits have got to be the name of the game here for Passion. I think it's safe to say they're in a 2v4. They're lacking in health. It's not going to be easy. Topper found here from Demo. And Demo already on a quick maneuver to try and hunt. I like the idea of this. They're going towards T-spawn, though. I think they're just under the assumption that he will be in apartments. But the fact that Jambo is here towards short might be safe. The only problem is kind of depending how quick Demo can get into deep apartments.
Yeah, H4 actually killed any chance of that round being possible for Passion away there. He was actually fighting 2 players basically alone towards CT. I'm not sure who the second rifler was with Jambo, but just too many missed shots between those 2 CTs, and H4 just able to consistently stay nearby, chip away at them before finding a kill when bringing Jambo weak, and the CTs at that point had no choice but to concede that round up to Apogee. But 10-5 now. The Polish side have finally had a little bit of a string of successes themselves. 3 in a row, obviously massively helped out by that pistol round, but it's going to be full loss bonus now for Passion UA, so we can at least see half buys at a minimum.
Yeah, look, a big thing that we've got to say for Apogee is they've got to keep their finances really strong. There should never be a scenario where they lose a round, Passion get 11, and Apogee are scrambling for a buy. You know, they've got to make sure that against these rounds, although there's upgraded pistols, and obviously we had that hero rifle, we've got to make sure for Apogee that every single round they don't make a mistake, they don't give up a kill, because their finances are the most important thing for them regarding this comeback. Because, you know, Passion UA, they still got to get themselves to 12. They still got to find 3 more rounds. And although Passion UA are far the favourites here right now from the scoreline 10-5, there's certainly still a possibility for Apogee, but they've got to make sure their finances are strong. I think it could be a major misstep if they mess with the money. But seems like they got a right call here as they're going to head their way towards A, as Passion UA have gambled towards the B-bomb. So I don't mind a gamble call in this kind of scenario. I think it's the only way you're ever going to win a round, but Apogee still somewhat timid. I like the discipline they're showing.
Just making sure, I mean, keeping things safe is exactly what you said about not only just making sure they win these rounds in a clean fashion to grow their economy, but also they are a team who have suffered losses in a very advantageous situation this game already. It's time just to sort of regroup. If you need to take things slower on your on your T side, just ensure that you're not making these mistakes, and by all means, I'm here for it.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think there's no value in kind of rushing this one. Obviously, Apogee, they might throw in a faster approach, but I think the way that which Passion UA we've seen them defend here on A and on Mirage as well, I feel like a lot of the time when you see their CT success, it's great crossfires, it's kind of catching opponents out. So I think the discipline that Apogee are showing and kind of the systematical clearing, whether they're against an empty bomb site or not, is exactly what they need.
Decent bit of damage as he dealt there at the end.
Orb saved as well, it's huge. Jambo would have been able to bring out an orb, but not much utility, so...
Yeah, nice free upgrade. But PUBG, they're bringing this game slowly but surely more competitive. I certainly don't think we're at a point yet for Passion UA to start to get worried, start to get panicked. But I mean, they lose this round, you probably start to consider it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think if Passion UA do lose this one, I think it will be kind of time for them to call a pause, because although they haven't really had a perfect buy yet, this is their time. And I think if it goes against them, they have to realise, they have to show some kind of respect to Apogee, because although they were 10-2 up, it can come so close so quick.
100%. I mean, we've seen some ridiculous comebacks recently, haven't we? We saw, what was that, 12-4 the other day?
Yeah, that was mental. I
like an 11-5 after or something. Literally the game or the day after. I think it was the game after. We saw that was a ridiculous day. But yeah, I mean, literally anything can happen here. This is why I am so optimistic about certain comebacks, because the amount of sort of upsets that we see and madness is hard to predict out anyone. But Jambo, nice find there. There's still a second player, but he's holding his nerve and staying. Kraut's holding the angle, but Kavem getting dropped and getting taken down. Jacasmo from under Balk in a good position, is able to get a dink onto HFAR, and Jambo stays long enough to get the trade. It is a 1 versus 3 for Jacob.
He's been spotted, will be found. Bomb can go down. We will see a buyout from Apogee, but I have to say, look, we saw the player swing towards mid, got taken down 1 for 1. We see the peek out of ramp. Obviously, a flash comes over, but it's clear that Apogee wanted to make their way up towards A. You're giving Jambo a free 1v1 here. And for a player of his quality, I think you've got to show a bit more respect there. I think you just drop a smoke towards CT and we're looking at a very different round. But look, Apogee, they opt for a risky lurk towards short. It's shut down. I think it's one of those coin flip kills that I'm so hesitant about when you're facing a side of Passion UA, because when it comes to individuals, they are going to be the stronger side. This is a team that have kind of got themselves to top 30 with a vast majority of success based off of individuals. So Apogee now, they've still got one more mistake before backs against the wall, but finance is not perfect. Now, if they lose this one, we could be seeing kind of a 12-6 with money very limited. Important find from Prism onto Topa. We're going to see some form of acceleration here. It seems towards middle. The bomb is dropped towards T-spawn, though.
This connector setup could be so strong, but somehow doesn't really reap the rewards I thought it was going to. Actually sort of look a bit worse for wear after that engagement. HFAR can actually make a bit of a silent jump over here towards stairs if he wants to, but takes down Jacasmo, and Jambo now a few questions on his mind. Will slowly back away towards jungle, gives him more cover if he needs to back away, but Prism and HFAR are both here. Both players are reasonably low HP, but up against Yorp, it's not going to matter, and you'll have the lurk of Hypex waiting for anyone to rotate, but little do they know Zerafix is already in CT.
I like this from Jambo. It's too much silence towards A. He's assuming, well, someone's got to be elsewhere, right? And there it is. Zerafix finds HFAR with a nade, and it puts Prism in a 1 versus 2. A quick flip there. The man advantage was seen, but I love the awareness from Jambo. It's the spidey senses. He's just thinking, it's far too quiet here. There's got to be a flank. There's got to be a lurk, and he finds it. And obviously fortunate with the nade to take down HFAR, but Jambo with a quick reposition back to jungle, finding Prism. He's 20-9. This is what Apogee have got to be most worried about, because you've allowed a player like Jambo to heat up in the server. And look, I think obviously it was 10-6, and Apogee, they were looking positive, but Jambo's had a huge moment.
I was talking to you yesterday about how I feel like AWPers aren't really as impactful as it feels like on teams. It feels like the riflers are more the players that everyone's keeping their eyes on. They're the ones top of the leaderboard. I think Jambo's doing everything he can today to prove me wrong. I want to quickly touch on this. 4 separate 1v1s that we've seen, one from Passion UA, not a single one from Apogee, and that's not even taking into account the man advantages that Apogee have had. They're purely 1vx's. And Apogee, I mean, like you said, backs against the wall now. Prism lucky to be alive on just 1 point of health, but it is advantage here for the Polish side. 6 required, but they've got to get over this round first.
Look, I actually wouldn't mind if Passion UA just kind of wait, see if Apogee overextend. If they don't, they go for the save, because money's actually not perfect for Passion. It's not going to be the easiest of retakes. They've got no real knowledge. Util's pretty poor as well, but they're obviously going to give this one a go. Let's see what they can find. Against some Tech 9s, there's going to be a flank coming through. Topper will find, aware of the player towards Firebox, but the kills are switching between, and this is the problem I said. Like, they've just not got enough time to really give it a good go. There was no Molotovs. There was only just the one smoke. I think maybe Passion UA were a little bit overconfident on that retake, but they just had no information.
I do think that lack of utility as well was a huge part. You throw in... Honestly, I think they would probably willingly get rid of all the util they had, which were sort of a decent amount of smoke, things like that, and change them for Molotovs. Just sort of 2 Molotovs. I think that's a completely different round there. Being able to directly force players out of their position, they had nothing to do that, and that's one of the things that make these A retakes possible. It's a big fight towards middle, and Kavem already looking for their scrap towards top mid. Will take it in timing so good, taking down the Polish and getting leader.
And look at now, space is being taken here for Kavem. Quite luckily for Apogee, Jambo is very much out of the action. Naded the smoke from Zerafix, searching for an early opener, and he will find it through 2 smokes, in fact. Jackasmo now towards triple, and this is it. This is done. Demo, a 1 versus 5 required. He will get the first in topper. Still towards stairs, but they're aware, and the elevation of Jambo could be exactly what's needed, and there it is. Passion UA, they will take it. A very dominant showing. The T side was exceptional for them. And Charlie, I think the question was, Apogee, they needed to make things competitive. They needed to kind of bring themselves back for confidence. Have they done enough of that?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the question. I think we'll only really get the answer when we do actually look at what happened on Ancient, their map selection. But Apogee do fall 13-7 on Passion UA's map pick. Now Fred backs against the wall. But I think it's time, before we go into a break, before we jump into map 2, let's throw it over to Ted to break down what went wrong for Apogee on map number 1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. But I think it would be actually easier to say what went right for them, right? A lot of things went wrong for Apogee from the very start with the pistol round, the 2 versus 4 that Passion UA were able to bring back, and you spoke about it while the game was going. I feel like they missed out on a massive opportunity, but then they win the force buy, and you're thinking, okay, you know what? They win round number 2. They're probably going to be able to start bringing it back, right? The CD side didn't look too bad at the start. You're able to muster up the money. Passion UA with a really interesting decision, by the way, to go for that 3rd round eco instantly instead of forcing back. And with the lackluster purchase that was coming in for Passion UA in round number 4, you were really starting to feel hopeful for Apogee. But what that was, it was just the trampoline for Passion UA, wasn't it? They started picking up rounds, they started picking up the slack. Jambo started picking up the slack on the rifle, on the OP, and he carried it out all in all through. The reason they brought Kvem into the team, I mean, we were having that conversation in the pre-game as well. He's such a strong rifle, such a sharp rifle as well. He can come in the bomb side, open it up, no questions asked. He can just run in and headshot people. That's exactly what he was doing. But I feel like the most important thing about this entire performance from Passion UA was everything that had to work worked. Right, sure, they won the first pistol round, regardless of losing the force buy after that. They were still able to win in their first investment and didn't let the CTs build up their economy so much. The 1v1s were always going their way. Jambo himself was left in a couple of those situations, and every single time he was able to come out on top. Then you're looking at the opening kills. Sure, Apogee were able to get a hold of a couple of those, but then the conversions were lacking. And regardless of the couple rounds that Apogee was able to muster up in the second half, I kind of feel like Passion UA never got nervous. Passion UA looked like a really comfortable team, looked incredibly in control of the entire situation, and I guess this is what you're anticipating out of them when it comes down to their own map pick of Mirage. But you're looking at Jambo and his individual performance hitting that 28 and 10 scoreline, and you're thinking, well, apparently it was just the Jambo carry, but that wasn't the case. It was just an all-in-all good team performance coming out of Passion UA, really well synchronized. Everyone was on the same page. Kill distribution was bottom frag 12 kills, top frag 21. Every single one of them in between 9 kills. It's just a signal for a job well done. And I feel like this is exactly what Passion UA are going to be feeling like towards the end of this one. And as of Apogee, as you gentlemen pointed out, I feel like there was a couple good individual moments. There was a couple moments of shining brilliance for the team. But all in all, maybe the focus should fall down on the fact that they were able to get the opening picks. Weren't able to convert as much though. And this could be a big issue in the prospect of this entire series, and the fact that map number 2 is coming up right now surely does give us a little bit of hope for them. But in the end of the day, as we pointed out, with such an evened up Veto, with a Veto where all all 3 maps are being played equally by both teams. I feel like if Passion UA keep on getting away with all the clutches, and if Apogee just can't get a hold of even the few situations that they have going on for them and convert into round wins, they could be in for a really tough time. But I guess we'll have to find out after the break. We're going to send it away for a couple of minutes, folks, and we're going to be right back with map 2 in just a couple of minutes. All right, welcome back, folks. Break was short, and as we were talking about some Premier League teams, we actually realized that we are supposed to be talking about Counter-Strike here. So, gentlemen, map 1 was pretty much no contest, but I guess in the same fashion that other teams have won with the same score, you could have expected, you've seen closer games, is what I'm trying to say. Apogee weren't completely blown out of the water. Well, I guess towards the end maybe they were, but all in all, there was a way for them to get back into that Mirage and in a way to make it even a little bit closer. So Zola, going into that second map, do we still believe that this is going to be a clean sweep, a 2-0 for Passion UA, or we see a world in which Apogee are just going to be able to convert some more of those clutches, maybe a little bit more of those man or two-man advantage situations and make it a close one and potentially take us to a third?
Yeah, look, I think it's going to be tough. I'm happy that Jacob had a bit of impact towards the end. The fact that Mirage got close is obviously good for them. I think Ancient definitely will be a closer battle, but I'd still go the way of Passion UA. I was really impressed with the individuals from Kvem. Same, obviously, for Jambo. And it's clear that the calling that Passion UA have kind of recently changed, the leadership, hasn't affected them. They looked so effective on their T side. We saw the brilliance from them. A 10-2 scoreline on any map on the T side is going to be one that you're praising, even on a map like Anubis that's T-sided. And the fact they've done it on Mirage, one of the more CT-sided maps, is kind of where you even have to more, be impressed by it. Look, I think it's going to be a really tough game for Apogee. I think we knew it was going to be a difficult game, regardless of the maps, regardless of how well players were playing. I think the real difficulty that they have to face is they've had, 10-15 minutes now? They've got to realise, let's just stop messing around in these advantage scenarios, because that is the main thing that cost them. I think we have to say, Charlie pointed out on the cast, when we were in kind of round 10, 11, fairly even when it came to opening kills. You even look at the end, when it came to opening kills, there was 20 rounds, 12 of them went the way of Passion, 8 of them went the way of Apogee. It doesn't really seem like it should have been a 13-7. So I think, look, in the clutches, in the post-plants, in the retakes, Apogee have got to be a little bit more disciplined, play a bit more as a unit. And then, I think that they've certainly got a chance on Ancient.
Okay, Charlie, we're talking about the Opers. Obviously, Jambo did have a fantastic performance on map number 1. He finished it on 21 and 10, 171 rating. But on the other side, Hypix was actually one of the more struggling people on the side of Apogee, right? Finished the map with only 8 kills. So how important is it going to be for him to actually find a little bit of a better form if Apogee want to come back into the game?
Yeah, I mean, massive. Not just so much for Apogee to have another fragger, but for someone to be able to actually contend with Jambo. I mean, this is something that I was meant to mention on the cast a number of times, because Hypix actually had the AWP out a decent amount of times, considering the amount of kills he actually had with it. Just really struggled to find any impact. The shots just weren't connecting, and you saw a couple of times where he peeked into Jambo and got taken down, and how frustrated he looked. It clearly wasn't a great game from him, and I think he knew it more than probably any of us could ever. It's going to be crucial for Apogee to get him going, try to find a way to actually activate him in map number 2 on their map selection, because Jambo is one of those players that once he's warmed up into a game, there's not really any slowing him down, and if no one can contain him, it feels like this could be that 2-0 Passion UA that I think we're all fearing for Apogee.
You're talking about Ancient. Obviously, this is a map that Passion UA have always been good on, even with the previous iteration with Eschilla and Fear in. Now, one of the main differences, I guess, is going to be that exactly the conversation we had before the start of this game. Now you have an in-game leader that's a little bit more supportive. Now you're going to be relying onto the Oper, you're going to be relying onto the rifles to take all of that space. So is maybe the CT side of Passion UA the one thing that makes us really excited about this game? Because for me especially, so far in 2025, we've seen a couple good wins, a couple really comfortable games against Bedboom, 2 maps, a 13-10, a 13-6 over a Bedboom team that is usually quite good on Ancient, and then a complete bloodbath of in a disaster of a show and against Heroic, where they were able to win only 2 rounds for the entire game. Now, having given that they haven't really, or they didn't really get a chance to play their CT side back then, because they got only 2 rounds on the T side and then lost the pistol in the conversions, and that was about it. So going into this one, Zola, how different is the CT side of Ancient compared to what it was like before, when they still had Fear on the team? And do you like it now that Topo's, being a little bit more of a supportive element and not really being as involved into the action as Fear used to be?
Yeah, I think, look, when you have a kind of, it is a big change, right? When you go from quite a kind of up-in-your-face, aggressive in-game leader on the CT side, maybe an MP9 swinging out of cave or looking to fight towards middle. I think the fact that now it's kind of a bit more supportive, it can really work. You know, when you have that player towards the B bomb site, sending the flashes in, you can kind of a crunch down towards B or kind of maybe space taken strategically in middle. I think it can work. I think it definitely can. And obviously you pointed out the game against Heroic. I think they've just got to forget about that one. But look, I'm excited for Ancient.
I'm excited for Ancient as well, and I guess that's good news because we are ready to jump right into the map. Gentlemen, take it away, and let's see if they close it out in 2.
Yeah, look, I think it's a tough one. I think you know, we touched upon that game against Heroic. Look, it is still Heroic, right? And I think Passion UA, okay, yeah, clearly a bad day at the office there on Ancient. I'm sure that they're not going to allow that to mess with the mental. I think Passion UA are not that side, and it's not as though they're kind of quite erratic and quite frantic. I don't think that's going to bother them. And look, we said we didn't get to see much of their CT side last time. We're going to see all of it here, as they are starting on that CT side. But look, expectations here for Apogee. Are you thinking they're going to bring things close? Are we thinking maybe at least 10 rounds?
I'm desperately hoping so. I mean, I'm still sort of optimistic that maybe there's a chance we can bring things to Anubis, but I know it's going to be no easy task for Apogee, and some of those mistakes that we saw in map number 1, they cannot happen.
No, definitely not.
Not even just, let's hope we cut them down. They just cannot happen. Not against Passion UA, not the way that they're playing on map number 1. We've got to see a big difference. But man advantage here for the CT side. They are going for the retake. There is a defuse kit in play, and the kills are starting to all go their way. Even more so, a 1 versus 5 for Hypex. Touched on him, not having the greatest of map ones. He will be able to get 1 kill before going down and the round with him. But Passion UA, great start there. Jambo with the initial kill. Passion UA slow things down. They give them the bomb site. They don't fight too heavily. They go for a retake like that.
Yeah, I like it. Obviously, the defuse kit helping out with that decision, but it's a clean retake. It's very nice there. Obviously, I don't really want to kick a man while he's down, but we've touched upon Hypex not having that much impact. Obviously, you just have to look at, you know, his 5 worst performances on HLTV, 3 of them being on Mirage, 1 of them being that game against Passion UA. So I think we've got to say that Mirage maybe not the best map for him. And it's quite interesting. I feel like AWPers tend to do very well on Mirage. So I'm not too sure as to why it's such a troubling map here for Hypex. But look, we've seen plenty of big moments, huge rounds from Hypex in the past. So I'm sure this can be a time for him to really showcase that. But Force Buy has come through. We've got Jacob on the Galil, a Mac 10 in play, and the rest with pistols. And the fact that it's an MP9 on the back of the bomb site, there's certainly a chance here. We know the distance that the MP9's best working at, and it's certainly not this one. But let's see how long Topa can survive just on the back of the bomb site. Now the smoke's landed, and Topa could get found. The flying 5-7, the flying Tech 9. Great there from Demo. Jammer will be able to deny the plant, but quick trade from HFAR.
Yeah, 1 for 1. It's going to be interesting how that's actually worth it in the long run, because the bomb is taken out, but as is one of the CTs, as is any sort of retake potential from Donut. And again, we're going to see Apogee. We have to be successful in this force buy. Losing the pistol, but instantly bouncing back. And this is the sort of the edge that we need to them. We need to see more of this, because brilliant stuff, sure. I mean, look at it. The jump-in tech, it's not exactly like you can control that unless he's learned some sort of a recall pattern for the jump-in, the jump-in weapon. But at the end of the day, sometimes a bit of luck needs to go your way. But after you instantly convert around like that, they do so, be able to save these rifles into the next, and pressure's now on their opponents.
Well, look, interestingly, Tope had a fair bit of utility there. Could have sent an HE grenade towards main. I think that would have softened a lot of players up. But I actually quite like the fact he wanted to play hidden on the back of the bomb site. I think it could have been a play that really, really works out well. The fact that they have saved these 2 weapons over, we know that Passion UA are going to have a strong investment here. We've got, look, 2 rifles, an SMG. The Tech 9 is on Jambo. You know, it means that there's some decent weaponry here. The util's all right. It's not great, but they've got smokes, they've got flashes. I think Passion UA have got to fight forward, though. They can't just be disciplined. They've got to look to get aggressive here. Otherwise, I think, you know, the dust will settle and we see the round go the way of Apogee. But speaking of aggression, Prism very fast here, already close to Red Room. Hefty gamble from Passion UA towards the B bomb site. Look at the space that Prism's taken. To me already, just from this space, the round should be won, but utility looks as though it's going to be making its way down towards Ramp. Back turn of Jacob. Jackasmo catches off Prism, but H4 and Demo. Important kills to keep this round of quality. Oh, Jackasmo! He's low HP, but he still finds that pick. And now Jambo and Cave. Jackasmo found another. This is disappointing from Apogee. Once we see those kills come through towards Ramp, I'm assuming that it should be a very positive round. But in every fight, in every 1v1 there towards the end, Passion UA victorious. It's so unfortunate. But Charlie, you touched upon it. Apogee, against a side like Passion UA, 1v1s are not the way to play.
I mean, how on earth has Jackasmo found 3 there? It looked like Prism could have caught him out. He was tagged up at least. Sure, Prism had a weaker weapon. But finding 3 kills is rough. Apogee could have just swarmed onto that bomb site there and probably just overwhelmed Jackasmo. Even if he does find 1, at least he's going to get instantly traded. And then you put yourself in a post plant. And you've probably got a pretty good chance to win it. But yeah, just slightly too slow. Maybe this is due to them being too hesitant of losing these advantage rounds. But in doing so, it just allows Jackasmo time and freedom to do what he does best.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I think Passion UA, they have, although they may have lost fear in the, I guess, the winter window, it's clear that they're playing without fear, not only as the player, but also as the emotion, because they're still swinging, they're still playing so confident. We're going to see it here from Jambo, just taking control here. There's weaker weapons in play, but look, Passion UA, they're happy to take the fight. I'm loving the idea of this. Them as well. Identify there is a chance of a player to be coming out of L, but how has Kvem got that kill? Disappointing from Demo.
Yeah, that's going to be, I mean, it's always an awkward position, not expecting someone to be flying across your screen like that, but, I mean, certainly had the chances, and when Demo was probably one of the most impactful players on map number 1, you would hope he would be able to find that kill, but Passion UA, they do end any chance of the Force by War continuing. And it is just onto normal weapons, it seems, now.
Yeah, look, Apogee, they've got the AWP on Hypex. I think the Hypex we've already highlighted needs to be a real different player here on Ancient. I don't think the AWP early doors certainly can be the route into that success.
I don't mind that we've seen a few Galils. We could have seen a lot more AKs, but you can see Apogee don't have the most util. But they made sure that they were investing in some, so just taking the hit on some of those rifles, going for the Galils instead. I think that's important on a map like Ancient, especially due to some of these fights towards mid and the B lanes early. You do need a decent amount of util to fight it, and you can see, look, they've taken a little bit of this map control, but there's very little util sort of left in the tank, so shows how important it is for them to just keep that going. But it's going to be interesting how they do play this. 2 smokes, a flashbang, and an HE grenade, all they've got left.
Ooh, Jambo. It's great information. He's going to drop the Molotov. Spots out again, Jacob. I like the idea here. Let Hypex be the one to clear, try and take this space. He's going to post up towards Cave. There won't be a swing, and if there is...
Cool, though.
Yeah, it's a great gamble.
They've got so many here towards B.
Yeah, the smoke towards ramp. It might, in fact, deny Apogee's decision to hit here towards B. We can see the reposition now. But same can be said for Passion. Are they going to be ready for this AWP? I doubt it. He's yet to fire off a shot. Hypex have a lot of impact here. Important find for Jambo. And now they've got that advantage. They don't need to fight too heavily, but we see the kills in middle. Great finds to Red Room. A 3-on-4 here. Great damage onto Jackasmo as well. And now with Topa, a lot of work to do. Dodging the flash. And the flash, if anything, kind of identifies that there's probably a player swinging out of Temple. Great from Hypex. Gets the double overall. And Apogee back to winning ways here. Look, you see what that smoke does? The smoke they throw towards top ramp, it just denies Apogee pushing in. It's the right call to make, dropping that smoke. You just want to deny them pushing up, but it's the fact there's still 40 seconds remaining. Apogee can look to kind of maneuver back to A, and excellent stuff here. The double in Red Room obviously was what gave them that advantage, but Passion UA, weaponry far weaker than you'd hope.
Yeah, I mean, it really does make you think if Jambo had an AWP there, could have been posted up, holding for that rotation, and probably able to at least find 1 kill, get the advantage, and just and back away into a more safer position. But the 2 rifles tried to get aggressive, tried to clear the space and get some intel. Instead, it came back to punish them.
The only reason Topper's alive right now is because Jambo's found that kill through the smoke. It's excellent. Thomas really going to struggle. The HE grenade could find him. So low. The molly might force him out. Surely the shoulder's been spotted. Steps heard. Oh, Hypex not quick enough to keep his teammate alive. We'll get the trade, but that is the bomb now. And Hypex in the 1 versus 3. Orb in hand here. Hypex, this is your moment. Don't squander it. Sadly, the missed shot. It's not an easy one there for Hypex, but Passion UA is nice towards middle. And look, Ted's identified quite rightly that Topper is going to be a little bit more supportive. And we saw what he had to offer. He sent the flashes into middle. Obviously, the T's were turned from it. I think it was a great kind of split-second decision from the T's. But still, I like the fact that Topper's kind of sending his teammates in. It's working so far so good here for Passion UA.
Topper did a very good job just to keep himself alive in Donut as well, to deny Apogee being able to take this piece of real estate for free and sort of give them an avenue to a bomb site. So key round from him, not just due to the fact he got 2 kills, but he's back on the pistols and a bit of a back and forth start to this game.
Yeah, gives me a lot more confidence for Apogee, I have to say. And I hope for them.
And obviously we did know map number 1. It was a pretty close start. Apogee were 2-1 up. We knew how that one ended, so hopefully Apogee aren't going to completely sort of fold like they did earlier in this series. It is their map selection, so maybe that is just naturally going to breed a bit more stability into them.
Yeah, definitely. Look, it's something that Apogee have got to find if they want a continuance here in the playoffs. But it's going to be a play out of Cave, and the setup's excellent. Not only have they got the crossfire, but they've got the MP9 to chime in as well. And this is where I'd actually like to see Jackismo sent in, try and make some money here with the MP9. Zerafix and Jackismo elevate above, and here, talk about being sent in. A run boost through, and Zerafix quick to get any chance of a trade. Oh, wow. Okay. Comedy gold.
Super clean as well.
Yeah, I love
you
it.
can
Just
see
split
top
second.
teams sort of mess up run boosts. Yeah, great mid-round decision, and
It was down a ramp though, isn't that kind of just, doesn't that anti any run boost? I swear that makes it way
I think
harder.
not up the ramp.
Yeah, maybe. I'm just waffling now.
Probably, but regardless, worked perfectly there.
Hey, look, Jackismo's 8-1. He's looked excellent. You just have to look at that triple kill that he gets. Kind of towards Cave a couple rounds ago. Nailed the smoke here. Not only dealing so much damage, Prism's got to be very cautious.
Yeah, lucky to be alive, in fact. And will be so just about, but Top having a bit of glance into mid. Very close to spotting out players, just missing it. And this Cave setup, really strong. The MP9 and Chikazmo nearby. Zerafix there as the heavy hitter as well as the bait.
Yeah, I like it. Just systematically spamming through, giving off the idea that we'll be the only one here. Zerafix now. Oh, the step in the molly. I love it. Won't work, though. Oh, it's EK. That's a tough one.
Maybe it does work.
Yeah, look, all because of the molly, right?
I mean, I love the idea, yeah. It's a brilliant idea, sort of tagging in the molly just to try to bait in your teammates slightly more. But, I mean, a lucky 1v1 there from Passion UA. Kill not ideal, but the spam from Kavim doubles down.
Just slightly spots one, doesn't realise there's a second. And it's unfortunate. I think this is a round where we can't really fault Apogee. It's not majorly been their errors. It's been players like them searching. Zerafix is in an excellent position to find Demo and Hypex. Position made known. And Passion UA, I've got to say, they're showing very, very positive signs here on the CT of Ancient.
Yeah, everyone's chiming in. Everyone's having their moments here or there. I mean, Jambo is up there in kills. 7 kills, I believe he's got, but doesn't feel like we've spoken about him too much. Hasn't actually found anything with the AWP yet, I believe. I think that was the first round that he's had it out, but just didn't really have a lot of contact with it. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do throughout the rest of this CT side, see if he can continue that form that we saw on Mirage. But I mean, it literally has been, everyone on Passion UA has been stepping up, and right now it doesn't look like it's going to be what happened on Apogee, where we were sort of questioning, Hypex a little bit absent on map number 1. Feels like you can't really say that about anyone on Passion right now.
Yeah, look, I think for Passion as well, they're always such an exciting team to watch. I think you look at a lot of the teams kind of that similar echelon, kind of within that top 30 or between 20 and 30, those 10 teams I always feel like when you're watching a Passion UA game, when you have the kind of the pleasure of watching them, it is just brilliant CS. It's so nice to see. And not only do they kind of play the fundamentals of CS so well, they've just got such talent all across the board. Speaking of talent,
yeah. With a very clean couple of Deagle headshot kills, Hypex has retrieved that AWP now and hasn't been taken down or punished to get it. So, round still on, no armor on either of these players, but Hypex with the AWP, if given an opportunity, he won't squander it again, surely. Top of those positioning might be good enough.
I think they've looked for a split. It's going to be a plant of the bomb, and I think Demo's position is all to try and find this late rotation. He's done just that. Doppin needs to find this pick. Oh, it's devastating for Hypex. Stick of the bomb will come in. And Demo, yeah, just save it. I think there's no need to try and give that one a go. They're obviously going to get the defuse in beforehand. It's not a bad round when you talk about it. They've done a lot of economic damage, but I think the idea was there. I actually quite like the fact they've split. Zerofix goes down on the rotation. I think if Hypex finds that kill onto Topper, there's a real argument for possibility.
Really unlucky from him. Holding the angle for so long, and as soon as he switches away, in typical CS fashion, that's when your opponent peaks. But it's 7-2. I was saying that it looked like a back and forth game at the start, but we know what happened on Mirage.
Look,
are we starting to get to that similar time?
Yeah, to be honest, Charlie, I think we are. And I think Apogee, okay, yes, they've identified there are some issues already here with their T side. It's not always their T side that's looked great here on Ancient, but I think they have to have used some of these tactical pauses beforehand. I think this is kind of getting to the latter stages already, because Passion UA, they've already got, half the rounds here on this first half, and there's still, 3 more to play. They certainly could find at least 2 out of the 3, and that's where we're looking at maybe a 9-3 scoreline, and I think already a bit out of reach, especially with the fact that Ancient is no longer so heavily CT-sided. It's no longer kind of tailored so heavily to one side. It's a very even split map, and I think Apogee have got to realise that as well. At least they have utilised this tactical pause, and I hope for them it will yield a round.
Let's see what they actually can do with it. They're going to be fighting up against aggression. Kavem pushing through, but Zerofix as well. Catches them off and finds a double.
Yeah, so much utility down there, just softening them up. Right now, Apogee. They look to try and take some space early towards B, and it's been shut down. I like the idea here from Demo.
How much do you think that sort of initial fight there towards the B lanes has disrupted the Apogee tactical pause? Surely they came into this round with a set goal. Has it been thrown out the window after that?
Yeah, potentially, but look, they're gonna have protocols in place for stuff like that. It's just about what that protocol necessarily is, and the fact that we've seen Topper rotate in now towards A, obviously Jambo can now get posted up towards middle with the orb. Not only has he got a smoke and a molly and HE grenade as well, so I think there's a lot of utility here to get Jambo out of hot water, but let's see what he has first. He spots the shadow, will find Hypex. Nice shot here. Jambo opts for the quick one, and Jambo, oh, he's too good with the orb. I feel like Apogee, their best game plan has got to be steering clear of the orb of Jambo just because of moments like that. Even with the missed shot, he doesn't hesitate to go back for seconds.
Yeah, it's a great start to the round there. Prism finding the first, but he gets softened up slightly. And Zerofix comes in for the trade, and the second player just holding for any sort of ramp push. Makes it really easy for Zerofix to find both, and another round on the board, and with just 2 rounds remaining, Passion UA. The fact that there's a possibility for double digits here on their opponent's map pick in the first half, I think that says it all about the level of CS that this team's playing at right now.
Look, we got to say as well, it was a 4 versus 3, and Passion UA leave that round with 4 survivors. I think that's been the real difference here. Apogee, even when they have had advantages, rounds have come close, and obviously rounds have gone against them. So, still, it's that issue where they get openers and they're unable to convert rounds. Certainly been a problem. Gwen's in an excellent position, but Jacob takes him down. And here's a moment where they have got this opening kill. They cannot squander this. Zerofix needs to be cautious. A lot of damage dealt to Prism. Flashbang sent hit. Jacob's having a really tough time. 2 and 10. I think the fact that your star player has gone so quiet has got to be one of the reasons that Apogee have suffered here so far on Ancient.
I mean, Prism and HVAR as well aren't exactly doing a lot better. It's like you're hoping at least if Jacob goes a little bit quiet, a couple of players are there to step up. The double again from Zerofix, and he's still nice and healthy to go for the third, but HVAR will finally find one, but Topper kills the lurk in middle.
Yeah, this is where HVAR and Demo have got to go huge. Jambo's going to be rotating up from Cave. Tap of the bomb here. It's going to go against them. It's going to give them even more time here for Jambo. HVAR's going to send the nade. We're going to see aggression coming through, but the nade, it kind of diverts the attention. Space has now been taken towards this right-hand side by Demo. Oh, but Topper winning that fight. Held here and 9 found, but it's Zerofix. He gets himself a double hit. They line up perfectly. Somewhat similar to what we saw when he was swinging out of Cave towards lower ramp. The trading, the spacing, it's not great. The fact that he can just get that double, it's so tough. But, Jolly, you said Topper finding the lurk was the real differential.
Yeah, I mean, that really felt like that was a contingency. Jacob there as well. Any rotation is going to be caught off. They'll be found, but somehow Topper gets that. And Topper, I mean, he might not realize how insane his timing was just to push slightly forward so he doesn't get flanked on. Yeah, goes on to find HVAR as well, and Jambo, you mentioned the tap of the bomb allowing Jambo to creep his way in. I mean, it couldn't have been any better for Passion Away how that one went. And 9 on the board now already. It's a sublime half for them. And 10 still a real possibility and more of a probability now as Zerofix 2 again from him.
Yeah, look, Zerofix has had a really good time here. Jambo finds Demo. Hypex is in a 1v4. We've had 30 seconds of play. And already we're seeing a very good look here from Passion UA. Hypex can retrieve said AWP. But I think we all know that there's a very, very slim chance Hypex has got to cross the angle of Zerofix first.
He should actually clear this here. This probably won't be, well...
What a shot. It's just so easy. It makes it look so simple. You might clear the... Oh, never mind.
I mean, it was a brilliant shot. You have to give Zerofix credit for that one. But 10-2 on the halftime switch. Reddit was exactly like Mirage. It's a decent start from Apogee, but it feels like Passion UA. They take a few rounds to sort of hit their final form, and then there's no slowing them down at all.
Maybe just, you know, we needed to see a little bit more kind of luck go the way of Apogee. The only round that they found, you know, obviously they found a couple, but it was a jumping Tech 9 kill that changed the game in that one. I think you look at the rounds for Apogee, not consistent. It's not enough. And like, map selection or not, I think we knew Apogee had a really tough task here. You look at Passion UA, probably one of the toughest teams that anyone can face in the playoffs. So... and that's something that we do have to take into account. Yeah, Passion UA, highest ranked team. So, certainly not easy, but acceleration seen here towards the B-bomb site. No defenders. Nade of the smoke here could be excellent, could deny the plant. HFAR spots out so many. Flashbang timed perfectly. I love the idea there. HFAR finds another. That is brilliant there from HFAR and Prism. Bomb is down though, obviously. We'll go in favour of Passion UA. There's a defuse kit on Prism. There's a smoke as well. Oh, the Glocks. The Glocks have found so many! A 5-on-3. Demo now with the Julies. Needs to do a bit more, though, and he's taken down. Another round where advantage is seen here. Yet, success is not Apogee. It's been disappointing. It really has.
Yeah, really felt like that was last chance saloon for them. And as if it couldn't end in more sort of perfect Apogee fashion. Of course, they go on to lose a 5-on-3 after having a perfect start to the round. And that's the issue with this team. They have nice ideas. That nade and the flash combo through the smoke. I mean, that's not... I mean, it could be something you instantly came up with, but it's way better organized than that. Or at least they've got great chemistry to pull that one off, and yet still, it's just the slight trade-ins, the individuals that have let them down from time to time. And I mean, this is why we're seeing the scoreline, because Passion UA, have they played perfect CS today? I don't think so. They have made mistakes, particularly on map number 1, but their individuals bailed them out of it time and time again, and I think that's the biggest difference between these two sides.
Yeah, definitely. Look, the individuals on Passion UA are terrifying to face. So, look, 12 to 2. What a comeback it could be, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, certainly building up a storyline if that's what Apogee are planning to do here. The story could be over before it's really begun.
Look, I don't actually mind the fact they've gone for a full eco there. I think it is obviously their best chance to do it with premium weaponry. But I don't think many are going to be feeling that confident for Apogee whatsoever. There was a reason...
I'm surprised if they are feeling confident.
No, there was a reason all three of us predicted Passion UA to take this one. And they are truly showing as to why.
I mean, weaponry's good, but the call could be better. It's a hit towards A. Interesting one here. They've had Zerafix throw out some util and make a little bit of presence, but not enough to really draw over rotations, and now they all regroup towards middle.
Yeah, Kvem's been spotted, but so has Jacob. Information traded. Looks like they might make their way towards red. I don't mind the idea of this whatsoever. HFAR. Praised him for his magic moments. He's going to have one. Hypex by his side, but HFAR falling. Hypex needs to be cautious. Topper will get taken down by the double aggression. There's a player just tucked out here. Prism can find Jackismo. The bomb is going to make its way towards A. Oh, in fact, they turn back. Oh no, the bomb is being planted. Demo can deny this. Jambo! I don't really know what's going on there. Kvem's he's just sitting in red room holding for rotations. The bomb's not been planted yet.
Yeah, Jambo didn't exactly seem like he was even considering getting off of that bomb for a second to try to take that fight.
Look, Apogee, they've been hoping for a gift. They've been hoping to be wrapped up nicely, and I think the missed decision there has been that. I don't think there's enough time for him to plant towards B. I don't really know what his decision making is, but he's gonna have to win it on kills. That's spotted out Prism. We'll be able to get out of that. Yeah, bit of a weird one. Look, not the end of the world for either side. Apogee, they get their round. Money's not great, but Passion UA probably should have won that one. I think if they play that like a traditional 2-on-2, get the bomb down, play together, I think Passion UA certainly have an argument to close it out in a 13-2 scoreline. But Apogee have got another chance here.
Yeah, it's going to take another round at least. And I think, honestly, that might be the main reason, or at least one of the sort of deciding factors as to why they went for the eco rather than the buy. It might just be a bit of a damage control.
Yeah.
Get this game going on for longer. I'm sure they don't expect this comeback to actually come through, or at least they won't believe it 100%. And just give you something to actually be able to look at after the game, you know, rather than having it be an absolute one-sided blowout. Good start again, though, with the opening kill from Prism. Just his 5th kill found so far here on Ancient.
Yeah, look, Kaveem, nice find there onto Prism. I think there's been a couple players here who've gone a bit quiet on the Apogee side, but that tends to happen when you're facing a side like Passion UA. Aggression down towards ramp. This can work out quite nicely. Jackismo going to get caught off guard. It is, in fact, Zerafix that's found, and now Jackismo with work to do. But an easy job it looks as he takes down both HFAR and Hypex. Demo now. The next player rotating in. Kvem's in a really good position here. Might look to take some space. Jambo can just sit and wait. They've got 40 seconds of time to just mess with the minds of Apogee. They don't need to aggress. They don't need to push out yet. And the longer they take, the more confused are the Apogee side. Util thrown now, though. Smokes on either side. Demo. Going to need quite a fortunate spam here. Ooh, Jackismo. Good decision to plant elsewhere. He's low HP. Jambo's in a good position. He's got a flash as well. He wants to send himself through, but opts against it. No defuse kit here. This is going to be such a tough retake. Especially now the smoke's faded. Demo spotted. Jackasmo finding. And Jacob now. 1v3 gone 1v2. Needs to deal with both Kvem and Jambo. And the positioning's excellent. Jambo doesn't even need to peek, but he goes for it and will find. But Passion UA, a very dominant game here on Ancient. More than what we saw, obviously, on Mirage. But, look, it's a quality performance from them. I think Passion UA quite rightly earned that spot in the quarterfinals, and I'm sure we're going to see them progress even further. But Apogee, look, it's a positive move for their Swiss stage. Hopefully, a loss like that doesn't dishearten them, because we have seen good signs of them, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen good things in the Swiss stage. Playoffs certainly not gone exactly the way they wanted to. But let's bring Ted in here and fully discuss that one. I mean, Ted, what was your thoughts on that? Because Ancient somehow even more dominant than Mirage was.
Yeah, it kind of felt like it was no contest, did it? I mean, it's really weird, but I guess in a way we expected Passion UA to be really comfortable. It's really weird because for a lot of people tuning into this one, they say, well, this is not the same lineup that Passion UA had towards the end of 2024. They're supposed to need a little bit of time to recalibrate into Kvem being in the system, Topaz, the new in-game leader, but it kind of feels like everything is just working out from the get-go, and Passion UA just played like the much better team. They played like a top-level tier 2 team today, right? Didn't give any chances. Jambo was all over the side of Apogee. Everyone else was all over the side of Apogee, and to be fair to you, as someone that wasn't even casting the game, but I was just watching from a third-point perspective, I'd say that Passion UA, it just looked like a complete mismatch. If you were to hide the nicknames, I would say that this is not Passion UA. I'd say that this is a team that is far above in the rankings, and I feel like this is probably the reason we are still hyping up that team as much, because they can play that solid type of Counter-Strike, and they can be the gatekeepers, and they can just look like the far better team in a game that is supposed to be a lot more competitive.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think Passion UA have really shown that, roster change or not, they are still the same side. They're still that kind of quality side that can take down any opponent on any day. And look, there's a reason they've pushed to top 30, and I think there's going to be an argument for them to push it even further. And obviously, we said there's a recent in-game leader change. They've brought in kind of different players as well. Hasn't affected them. It's only helped. Because a dominant performance like that, you have to imagine, look, if they're given another couple months, we're going to be seeing a much better look to Passion UA when they have that synergy as well. So I think an impressive performance throughout. Look, Apogee, it's not an easy opponent to face. But look, I think Apogee just weren't all there. I think everyone needed to be on top form if they wanted to take a team down like Passion UA.
Yeah, it kind of felt like it was an off day for them, but it wasn't an off day for Jambo, was it, TMD?
I mean, no, it almost never is, really. And once this guy does get going, like we said, there really is no stopping him. It felt like a Mirage. We start to see him coming into form. Once he bought out the AWP, there was no contest. I mean, Hypex just couldn't contain him. And that didn't really feel like a criticism of Hypex as much. It feels like more credit to Jambo. I feel like you're spot on when you said there's a bit of mismanagement of sort of teams in terms of the levels that they're at right now. It does feel like this Passion UA team is just sort of 3 steps ahead. And Apogee, they were always going to have a hugely tough time. And I was hoping maybe competitive nature is the best that they could have hoped for. But Jambo, I mean, 100% deserved the player of the match. Such a bright future, not just for him, but this Passion UA team. And I think he's going to need to continue the form that he had today. I think in that quarter-final match, because obviously they've got Ents waiting there now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Before we start talking about the Ents game, I just want to share an interesting statistic with all of you guys, just to, I guess emphasize even more on how dominant of a showing that was. So for that entire second map of Ancient, the side of Apogee combined had 5 multi-kills across every single one of them. 5 rounds. Or 5 times in which there was a round where some of their players would find a multi-kill, right? So Kvem, Jacasmo, and Zerofix, single-handedly, all of those players separated, have had 5 multi-kill rounds as well. So this is, I guess that just screams how confident that was from a team perspective. That's the reason I didn't even feel right saying Jambo's the MVP of this game, because I don't feel like Passion UA just needed 1 or 2 players or 3 players to step it up. They were just all in all better, right? Everyone was better. Every single one of the players did their job perfectly, and I guess this is, again, going into the topic of facing off against the side of Ents in the next round. I'm not sure Ents is the favorite going into this game. I'd say I'd put my money on Passion UA if they're playing like they did today.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I'm happy you touched upon the fact that, you know, we had so much quality from Passion UA on Ancient. Jambo's second bottom fragged. I think, look, obviously he had an excellent game, 14 kills, the 3 teammates above him with 15, but it just goes to show how strong this team is as a unit. And I feel like when you look back to Passion UA a couple months ago, I feel like a lot of the heavy lifting was Jambo, but it's clear that they've got so many good pieces to this side, and that's why they've looked so good as of late.
Absolutely. And going back to it, I guess, for Apogee, just to close it out before we send it into a break here, CMD, it still should not be a disappointing, I guess, a disappointing event in the books of Apogee this CCT Series 17 though, right? That's what it feels like, at least. Sure, the way that they lose to Passion UA today was probably not the most spectacular one, but all in all, before or to get here, Apogee were able to take down GTZ, were able to take down Monty, were able to take down 500, and they took a map off of Fnatic, so I feel like the goal here for Apogee should be try and pretend this didn't happen. Just focus on the lessons that we can get out of this game, but still know that we've been going in the right direction. And this 2-0 doesn't really feel like the embodiment of this entire tournament that Apogee have played so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's going to need to be for them. It's going to be after today, trying to tell them that it's been a good tournament. I'm sure they're not going to accept, but I'm hoping in a couple of days' time, after they are able to just reset, sort of relax a bit, I think hopefully they're probably going to realize that, yeah, okay, this is a good run. We've made it out this Swiss stage, and we did it pretty dominantly. You know, it wasn't one of those 2-2 records where they just scrape in. They beat some really good teams here. I mean, you touched on sort of beating 500, beating Fnatic. These teams are just sort of breaching that top 30 ranking as well. And for an Apogee that I think a lot of people not too long ago wouldn't be expecting a lot from, this is a good start to this team, and it's still very early in their tenure, and there's still a lot that has been undiscovered. This is something and a roster that I think we need to keep our eyes on over the next couple of months, because I think the Polish scene, a lot of people are crying out for, let's get a good Polish team back again. It's been a while since we've seen one, and I really do believe this team, given a few months, given a few more tournaments and runs like this, why can't they be the ones to do it?
How funny would it be if Ents and Monty both failed miserably and then Apogee just come in to make it work? Well, I guess we gotta wait and find out in the long run. Gentlemen, for now though, we're gonna be sending this one into a bit of a break. Sadly, this was the end of the road for the Poles and for Passion UA. It is just the start of what could potentially be an incredibly successful campaign here at the CCT number 17. We still have one more game to go today, and it is, I want to say, the main meal of it, the main course. It's the steak. It's 9 Pandas taking on 500. Of course, 500 making their way through to the main Swiss 9 Pandas. A direct invitee into the playoffs is going to be a bloodbath of a matchup, so make sure you don't miss out on it. Now we're sending it into a bit of a prolonged break between 30 and 40 minutes, and then we're going to be right back with the pre-game. This game is going to have fireworks all over it, so you want to make sure you're not going to miss out on it. Myself, and of course Zola and CMD, we're going to be here in around 40 minutes. Make sure you will be as well.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Welcome back, everyone. It's been a bit of a prolonged break, but we are back with the CCT-17 playoffs here. First round of the playoffs, knockout stage, and we have the game of the day with the 9 Pandas taking on 500 Esports. Of course, the Bulgarian side of 500 making it through the main Swiss, and on the side of the 9 Pandas, it is a direct invite into the playoffs. Of course, again, it's myself, Ted, joined by Zola and CMD. We were here for the last game, and we are hoping to get another exciting series, but for different reasons, right, gentlemen? Passion UA was a bit of a one-sided affair against Apogee. 509 Pandas should be a lot more competitive, though, Zola, right?
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think both these teams, we've expected a lot from them as of late. I think 500 are clearly on hot form. You just have to look how they played recently. It's been excellent. And I think for 9 Pandas, when it comes to recent roster changes, we had a little bit of a chat kind of before today about how those roster changes might affect and kind of the loss of firepower maybe. But obviously that's something we'll touch on in a bit. I think it's going to be, look, you've claimed it to be the game of the day quite rightly. I think this one should have the firepower. It should have the electricity that we've amped it up to be. I just don't know where it's going to go. I think all of us are going to be on that same standpoint where it's completely up in the air, right?
Yeah, obviously for both those teams, they are playing in order to try and go up against Eclot in the quarterfinals. And an interesting perspective to have into that, even talking about the VRS rankings, if 9 Pandas win this game, they're gonna go 5 places above in the world ranking of Valve, right? They're gonna get 19 points. If 500 win, they get 20 points and they go up 3 places. So for both of those teams, both teams that I guess have the experienced players and have the guys to and have the goals to actually climb up and play in some of the bigger events and receive more invites and ultimately try and make it into the major CMD, this is a really important game. They can't let themselves slip against the other side, right?
No, I mean, not at all. I mean, this is one of those games that you could end up looking back a couple of months from now and being like, oh, that could have been just a few extra points we needed, things like that. Every single event now, those points that you mentioned, they are crucial to everything. Like you said, just getting invites to other events, but the main goal for every team is to make it to that major. But not just about those points, there's also the final quarterfinal spot up for grabs, and it's going to have to go to one of these two teams today. The other going to be eliminated. So, I mean, pressure's really on. Although it's not just the fact that it's around a 16 game, you're in the playoffs now, it is, like you mentioned, getting those final points, getting everything you can, just for the future of your team can really make or break a roster.
Yeah, absolutely, it feels like it, and I suggest we take a look at the lineups. We're going to start it off with the 9 Pandas side, and the reason I say that is because I don't want people to realize how incredibly biased I am going into this game. So, a pretty revamped team of the 9 Pandas, and you know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. I actually like the changes. I like. Okay, we're actually gonna have Moon in the server instead of Alf. Yeah, this is something that we weren't aware of, and this is another change that is actually gonna shaking things up a little bit, right? For those of you that are unaware, Moon is a 19-year-old Oper from Kazakhstan, and he used to play for Ruby back in 2024 for a couple months. So this is going to be an interesting one. I don't believe he's played any games since his short tenure with Incilio towards the start of 2025. He played the Frost and Fire Europe with Incilio, but before that was on Ruby. So yeah, sure. Let's talk about Shelfie, the latest result in Krat, shall we? Moon is in the server. This is news for us.
Yeah, look, I think this actually might throw a little bit of a spanner in the works, to be honest, because from what we've seen from Moon in the past, okay, yeah, maybe not the same echelon as these 9 Pandas players, and I don't really know what's happened, whether they were scrambling for kind of a late fifth or standing, but to be honest, from what we saw from Moon on that Ruby side, was exceptional. He was always such a starlet for their side, and it seemed like the real problem was there was no one really else. So I feel like this could be a calling moment for Moon to say, okay, well, I've been drafted in once again. Obviously, you mentioned his little time on Incilio, and I think that was a similar kind of thing standing in. This could be a big moment for Moon. This really could, this type of game. And if he plays the way that we expect, could light up the server. And I think you've got to imagine as well, ALV, okay, been brought in, about a month ago. Performance hasn't been perfect. He's got less than a 1.0 rating. And for an AWPer, I think we always highlight that as being a bit of a negative, a bit of a problem. Obviously, we've seen Crad come in from Amcal. I feel like we've seen a loss of firepower on this 9 Pandas side. I think that's safe to say. Idis Balance and obviously Glowing were exceptional here. But you've touched upon the fact that we've seen these roster changes and you're liking the idea of it. I actually thought that Nine Pandas maybe had too much firepower before. And I know that might sound a bit odd, but it seems like now they're going to be bringing in a couple players who can be a little bit more supportive and now can be utilized to send in Deletis, to send in Shalfie, Result as well. And I think a lot of the time, if you throw in the 5 best players in the world, it's not going to make a good team, is it? You've got too many stars, you've got too many good players. You don't have someone to take kind of the more reserved role. So actually, I agree with you. I think maybe these roster moves can be more impactful for the team. Maybe less firepower, but more for stability of the roster.
I'd say the only, for me, unstable thing about this Nine Pandas team is the fact that you have a lot of players that are used to taking space and used to making really aggressive moves. On the other side of CMD, we're going to shift the conversation towards that 500 lineup, and the fact that Moon is in the server right now. Zola did say, you know, this is a good opportunity actually for Moon to step it up. It's a great opportunity for Zerg to step it up as well, right? He's been individually, at least, in terms of the pure ratings, struggling a little bit with individual form. Now, what I want to say about Zerg is you look at some of the supporting numbers for him, you're going to find out on the T sides, for example, every single round, for at least 2.23 seconds, there is someone on the enemy team that has been blinded by a Zerg flash. And this is every single round. So you get to see that he's a lot more supportive. It's not necessarily that he has to be the big star of the team, especially when you have guys like Ships, Oxygen, and Rainwaker making a lot of aggressive moves, and Spellon on the CT side taking a lot of initiative as well. But for Zerg, isn't that an opportunity to come into the server and say, well, I'm the much more experienced Oper, you're coming into a new team, you should be feeling more uncomfortable, let me take over and just dominate.
I mean, you're talking about experience. That's one thing that Zerg does have in abundance, over Moon especially. I mean, not only has Zerg actually won big trophies, sort of all the way back on NRG that formed into that Evil Geniuses side, but also Moon, here's an interesting stat, has played a single game against a top 50 team.
Yeah.
One game in his whole entire career, and that was standing in for a Cloud9 roster. Yeah, experience is one thing that Zerg certainly has over him. I do have to say though, I mean, Zerg I was always a big fan of on that NIG. Really exciting AWPer. I think a lot of people were really hyped to see what this player was all about. And then sort of slowly over time, it felt like we saw quite a bit of a drop off from Zerg. And then moving on to Bleed, obviously at the end of last year, or end of 2023, sorry, it felt like this is the time for Zerg to sort of prove who he is as an AWPer, and we never really got to see the performances out of him. I feel like this 500 side, though, maybe is going to be more of a comfortable environment for him, and we are still waiting for sort of that step up that we know that Zerg can achieve. We know what this player can be. It just feels like it has been a while since we've seen it. I mean, it wasn't, it was good a few years ago now, but Zerg was a top 20 player in the world back in 2019, sure. And we are still waiting to see that. I mean, he's not old, still 25, still got time to show us. And I think with this 500 side playing really well recently, I think maybe with a couple of other players playing individually at a very high level, maybe it just takes that pressure off of Zerg, and that could be maybe what he needs to get into that sort of form that I think everyone's still dreaming could still come through.
You know what? I'm gonna shockingly for everyone play the devil's advocate for a Bulgarian team and say, I think with Zerg and Spellon, obviously there's gonna be massive expectations out of them, but with a player like Zerg, it really is difficult to actually realize what his impact is for the team that he's playing on from the outside. Because for a lot of the AWPers, we, as people that are watching the game, we're used to just looking at the AWPer and saying, well, this guy's supposed to get kills. He's got the most expensive gun in the game. If he's dropping off individually and the numbers aren't there, that means that this player isn't doing his job. But in the end of the day, when you have a lot of the teammates, of ex-teammates of Zerg, just come forward and say, he's one of the best teammates I've ever played with, he's really good at setting me up, he's really good with comms, then there is that conversation that even though some of the individual numbers might not be up there, and I do think that he's been showing some gradual improvement so far in 2025, there still is another side to the story where he can help elevate the performances of other people. With that being said, we're going to move along and we're going to move away from Zerg's individual performance and go right into the Veto. Now, this is going to be a really interesting one. So far this year, for the side of 500, there's been two clear maps that they've been avoiding, and those have been Nuke and Train. Now, depending on what they remove, 9 Pandas might have an open route, but the fact that 9 Pandas don't play a Train means that 500 can just get rid of that nuke, and 9 Pandas, they're going to be forced to go for the Dust 2. If we're talking about 500, it kind of feels like there's a couple more options to go for a map pick. They decide to go for the Mirage, and if you're looking at the third and final one, judging by what both those teams have been playing so far this year, an Ensign looks like a no-brainer. CMD, early thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I mean, It's interesting in terms of train. Neither team massively playing a huge amount of it, so I mean, neither team actually playing an official of it yet. So it was sort of that question of who's gonna be the one to ban it. I would have loved to actually see it as that third and final one, but I think with 500 being the team to ban Nuke, such a strong and maybe one of the only few maps that so far has looked very good for Nine Pandas, I don't think they really have any need to sort of float train as that third and final one. They feel like they are the ones with all of the advantages in the vetoes. So I probably would have just, play to your strength, go on Ancient. I do have to say though, a lot of Nine Pandas form in the last few months on their maps, you look at it face value, things aren't great, but we do probably have to mention that I think a lot of Nine Pandas games that you're sort of looking at when you're seeing these maps, a lot of them are against your Liquids, your Wildcards, your Virtus Pros, G2s, and that's where they do have some games, some sample size that is a step up above the opponents that 500 have faced. That being said, we have seen a couple of games recently where Nine Pandas have lost to teams like Monty, which I think we're looking at the old Nine Pandas and thinking they should be able to take that series 90% of the time probably. So I mean, it's definitely not perfect, and sure, they might have been playing against some harder opposition in some of those series, but it's the weaker opposition or the slightly weaker opposition that it feels like is the question mark for this Nine Pandas team still.
Yeah, most definitely. The fact that they've lost 4 out of their last 5 best of 3 series doesn't really help their case either, right? Even though Zola, we were used to seeing them play against higher level opposition. Yeah. Do you think that momentum is going to play a big role into today's matchup? Because 500 did lose against Fnatic earlier today, but all in all, in the last couple of weeks and the last, let's say, 5-6 best of 3s for both those teams, things have looked a lot more like it for 500. For Nine Pandas, it kind of feels like they're still going through that transition period of this new lineup.
Yeah, look, I think current form is actually a massive factor. Regardless of who you face, regardless of the team's quality, you need to be getting wins on the board because, look, if you're going to be playing in these events against these topper teams, you're expected to do something against them. And the fact that Nine Pandas haven't really had all that much quality in the last couple of months, we got to say it, is always going to be a negative factor. Obviously, they're playing with a stand-in now as well, which is never going to help when it comes to synergy. I think as well, we touched upon the fact that, you know, Cirque, it's not just for him what he can do kind of in the server kills wise, but you spoke about communication has always been so key for Cirque. This has been what? He's now back on a full roster of Bulgarian players. He's going to be speaking his kind of home language, which obviously we see so many mixed teams. We see so many mixed kind of European, North American, South American sides where they're of different regions. But being able to speak in your home language is always going to be helpful as well. You know, we spoke about the fact that how long was it did we have that kind of dominance between Swedish and Danish teams, and that a European mix would never going to win a big event. So you've got to imagine that's going to help 500 out as well. But look, the fact that Nuke and Train are the only 2 maps that they've not looked great on, and they have the ability to float Train and ban it later. Every single other map they got better than a 2/3 win rate. I'll be honest, if I'm Nine Pandas, I'm feeling very worried for this series.
Okay, CMD, what is the one way, because I feel like all of us are kind of leaning towards a 500 prediction, what needs to go right for the Nine Pandas to win? What do they have going on good for them into that series? Maybe it's just the player that you're looking at and thinking, well, if this guy pops off, they might have a chance. Maybe it's something in the calling style of Shofi. What is the way for Nine Pandas to win today?
Well, it's interesting because I was actually coming into this game thinking, I might give this slight edge to Nine Pandas. But after we all sort of got a little bit shocked by Moon, I think I'm going to sadly have to agree with you too, probably. But I think it's honestly as clear as it is for what I think need to win. I do think 500 have some brilliant firepower, but I do actually think on their day, I do think Nine Pandas, there's not many teams in the world that actually can stop them. That being said, it does feel like occasionally a couple of the newer players, Crad and Alf, who obviously we're not going to get to see everyone in the server today, they haven't had the best start, but it's the other 3, the core of this roster. They can step up at the same time, and when they do, that's when there's really worrying sides. I think we've got to have a big performance out from Moon, because like we said, Cirque might not be the AWPer that we sort of knew a few years ago in terms of pure firepower, but he is going to have that experience. He is going to have that stability of being able to do his role and do it well. Moon coming into this, I think if he's able to at least compete with Cirque, I think there is a chance. If Cirque rolls over him, I don't see a world in which Nine Pandas can win this one.
Zola, result versus ships. Aggressive lurkers on the T sides. Talk to me about this head-to-head.
Look, I think it's one that I think a lot of people kind of not overlook, but I think a lot of the time you look at the entries, you look at the AWPers and kind of the star riflers, and you can compare the impact they have. But as you said, these aggressive lurkers and kind of lurkers in general, you can have great positioning, you can kind of find a timing, but whether you activate on it is the question. And 9 times out of 10 will be screaming on the broadcast saying, look, you've got yourself in an excellent position, unbeknownst to you, but you've got to take that time, you've got to have that impact, you've got to have that difference maker. Otherwise, you're just on the other side of the map taking up space, you're not really doing anything. So I think that's got to be a key factor here. I do assume here on the 9 Panda side, they might be kind of a little bit disjointed with rotations with the fact that Moon's playing here. We've got to imagine that synergy is going to be a bit of a difficult.
I mean, it feels like it most certainly, but in the same time, that means that the rifles are the ones that need to compensate for it, right? You got to see a good performance come out of the latest. You got to see a good performance come out of Result. And Result, I think, is a player that we can talk a little bit about, because he was, I guess, around a year ago when he made his debut with Forza at EPL, he was one of the people that everyone was talking about, right? When he was on Forza, playing obviously with Chalfie as well, and back then with Jerry, everyone was saying that Result looks like the next big thing coming out of the CIS region. Incredibly sharp aim, really sharp brain as well, and able to make supportive roles work and put out star-like performances. So he's going to be absolutely massive for the side of the 9 Pandas if they want to have a chance up against 500 today. With that being said, though, folks, we're not going to waste any more time. We're sending it right into map number 1. Gentlemen, take it away.
Big game here. Look, qualification spot ready up for grabs, and obviously, as Ted pointed out, it's important for the VRS points as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think we've got to. I think that's always going to be a kind of maybe a secondary factor, but actually, it kind of holds a lot of weight. Maybe the primary thing that these teams are going to be thinking about. But look, we've kind of had our predictions for 500. This being 9 Pandas map pick, I think they've got to hit the ground running. They've got to have a kind of a really strong start here. They are on their preferred side, being the T side. I feel like that is a bit of a rarity on Dust, but acceleration seen towards long. Spellbound on the back of the A-bomb site needs to try and connect the bullets. Really struggling. We'll go 1 for 1. And the rotations to come through from CT. We are going to have a flank through long. Deledes, nice lurk. Oxygen takes it apart. The lower tunnels lurk denied, and Ship's now at range with the Jawlies. Maybe one of the worst weapons to be at range with, but he finds a pick. Quick trade from Oxygen again, and the T side, they do fall here. Nice retake there from 500. The fact that
super clean
Deledes
stuff, it looked really sharp. I mean, yeah, normally you do have that lurk there as that key piece to the puzzle, being able to really unlock things, take away those lurks, waste time with the CETs. Even if nothing comes your way, you become a flank then, rather than just this lurk. But yeah, I mean, brilliant find from Oxygen. I mean, there's 2 players there just in case, but great awareness, brilliant crosshair placement, and it just shows the mechanics of this man. I mean, Ted was sort of singing his praises before the game, and also breaking between games, and it's unsurprising. Had some brilliant recent form, and what a way to kick off this game.
Look, I think the crazy thing is Oxygen in the last couple months, he's got a 1.19 rating, and a vast majority of the time, you see a player like that, and you're expecting, wow, okay, that's the hyper carry, that's the real star of the side. Ships right now is 1.25 rating. He's got 99 firepower rating. How have 500 got so many stars in this side? And I think, as obviously Ted mentioned, it's because Cirque isn't maybe going to be having crazy impact in the kills department. It's more what he offers supportively. And I love to see that. And obviously, you know that Cirque's the player that he once was. He's still got that within. And I think if he's called upon, he certainly can provide.
It has to be, yeah. Really does. And when you do consider that people like Ships obviously was a big part of that Wendigo WSG victory all those years ago. What, 2018 now? 2019 maybe? I mean, yeah, so much experience for a player like Ships, but a very competitive round here. 2-on-2. 9 Pandas have made this one interesting. The bomb is dropped in tunnels. A lot of time still left to play with. 45 seconds for Result now to win this 1v2. MP9 and a Tech 9, single flashbang to play with.
Yeah, he might get spotted in a second. Well, Cirque's got that information now. It was a great shot from Moon there, taking down the player towards back plat, and I thought 9 Pandas, they might have success on their side, but gotta be said, Ships and Cirque, great to get themselves into this advantage. And the problem for Resson now is he has to go towards B. There's no time to head towards A. There just physically isn't the opportunity for that. And the double B setup, they're going to swing at any moment. Great round from Cirque. 500 continue. Force buy has been denied.
Yeah, it felt like an important one there for 9 Pandas. I mean, it's nice to see Moon getting a good kill with that scout early. I really don't want to sort of be highlighting someone like Moon and his performances if things do go wrong in a game like this, where obviously we'll be, or at least we believe we'll be standing in, and it's going to be a difficult game for him as well. But I am hoping he's able to keep up with the rest of the team and have some big moments here or there, because it's a big task for him to try to step up in this one. I mean, big fan of him, Ruby. Certainly a little bit inconsistent, but you can't blame him due to obviously his age, still being very young, very fresh, very raw on the scene.
Yeah, look, I think it's going to be one of those games that we have to say, 9 Pandas, yes, they're going to be at a slight disadvantage. I think it'd be silly not to say that, the fact they're not playing with their full 5. But as you importantly pointed out, regardless of whether Moon does well or not here, the result of this game shouldn't be on his shoulders.
Curious how much time this 9 Pandas had sort of being aware that they're going to have a standing, because we didn't find out, I don't think, unless I just completely missed it. I don't think we found out until
the
a
rosters.
little bit late. Yeah, so it might have just been a very late decision, and 9 Pandas are really going to have to try to work with this.
Yeah, look, potentially, you know, ALV was having internet issues or something like that throughout the day and was maybe kind of hoping that it sorts itself out. Cirque again. Lovely round here. Obviously, we see a bit of chaos, a bit of kind of competition in middle, yet when they aggress out of short, Cirque's there to deal with it. He can drop an M4 over to Spell, and we can see an AWP in play already. Obviously, Moon wielding the big green. I think that's what 9 Pandas have to do. They've got to get Moon out on his best weapon, because let's be honest, 500 are a tough side to face, and I think any disadvantage that 9 Pandas have here, they've got to make sure they minimize that as best as possible. But Moon does have the spawn for an early peek towards long, and I think that might be the goal here. And Spellad lining up the flashes, Molly landing, Moon waiting, and Moon! Great find there, disciplined. He's happy to sit around in the Molotov because he can find the kill. A lot of damage dealt to Deledes, but Cirque falling. And now, hefty disadvantage. Deledes, just as that smoke faded, Chips was holding. Could have seen a very difficult one. Spelland's in a tough scenario here. Chips, he's not heard the drop, but he's certainly realised it now. And there's Shalfie, the aggressive lurk.
It's not
dropping down, yeah.
Now with crowd pushing on through, finding an opener towards the bomb site, despite the huge damage that has been dealt to these players, it's going to likely have to be given up. And I just love even how they're planting this bomb. We know what util damage can do from players towards CT spawn, sort of throwing the util on the bomb site while the T's try to get that bomb down, but they just don't let that happen. Got the York posted up, taking an aggressive stance while the bomb's being planted, spotting out anyone. Guess they do try to throw util.
I think worst case scenario, there'd be a player quick enough to trade, and obviously even with the fact that Moon's low HP, I think it's definitely worthwhile. But look, 9 Pandas, they put their first round on the board. The 2 players saving those good. Obviously, Ships can drop a rifle across. I think he can drop a rifle and still bring out another. I'm not too sure. I think we'll see the finances in a moment. Yeah, he could drop over an AWP and a FAMAS and play an M4. I think that might have to be the best decision. You imagine they give this one a go, right? Ooh, double AWP in play. Very interesting. Usually this is something that we're reserved for a little bit later on in the game, but we know what Dust 2, we know the impact that this double AWP can have. Round number 5, quite early.
Yeah, I really don't mind this. If you can just try to catch out 9 Pandas instantly, and Ships' AWP will do so. So they should be ready for a double AWP being what's in play, but Ships again actively searching for another, will find Crad falling this time. And the double AWP instantly having that impact. Cirque's not even been spotted out yet. I mean, look at Ships. Look how active he is to try to search for these kills.
I really like
an
it.
angle.
I think it's brilliant. I think a lot of the time you'll see an AWPer kind of a little bit out of the game, and I feel like if you can have that level of impact all across the map, it's brilliant. And this is where the CTs can just look to back away, maybe play it a little bit more disciplined. Oh, the miss molly there. Bit unfortunate. Moon getting himself into pit, trying to find a pick onto the A-bomb site before they extend their way up long. Nothing spotted here with the nade of the smoke. Rainmaker's in an excellent position. Resol does have a molly, though. No utility remaining here for the CTs. Spellamp from short with an MP9. Not the best weapon. Out in the open here is Rainmaker. Cirque posted up on the angle, but there's going to be a smoke thrown beforehand. Very possible round here for the Pandas now.
Oh, jumping up, not connecting, but Ships still nearby in the smoke. Result searching for him, but Ships with the no-scope headshot. Spots out another Ships with the 4K in this round.
On for the ace, giving him a go at it, and he will find it. The ace from Ships on the AWP. He doubles his kills. What a round there. There's a reason we've been seeing such a performance from him as of late. But it's a round that perfectly embodies it. The perfect kind of confidence and chaos in that smoke.
Talk about
What a round.
double AWPer.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see it a lot more if Ships can produce these types of performances. Cirque not even required there, but you can't blame him with all of these shots. Great stuff from Ships. And just look at the confidence that he's got with the AWP as well. That's one thing that a lot of AWPers wouldn't really have the balls to make a play like that. Be that close to these smokes. Great stuff. And 4-1, denying 9 Pandas stringing any of these rounds together and keeping them on their toes.
Charlie, right now, Cirque and Ships are 17-1. They've got more kills than the whole rest of the server combined.
Yeah,
Bit of a scary one.
It is certainly something to be worried about.
Certainly if you're 9 Pandas, I think all the 500 fans. I think Ted's got a big smile on his face right now, doesn't he?
I mean, it's got to, probably. Just that confirmation certainly does, but a hit towards B now. Ships is posted up. Oxygen nearby.
Yeah, it's a good setup. I really like the idea of this. It's all about timing for Ships. You do have a molly on Moon, but you'd assume he'd get posted up on the angle. We saw this fight from Moon. He had a scout in hand, but there it is. Ships on the AWP. He can now just sit and hide. It's all going to be on Oxygen. I love the idea of this. He gets one. Doubles down as well, and now Ships. He can drop a smoke. He gets a second kill. Shalfie will eventually find on that late lurk, but Oxygen, quick enough there. We'll be able to save the second AWP as well. An excellent setup there from 500. Absolutely brilliant. And it's the attention that Ships takes away. He knows, I just crouch behind here. I've got full faith that Oxygen is going to keep me alive as for as long as possible.
But he knows the perfect time to re-peek again, and not only that, he re-peeks into Moon, who's posted up holding his angle, and still able to win out on the fight against the AWPer, who's holding his position. Such a scary 500 side, this.
Yeah, definitely. And the fact that, you know, we've seen successes from Rainmaker in the past as well. Obviously, it's not really been needed this game, has it? But maybe not had the kind of the best 3 months, but 500 certainly have. And I think, obviously, individual performance is something that these players will think about. But in the same regard, look, they're winning games. They're looking very convincing. I think that's the only thing that mattered. Yeah, exactly. Gonna be another B play, though. We've got this set up once again. But I mean, Ships does have a little bit of work to do here towards middle as well. There's going to be this playthrough now. They've dropped the drip smoke. Flashbang's coming through. An attempt to split through B. Cirque is just holding the slight spot from Cirque. Absolutely excellent there. And Oxygen down to his secondary weapon. Ships found by Result down to this 2 versus 3. Should be enough utility here now for the retake to come through. I don't mind the split here as well. Get the rifles maneuvering their way towards tunnels. And obviously just have Cirque posted up for anyone aggressing. There is the AWP on Result though. He is holding. Flash comes over, not fully blinding, but that one certainly does. Nice find from Rainmaker. And now all on Crad. Tucked away behind these boxes. Tap of the bomb. Keep Crad in a very difficult scenario, but kills come through. There's enough time for the defuse. 500. They're 6-1 up, Charlie. This is a very positive performance on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was looking forward to 500's T-side in particular. I was looking forward to seeing what Spelling could produce, what the mind of the Master could show us on that side of the map. But, I mean, so far, if 500 keep this up, we might not get to see much of a T-side from them.
Oh, look, the pistol round strat. That'd be nice to see.
Could have a pistol round strat, yeah. But, I mean, right now, just
You'd hope
individually, I mean, seem like they're in a sort of weight class above right now. I mean, still early doors. Definitely not going to get ahead of myself now. Moon is back on the York. We've got rifles in the hands of the remaining players.
Ledes looking to take some space here. It will be a playthrough long with Deledes and Moon just trying to offer some contact here towards middle. Shalfie. Got a nade in hand. Timing on Spelland's molly could be very costly. He just drops the molly. I love the idea of this. They're going to push on through. Resol a little bit alone. The smoke drop a little late there from Crad. Cirque posted up with the orb. Not connecting, but he is baiting in Rainwaker. And it seems in every moment, Charlie, every time the 9 Pandas show something, 500 have got a strategy. They've got a system in place to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, this one's definitely not done. Cirque swapped over to the rifle and is going to peek into Moon, though.
It's now all on ships. Deledes. Got to be cautious. He's got the information. They're just going to throw the bomb across. Molly as well, to Molly towards short. I really like that from Moon. It is going to be a long rotation, but Moon is so prepared for this. Ships taken down there. A great round from Moon.
Yeah, Moon was the difference maker from start to finish there. That was a 2 versus 4 from 9 Pandas. Moon found the first. On the bomb site as well, took down Rainwaker. And Cirque, I just don't really know the decision to peek into Moon there. It felt like he was in such a good angle behind the door. Really tough for Moon to get the trade. If it was the Letters that sort of pushed along to try to help him. Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure of the decision making in that one from 500. Maybe a little bit complacent.
Yeah, potentially. Ships now, they're aware of his position if a flashbang comes through. Ships. Great stuff here from 9 Pandas. They've Moon posted up, just kind of locking ships into that angle. Shalfie. Looking to go through this smoke. It's all going to be about timing in this round for 9 Pandas. Resol, he's got himself into the corner. Oxygen's aware of it. Util coming down. Oxygen can get one. Shalfie, though, towards middle. Trade comes through from Spelland. Spelland's got to hurry things along, though. He's got to kind of offer a helping hand to Oxygen, but we won't see it. Deledes is double. Shuts their chances down. Cirque does have a nade that he's going to send. Reposition from Cirque. Quick kill. Takes down Moon. Crad sticking the plant here. Denial of it. Unavailable, but Cirque finds the kill. Deledes, though, a great 4K in this one. So much impact from Deledes. And look, we saw kind of an incredible round from Moon. Single-handedly winning it for 9 Pandas. Deledes does it in this one. Although 9 Pandas are now putting rounds on the board, we need to see a bit more of a team performance, don't we, Charlie?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's been a lot of individuals that have won these rounds for 9 Pandas here. I mean, don't get me wrong, we were praising the individuals of 500, but it's more they just felt like they had very good setups, they had very good moments as well. But 9 Pandas, it really has been the rounds they've won have come purely off of individuals. I mean, at the end of the day, Dust 2 is a map where, sure, you can't win a game off of that sometimes, but I think the way 500 are playing, you'd hope they've got a little bit more than just firepower.
Yeah, 9 Pandas, the main goal here. Make sure you keep as many players alive, keep the finances as strong as possible, but Moon, nice find. Ships drop down to 4 HP and will be taken down. We asked for a bit more of a team performance. Look, against the Eco, many having their moment, just finding the picks all across the map. Cirque back out on the AWP, no double AWP for Ships. And look, 9 Pandas, they've kept things a little bit more competitive here. They've brought themselves back into the game. Albeit if they find these final 2 rounds, we would be praising them massively.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, from 6-1 up. Now 6-4. It's been 3 on the bounce. 9 Pandas is certainly still in this one. It is their map selection after all. I do think it is very vital for them to go and take this, but a hit towards mid. Ships looks completely caught out, but he manages and destroys 3k from him.
Yeah, brilliant there. Now Shelfie going to attempt util in hand. If he hit him with the nade.
We've all been there where timing's just horrendous. You get peeked on, you just got to try to throw the whatever it is you have out. Yeah, always
The best
looks
part
a bit foolish.
Imagine if Ships is 1 HP and the impact of the nade kills him. I just think moments like that, such comedy. But Ships, 16 and 5, a 4k in this one. You said he should have been a little bit caught off. 9 pandas, we've said there's a slight comeback, but the spacing, the trading, the utility, all very poor. Underwhelming for 9 pandas in that round. And it's allowed Ships to really kind of, really show off what he's been able to do. You know, it's his AWP that we've been very impressed with on Dust, but obviously as a rifler, we know moments like that can be seen, and showing it here.
I mean, at this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a double AWP on the T side.
T-side on Dust, it can be done with the double AWP. Obviously, you have to play very slowly, but I guess you can go back to kind of
I mean,
the Jane like, play style, just an AWP top mid.
It feels a little bit more like one of those things you might perhaps see if you got
things are going
abundance of money, and maybe you could even just waste the rifle, just drop a rifle down just in case.
Yeah, maybe an early pick towards long and then back away and pick up the rifle. I actually think sometimes you'll see a double AWP on the T side if, you know, your T side's really looking minimalistic. I think sometimes, you know, you can have one peeking towards long, one peeking towards B, and, you know, you can find some easy avenues there because a vast majority of the time we're seeing aggression towards upper tunnels and long. So, 9 pandas quite rightly utilising one of their tactical pauses.
I mean, final round. 500 still, I mean, it's a completely different outcome. I think we might look at this half in completely different ways, depending on who wins this round. I mean, 8 to 4 for 500. What a brilliant half, but 7 to 5, 9 pounders certainly brought their way back into it. So, yeah, this final round is going to be very crucial for whoever. Whoever can go on to take it. Might be 9 pounders bringing themselves back into the game, and it might be 500 just putting themselves that one spot closer to stealing away their opponent's map selection.
Yeah, obviously though, from what we've seen of 9 pandas on Dust, they do somewhat falter on their CT side, so I think we've got to take that into account. And I think already 500 have had a really good showing, but Shelfie, nice open here onto Rainwaker. Deledes might have looked for some early control, but the flashbang sent there from Ships is delaying. Cirque now going to be playing through this smoke. He has to. Crowd firing through the wall, and Cirque showing the more dominant weapon and what it can display. Not the best mid portion here. 9 pandas, they've given up one. Ships goes searching for Shelfie, and now, although 9 pandas were the ones with the opening kill, it's 500 with the advantage. Something that we saw quite a lot in the last series. This is something that 9 pandas, they cannot be allowing for. As you said, it would be vital for them to find this 5th, and the fact that they were really on track to do it with getting the opener, I think there certainly was that chance, but Valant, all on timing here. If he finds the letters, which he does, this round's going to go away from them. It's Moon in a 1 versus 4. This was a 5-on-4 scenario, but a bit unfortunate there for Moon, just getting the tag onto Ships. Not to say it would be a possible round, but just that much harder. And look, Ships ends the half 18-5. Charlie, with the kind of the change to MR12, a lot of the time you'll see kind of players ending with 18 kills, and that be kind of a pretty decent game. You know, nothing to scoff at, nothing to kind of massively praise, but 18 is kind of the new number, right? Yeah, he's already found it in 1 half.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a monstrous half from Ship, but he's not alone. We're not. I don't think we're looking at this game as, oh, what a one-man performance this has been, because so many players on 500 have had some big rounds. Celtic being one of them. Oxygen's had a couple of moments himself.
I like
500,
this.
This is a great start, but the lower tunnels push is being heard, and the swing can start to come through, and it will be dismantled. Oxygen on the pistol round again.
Yeah, look, you said we've had big moments from Oxygen. And just as the words left your mouth, he shows another. Absolutely brilliant hit. And 500, they're just going to look to sit. They know that 9 Pandas are going to have to be the ones that make the next move. And we're seeing it from Moon. He's taking control towards long doors. Having a little bit of a look in middle from Resol. But 500, they can just wait out the time, wait out the clock, wait for 9 Pandas to make a mistake, and then just go as a unit. But Crad looks as though he'll be under pressure as they make their way out towards B. Resol acting as a quick rotation, but smoke lands, Resol finds, and still possibility here for 9 Pandas. Although a 3 versus 4 and no defuse kit, some quick shots can come through here, but...
Yes, if Crad goes down and ships through the smoke, takes him, and look how one-dimensional this looks now. Brainwaker peeking into it. I would not test the individuals of 9 Pandas, but ships, I mean, I wouldn't test him either, so who am I to say anything when he's 21-5?
Yeah, ridiculous performance from ships. Don't get me wrong, we've kind of come to assume he's going to be the top performer right now. He's looked absolutely excellent in most of these games that we've seen for 500, but this is on a different
level.
level.
On that for the rest of the series, even if it goes 3 maps right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Look,
I have to say, Charlie, a lot of the time you'll see a performance like this and it's absolutely brilliant, but usually it falls off, right? Usually there's some form of slowing down. Right now, it doesn't look like Ships is on any form of that whatsoever. And right now, he is on his kind of highest rating form.
It's
the best game he's...
this one.
Yeah, it's a risky decision. I think 9 Pandas kind of have to take it. But the best rating that Ships has put up on the CS2 was a 2.42, 19-16. He went. Already surpassing that. So we could be seeing a crazy rating out of Ships.
I mean, this is a really important round for 9 Pandas to go on to take. Try to bring themselves a little bit closer. The spams looked pinpoint there from Crad. Somehow, none of them connecting onto oxygen, so you might not realise how lucky he is to be alive. But it is just a pistol, as that's the issue with the CT force buy. You don't get many kills. You don't get any bomb plant bonus on this half. So all there is just pistols and scraps that they've got to fight with. Moon's got a nice amount of util, actually, to try to hold this off. We'll drop the smoke grenade now. We'll find one more before the smoke even blooms, and a little bit of extra damage to Spellin as well.
Yeah, smoke dropped here. And the chance to plant the bomb might slowly slip away. Shalfie's in a good position here. He elevates himself up, and it's impossible for Shalfie as there's so many eyes on him. Still, we've got Crad here close by. Crad, if he can find the bomb planter. Excellent from Crab, but a quick trade from Ships. There's 6 seconds left. They've got to try and fight him. There's no chance to plant. Ships now needs this kill. He will get it in the final moment. There's disappointment there on the face of Deledes. Body spamming. He's 24-5. He's got more kills than 3 of his teammates combined.
I mean, yeah, a little bit messy there, I think, is an understatement for 500. And 9 Pandas are calling it tactical. They realise how close that round was, and they realise that if they eco, they're giving up 11. They're going to have a massive task ahead of them to try to bring themselves into it. So they're going for broke. They're all in this one. Needed some extra time to discuss, and they've got M4 out. They've got a FAMAS, a Scout on Moon, MP9 and Resol and Shelfie still left to buy, but you can see util. There's not a lot of it to talk about. 4 pieces overall, no defuse kit. It's all going to have to come down to the firepower of 9 Pandas. And so far, with the top performer being Deledes 10-10, we're going to see a big turnaround here.
Like I've come to say, I think Moon hasn't been anything but quality. I feel like what was expected of him to replace ALV, yeah, it's been fine. I don't think Moon's been an issue here for 9 Pandas whatsoever. I think there's clearly bigger issues at heart. I don't want to take praise away from 500 because they've been extremely good here on Dust, but
maybe it is just that sort of lack of synergy. I mean, obviously we can't ever fault Moon's firepower right now. He's doing sort of just as good a job as pretty much the top performers of 9Panda, but it's looking like it's going to be this search out and this probe towards B. Result, the defender there. The rotations are coming through. Rainwaker's heard this, but I think 500 are too slow. I think the chance of this round is going to slip away. Rotations have come through, and it is done now. Spellin all alone with this FAMAS is going to have to slip away to go and save. 500 just so hesitant to actually push into that bomb site, very slow, and it felt like it was just that. It was just a probe. It didn't feel like a commitment, and that allowed Result to easily make his way into the bomb site, as well as just allow the rest of 9Pounders to rotate, with, in the meantime, Deletter's finding one towards middle as well.
Look, it's necessary for 9Pounders. Without it, I think we'd be seeing a very, very quick finish here to Dust, but I think 9Pounders, it's always a tough one, especially with it being their map selection. Obviously, we've got to talk about the fact that, you know, Mirage being the second map of the series, it's a map that obviously 500 have looked excellent on, but same can be said here for Dust. I think it's going to be a tough one for map number 2. I think 9Pandas, they've got to find a lot of success here on Dust, and I think they have the numbers and they have the kind of opportunity to take it. I think obviously 500 have looked brilliant, but I feel like 9Pandas, if they don't take things here on Dust, it's going to be so scary for them on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, you're certainly, even I think the most diehard of 9Pounders fans will be looking at this series if that happens, and probably starting to believe that this one might end the way of 500 if, like you said, they failed to take this one. But into round 16 we go. And the force buy for 500 is full of Deagles, with that saved FAMAS as well on Spellin.
I'll be honest, I think on a map like Dust, I feel like a vast majority of the time, you'll see, for me, I feel like there's 4 weapons, obviously, well, 4 weapons that have the most quality. And it's the Deagle, it's the Scout, it's the AWP, and it's the main rifle, whether that an AK or an M4. And I think we've just seen it there. The Deagle can have so much impact here. So the fact that there are 4 Deagles, okay, yeah, they're nowhere near as effective as that AK, but I feel like the Deagle can have such work to do, and we're seeing it again. Great find there from Oxygen. Missed shots from Deletta, as we've got to say, and the Deagle again from Oxygen. It's just that it's the range that the Deagle can still work well with. I feel like sometimes guns like an MP9 can get a little bit lost on this map just from the range that this map has. But it's an excellent round from 500. A force buy that I think many would look at and say, okay, well, 9Pounders, easy round, enjoy the win. But it just goes to show how devastating the Deagle can be here. Great find from Crad. I think if he doesn't have the awareness that Rainwaker can be close, that's another rifle gone.
Yeah, should be able to save these weapons towards long. But obviously, this is something that 500 certainly could want to hunt this, because this is going to be an investment in the next round from the CTs. Oxygen will find, and Moon, not tempting fate with the P there, will just keep his AK into the next. But obviously, like we said, this likely is going to be a buy from 9Pounders as well. This is a really weird sort of force buy wall that we are seeing right now, just due to the sort of rounds in terms of which has happened. But what a round again from Oxygen. Like you said, it is these Deagles. It's these individuals, and if you do give them an inch, these 500 players, the way they're playing, the form they're on, they will take a mile and they will punish you. It's the final tactical pause used from 9Pounders now, as they realize this is do or die territory. This is their map pick, and they've shown us next to nothing on it. It's just 5 rounds, and it's been 5 rounds that have been won by individual moments, but not by the team play that we normally come to expect with 9Pounders.
Yeah, it's clear that there's obviously there's always going to be a bit of a teething period, isn't there, when you make these roster changes? And I think that's something that we do have to say, that 9Pounders, they have brought in 2 new players in the last month or so. So I think it's obviously we're going to see a slight dip in performance, but I still feel like we'd expect a little bit more out of them. Oxygen getting aggressive. There's 2 players with Util in hand. Oxygen could have just swung there at any moment, but the Util is brilliant here from 500. Spellant dealing a lot of damage. Oxygen the one to claim the kills. Deledes will find Rainwaker, but surely we see Moon. He's got to go for a bit of a pot shot. Got to go for something here. Trying to elevate up. Struggling to do so. Nice HE grenade onto Deledes, but Deledes again. Second of the round. Crad on the bomb site will be found. Ships now. Got to deal with Deledes. He's close to the smoke. Spellant's taking a bit of a risk here, but the risk reaps will reward, and Ships can find Deledes. Charlie, this is it. You said it was do or die, quite rightly. Look at the money here for 9 Pandas. It's a 12-5 scoreline. We've had big moments from Oxygen, big moments from Cirque, but it's been Ships who's really been leading the lines. 26-7.
Yeah, and with Mirage looming round the corner, 9 Pandas will have one last crack at this one. And it has to be now. They've really struggled at Dust 2. They've struggled to try to hold off the onslaught that the Bulgarians have provided here in map number 1.
$500. They're going to look to make their way up short. Utility coming through. Letters is in a good position though. Nice flashbang. 3 players towards short here. Ooh, nice trading here. Deledes can double. That's the bomb dropped. Although do or die here. The 9 Pandas. Deledes' doubles giving them a good chance. Ships is still in the round though.
There is a flashbang on Rainwaker, but the CTs take the fight first.
I quite like the idea. Try, not give 500 the time to work with. What are you going to land? Great shot from Crad though. 3 in total on that Deagle.
It's survival. And the only way to keep this game alive is to keep going. Keep walking just one step at a time. You can't look too deep into it. You can't look at the possibility of overtime. You just need to look at round 19 and live in the here and now if there's any chance for 9 Pandas to make the impossible possible here.
It can always be so difficult. Where if only one mistake is seen from 9 Pandas, it is their time here on Dust come to a close. So, as you said, just got to stay in the moment. Very limited utility here, apart from Shalfie, who's got a full belt. I don't love the position he's playing here with full util. He has, in fact, maneuvered his way away from Cart. Result. A lot of damage dealt too, but obviously finding that kill. Crowd aggressing to find Rainwaker, and this is a little bit more like it. Deledes seems as though he's always close to the action.
Yeah, just a few more individual fights now from 500, but this time, 9 Pandas are biting back. They're taking a bit of a fight themselves, taking a stance, sometimes getting a bit more aggressive. And it feels like they're doing what I think we hoped they would have done at the start of this game, just being a bit more confident in their own abilities.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I feel like 9 Pandas are a side that we've seen them for the last few years being such a dominant side in this tier 2 scene, and I think a vast majority of that has come from the fact that they have always looked so confident, they've always looked so dominant. Spelland now, wow, with minimal time. Spelland's going to have a real tough task. 11 HP, he needs to find Shalfie. Will be able to do so, in fact. Able to dodge the bullets for now, but he's got to cross and get the bomb. A near impossible task. He has crossed, but now he's got to come back. Again, though, another big round from Deledes. You have to argue if Deledes takes a head-to-head fight and loses out on it, a 9 Panda's going to be out of ways because he's got nearly a double kill in these last couple rounds, and it seems like a majority of the heavy lifting, especially in the initial portion of each round, is done by Deledes.
Just going to be the eco in this one. 500. Shouldn't have a lot of chance in this. But obviously 9 Pandas, they're 5 rounds away. Still a long way to go.
Rotations will be seen.
Yeah, Result forced back, but still inclined to want to take some of these fights.
He's been dinked twice. Yeah, he's been dinked twice and he's still on 47 HP.
Welcome to the Glock.
Welcome to the Glock. Still, though, 4 in a row needed for 9 Pandas. With this being their map selection, they've got to start this series off right. Not an easy comeback, but certainly possible. Moon has got himself an AWP now as well. We know what that can do for this individual. He's going to take an early peek here towards long, and that is where the vast majority of 500 players are going. A lot of util coming over. Moon forced to back away. Cirque going to get himself into pit, but the smoke grenade and the flashes deny any early finds here from 500. Already a lot of util used here from 500. They've still got 4 smokes, but Krad's taken so much space. Great find from Krad, and now he can just back away.
Yeah, I mean, things do get a lot more pressured for 500 if they do lose this round. And right now, that looks like that could be the outcome that we're seeing. Like you said, with Krad with a brilliant kill, and now 500 left guessing, but the flashbang so strong. Resol with a double. Moon 1 HP on the bomb site. But able to back away. Keep the 2-man advantage. Rainwaker caught out by the nade of the smoke, and Moon, even on 1 HP, still finds impact.
Yeah, Cirque 1v4. Certainly not easy, and a quick shot from Moon. Short, a slither of Cirque's shoulder, and Moon takes him down. As he said, look, a loss in that one. Things can get scary here for 500. With such a heavy lead, the fact that we could be seeing a 12-10 scoreline certainly gives a lot more to talk about. And it was 12-5. 4 in a row now, and potentially even 5, as it's just these upgraded pistols.
Yeah, I mean, loss bonus is growing, so 500, sure, there's potentially 3 rounds away from overtime, but they get a bomb plant in at least one of these. They should be able to get 2 buys out of the last 3, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen in this one, as Resol's put on a good display in long. And I think 500 just need to take a breather.
Yeah, take a pause. Resol! His ace was stolen away from him by an opponent getting a team kill, but a great individual round there from Resol, and he's really shot up the leaderboard. 17 and 16 now. A few moments ago, he was quite close towards the bottom, but CT side Resol's looked really good. And now we're seeing that first tactical pause here from 500.
Yeah, I mean, we probably should have seen it a little bit earlier, but, I mean, I suppose better late than never. But the only issue is this potentially could be their last full buy. So we do need to see this recovery from 500 now. Otherwise, overtime does feel like, somehow, this could be the spot where we're at.
Yeah, look, I think 500, they need to try and kind of show a little bit more presence towards middle. I think a lot of these rounds, we've seen them kind of all towards tunnels, or a vast majority towards tunnels. Same can be said for long. I'd like to see actually 500 looking to take kind of some dominant space, some progressive space towards middle. Obviously, there was that round they went for it, and then Deledes got the double with the FAMAS. Krad found 3 with a Deagle, but it was still a very possible round for 500. I think a moment like that could work out well for them, and it does seem that might be their intention with 2 going towards lower tunnels. Two players towards short. Spellin spotted one of them.
Couple of nades raining down. That's a big kill.
Yeah, that space that can be taken. Rainwaker very positive on his progression here towards long. Moon now might go searching. Smoke towards long doors. Rainwaker's going to feel a little bit trapped. He has got a smoke to try and get himself a little bit more wiggle room. Krad. Important find. Oh, Moon out in the open. The missed shot with the AWP. Very costly. Looks like they're still going to make their way towards A. Oh, in fact, it's going to be a repos because look at all this space that Ships has taken. Oxygen now. Just needs to try and sell enough of a fake. Spelland's holding, will spot him out, and it's a 4-on-2 now, and look at the positioning of Ships. To me, Charlie, the game's done. And what a tactical pause. We've got to say it. An excellent call, an excellent round, and 500. The fortune they have by finding the player in Result towards long has kind of changed up the game, but Nine Pandas eventually shut down there. 13-10 for 500, but a great game overall.
I mean, it shows how much of CS can be relied on these fine margins. 1 kill from Rainwaker, the space taken, the double reposition, and what that caused, what it allowed the rest of the T's to be able to do. I mean, it's madness that that's gone that way after 9 Pandas, but such a good shift in to bring it back. But I suppose that's the nature of CS, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think 9 Pandas, at least they had a little bit more confidence. We had moments there from Result towards the end that's going to help when moving to Mirage. But obviously, before moving to Mirage, we've got the thoughts and feelings of Ted, and I'd love to hear his analytical overview of that game of Dust.
Well, my analytical overview of this nearly went out through the window for 500 Esports. That should have been such a convincing win, and it should have been so much cleaner. I mean, from start to finish, let's make a difference between the game before and the game after 9 Pandas started winning rounds, right? Everything started so well for 500. First half, double op with Chips. For the first couple of buy rounds, Zerg Ships going absolutely nuclear. You brought it up. They were on 30 kills, 6-7 rounds in combined. And it felt like nothing could stop them, right? Chips on that second AVP had that massive round with the 5k. This is the one that we're looking at as of right now. And it felt like that was a tempo setter, right? It felt like that just gave us a sample of what to expect out of 500. And this was one of the main conversations going into this game. And this is probably one of the bigger pictures to paint around this team. When this team gets going, when the momentum is on their side, they're nearly unstoppable. We saw it from Oxygen, we saw it from Ships, we saw it from Zerg, we saw it from all the individuals on the side. I mean, we weren't talking about Rainmaker and Spelland as much. They were getting little to no action in the first half, but even in the few times that they were still able to deliver. From the B extremity to the A extremity to, I guess, the middle part of the map. Every single time 500 wanted to go for an aggressive play was successful. Every single time they wanted to go for a double ult play was successful. Every single time they attempted anything, it was successful. And it really did feel like the 9 Pandas had no response, right? It felt like they had no answer, and that had nothing to do with the ult being a stand-in. It had nothing to do with Moon. He was actually 4-0 in opening fights in that first half, but they were just unable to convert. Then the second half starts, 500 get the pistol, they start getting even more rounds on the T side, and you're thinking, well, the moment that we see a 12-5, this game is over, this map is over. 500, everything that they touch just turns into a round. Ships is on 8 multi-kill rounds, he's had a couple triples, an ace, a couple quad kills, and then suddenly, even after winning that Diego round, that force buy that felt like should have been the last straw, 9 Pandas just wake up. They start winning rounds, they start picking up the slack. Krat had that phenomenal round with the Diego as well, with the triple kill. There was a couple big moments coming out of the Oper as well. Result with a massive resurgence. Result, who was 0-4 in opening fights up until 5-12, was able to end the map with at least 3 or 4 opening fights, being able to win towards the end of it. And you know, that was probably the biggest concern going into the series, and in general, one of the bigger concerns when it comes down to both the 9 Pandas lineup and the 500 lineups, respectively. For the 9 Pandas, that slow start, you couldn't replicate that if you wanted to actually go for a deeper run into an event and win a tournament, right? The effort was absolutely immaculate. They were so close to making the comeback work, but in the end of the day, if you let it slip so much at the start, you can't rely on your individuals to be able to pull it all the way back from a 5-12 deficit every single time. And then for 500, you're able to close out the game that I think is going to still leave a couple people worried, right? With a 12-5 lead, especially when notoriously for some of those Bulgarian teams it has been difficult to close out maps, you don't really want to let it go that close. You don't really want to let it go to down to that tactical timeout. And I guess this is the right moment to give props to the coach of Popov as well for 500, because right after the tactical timeout, and this is something that the casters brought up as well as the game was going on, 500 was able to close it out. A really hard fought for victory here for the Bulgarians on map number 1. I guess the good news is that this was the map that the 9 Pandas picked into, so now as you're going into map number 2, you probably are anticipating even more of a convincing showing coming out of 500. The good news for the side of the 9 Pandas, Mirage, also a map on which some of the individuals can pop off, also a map on which Result has always been good, a map that I suppose is going to give a little bit more opportunities for Moon to shine, and then obviously the latest needs to jump in as well. The 9 Pandas did wake up towards the end, but I'm afraid it was a little bit too late. Hopefully it's not a little bit too late for them to actually show us something in the series, and hopefully they will be able to be a little bit more competitive a little bit earlier on Mirage. We're gonna catch you with it after the break. of the day, and I just realized that you couldn't hear me. So welcome back now officially, as we're ready to kick things off with our final, well, what could be our final map of the day, but our last series of the day for sure. Map number 2, 500. I guess map number 1, gentlemen, could be described as a near disaster for the Bulgarians, as they had a 12-5 lead for all of you joining in. They barely closed it out in 13-10 fashion. It still doesn't have to take away from the positives, I guess, that we can draw out of this, though. CMD, right? 500 did come into this one with a lot of firepower, and ships especially looked in pretty inspired form.
Yeah, I mean, like, you look at it initially, it was that 12-5. If the game ended 13-5, we would have nothing but pretty much flawless things to say about 500. Sure, they struggled to close the game out a little bit towards the end, but at the end of the day, it was still their opponent's map pick. They still took it, and from 90% of the game, there was only good things we could say about it. A couple of mistakes there on the T side, but at the end of the day, it is their dust too. They're now moving on to their home turf, onto their map pick, and this is where the pressure is flipping over. It's on 9 Pandas now, because we've already sort of touched on a little bit that you've got Moon standing in. Maybe that's going to change up how they can do some of their strategies, some of their synergies or whatever. But you're also at a point where your backs are against the wall. You've got no out now. You have to go on to take this map if there's any chance to progress and obviously get those all-important ranking points, if there's any chance for you to sort of go up in those rankings. And it's scary times now for 9 Pandas.
That's what it feels like, right, Zola? I mean, when you're looking at the Mirage of the side of 9 Pandas, they've played it only once so far this year, and that was a map that they lost. When it comes down to the side of 500, sure, there's been a couple losses to teams like BC Game and Sashi, but all in all, it's been a pretty successful story towards the latter stages of 2024 and early stages of 2025. Now, the one good thing, and this is something that you gentlemen brought up that I want to ask you about, do you believe that we're still going to get the same performance out of ships going into map number 2? And is that thought of what if ships is not able to provide all of those multi-kills actually present in there? Because we saw what happened once he stopped killing 3 people every single round towards the end of Dust 2. They were struggling. So is that something that could come back and bite them on Mirage? Or you think all in all we're just going to see a much more solid finish out of 500?
Look, 500 are on a map that they're feeling going to be a little bit more confident on, right? And I think that's obviously going to play a part. Okay, yes, Ships was very, very dominant throughout Dust, and obviously that's what gave them their hefty lead. Yes, when Ships was a little bit quieter, we saw a comeback, but I don't think that's the whole story. I think even if Ships wasn't the one getting the kill, someone else would have done. Obviously, we had a lot of good moments out of Oxygen. Same goes for Cirque, and I think a vast majority of the game was dominant by Ships. But I think not only do I not think he's going to fall off, even if he does, he's still going to be around the middle of the pack, still going to be around the kind of the same as his teammates. I don't see him dropping to a point where he's inconsequential in the game. I feel like he's always going to have impact. Just kind of the role and the way in which he plays, I feel like it's absolutely excellent. And that's why we saw such successes on Dust. Now we move to Mirage. It's a map that they are statistically a lot better on. It's their selection. 9 Pandas are worse on, as you touched upon. We haven't really seen them play that all too much of it, and the one game they did play was a loss. I think right now, at 500, they're in prime position to take the series. Even if they don't do it on Mirage, I think they'll probably do it on Ancient as well, because that's also a map that they've looked really, really good on. Ancient being their most played map in the last couple months. So I think right now, 500, look, even if things go against you on Mirage, I wouldn't be too worried. I think the series will go their way. I'd be completely startled if we see a comeback and if we see 9 Pandas take it, but I'm happy to sit and watch 9 Pandas come back, because what a story it would be.
Do you think there is a world in which 500 just get carried away a little bit and think that they can just run into Mirage and, you know, run around the map and just outgun 9 Pandas, and that comes back to bite them?
Yeah, I do think there is a chance where that could actually happen. I think you kind of saw maybe a little bit of it due to complacency at the end of map number 1. I also think you could argue 9 Pandas, they didn't have a great game in terms of some of their individuals. Wrestle was very late to start. Deledes wasn't as active as we wanted. Shalfie was having a terrible game. If these guys stepped up, it could have been a different story.
Absolutely, and I guess we're not going to waste any more time. We're going to find out whether Result and Co will be able to step it up. Ladies and gents, we're ready to jump into map number 2 right about now.
Yeah, look, it's a big one here. 9 Pandas have got a lot of work to do if they want to salvage not only the series, but, you know, salvage their chance in the playoffs, because not only are they trailing down by 1 map, I feel like the success that 9 Pandas had, a vast majority of the time, it was someone getting a quad, someone getting a big triple, and I think 9 Pandas, they've got a lot of work with the pistol here. I like the idea. Wrestle and Deledes in close proximity. Wrestle will get one. Deledes could get found here, though. Oh, great kill there from Oxygen. We know what he can do on the pistol rounds already in this series, and he's going to be looking for more here. Oxygen, though, in a very difficult position, and Spellan still in apartments. 9 Pandas, a good look here to their pistol. Just whether Spellan can have this magic moment, attempting to isolate these fights.
Yeah, I mentioned how poor map number 1 was for Shelfie in this round already. So much impact without even finding a single kill. Just so much attention drawn that allowed the rest of his teammates to rotate on in. Denied a lot of the T's jumping out of apartments. And that initial fight, I mean, it looked 50-50, but you could even argue it favored the T's, just weakened that B defense. We could have probably saw 500 completely overwhelm that bomb site, but just sort of hesitated slightly and slowed down towards apartments. Maybe if we saw them burst out, we could have seen a slightly different round. But 9 Pound, as you mentioned, how important it is for a good start here. There's the pistol round. You don't get much better than that.
No, definitely not. I think absolutely excellent from Moon. I think it's a great rotation, finding 3. 500. Couple upgraded pistols, Oxygen. Deeg in hand, but Deleda's at range with the FAMAS. We can expect big things here. 3 kills so far. Ship's all that remains. Look, when it comes to this map, we're expecting the CTs to have a lot of strengths. It's a map that has kind of really pivoted from a very even battleground to a map that's now pretty CT-sided. And I think if 9 Pandas can have a convincing showing, if they can maybe get themselves, 8-4, maybe 7-5 at worst, I think there is real positive signs for them. But I think we know that 500 have a lot to offer here on the T side.
I mean, yeah, exactly. It's a map that they feel more than comfortable at. It's a map that we haven't seen the best things from 9 Pandas. Recently, haven't even got to see them play it a huge amount. Lost it to some teams that I think normally we're expecting 9 Pandas to be able to go on and take it. So, yeah, I mean, there certainly is a spot where I think they have to be... They have to really watch their step, otherwise 500 will be able to just... potentially just dominate them on this one. So I think 9 Pandas really have to take every round 100% seriously.
Yeah, a lot of precautionary kind of moments that will be seen later. I think 9 Pandas have got to be very systematic with their decision making here on this CT side. Early aggression towards mid here, a real lack of conflict and a lack of aggression coming out from 9 Pandas CT side. They will just drop the Molotov. A lot of space has been taken here now by Result, but we spoke about the fact that you can get yourself in a good position, but not really activate. We could be having one of these talking points now, because Result's going to be such a late rotation, as we are going to be seeing this play out through A. Deledes, close in the smoke. Repositions now to the right-hand side. Great find from Deledes. The trading, very poor. Cirque eventually gets him, but we need to see Cirque continue. Will be found ships. A lot of damage taken here with his fight for Shelfie, and 9 Pandas. An excellent round, but again, Charlie, it's Deledes. I think right now 500 need to try and find a way to put a muzzle on Deledes, because he is performing far too well. The fact he not only gets 2 but deals the damage onto the 3rd is excellent.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you got to think if Cirque was healthy there, could have found the player under Palace. Did a good job to find 2, but it was just too much work done from Deledes, and that was the main brunt of the attack. That was the part of the attack that was meant to be able to trade and be the ones to actually claim the space. Well, the player towards ramp, the player in window were meant to be the ones sort of to clean up, but losing their 1v1s is something that can happen. They needed to have the pressure taken away from them, but with it just being Cirque, we eventually got found. Yeah, 500's chance slipped a little bit in that one, but that was the first full buy we saw out of the Bulgarians. Not a successful one. Moon out of the AWP now, and a 1-for-1 trade initially. Deledes here at the back of the bomb site with Resso by his side. And Resso, a player whose stats probably is slightly inflated on map number 1. Had a pretty poor game, but had some big rounds towards the end of it. That probably made his performance look a little bit better than it was. This is the start that he needed as well. Turning things around, be able to carry over the momentum that he had towards the end of Dust.
Yeah, look, I think if Result can have a strong start here, 500 have a lot of questions that might be left unanswered, because Nine Pandas, the performance they're showing so far is really good. You just have to look at the finances. Everyone bar Shalfie will be able to invest in the next with no contest. And again, another round with no AWP in play here for 500. I like the idea of this setup. Try and get Result deep once again. Space has been taken now from 500 towards middle. Again, it seems like Nine Pandas quite happy to give up this space. They realise, well, you're going to have to make your way onto a bomb site somehow. I don't actually know how Deledes hasn't been taken down there by Oxygen. Just a quick readjustment at the last second. But a very positive look here so far for the Pandas.
Yeah, Ship's pushing out, but timing not on his side. Crad peeks out fine, and a lot of 1v1s across the map. That Nine Pandas are winning all of them. Moon, even so antsy for kills. So locked in, he's even trying to find his teammates.
Ooh. Ollie's going to land towards under. Crad in the flames, eventually found by Cirque. Although disadvantage, still a possibility. Rainwaker keeping his teammate alive. Spots one towards jungle. We will see Result rotate in and get two more, but Nine Pandas, although the round starts off so effectively for them, comes closer, but still 500. They're yet to post a round on the board here. This is their map pick. This is Mirage. This is a map they've looked so convincing upon in the last couple months.
Yeah, when you consider that this is probably one of the closest rounds that they've had, that was a 2 versus 5. They got brought down to a 2-on-2. It's not been the most positive of starts, and Nine Pandas, I mean, certainly deserve this 5-0 lead.
Yeah, no, definitely. Result here towards top van. Jiggling. Flash is excellent, but he can back away, and Shalfie quick enough to rotate in. Deledes will get one towards middle on the lurk. It's looking far too easy here. Nine Pandas. They're looking excellent so far. Ships is trapped. Nice find here. Ooh, searching for his second. Another nade landing, but it'll be the bullets of Shalfie to take him down. Result continuing the kind of the back-end performance of Dust. 10-2 currently.
Yeah, and there's a couple of nice moments from 500 individually in the last couple of rounds, but it's not going to be enough to win a round. Just Ships getting a couple of Deagle kills, or seeing Cirque with 2 kills coming out of Connected, things like this. They're not going to win a round unless they're done towards the start of it. We're just seeing too many moments at the end when the round's already lost, and unsurprisingly, I think it is time for that tactical pause. 500 just need a bit of time to reevaluate what's going on this T side, because already half the rounds have been played, and they're yet to find a single one of them.
Yeah, look, I think Nine Pandas, it's an excellent start for them, but they've got to make sure to not turn any confidence to complacency, because although it's a 6-0 start, we know how easily a game can come closer. And I think if 500, you know, they get a few rounds on the board, it kind of ends 8-4, or kind of 7-5. I think 500 are still going to fancy their chances here on Mirage. So Nine Pandas, they've got to make sure they continue the way they're playing. Ollie under balcony. Smoke landing in Palace. Rainwaker able to take down Deledes. And the heavy hitter towards a falling Oxygen. We'll be able to find Crad. A lot more discipline. I'm loving the look in this round. We see 500. They go back to basics. Just a simple A execute, of which we're very used to seeing. But it's panned out perfectly. Not a single point of damage taken from 500.
Yeah, and finally a round on the board now for the T's. Just got to see if they can keep it going now. Because we've already mentioned Nine Pandas. Financially, they're in a pretty good spot. Are going to be able to buy in the next. Might even be able to buy in the round after that as well. So 500, they really have to work for things here if they want to be able to reset Nine Pandas. Nothing's going to be given for free.
No, definitely not. Look at it. Yeah, you're completely right. If Shalfie and Result both drop across, they will be able to buy in the next. without many problems. $500 though. Let's see if they can get on a bit of a streak of their own. As although they've put that first round on the board, it's not been the promise that Mirage was expecting from them.
I'm just curious how 9 Pounders are going to react to this now. Finally lost a round. It came off the back of just a couple of kills into a very early save call, which I like from 9 Pounders. Not trying to force anything. That's already lost. You're in a good spot. Don't risk anything, and it's a bit of ramp aggression early doors, but 500 have got a lot of space towards the middle. Oh, the boost was being held by Shelfie, but he does get found by ships. Instantly drops off of the boost.
I see some acceleration here towards the B-bomb site as well. Resalt's in an excellent position. You can see the communication from Resalt. He's heard these steps. We're going to see a rotation. Excellent from Resalt. He's got all this information. He will go down for nothing, though. Oh, and the lineup, Deledes could have found two. He's done so much damage to Cirque. In fact, Deledes will eventually take him down. Now repositioning. There's flames at his feet. Spellant's taking this space now towards A. Moon. He's going to be repositioning towards CT. So whether they're prepared for this. He's shifted, though. Might not be ready. Oxygen. Oxygen. The plant position's very open. Moon could have denied it, I believe. He looked a little further. He's given away his position. Spellant. Still tucked away here towards jungle. It is planted for jungle. Oxygen's just tucked away here as well. Deledes is just holding. I want to say he's disconnected, but he has now just moved. He's sat towards short for so long. The bomb's so heavily ticked. They've got no smoke for it. This is going to be an impossible round, surely. 9 Pandas are going to struggle, but the Orb of Moon gives them a great chance, but he can just tuck away. There's no actual stick on the bomb. Why is Oxygen peeking? If the defuse comes through, there was no need for him to peek. There was no pressure. No one was on the bomb. If he keeps himself alive for an extra half a second, we're seeing the... I really don't know what's just happened there.
Yeah, I think Deledes' lack of information just makes Oxygen just question, start to panic, doesn't know where the final player is. Doesn't know if he's getting swung on, tries to take the fight to them, and yeah, doesn't realise that he probably does win the round, or not probably, he does win the round if he just tucks. Great round though from Moon. From 9 Pandas.
Moon taken down towards Palace. Nice early fight. Oxygen clearing. Will take down Crad. We've seen these two openers lead to a round for 500 before, and it's going to do it again. Naded the smoke from Resalt. Molly to land in jungle, and now Resalt, he's trapped. We'll send the smoke to try and evade. 7-2 though. 9 Pandas still in a very good position.
Yeah, I mean, money's not perfect, but it is going to be good enough if these weapons can be brought across. Healthy with the AWP, finds Spellant, and 500. How much are they going to do to hunt? It looks like a decent amount. Cirque just staying with the bomb while the rest of his team tries to search for these weapons, but CTs are handling it perfectly.
I think surely this is where you put a stop here. I really don't think a continual hunt is going to work out well. Ships will take down Resalt. Oh, it's fine Shelfie as well.
That's why you continue it sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. There's such limited time remaining. Shelfie, it looks like he wants to jiggle, but he's just far too wide there. He could have gained that information far easier and kind of not at the cost of his life, but 9 Pandas still in a good position. They get an investment out. Crad's on an MP9. We still got the AWP on Moon. Elevation coming through. Cirque.
This is 500's chance. Take this round, and you'll probably take a lot more with it as well. Loving Shelfie's position. And Ships gets found. He was all alone. And Oxygen as well, a couple of 1v1s. This is the thing. It looked like we're going to see a big mid take, but look at Cirque. He's just holding while Ships was pushing up mid. They weren't tradable.
Yeah, Rainmaker as well. In an attempt to find any opener, any advantage back into the round. Goes searching towards A, shut down, and now Krad's deep here towards ramp. Spellan. Not a tough, not an easy setup to crack, but he will find Krad, and now just backs away. Cirque's taking the space now in middle. Moon's repositioned deep towards Murder Hole, and this will give some time for Cirque. Minimal time. Cirque's got a lot of work to do here. He's going to send the flash through. Moon, though, very much prepared. Spellan 1 versus 4. No one actually holding towards Palace, I say that. Reposition from Shalfie, timed to perfection. He was holding the console. It looked like he was going to go through it, but a quick change of heart. 9 Pandas, it's 8-2 now. A very promising performance from them. And look, Charlie, if they get one more round, I'm convinced. I reckon we are heading to that third and final.
I think the way they're playing, I think even if they don't get one more round, I still think there's a great chance we will head there. But yeah, I mean, that was 500's best chance to get their way back into the game. You'll force 9 Pandas onto an eco in that one, but I just didn't get the goal, and I think that's the sort of biggest issue I can say is that I don't understand what it is that 500 are trying to do. You're paranoid about this initial mid push, sure, but they don't fully give it up. And that's the thing, Ships just pushes alone. I'm fine if Ships wants to push, but at least add some util to support him in doing so. Not a single player who went down in that round had anyone with them, had anyone to trade. They had no util to set them up. There was nothing like that. It was just 5 players individually losing their lives. And, I mean, don't get me wrong. Rounds, there are going to be players who make individual pushes, like this from Ships, and there's no issue with it. But it's when every death is like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Here, though.
No, I'm right with you. I think sometimes when you have kind of moments where you're looking for those early 1v1s, and it's a bit of a risk, but that's kind of, you know, if you win the round because of it, it's brilliant. And I think the problem is you've got it completely right. It seemed like everyone in that round for 500 were with that kind of individualistic mentality. But an important round for 500. I think if it's 8-4, I think there certainly is still an argument that 500 can win this one. But already we're seeing a much better performance here from 9 Pandas. I guess you could say maybe just a bit of a slow start to Dust.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely will be a chance if they can find 4. I think it is going to be a decent bit reliant on that pistol, though. But, I mean, we've seen they've got a lot of issues on their T side today, seemingly 500. So, I think anything's a guarantee, not even a round like this.
Charlie, when you look at the last 17 rounds of play across Mirage and Dust, 9 Pandas, they won 13 of them.
Yeah, it paints a very different picture, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You know, it has been a real bounce back here from 9 Pandas. And I guess you could just say maybe just slow to warm up into a game. And now they're here. This is what we can expect from them. But for 500, I don't think they're going to be feeling a kind of a mountain of pressure upon them. I still feel like they are going to be playing with confidence. Nice opener, though, from Result. Result's having a huge game. 14-5 currently. Flashbang for Spellan to clear out this ladder position.
And where's the end goal for 500 now? Spellan getting flashed in towards B.
They're going to head towards A, and if they can find Krad, it'd be excellent. Deledes is still here towards jungle. They've really struggled to deal with this type of position here, but see what they can do. Nice flash, dodged by Deledes. And again, I've said they've really struggled to deal with this angle. Deledes does so much damage, and Shalfie's here in the back lines. 9-3 half for 9 Pandas is exceptional. All rounds from 501 in isolation as well, which is always so tough to see.
It feels like we're having a bit of a deja vu just for the different teams, though.
Yeah,
Such
yeah,
a good
definitely.
start on Dust for 500, and This time, 9 Pandas on their opponent's map pick. A similarly brilliant start from them. I mean, this has been a bit of a strange series when you put it in that context, but the most important thing for 9 Pandas is we've got these players stepping up now. Result had some huge moments. Moon as well. Great to see him really competing with the top, but it's Deledes who I think we really have to sing the praises of more than anyone.
Yeah, Deledes has been brilliant. You just have to look at his performance on Dust as well. A vast majority of the rounds that 9 Pandas were able to find earlier on was because of Deledes, and he's continuing this form. Ooh, nice find there. Oxygen able to double down. Again, Oxygen on these pistol rounds. Nice P250 shot there from Result to open up the A-bomb side. But the problem is, the bomb is down towards B. Oxygen just needs to keep himself alive. Ships is fairly close by, and once any contact's made, Ships is just going to spam through this, and there we have it. The bullet eventually connects the Grad. All on Deledes now. Pistol round is so vital here for 500. And Oxygen, a lovely triple hit.
Yeah, he's had some magical moments in the pistol rounds so far in this series, and 9 Pandas probably walk away with the game if they go on to take this. But 500 will keep themselves in it, will keep themselves as contenders on Mirage without 9 Pandas hitting double digits just yet. And there's no need for 9 Pandas to go for a force or anything like that. They're in a great spot already. But we do have to say, 500, obviously they have a slightly better CT side. The map that last year was looking a lot more CT side. It does feel like this year is a little bit more balanced again, but we'll have to just wait and see what these guys can do. For some reason, Fred, I just don't think 9 Pandas are going to be winning this round.
I've got a funny feeling they have actually got a good chance in winning the round.
I mean, it's an interesting setup that they are going for. I mean, this is the gameplay we all came to see, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Look, you know, it's Valentine's Day tomorrow. Result showing the love.
Oh, yeah. A few hours. But just obviously burning as much util as they can on 500 and have a look at how much they've got left.
Yeah, just
a pretty good job at it.
Yeah, definitely.
And in fact, an actual hit towards A here would be a pretty good idea. I mean, the rotations will be very quick, but Spellen's surely going to get pretty overwhelmed. He's got this MP9, got the money-making machine, but also surely going to get overrun. We'll find one, and that's all she wrote.
Bomb can be denied, though. And it will do so. Ships confined, and Cirque now aggressing with another MP9. Yeah, the bomb plant there would have been really big. Obviously, which means it's perfect buy. No limitations regarding utility on the 9 Pandas side, but yeah, just denied there. Quick rotation.
I mean, this is going to be a pivotal round here. This is where we're going to get to see if 500 CT side is any better than their pretty underwhelming T side. I think we hyped up their Mirage for quite a while, and they just haven't delivered so far. So they've got the weapons out now. They're up against 9 Pandas full buy. Let's see what they can do on this.
It was their CT.
I think
They smoked it off as well. It was the CT side of Dust that was really promising as well, but Rainwaker with work to do. He's got full utility. Utility coming over now, but he's just tucked away here, but he finds nothing. Result, a great early elimination. It's got to be said, he's got a full belt of util. Not a single piece was thrown to try and show much resistance. Ships will be able to find the bomb planter. Result not quick enough there to find that kill, and I think with that, there's certainly a chance. Oxygen searching for the player towards short. Cirque spamming through the smoke. Will be able to find Result. And now Oxygen. It's all about what Cirque and Oxygen can do while we see the slight progression up short from Spellan. Reposition out of Crad. Great find onto Oxygen. Timing works out wonderfully. And Shalfie with that kill puts Cirque in the 1 versus 2. Great first find. But it's going to be so tough for Cirque. And Shalfie, a quick shot. Got to say there, the B defense. Not only was it just a 1 defender, but once those flashes come over, drop a smoke, drop a Molotov, give yourself something to work with. We got to see more there out of Rainwaker. But 9 Pandas, first investment, and they passed that test.
Yeah, and double digits hit now. 3 rounds away from taking us to Ancient and keeping themselves in contention for that quarterfinal spot. 500 obviously is the investment. It is the buy. If they lose this round, likely going to see 12 on the board for 9 pounders. Or we might even see a world of 500 up to 4 till the end. But yeah, to say this one's huge and massively important for the Bulgarian side would be a bit of an understatement. Oxygen finds the first kill with the MP9 advanced into the apartment. Has a seemingly good idea of the letters and will find as well.
Somewhat reminiscent to the pistol where Oxygen gets aggressive towards apartments, drops the bomb. Brilliant stuff here from Oxygen. HE grenade as well. Chipping it ever so slightly away at Moon. Moon. An attempt to retrieve the bomb goes a little wrong. We will see Rainwaker fall here, and Oxygen's been chipped away at. The CTs have to be cautious. Wouldn't be about timing. If Crad checks this angle or Ships peeks into him. But a brilliant round from Oxygen.
Yeah, something 500 have been missing. From map number 1, where it sort of was that trio, Cirque, Ships, and Oxygen. All great performances from those 3. And then sort of moving over to Mirage. No one has really been able to fill the gap. That ship did leave in map number 1. Obviously, 27 and 13. And not exactly a normal performance. But it does feel like, in terms of pure firepower, 9 pounders have outgunned them this game.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think 9 pounders have looked excellent here. Ships will go down to Shelfie. You could see Spellan take him down here. Spellan, ooh, steps have been heard from both players. Spellan will find that kill, and Shelfie going down after time. We know what that's going to do for the finances. Could be very awkward, very difficult now, because Shelfie's on $900. The full eco comes through. Shelfie can still get out Galil and utility. I think they've got to go for the full eco. Get Moon out on the AWP. It's not as though Shelfie's got nothing to his name.
No, I mean, I very rarely think it's sort of ever worth it now just to sort of try to manage your whole buy around one single player. Because that's when they go for force, they lose this, you're letting 500 back into the game even more. Just take the hit. Shelfie's going to be on weaker weaponry, sure. But that shouldn't be too big an issue.
Look, maybe Crad will kind of drop an AK for a Galil, or drop down to a Mac 10 maybe. I think Crad's had a bit of a tough game, let's be honest. 4 and 11. I wouldn't mind that. Again, Charlie, it's going to be this eco round where the lone A defenses are an MP9. Ships has rotated in before 9 pounders look to aggress, but with the setup in middle and the space that Oxygen's taken here in apartments, Ships can just be here towards A. Nice find here, struggling, but in fact can find 3. They kind of line up perfectly into his spray.
Will survive this time round though for the CTs, as they will begin to grow those finances. 3 rounds away from 9 pounders now. It still doesn't feel like 500 are fully back in this game yet. They're not far away from their opponents, but maybe it's just because of the first half and what we saw from some of the players. But it does just feel like at any moment they can just switch it on, break open, force their way into any bomb site.
Quite like this. AWP towards under. Really effective in finding these opening picks if anyone aggresses in middle.
Still silent. Flashbang finally comes out from top mid, and that's result. Is a big crunch. Ship spotted. The will peek into Crad, taking him out of this round.
We've got 4 players on the A bomb site, Charlie. 500. They've opted for quite a hefty gamble. With the smoke towards window, this could be very effective. Oh, I think Moon's asking for a boost. Did Cirque spot him though? That's the question. Quick shot from Moon. Lovely stuff there. Still in the smoke is Ships. How is Deledes got that kill?
and no util on Rainwaker to defend B, and that's where it looks like the T's are heading. No one nearby to rotate.
Yeah, look, we need to see some space taken. Spellan looks as though he's having a slight look here towards ramp. Oxygen. He's got a smoke and a flash. He's got to hurry things along, though. And utility coming out now. 20 seconds on the clock. Spellan going to be rotating in. MP9 at range, but Spellan can find. Great setup here. Bomb yet to go down, but Moon will find Oxygen. All on Spellan. Moon just going to get posted up. Lovely stuff there. If Moon isn't there to find that kill, the bomb is denied. We saw it from Moon on Dust as well. But 9 Pandas, a very, very impactful round there. But again, it's Deledes in a position where he's getting caught out. He should be dying. And it's just a quick shot there. Ships is going to be very disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, and this round that started off as an advantage for the CT side. Cirque caught out by the boost. Ships tries to find Deledes on his lonesome, and yeah, we've seen it a couple of times from him this game where he's been able to just very quickly snap to his opponent's head, take them out. Even after sort of being surprised. And sure, Spellan will eventually find him, but it's only 1 for 2 on that B-side defense that initially looked very strong with Rainwaker finding one, a lot of damage dealt to the second player, but it was just the one kill that came through. It was a 1v1 and Spellan's in that one. Anything can happen, but just that 1v2, it's not an easy task. Tries to deny the bomb, but Moon has a great idea of what's going to happen.
Yeah, speaking of Moon, early space taken here towards top middle, just posted up towards short. The fight between Resso and Spellan here is going to be important. I don't know if you saw that. Resso was lining up the pre-fire there. Sadly, just missed his lineup ever so slightly. Rainwaker's already
ever so slightly to the right. I wonder if he's anticipating it.
Yeah, potentially. But once the little shots came through, Spellan was in the advantage there. Moon is creeping his way up. Rainwaker, he's in a good position here. He's holding for the push of anyone on bench. Ships. We're going to be timing. Oh, Crad. Going to get taken down. Same with Moon. A great double from Ships. And now Shalfie has to accelerate. Deledes out of Palace. Deledes will get one. No double for Deledes. Spellan on Rainwaker to take down the remaining 2. Saved AWP as well from Spellan. 8-11 scoreline. 9 Pandas. They are very close to finding Mirage, but with an eco impending, their next full bite will be so determining, as it could allow 500 to level things up. In a much closer game.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly got a lot closer. But 500 aren't flawless on the CT side. They're not perfect. They do have mistakes in them. 9 Pandas are able to sort of break any string of rounds that they do get and bounce back. And that's the thing that 500 need to try to stop happening, because otherwise it does feel like the individuals will just bail 9 Pandas out if the game continues to get closer and closer. But handled excellently here against the eco, as we should be expecting now. But 2 rounds apart, still 9 Pandas in the lead and just 2 away themselves from bringing us to Ancient. But the game's certainly not done yet.
No, definitely not. And look, Ships, 23 and 13. He's kind of back to that Dust 2 form. Just 4 kills away from matching his kind of stats. But 9 Pandas, they're still very much in control here. As you said, 500, it's been difficult for them to kind of contain a real strong streak here on their CT side. A default scene here, though, from 9 Pandas. Maybe looking to take some late control here towards middle, but it is Moon. He's got the bomb and he's got the AWP towards ramp. Wonder if he's going to look for an early opener.
Interestingly enough, Ships isn't just the only one to step up on 500 recently. Spellan was also the other player who's actually matched Rainwaker on kills, overtaken Oxygen and Cirque now. He was really low. I think he was on 4 kills not too long ago.
Yeah, he was 5 and 12 a couple rounds ago.
So he's had some really big moments that have helped 500 in some of these rounds, but he's not really the player you're expecting to. So you're hoping someone in between Cirque, Oxygen and Rainwaker will have a couple of big clutch moments, but completely caught out is Spellan in this one.
Yeah, Shelfie finds ships, and this is one of the mistakes that we pointed out. There has been a real struggle here. 500, what do you do? Surely got to be the save, especially with oxygen falling. Look, it's a great shot from Crad onto Cirque, obviously, but 500 now. They need 3 in a row just to take it to overtime. 9 Pandas. They've got this possibility now to close out Mirage. Obviously, we've spoken about the limited kind of victories that we've seen from 9 Pandas on Ancient, but still, you've got to imagine the confidence that a map victory here would have on them would be excellent for their chances at the series.
Yeah, it has always felt like 500 was snapping at the heels of 9 Pandas since switching over to the CT side. Just haven't really been able to get too much of a foothold on this game yet, and it felt like they've always been the ones trailing, always been the ones so close, but not actually able to ever catch up to 9 Pandas. They've got no other choice but to try to do that now. 3 rounds in a row needed, 3 rounds on the bounce. I don't believe they've been able to get 3 rounds in a row as a streak so far this game. So it's going to need to be time for the CTs to stand tall.
You're completely right, Charlie. Haven't got a single set of 3 rounds in a row. Kind of spits and spurts of success. But this is it. And maybe the double AWP is the answer.
Worked out for them on Dust. This time it's Oxygen wielding the second.
Look, I think Oxygen has had a bit of a tough game here, and I think sometimes when struggling with the rifle, a good way to kind of bounce back is have the AWP. But double AWP defenses towards B, I think we always know that that could be a tough one. Already we're seeing a bit of a gamble come through here from 500 as they prepare what seemingly will be an A hit for 9 Pandas. A minute on the clock here. This could be 9 Pandas. Final round here on Mirage. Deledes. It looks as though he's going to be the one trying to find this opener. Smoke here towards ramp. Aggression coming through. Utility landing. It's going to be this expression out of ramp, even with the smoke down. Spellan will take down Shelfie. We see Deledes again towards Tetris, and Moon finds Spellan. It's all on Oxygen. The secondary AWP with work to do here, but Moon's posted up. Great find. We'll take down the first. 1 versus 4 gone 1v3, but still, it's going to be such a tough round. The swing comes through. Oxygen down to 6 HP now. He needs a quick shot. He needs a big moment, but the shadow spotted here, and Deledes might put this one to bed. And there it is. Deledes gives 9 Pandas victory there. His openers towards A are excellent. The fact that Crad is 5-17 and they've still won this game is crazy, but what a response from 9 Pandas.
Exactly what they needed on a map that we know that they haven't looked excellent at the last few months that they have played, and 500 completely outclassing them on Dust, but nothing to really be done about Mirage. They had such a poor start, and you can see they're slowly clawing their way back into the map. The issue is that the individuals of 9 Pandas were just on better form in that map, and every time it felt like we were on a decent run for 500, every time it felt like we were at a period where we were seeing them get a few rounds, they instantly get shut down a couple of rounds later by one 9 Pandas player having a big moment and killing any chance of that comeback being completed. But I'm fascinated to know what Ted has to say about map number 2.
It really felt like a really similar story to map number 1, didn't it? But just with the roles reversed. For all of you that are just joining in and wondering, well, how the hell did 9 Pandas come back into this one? Well, they did exactly what 500 did to them on the first map. A complete whitewash of a performance in the first half, and sure, it could have been a little bit lackluster towards the end, but you're looking at the way that they kick things off, right? You lose map number 1, it's your map pick into an elimination series, a playoff game. You know there's gonna be a lot of pressure on them, and 9 Pandas, they do what they had to do. They win the pistol, they win the conversions. For goodness sake, they had a 6-0 lead before 500 were even able to put 1 round on the board. And even from that point on, it was quite obvious the 9 Pandas had no intentions of letting this game slip. We talked about a couple names before the start of this one. We talked about Delays, we talked about Result. Both of them were coming in guns blazing, not giving 500 any opportunities, right? And that was one of the main concerns. That was one of the main conversations. What happens if 500 stop winning fights? What happens if the side of Nine Pandas bring in all of that firepower? Well, we saw a great example of it in the first half. 9 CT side rounds, and I am afraid that no matter how good of a CT side you have, once you drop 9 rounds in the first half, even with the pistol round victory in the second, even with the couple good rounds out of Oxygen, even with the impact coming in from Rainwaker, from Ships, who was still able to somehow finish that second map on 23 kills, it's always going to be incredibly difficult because you don't have any margin for error, right? You lose a couple rounds, you let it slip a couple times, you drop the ball, and then suddenly the non-pandas get up to double digits, suddenly they get up to 11, get up to 12 rounds, and in the end of the day, eventually close out the map. This clutch here from Shofi, that 1v1 against Zerg, this was probably the, I want to say the end for me personally. Sure, 500 were able to win a couple more rounds, but before the start of the retake, that was a 3v2 in favor of 500. It was probably the round that they were supposed to take over the line and keep the comeback going. From that point on, though, the 9 Pandas, they would lose one round, but then they would win the next one right after. Shofi, the latest, just being pretty much impossible to deal with alongside Result, and I just feel like the 9 Pandas did show that resilience that we wanted to see out of them in the end of the first map, did show that what we saw towards the latter stages of Dust 2 wasn't just a momentarily awakening. It wasn't just 500 letting go of the leash a little bit and falling asleep, so to speak. No, that was the 9 Pandas getting warmed up. Sure, it might have been a little bit late for map number 1. It sure as hell wasn't late for map number 2, and we saw a pretty similar story with 500 trying to come back into things, but again, it felt like it was just a little bit too late for 500, and even though they were able to make it look a little bit more doable than 9 Pandas did on map number 1, I feel like deservingly the 9 Pandas were able to push to a third and final map. Ladies and gentlemen, Result and Deletus are here to play. They're ready. Ships has been looking inspiring in an inspiring form, but 500 might need someone else to help him out. Map number 3 coming up right after the break. It is Ancient, and only one out of those two teams will make it into the quarterfinals. The good old classical map pick reverse is in play, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the CCT Season 17 playoffs. My name is Ted and I'm joined by the lovely Zola and CMD as we're ready to jump into the third and final map of our fourth and final best of 3 of the day. 9 Pandas taking on 500. Winner of this one goes on into the quarterfinals, and I think actually plays tomorrow. So there isn't too much of an off time for any of those teams. And I feel like when we're talking about 509 Pandas, we gotta look at both the first and the second map of Dust 2 and Mirage and say it was quite a similar story for all the wrong reasons, because the team that picked into the map started really slow, they attempted a comeback, but it was already too late because the opposition had already run away from it. So going into this one, CMD, do you feel like the best approach for both teams would be to just pretend that nothing happened on the first 2 maps, just focus entirely on Ancient and try and play the best Counter-Strike that you can, quite frankly?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. In a lot of games like this where you trade sort of your opponent's map picks, and probably not as many positives as you want to take away from it as you probably should. A lot of it came down to individuals, it feels like. Just look at this as a best of 1, really. And obviously, we know 500 have a lot more sample size on this map. We can talk about all the positives with them on it. But 9 Pandas, similarly, I think they sort of proved that stats can kind of get thrown out of the window. They've got weaker stats on both Dust and Mirage. And yet, here we are. We're at a final map. We're at a point where it's anyone's game now. But I don't know, 9 Pandas, after playing really well individually there, a couple of names maybe a little bit more missing on 500. I mean, maybe the ball's in their court now.
Zola, if we're talking about missing names on 500, who would you say you want to see a little bit more of on Ancient and why?
Look, I think we need to see a bit more from Rainwaker for the sole purpose that he has had a lot of success in the past. I feel like he's a player that we know that can have a lot of impact. You just have to look. He's got 23 kills across map 1 and map 2 combined. Ships has got more than that on both of the maps. So I think you're already seeing that Rainwaker's been very missing. And as a player who has had success in the past, I think, okay, yeah, do we expect Spellan to be at the top of the leaderboard? No, definitely not. But the fact that Rainwaker's down there with him is certainly a cause for concern. So hopefully we can see a lot out of Rainwaker. He's such an exceptional player. I think we all know the heights that this young player can have, because he's still only 23 years old. I think that's something a lot of people forget. He was on Liquid for a little bit of a stint. I think he had kind of his he had a little bit of time there. Maybe not the kind of expectation and the outcome he would have hoped for, but look, we've seen him at the top. We've seen him look really, really good. And the real question is what's happened here today? Is it just a bad day at the office? Is it the fact that Ships is kind of claiming the glory? I don't think it's either. I think Rainwaker just needs to put up a bit of a better performance. There was a round on Mirage where there was flashing just coming over the top of B. He had a full belt of utility. He just tucked towards jail. I took the 1v1, lost it out to Crad, and it kind of cost their team the round. Whether you drop a smoke, throw a molly on the bomb site, flashbang coming over, just something to give a little bit more time for your team to rotate in. I think it's just little things like that maybe if Rainwaker changes, we'll see a bit of an upward trajectory in his individual gameplay. I think it's got to be said the same for Crad, though. Crad's had a really tough game. Same for Shalfie. I think there's been many players missing here.
Sure, a lot of pressure, a lot of individuals that could be showing a little bit more than they have been so far, ladies and gentlemen. But without further ado, we're going to jump right into the third and final map. Winner of this one goes into the quarterfinals to face off against Eclod. But that will be in just a little bit of time. You see, getting debated by the production is probably my second favorite thing after 5 overtimes on the third and final map. But you know what? That actually gives us a little bit more time to talk about the point that you were just making, Zola. And that was the fact that some of the individuals were maybe missing to some extent. I want to focus on something else though. Is the most important part the fact that some of the individuals are not showing up, or is it that in general it feels like both teams just need a really long time to actually get warmed up into a game if the opposition starts off really convincingly? CMD, are we expecting to again just see one of the teams carry on with an early lead and then to see an attempted comeback out of the other one? What do you think is the reason that we're not getting a much more competitive game in the first half of play?
I mean, if I had that solution, I'd probably be coaching one of these 2 teams, I think. I mean, that's the biggest issue. Yeah, they are just very slow, weirdly. I mean, you can maybe look at 9 Pandas initially, maybe just slow to warm up into a game. It happens with teams sometimes when they jump into an official. But for 500, it really felt like that should have been their push to go on. Things got a little bit closer towards the end of Dust 2. That should have been the motivation just to sort of lock in and get ready with map number 2. But weirdly, not the case. And especially considering it's their map pick as well. Maybe you could put the argument down to a little bit of complacency after map number 1. Maybe things were a little bit too easy for the majority of that game. And sort of lost a bit of that sort of hunger that maybe they had. But that's what they're going to need to figure out. I'm hoping it's not going to be the same as what we've seen in map number 1 and 2, and I'm hoping it is going to be that instant competitive back and forth game.
Okay, you know what they say, second time's the charm, so this time the third map is actually really happening, folks. We're really going into action. Enjoy. The winner of this one goes into the quarterfinal, loser goes out of the CCT. It's time for action.
Yeah, no false words here. We are in the action here. Ancient underway. We've pointed out already, this is a pretty strong map for 500, right? So we have to imagine that they're probably still the favourites. Look, I said it after the win of Dust. Even if they lose here on Mirage, I still favour them. I still think they've got that advantage. And maybe actually kind of the loss of Mirage will make them realise, okay, look, we had our fun on Mirage. Let's make sure we actually take this. But a nice double from Deledes. I feel like that's probably the statement that's been said the most from anyone here, because the amount of 2-for-1s that this individual's been able to get has been ridiculous. And Shalfie takes down Ships. He's not even aware of his position, but Shalfie, a quick shot there, and now Oxygen and Spellan have to make their way back to middle.
Yeah, no repeat here from the CETs towards middle, so 500 have time to play with, and they're looking to head towards B. That is where Moon does reside.
Yeah, Molly to delay some rotations. Part of the bomb here for Spellan would be excellent. It starts the timer. Oxygen posted up here. Spellan's still on the centre of the bomb site. He's got to be cautious. He's got to be careful. He doesn't show himself. The problem is Moon kind of has given him an exit strategy. Could have made his way out. So this is something they've got to be ready for. But Oxygen, it's a nice angle. Jumping across. They deal with Spellan though, and Moon can find Oxygen. 9 Pandas with an excellent pistol there. Deledes though again. Finding 2 towards Cave. He makes it look so easy, doesn't he?
I mean, he always does. He is sort of the sort of go-to player that you think of when you think of this 9 Pandas team. So individually gifted, in such a tough spot, still manages to find 2. An Oxygen with a double of his own. Another good pistol from him. Another statement we said a lot, but not enough on this occasion. Force by back from 500. They want it to be that back and forth game that I wanted.
Yeah, hopefully we will see it. Hopefully we will see kind of a real exciting one. Real nail-biting series. Look, Ted's alluded to 5 overtimes. If we're here in 2 hours' time, I think we'll have him to blame. But look, I think we could have an OT game. We could have a really close one. Ships now, Mac 10 in hand. Searching for something, not the best spray, but we'll find Shalfie. I've touched upon the fact he's had a bit of a tough one. Crad now towards Cave, and Crad! So much work could have been done, and you have to say, Charlie, if he's got a little bit more ammunition in the magazine, we could have seen maybe a bit more there, but the final 2 players are very low. Rainwaker and Cirque. They both found a kill so far in this round. They've got to find another. Smoke grenade towards Cave. Luckily, the reposition of Cirque. A quick decision. Rainwaker.
Single bullet can kill both of these players, and yet still Rainwaker finds 1.
Full stick of the bomb. I love it from Resol. Cirque now jiggling. There's the 5 seconds. Cirque needs to question it. But brilliant from Cirque. A great clutch. There's a reason we say that this man's got so much experience. He plays the clutch perfectly. And what a response. 500.
Yeah, I did not believe that was going to be the case there with those 2 players being so low, but you mentioned Crad maybe had a couple of extra bullets in the mag. Could have even just found 1 more of them, but Cirque being so low. Rainwaker as well, and both of them finding a kill apiece. And you can see the buy of 9 Pandas is significantly weaker than 500's force buy was, just due to the nature of the economy after losing the pistol. I mean, do you have any specific favourite? I mean, you said you think 500, even after Mirage, you think they can still go on to win Ancient. Is that still where your mind is at?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I don't want to discredit Nine Pandas. I think they're a very strong side, but statistically, we've seen the weaknesses for Nine Pandas here on Ancient, and we've seen the strengths, obviously, for 500. I think actually the fact that they lost Mirage and it was pretty dominant. Obviously, 500 they had that comeback, but it's a bit of a half truth, isn't it? I think we all knew that Nine Pandas were very much in control on Mirage. I think a game like that sometimes can, in fact, spur the team that's lost it on for success, because I think we expected 500 to 2-0. They got battered on that first half in their map selection, and I think sometimes it's a bit of a wake-up call. I think we've got to say it. So I'm still very positive, very confident for 500. The fact you're asking the question makes me feel like you're changing your tune, so let's hear your response to that one.
I mean, honestly, I think I'm done predicting for this game. I think I'm just going to sit back and enjoy it, but I will have to say, I think if Nine Pandas do go on to win this would be a huge credit to them. Yeah, to play with what seems like a very late stand in Moon. And still managing to bring things over the line against a tough team like 500, I think that would be such a statement for them to make, that even if they do have these sort of slight issues in terms of getting their full five together, that they still are going to come into every game and deliver these level of performances. But we're going to do a third map, still a good sign, but it's just what more can they do on this third map?
Good to say, Moon, he had a lot of impact throughout Mirage. I feel like Moon had some big moments.
I mean, I was worried about that slightly. I mean, I touched on the fact that in his whole career, only playing against one top 50 team.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty crazy statement in itself. But, yeah, with that being the case, I was a bit concerned about what we would see from him. But, yeah, I mean, done nothing wrong at all.